Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. Many people were walking on the rocky terrain. The guy thought that he had been suffering on Tianmen Mountain in Xinjiang for half a month, but he still managed to find them. He sat in front of the bookcase. Holding the notes in his hands, he noticed that it was full of strange characters, but it was definitely an original manuscript and rumored to be a legendary secret technique left by a master nicknamed the Immortal Sword about 600 years ago. The protagonist looked at the manuscript. Chuck emphasized that these were the secret notes of the Immortal Sword. Putting the papers in his bosom, the protagonist thought that he would love to keep them for himself, but for him, with his damaged Danshin, it was meaningless. Chuck rolled up the paper. He put it in a bamboo case. The protagonist thought that other martial artists would try to steal them from him if they found out that he had them. He would have to hide them before someone saw. He put the bamboo in his mouth. His body began to tremble. Chuck noted that he should have grabbed some water. The guy came to him and said that he found it. The guy asked with a serious look if a spy of the blood cult had found the secret records of the master of the Immortal Sword. The plot introduces us to the head of the Golden Dragon clan and a member of the Martial Arts Alliance, Beck. The protagonist looked at him and said that he found them and put them in a safe place and would give them to them if they kept their promise. Holding his beard, the old man clarified if Chuck wanted to remove the blood parasite from his chest. We are introduced to one of the 4 elders of the Martial Arts Alliance, Jack. Beck grabbed his katana and said that he did. Taking out the blade, he said that they did not need to carry it out. He said with a satisfied look that even if they removed the parasite, there would be nowhere for it to return to. Chuck listened to him with a calm look. Beak imagined the protagonist lying on the ground and noted that he was exiled from the clan after his Danshin was destroyed due to the Kai raging in his body. The man's eyes glowed purple. Beak said that then, 10 years ago, Chuck was kidnapped by the blood cult and a parasite was placed in his chest, and since then he was forced to be a puppet of the blood cult. Beak wondered where Chuck would go if he gained freedom. The protagonist, surprised, asked what he meant by that. Pulling out his blade, Beak ordered him to hand over the secret records of the Immortal Sword. He smirked and noted that if Chuck just gave him the records, he would consider pulling the parasite out of his chest. There was a blade near the protagonist's neck. Standing in front of him, Chuck stated that the secret records were hidden in a place only he knew. Standing in front of Beck, the protagonist said that he knew his situation and he was not asking for any special privileges, like acceptance into an orthodox sect. Chuck with a serious face said that he just wanted to leave the blood cult and live like a normal person. If they would rid him of the blood worm first, he would gladly fulfill his obligations. Jack listened to them and began to laugh. Smiling, he noted that Chuck was undoubtedly cunning. Beck pierced his body with a blade. He said with a satisfied face that it was obvious that an insignificant spy would hide something, and he bet that the protagonist was hiding them inside his body. Dumbfounded, Chuck thought that these fools had planned to kill him from the very beginning. Beck pulled the blade out of his body. Blood spurted from the protagonist. Beck said that they should not be hated so much. Looking at Chuck, he said that he was destined to die the moment he became a spy. The protagonist began to fall to the ground and wondered how he had gotten to such a bad life. Beck swung his blade. Chuck was shocked. The records were cut. Dumbfounded, Beck asked if there were secret records inside him. He asked what it was with a dumbfounded look. Blue flames enveloped Chuck's body. The protagonist's gaze was empty. He mentally asked if this was real fire. He began to close his eyes. Chuck thought that if there was a second life, he hoped that it would not be as miserable as this one. He was doused with water. The protagonist woke up and cried out that he was cold. Holding his stomach, Chuck thought that he had no scars from cuts and no traces of burns. The guys told him that he was a pathetic ass. Chuck was dumbfounded by this. The guys with a smile on their faces asked if he was awake, noting that they had outdrinked him again. The plot introduces us to Rudolph and Bob, the self-proclaimed twin Wangdaos. The protagonist wondered in his mind if these were the infamous black and white twin ghosts of the blood cult. Covering his mouth, Chuck wondered why they looked so young, adding that he had just died from a blue flame. The protagonist began to look in the mirror. Bob asked what was wrong with him and why he was so surprised. Dumbfounded, Chuck said that it was him when he was younger. Rudolph kicked him and asked if he was sober yet. Standing over him, he asked the protagonist to stand up and pay. Holding his head, Chuck replied that it hurt too much. Taken aback, the protagonist wondered if it was too painful for this to be a dream. He suddenly stood up. Chuck grabbed him and asked what day it was. Bob was watching them and informed them that it was August 9th, year 11 of the sexagenary cycle. Looking at him, the protagonist began to think that if today is the 9th of August, year 11, then it is exactly 10 years before his death. Bob twirled his finger at his temple and noted that Chuck drinks a lot and has gone crazy. The protagonist hugged Rudolph and began to laugh. Chuck, with a happy face, shouted that he was glad to see them. Taken aback, the protagonist asked if it was exactly 10 years ago. The warriors approached the building. Opening his eyes, the guy noted that there were so many guests at such a late hour. The warrior cut off his head. The sleepy guy went outside. He was surprised. Sorting through his things, Chuck said that he had to get ready. With his hands on his hips, Rudolph asked if the protagonist had money. Chuck asked them to leave now if he did not want to die. Stretching his hands, Rudolph noted that the protagonist was acting as usual and needed to be taught a lesson. Smiling, Chuck noted what he had found. Looking at the blade, the protagonist thought that this was the only memory of his mother, the sword Sodom. Taking the sword, Chuck emphasized that he was sorry after losing it in his past life, even if escaping is a priority, but he must take this sword with him. The protagonist grabbed his ear. Surprised, Chuck wondered what it was, noting that he thought he would go deaf. They began to look around. Turning around, Rudolph asked if Bob heard it. He replied that he did, adding that the sounds came from the street. The wary protagonist noted that it was too loud to be outside. Putting the sword in his bosom, Chuck noted that now is not the time for reasoning and these screams mean that everything has begun. Looking out the door, Bob asked who these guys are. The protagonist passed them and asked to let him look. He looked out into the street. Taken aback, Chuck said that they were fools from the blood cult. The warriors killed a lot of people. Surprised, Rudolph asked if they were bandits. The protagonist replied that they were not and that they were cultists from the blood cult. Chuck began to walk away and stated that if they wanted to survive, they needed to run right now. Rudolph asked if they were really cultists, adding that he thought they had disappeared a long time ago after their defeat by the Martial Arts Alliance. Looking at him, Chuck suggested that he go down and ask them himself. Rudolph stood next to Bob and asked if they should too. Looking around, the protagonist thought that now was not the time to keep an eye on them, noting that after the kidnapping, they would become martial artists. He imagined the guys looking at his back and noted that as long as he could survive, then everything was fine. He imagined the guy's face and noted that now that he thought about it, he remembered that there was another person with them. Surprised, Chuck noted that Nate had also arrived with them. The protagonist ran to the door, thinking that Nate was the only one on his side in the Shining Earth clan. Nate was fast asleep. Chuck burst into his room and ordered him to get up. Nate screamed that he swears he wasn't asleep. Holding his heart, Nate said that the protagonist scared him. Chuck grabbed his hand, saying that they need to leave now. Running down the hallway, Chuck said that they would talk on the way. Frowning, the protagonist screamed that they were attacked by a blood cult and they would get there soon. Nate ran after him, asking about the blood cult. Chuck asked him to just take his word for it. Turning around, Nate asked if the exit was in that direction. The night sky enveloped the city. The protagonist said that the entire city was surrounded and they would be caught as soon as they got outside. Nate, dumbfounded, asked what if they went back to the room and hid in the closet. Chuck looked at him and said it was obvious. The protagonist imagined the guy holding his face and told him that they weren't there to take their money, but to catch people like them. The warrior opened the closet. Chuck emphasized the fact that they would search the most obvious places first. The warrior got the guy out of the closet. As they walked down the street, Nate asked if they were destined to be captured and killed. The protagonist asked him to stop talking nonsense. Looking at the building, Chuck said that they needed to hide in a place where they would not expect anyone. Looking at the door, the protagonist said that they needed a place where they would not go even if they thought about it. Moonlight enveloped the building. Standing on the street, Nate asked if this was the place Chuck was talking about. Standing in front of the door, the protagonist said that they did not expect anyone to hide there. They looked into the toilet pit. Taken aback, Nate asked who would be hiding in the toilet, noting that he would not be sitting out there. Chuck stated that now was not the time to argue about it. The protagonist pushed him into the toilet and said that he was leaving him the only restroom, so Nate would thank him later. Nate said that if Chuck thought it was so sweet, he could just climb in there instead. Their screams were heard from the toilet. Closing the door, the protagonist thought that even the blood cult would not look in there and he was originally going to hide there, but he had no choice. Walking away from the toilet, Chuck noted that he needed to find a place to hide before the blood cult got there. He saw a horse and said that he was not destined to die after all. The horse began to run away. Chuck climbed into its feed trough. Lying in the hay, the protagonist noted that they would look for the escaped horse and not rummage through its feed. Putting his hand in his bosom, Chuck thought that if there were advanced martial artists, they would find him with their abilities and, just in case, he should be ready with a sword. He heard a scream that it was dirty. The protagonist looked at the sword. The blade screamed at Chuck not to hold it with his sticky hands. The protagonist held the blade in his hands. The sword screamed that it was telling him to wipe his hands. Stunned, Chuck wondered if a ghost had possessed the sword. Looking at the blade, he heard a voice that it was the Sodom sword, his mother's treasured one that he had just stuffed into his bag. A glow began to emanate from the blade. He asked if a person could hear a sword. He saw a girl. She was flying in front of him and asked if he could see her avatar. The protagonist, surprised, wondered if he was hallucinating. Frowning, the girl tried to call out to him. She screamed with an enraged look that she knew Chuck could see and hear her, adding that they, swords, could read a person's thoughts when they were in close proximity. The protagonist mused that he could actually see and hear it. They suddenly shifted their gaze. The warrior stood in front of a haystack. The girl closed her eyes and said that everything was fine and that Chuck was the only one who could hear her. The guy looked around. He suddenly turned around. The warrior saw footprints on the ground. He looked at the hay. Chuck started to take out his blade. The guy stood over him. Holding her hand to her face, the girl asked if the protagonist would kill him if he found him. Looking at Chuck, she asked if he had enough courage. The protagonist's face was serious. He remembered Jack's face. The guy stretched out his hand. Chuck gritted his teeth. He remembered how Jack had stabbed him. The guy brought his hand to the hay. The protagonist was taken aback. He pierced the warrior's body with the blade. The guy's eyes were swollen. After stabbing him, Chuck noticed that he was excited. Frowning, he asked to watch him, noting that he would endure in this life despite all the obstacles. Crossing her arms, the girl said that the protagonist was good. Chuck hid the body in the hay. The girl said that she thought the protagonist was just a fool who drank with his brothers and sisters every day. Smiling, she asked where he learned to do that. Chuck asked her to shut up. Turning away, she said that she was talking to him in vain. The protagonist calmly noted that he should just ignore her. Looking at the sky, he noticed that the situation was getting worse. Looking at the corpse, Chuck thought that it was known that the warriors of the blood cult during their missions moved in groups of 3 people and soon the partners of the cult he killed would come there. He put the corpse in the hay. Wiping his face, the protagonist noted that even though he hid the body, it was only a matter of time before they found it. If he found himself in a similar situation, they would not even try to talk to him, but would simply kill him on the spot. But for now he needed to quickly figure this out and get out of there. The girl turned around. Frowning, Chuck asked if she could just leave him alone so he could focus. Pointing her finger to the side, she informed him that there was a blood cult warrior standing behind him and she thought he should know about it. The protagonist suddenly turned around. Crossing his arms, the warrior asked if he was disturbing Chuck. The protagonist looked at the warrior. Standing by the door, the warrior noted that he was interested in watching him. Taken aback, Chuck wondered how long he had been standing there. He looked at the warrior's belt. The protagonist was scared. The protagonist thought that this was a brown belt and this guy was a mid-ranking warrior. Chuck took a stance and stated that if he was a mid-ranking warrior, he had no chance of winning with his current skills. The girl held his shoulder and asked if she could help him. The protagonist replied that he had already told her, but she kept distracting him. She said that Chuck was overestimating himself. The guy started walking towards him. Walking towards the protagonist, he said that it didn't look like he studied martial arts and even if it was a surprise attack, Chuck had impressively dealt with a low-ranking warrior. Holding his face, the guy asked if the protagonist was about average level. Looking at him, the guy said that he was offering him a deal. If Chuck surrendered right now, he would spare his life. Smiling, the protagonist thought that he would try to provoke him. He said that if the guy wanted to kill him, he wouldn't talk about his level. Chuck wondered if this meant that the guy wanted to capture him, but was afraid that if he fought, he would end up like that warrior. The guy got angry and asked again. The dumbfounded girl asked if the protagonist wanted to benefit from provoking him. Chuck noted that everything was going according to his plan. The protagonist remarked that he would deliberately look like a cocky brat so that he would act more frivolously. The guy stared at him. He grabbed his face and cried out that the protagonist was very insolent and also skilled in cunning. Holding the sword in front of him, Chuck guessed that the guy was more vigilant than he thought. The guy took out his sword and stated that the protagonist wanted to avoid a fight at all costs. Swinging the blade, he said that they would now test it. Chuck saw the blade flying at him. He dodged the attack and stated that even if he was a third-rate warrior whose stanchion was destroyed, he could still see a lot. He swung the blade at the guy. The guy caught his hand. Holding Chuck's hand, he noted that it was slow. The protagonist was taken aback by this. The guy lifted him off the ground and said that his eyes may be good, but his hands are slow. Chuck dropped his blade. The guy said that the protagonist's counterattack was quite accurate, however. Chuck caught the sword in his other hand. The guy noted that he would ignore the fact that the protagonist had killed a low-ranking warrior. Chuck delivered a powerful blow and cried out that he was not going anywhere. Looking back, the protagonist thought he had succeeded. The guy turned away and said that Chuck was a fool. There was a cut on his face. He kicked the protagonist. Chuck was dumbfounded. The protagonist rolled on the ground. Lying on the ground, he thought that he had been too overconfident and thought that the guy would not be able to dodge from such a close range. Chuck wiped his face. Taking up the sword, the protagonist noted that he had no choice but to fight him head-on. The girl hovered next to him and said that she would help him, adding that without her, he had no chance. Chuck asked what she could do in such a situation. She asked what the protagonist would do in such a situation. Looking at the guy, Chuck said that he couldn't make a deep cut, but since he took away his left eye, he had to hit him from that side. The guy opened his eye slightly and said that he was trying to be polite. He grabbed the katana and asked if the protagonist wanted to die that badly. He unsheathed the katana and told him that he was originally going to have some fun with him and send him to the cult, but he changed his mind and would have to kill Chuck. He rushed at the protagonist and screamed that he would tear him apart. Chuck was surprised. The guy launched a series of attacks, blocking the blows. Chuck thought that this was the main art of the blood cult sword, a killing blood blade, and it was too fast. Clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist noted that he was deliberately dodging fatal attacks. Inflicting many blows, the guy asked if Chuck had already begun to understand what he had done. The protagonist thought that the guy would mock him until he died. Frowning, the guy said that it was too late to regret. Swinging, he noted that Chuck was doomed to die. A pink aura surrounded the protagonist. Enraged, Chuck thought that the guy was constantly using the same techniques. The girl began to whisper to him that he would do a front strike. The protagonist was able to block the attack. The guy was taken aback by this. The guy flew away from him. Lying on the ground, Chuck wondered if he was able to block the attack. The girl flew next to him and said that if she had not helped him, the protagonist would have definitely died. Looking at her, Chuck asked if she saw his attacks. Frowning, the girl said that she had already said that she saw them, and third-rate attacks from such a worm are easy to notice. She stroked Chuck's head and clarified whether she should continue to remain silent. Smiling, the protagonist apologized to her and asked if she would help him. The girl began to warm up and replied that she would help him, and she could not let a rare creature who could hear her for the first time in 47 years die so stupidly. The girl stood on his shoulder and asked if Chuck had a plan if she were to speak his attacks to him. The protagonist thought about it, but in his current state it was difficult. Chuck calmly noted that he had already counterattacked once, so he would not approach his sword again. Smirking, the protagonist thought that this guy would keep his distance. The girl said with a smile that if he provoked him again, there would be a chance. The warrior stood in front of him. Looking at Chuck, he wondered how he blocked the last blow. The warrior seriously assumed that the protagonist had figured out his swordsmanship. He noted that this was not the case and that he was just lucky. It was impossible for a third-rate like him to do this. He rushed at Chuck and shouted that he would definitely finish him off. The girl, flexing her fist, said that the first thing to do was block his attacks and stall for time. The protagonist replied that he understood and asked to simply tell him the trajectory of his sword. The warrior launched a series of attacks. Chuck began to reflect the attacks, listening to the hints. Frowning, the guy wondered how the protagonist did it. Blood began to flow from his eye. He lost sight in one eye. Chuck was standing to the side of him. The girl looked at the protagonist and said that the counterattack might not be accurate, but it would be faster than last time. The guy turned around. She said that he would definitely make a horizontal lunge and that they needed to wait for the right moment before attacking. The guy swung his blade. Chuck dodged the attack. His face was serious. Taken aback, the guy asked how that was possible. Grinning, he asked if the protagonist thought he would catch him off guard. The warrior kicked him. Chuck was dumbfounded. He flew to the side. He was sitting on his knees. Looking at the protagonist, the guy asked if he had broken his arm. He braced himself for a lunge and said that it was impressive of him to use his blind spot, but he was still third-rate. The guy pounced on him. Chuck was holding his stomach. He clenched his hand into a fist. A smile appeared on his face. The protagonist delivered a powerful attack. The warrior was surprised. Chuck made a blow to his throat. A cut appeared on his throat. The dumbfounded protagonist mentally noted that he had succeeded. The warrior's corpse lay on the ground. The girl hovered near Chuck and said that his acting was impressive, and for a moment she also thought that he had broken his arm. The protagonist stated that if the guy had been more attentive, then nothing would have worked out. The happy girl shouted that his finishing move was pretty cool too, stretching his legs and spinning, cutting his throat. The protagonist replied that it was possible because she was helping him. Surprised, Sodom said that despite the fact that she was a short sword, Chuck wondered why she was suddenly so excited. Turning away, she replied that she was just a little surprised. She offered him to clean the blood off the blade. The protagonist asked if she was angry. Sodom said that she was not angry and asked him to clean the rest off too, noting that his mother took great care of her relics. Chuck saw a fist flying at him. He was hit hard. A bright aura emanated from the guy's fist. The protagonist began to fall. The warrior stood above him. Looking at Chuck, he said that he was in a hurry there because those two did not return. Standing in a cloud of dust, he clarified whether they were killed by an ordinary child. Chuck was lying in a pool of blood. The man looked at the card and said that this was Chuck from Yeong District, Loyang City. Looking at him, he noticed that the protagonist was quite famous in Henan Province. Chuck began to tremble with fear. The man told him that after his Danshan was destroyed by the rampage of Kai, he became an outcast in his family. The guy stood behind him and asked what if they took him in and raised him as a spy for an orthodox sect. The man answered with a serious look that there was no point in dealing with a runt who didn't even have a Danshan. Holding his face, he noted that Chuck would die without being able to complete the basic training. There was a puddle under the protagonist. The man asked what they could use a piece of trash like him for. He ordered Chuck to be killed. The protagonist's face was tear-stained. Bowing his head, he asked them not to kill him, noting that he would follow any of their orders, even be a spy. He folded his arms and asked for mercy. Chuck thought seriously that he had tried to avoid this fate but was making the same mistake again. His hands were tied. He noted that this was not the same, and this time he found himself with his hands tied behind his back. The protagonist asked Sodom how long he had been unconscious. Kneeling, Chuck wondered why Sodom was not responding. The man was examining the protagonist's blade. Chuck assumed that she was not responding because the sword was not in his hands, and apparently he could only talk to the sword when it was in his hands. Sitting in front of Chuck, the man said that it was amazing that a boy with no dantian had killed 2 of his men with that short sword. As he examined the blade, the man stated that he thought he was still the heir to the Marshall clan even though he had lost his dantian. Smiling, the protagonist thought that his opinion of him was much higher than in his past life and the blood cult was very reasonable, so at this rate, they would probably capture him. Taken aback, Chuck realized that he would still be captured in the end. Sitting near the crowd, he decided to look at it from a positive side, adding that first, he needed to survive to think about escaping. The man said that they were not going to take him with them. The protagonist was surprised by this. The guy stood behind the captain and noted that Chuck was at least an average level and if they raised him well. The man replied that he would be useful as a spy. However, there were many guys with dantian who would be useful as spies compared to this non-entity without dantian. The captain wondered if there was a reason why they should use a defective sample. The guy took out his blade. The protagonist mused that the only thing that had changed was his opinion of him, but he came to the same conclusion. Chuck assumed that he had no choice and would have to beg, just like in his past life. He sat in front of the man and screamed for mercy. The captain laughed and asked him to stop looking for a way out and pay for killing his men. The guy swung his blade. The dumbfounded protagonist wondered if there was no salvation. He saw a crowd of warriors and begged himself to buy some time. Frowning, Chuck emphasized that he could not die earlier than in his past life. The protagonist suddenly heard laughter and was taken aback. The man sat in front of him and said that watching him desperately looking for a way to save himself was quite an exciting spectacle. Surprised, Chuck thought about the sword. He looked at the blade that hung on the man's belt. The captain assumed that he would use the protagonist as a pet. Chuck imagined the guy and thought about the white decoration on the sword's hilt. Bowing his head, the protagonist began to speak about the praise of the blood demon and the blood cult. The protagonist emphasized the fact that he was not worthy of being in the presence of the 4th blood star. The warriors looked at him and asked what he was talking about. Turning around, the man asked why it was so noisy, noting that there was no way someone like the 4th blood star was there. The man was surprised. Kneeling down, he greeted the 4th blood star. Bowing his head, Chuck thought about the 11 leaders leading the blood cult, the 4 venerables, and the 7 blood stars. Squinting, the protagonist noted that he had never met any of them in his previous life, but he had heard rumors that the stars. All the warriors knelt down. The guy asked him to raise his head, after which the protagonist did so. A pink aura enveloped the guy's body. He remarked that it was adorable, noting that he had never been caught in an inspection before. The plot introduces us to the 4th star of the blood cult, John. Looking at Chuck, John asked how he recognized him. Sitting in front of him, the protagonist replied that he recognized him by what? Examining the blade, Chuck noted that there was an ornament on the blade and a leather wrapping on the handle. He heard that it was made in memory of his old faithful stallion. A smile appeared on John's face. Leaning over, John said that he had a keen eye and asked to answer the question. Watching Chuck, he clarified how someone who is not part of the blood cult could know this. A drop of sweat was running down the protagonist's face. He thought that John was suspicious of him and it would be stranger if he did not suspect. He imagined himself in a past life and emphasized that in a past life he had been a spy for a blood cult for several years and was in an orthodox sect. Chuck answered with a serious expression that it was because he had the blood of the blood cult in his veins. The man was taken aback by this. The surprised warriors asked if Chuck was claiming that the So clan of Loyang had descendants of the blood cult. John's face was calm. Lowering his head, the protagonist said that his maternal grandfather had fought in the Great Orthodox Heretic War as a low-ranking warrior in the Blood Wolf Squad. He imagined the man hugging the girl and telling her that after being seriously wounded in battle, he began wandering in search of a place to settle with his only relative, his mother. He imagined his grandfather walking toward the settlement and told her that his grandfather had ended up in Loyang City. The man was sitting near the threshold of a house. The girl was walking down the street. Chuck stated that his mother was trying to cover the accumulated medical bills as a servant of the So clan. His mother was holding a child in her arms. The protagonist noted that this was when she met his father and he was born. John noted with interest that his grandfather was a member of the Blood Wolf Squad. Putting his hand on the hilt of his sword, he asked to continue the story. Chuck said with a saddened look that when he was young, he underwent intensive training from his grandfather. The protagonist imagined himself sitting on the ground and said that whenever he complained that he could not cope with the harsh training, he remembered the captain of the Blood Wolf Squad. He imagined the children's eyes glowing red and said that his grandfather told him the captain's son managed to pass all the training of the Blood Wolf squad when he was his age. Watching Chuck, the warriors asked how this brat knew the names of the previous and current captains of the Blood Wolf squad. Closing his eyes, Chuck said that his grandfather said every day that one day the blood cult would find them, and even 5 years ago, his last words were memories of the blood cult. John was surprised. Holding his face, he noted that this explained how Chuck was able to kill 2 of their warriors despite the body with a destroyed Danshan. The man stood with his back to them and asked them not to make fun of him. Pointing his finger, the man asked them to stop listening to this brat. John turned to him. He was taken aback by this. Turning around, he asked who allowed him to interrupt him. John emphasized that he did not know that the captain of the Demon Tiger squad could dispute the words of the Blood Star. The man was scared. Bowing his head, he asked for forgiveness. Watching this, Chuck wondered what it was like for the captain to tremble in fear because of a few words and a glance. John stood next to the protagonist and apologized for this. He seriously stated that killing their warriors was justified by self-defense. He clarified why Chuck did not reveal his identity to the captain and instead begged for his life. The protagonist was taken aback by such a question. Bowing his head, Chuck replied that it was because he was afraid that he might be punished for killing the cultists, despite his affiliation. John stood over him. The protagonist raised his head. John began to laugh. Holding his face, he suggested that his joke was too harsh, noting that he understood his reasons. John stated that if Chuck's grandfather was a blood cultist, then they were essentially brothers. Turning away, the protagonist mused that he was afraid that something was wrong. Looking at him, John stated that he would like to accept him as a descendant of the cult to continue the legacy of his grandfather's work. Closing his eyes, Chuck replied that it would be an honor for him. He seriously considered that he managed to survive, but in the end, he willingly joined the cult. The man untied his hands behind his back and removed the rope. The guy fell to his knees and bowed his head. He welcomed the blood demon and his glory. The masked guy wished a pleasant return back to the cult. Chuck thought about how he managed to survive, but in the end he found himself back in the blood cult. He didn't know it would be like this and didn't know what would happen if he knew about it. The guy stopped and said that he had won but for the interlocutor. He said that by the will of fate they were destined to find a descendant of the cult, and he would fulfill his wishes. Chuck didn't understand where such generosity came from. The guy didn't understand what it meant, because the Blood Star was going to fulfill the wish of such a worthless person like him. Chuck thought about how this was a test, showing how he would answer. The guy knew that he had to ask for something reasonable, so as not to give away his true intentions. He told the man that you really wanted to return the short sword because it was a memory of his mother. The interlocutor thought about it and asked the question again. He ordered his subordinate to immediately bring the sword, but he tried to resist. The guy again ordered to fulfill his wish and not to make him lose his temper. The subordinate obeyed him and handed over the sword. John picked up the weapon in his hands and began to examine it. He said that although the sword was old, it was still a very good short sword. He grabbed the blade with 4 fingers and said that he had one condition. John broke the blade, saying that the guy must pay for spilling the blood of his warriors. He clamped the blade between his fingers and handed it to the guy, saying that he hoped that his next blow would be thoughtful. Using a special technique, John shot this blade straight into the ground in front of the guy's head. Chuck was perplexed because he heard only a small blow, and the sword had already plunged into the ground with such a ringing sound. He came to his senses and realized that his opponent's strength was very terrifying. Chuck looked at John and thought that he could still be suspicious of him, but while he was alive, this was the most important thing. The interlocutor asked how long the guy was going to sit there. He asked him to get up immediately. Chuck stood on the ground and said that he wanted to take his sword back. The guy picked up the jug from the ground and was glad with himself because he finally got it back to himself. Laura screamed loudly and said that her hair was not in order. The girl demanded that the guy take responsibility for fixing it, and Chuck asked her to calm down because he wanted to take the blade to the blacksmith when he had the opportunity. Laura said that if only she could move on her own, she would knock him out a couple of affectionate ones. Chuck agreed with her inside. He even wanted to see it. The girl was surprised and asked if the guy was really in the blood cult. She understood why she hadn't known before. Chuck thought that it was neither a lie nor the truth. Unfortunately, he could not tell her the truth to the girl's puzzled questions. Laura got very worried. She thought that her companion could not even tell her the truth because the girl thought that he was going to order something serious, so she was tense. Chuck mentally asked the girl if she would believe him if he said he was from the future. Laura immediately changed her attitude. She thought the guy was schizophrenic. Some guy grabbed his sword hilt. John ordered someone to send a city to check his maternal bloodlines. The subordinate asked if he thought the same thing as his commander. The guy replied that he very much doubted it, but it didn't matter whether he told the truth or not, it was still worth checking. John said that he was confused by the way the guy was watching his every body movement, trying to understand his thoughts and intentions. According to him, the guy looked like an experienced spy hiding his identity. John said that until they can be 100% sure, they should be as careful as possible with them. The subordinate accepted the order and set off. The girl did not calm down. She wanted to find an answer to her question. Laura, having heard the guy's story, could not understand that he had lived 10 years as a spy for a blood cult, but he was killed and then he woke up and ended up here. The girl was surprised that the guy had somehow been reborn 10 years before his death. She was happy that she could finally talk to him after being reborn. Laura said that the guy looked like an idiot about whom she once knew something. Chuck noted that he now understood the girl's intentions and thoughts about him. Laura said that none of this mattered, because whatever it was, he really was unlucky after everything he had been through. She said that the guy was given the chance to live 10 years again only to be kidnapped by the blood cult again. Laura said that everything would have gone smoothly if he had abandoned someone. The guy was indignant, said that was impossible. Chuck said that the guy was the only one who treated him like a human being in his entire past life. Moreover, in his past life, this guy played a big role. He died valiantly, protecting a comrade. It was a debt that the guy kept in his heart while in the cult, and today he finally managed to pay it off. Chuck said that now none of this matters, because now he has a new task: to survive. The girl thought about it. She asked the interlocutor if he was going to become an errand boy again after being used for 10 years. Chuck was indignant that he was called that. Laura replied that she was not mistaken, because information is a weapon, which means the guy is the best armed. He should know this better than anyone, because he was a spy. The girl said that he already knows all the events that will help influence him badly, which means he can avoid them. She also allowed for the possible outcome that the guy can turn everything for the better for himself. Chuck thought deeply. He thought that his interlocutor was completely right. The guy caught himself thinking that he should not worry about survival if he has knowledge for those 10 years. Chuck completely agreed with his interlocutor. He said that he should use his second chance correctly. Laura said that living forever and groveling before someone is not life. The girl sternly asked him not to speak out loud, because it looks like he is talking to himself. Chuck was confused because his thoughts were ahead of his own speech. He thought about the fact that he still has opportunities. He even admitted the possibility that he would be able to master martial arts again. Laura asked him again what he was going to do, because, according to them, he could not study martial arts in such a state. The guy replied that this was not very reliable information. He said that even if it was true, they would postpone this conversation for the future, leaving him aside for now. The girl replied that his speech looked very dubious. She had a plan in her head, and she decided to share it. Laura said that if the guy could master the art again, then she would be able to teach it to him. Chuck was at a loss because he did not understand how the girl was going to teach him martial arts. Laura said that this was a cool idea because the short sword technique that her previous owner used was in her possession. She said that now only she knows this technique. The guy strongly doubted the words of the interlocutor and said that studying martial arts using a sword was not his business. Laura interrupted him and said that even a dog can sometimes learn to read poetry once every 3 years. She offered to make a bet that she knew much more than he did about this life. The girl insisted on telling him the basics of martial arts right now. Chuck agreed to avoid arguing with her even more. He looked at his hand and saw that it began to glow. The guy did not understand what was happening, why a blue fire appeared on his hand. The guy suddenly stood out in some space surrounded by stars. He was scared because he did not know where he was and what was happening to him. Some voice said that the universe would open with the acquisition of the heart sword. Chuck thought that it was not the girl's voice. Some blue portal opened in front of the guy, and he was very surprised when he looked at it. He covered his face with his hand and squinted. After all, the light was too bright and he did not understand what was happening. The guy noticed that some blue sphere had formed on his hand. He sighed. A second later, Chuck found himself back in the cell. He didn't understand what it was or where he was. Laura was outraged. She asked where he had lost his head because he was trying so hard. Chuck asked her if she could see it too. The girl asked what it was. The guy told her to take a closer look because there were some strange dots on his hand that looked like stars. Laura was very indignant because she couldn't see anything except his hand. She was angry at the guy for not showing interest in the martial art technique with a short sword. The girl was very offended by the guy and said that she wasn't going to teach him anything else. She told him not to even try to look until he arrived. Chuck was very disappointed and said that this process could take up to half a month. The girl from the sword said that she would just rest, to which the guy agreed and let her go. Chuck lay down with his back to the wall and still couldn't understand what that blue glow was on his hands. He remembered that it was during his reincarnation too. The guy thought that such a phenomenon could be related to the secret records of the Immortal Sword. The wagons with prisoners drove up to the camp. Chuck was lying on the hay and continued to look at his hand. He did not understand why the glow did not appear again, and what he needed to do to make it appear. The guy noticed that the wagon stopped. He asked if they had arrived yet. The door of the cell opened and the man went inside. He shouted in a menacing voice for everyone present to get up. The tied prisoners began to get out, and the man threatened them to get out immediately and without their tricks. A strong light from it caught Chuck's eyes, and he covered his face with his hand. The man's screams could be heard even far from here. He shouted for people to line up. Laura appeared in front of the guy again. She asked why it was so loud and where they were at all. Chuck answered that they were right in the Valley of Blood. This was one of the blood culture bases, as well as a training camp for training kidnapped children to become blood cult warriors. The girl was shocked to learn that all these people were kidnapped children. The guy pointed to a man standing in the valley. He said that this man was in charge of training in the Blood Valley. He was the blood commander. The man came up to the guy from behind and called him names. He touched his shoulder and pushed him hard. The stranger said that the guy acted as if he knew everything in advance, but he was still caught. Chuck replied that he did not see these guys and thought that they managed to escape. The interlocutor said that he was very glad to see a familiar face. The twin was very surprised why his interlocutor was not tied up. He was furious. Chuck replied that it was a long story, but the guy insisted on telling him everything. The man on the platform asked everyone to shut up and listen to him carefully. He asked the audience if they could see the podium behind him. The man replied that he would count to 5. He shouted loudly for them to start running. Some of the prisoners, including the twins, were outraged that they were not even untied before that. Chuck ran ahead. He told the twins to hurry if they wanted to survive. The boys clearly did not expect that there would be strict danger to their lives here. Chuck was the only one who was not tied up, so the rest of the prisoners were confused why the guy was moving so fast. The twins asked their friend to at least tell and explain what was happening. The man in the mask looked at the rest of the people present. The twins looked at him as he took the sword out of the casing. They decided that it was better to run. The first blood was spilled. The people present were shocked to see it. A girl watched with her own eyes as the man cut one of them into pieces. The twins ran far ahead, but they still continued to watch as the prisoners were killed and slaughtered. One of the guys noticed that everything was going exactly as Chuck had said. The guy said that he and his brother should do everything their friend was doing. He said that he didn't know what was going on, but he thought everything would be fine if they followed this man. The man on the stand was amazed that he had never seen anything like this before. Christopher didn't understand how a man without training could think of bowing his head to him. Julia said that she thought that this was the child her captain had warned her about. The man said that he remembered a report. The reporter said that this guy was supposedly a descendant of a cultist. Laura asked her companion how he knew what to do without even receiving an order. The guy said that he had to do all this to avoid suspicion after he said he was their descendant. In addition, if he didn't do it, they would make an example of him by executing him. The girl replied boredly that it didn't sound very good. The man on the podium attracted the attention of those present. He said that these guys were chosen by the will of the great blood demon, which brought them here. The prisoners were shocked that they found themselves in a blood cult. They demanded that they not be brainwashed. Some guy said that he did not make such a choice and did not want to kill people and kidnap them. Laura looked at the guy and asked the interlocutor if he could say that. Chuck replied that the boy, unfortunately, was a victim for exemplary punishment. The girl asked what her interlocutor meant by the word example. The boy said that this is what she was thinking. The girl could not notice this because all they did was run away. The boy from the crowd continued to shout that he would complain to the Martial Culture Alliance. The man came up to him from behind and cut his head with a katana. He did it in cold blood because he had read that there should be no weaklings in the blood cult. Laura looked at the exemplary execution and asked if this is why the boys went through such trials. Chuck said that they impose loyalty through fear and it is quite effective. The man asked the others if they want to end up like him. Laura said that it is quite creepy that the boy survived such a thing in his past life. Chuck replied that there is nothing to be proud of because he managed to survive only by obeying like a dog. Christopher said that now he is ready to begin the induction ceremony. The man looked around the crowd and wanted to pick the first one. He settled on Chuck and said that he would be the first. Christopher asked the guy if he knew what was in the box. Chuck said that the box contained blood worms, to which the man praised his knowledge. Christopher offered to explain to all his comrades what a blood worm was. The guy looked into the box. The blood worm was a parasite that was implanted in the chest of new cult members so that they would never forget their loyalty. Chuck yelled at the others to take the antidote every 24 hours. He said that if they did not, the blood worm would rage inside them. The twins looked at the guy. They did not understand how he knew so much. Christopher was amazed at the guy's knowledge. He said that it was befitting a descendant of the cult. Bob was angry with the guy. He said that he was actually a spy for the blood cult. Laura told the guy that he had finally been exposed and that he had been a real spy in his past life. Chuck asked him to stop making fun of him because it would be a pain in the ass to sort out this mess. Christopher put the sword in the box of blood worms and said that he would be the first to propose. He handed the guy the parasite and said that this was his chance to prove his kinship and devotion to the cult. Christopher had given him the honor of being the first to receive the blood worm before all his comrades. The guy thought about how impossible it was to avoid this parasite getting into his body, especially since he was currently in the spotlight of several dozen people. Chuck realized that he simply had no choice and he had to do this in order to survive. The guy stood up and clasped his fists together. He thanked Christopher for the opportunity to be the first to receive this honor. The warriors watched as the guy took the worm into himself. Chuck, climbing the stairs, asked Christopher for some water to make it easier to swallow. The masked man said that the commander seemed to like the guy, although it was not proven that he was a real cultist. Chuck smiled and said that the truth about him would soon be revealed, because all the preparations were already completed. Christopher said that the guy just had to wait, and he swallowed the worm. Chuck bowed before the new master and said that he welcomed the blood cult in his blood. Christopher noted that this was indeed a spirit that befits a descendant who inherited the blood of his cult. The man asked those present. Everyone saw how it was done. He said that this time each of them would come up, take the worm and conduct it. Laura was shocked to see this abomination. She wondered how the guy lived with this in his chest for 10 years. Chuck again experienced terrible, disgusting sensations inside. Suddenly, he began to suffocate sharply. The girl wondered what was happening to him. The guy said that his chest hurt. No, it even burned from the sensation, as if it was being burned from the inside. Laura didn't know what was happening to her companion's chest. The guy replied that he couldn't understand either because the pain felt different, but that was definitely where the parasite was. He said that the bloodworm shouldn't rage without a reason. He noticed John in the distance and realized that it was his doing. The guy bent over and Christopher asked what was happening to him. The man approached the fallen Chuck and asked if the bloodworm in his chest was raging. John said that the guy didn't look like a person who claimed to be a descendant of cultists. In his opinion, no one should suffer so much during this sacred ritual. Chuck grabbed his chest and called him a scumbag. The guy knew for sure that it was the man who did something to the bloodworm in his body. The man approached the guy and asked if his worm in his chest was raging. He claimed that the couple didn't look like a person who claimed to be a descendant of a cultist. Chuck thought that John had done something strange with the worm. Christopher asked the man how the boy was feeling, what was happening to him. John replied that the boy was fine. The man suggested that the boy had awakened the worm while swallowing it, but the boy knew that he couldn't have made such a mistake because it was not the first time he had done this. The man sat down next to him and told him to turn around because he was going to do the bloodworm sleep technique. Chuck was surprised that the captain had personally volunteered to do this. The man replied that he was not doing this because he wanted to, because the other students were waiting for him. He immediately demanded the boy to turn around. Chuck wondered if it was the captain who had done this. He noticed that the pain was moving to his lower abdomen. The boy demanded that he immediately move away from him because he was already fine. The captain insisted that the boy look forward without turning around so as not to get injured in the wrong place. He swung his palm and ordered the boy to tense his lower abdomen. Chuck couldn't remember all this feeling until the very end. He remembered something and hoped that it wouldn't happen to him again. The guy asked the captain to step aside because he was already fine. Chuck couldn't hold back and took a pee. The captain was shocked to see it. The guy said with a guilty look that he had warned him. Laura laughed very loudly. She couldn't believe that the guy did it right in front of everyone. Chuck asked the girl how long she was going to make fun of him. The girl said that the more she thought about it, the funnier it became. She noticed that it had been very boring before and thanked him for lifting her spirits. Chuck asked the girl to stop because he felt terrible here. Laura wiped away tears from laughter and said that she didn't understand what was so terrible here. Chuck grabbed his chest and said that it was all because of the bloody worm. He felt that the pain had gone, the heaviness in his chest had gone too. It was an amazing feeling. Bob came up to the guy and told him he was a blatant traitor. He wanted to know where they were heading now. Chuck said he didn't know everything in this world, so he couldn't answer anything. Laura looked at the guys and thought that her interlocutor had already forgotten that he had also swallowed a bloodworm. The guy continued to be indignant. He didn't understand how his friend could do this to people from his hometown. Chuck didn't know what he was talking about because he claimed that he wouldn't get anything by standing out in the blood cult. Attention guys, hello to the man who was yelling. John said that he would now be forced to start the rank assessment test. He asked the others not to make a scene or go beyond the limits, but to just listen. The girl was outraged that he was bossing them around again. Chuck said that in his past life, another captain did this. Apparently, it was because of what had happened now. The captain said that their task was clear. He drew everyone's attention to the caves behind him. The man said that in each cave there was an examiner from their cult and they just needed them to evaluate their talents. When the test was over, they would receive a high grade, one or another, depending on their results. The man said that their cult was completely focused on ability, so he ordered them to look at him. He asked if people could see what belt he was wearing, because a blue belt meant a high-ranking warrior in their cult. The captain said that a high-ranking warrior, recognized for his abilities and achievements, would have a blood worm extracted from him. He said that a person just needed to be recognized in order to be freed and receive a reward. The prisoners wondered what they could do without this parasite. The boys began to shout that they were ready to do anything to become a high-ranking warrior. Chuck thought about how everyone had high hopes after his words, but few realized that they were slowly turning into cultists. The man took out a strange instrument and said that he had already warned everyone present not to make a scene. Chuck noticed how the man took out the whistle. He recognized it. The captain took a deep breath and started whistling. No one understood what was happening to Chuck because the guy was covering his ears and fidgeting nervously. Bob asked the guy why he was covering his ears, because the whistle was loud, but there was no need to react like that. The twins looked at the others and inhaled. The crowd was in agony and couldn't understand anything. Laura asked her companion what had happened to him and if he was okay. Chuck said that the twist awakened the blood worm inside his chest. He grabbed his chest and said that it looked pretty weird. For some reason, he still didn't feel anything. The captain looked at the exhausted prisoners with a whistle in his hand. He continued his speech. The captain said that he had already notified everyone present about the opportunity to become a high-ranking warrior, but many of them thought that they could honestly get to him. He said that out of all those present, there would be 2 or 3 of them, and the rest would have to live with the blood worm for the rest of their days. The guys were lying on the ground in agony because they were not going to live with this parasite all their lives. The captain shouted at the people present. He demanded that they not lie down, but get up. Bob said that it seemed like everyone had come to their senses. Chuck told Laura that he didn't think the worm was right in his chest. The girl suggested that it might be because the guy was covering his ears. Chuck replied that even if he covered his ears, no one would be able to stop the bloodworm from rampaging. He thought that if he had his own tool, he could easily test it with force. Bob said that he had decided on something. He reasoned that if they had already absorbed the bloodworm, there was no way to escape from here. The twin said that it did not matter how well someone mastered martial arts, since the guy simply surpassed Chuck in strength. Bob said that he was going to quickly rise to a high rank and extract the bloodworm. Chuck did not understand what he was talking about. The captain began to say something and call out someone's names, but the guy interrupted him. Bob proudly declared that he wanted to be the first to pass this test. Laura suggested that the guy was sulking because he did not tell him everything earlier. Chuck could not know this 100%, so he could only guess. Bob got the captain's consent and the guy moved towards the cave. He proudly declared that he didn't need Chuck's help because he was going to show him that he was better than him. A second later, the twin received a hard punch to the jaw. It was the captain. He hit the guy so that he flew back. The man asked him if he heard that he asked not to act on his own. He ordered to remain old and act only on orders. The captain demanded that everyone present obey the orders of a superior in rank. The people continued to repeat phrases that they obeyed them. The captain approached Chuck and asked if he agreed to participate in the rank assessment test first. The guy asked him again, hoping that the man would change his mind. Chuck knew that he would come up with something, but he was a real pain in the ass. The captain decided to take the guy on a dare. He asked what it cost a hereditary cultist like him. Chuck said that he had no problem, and he was ready to take such attention as an honor. The guy knew for sure that this life would not be easy. On the captain's order, he was the first to enter the cave. The man ordered the rest of those present to line up in a column to continue in order. Chuck went deeper into the cave. He was thinking about how to pass this test again because it was something new for him. In his past life, another captain conducted it. Laura said that the guy now does not even have a weapon. She was interested in what plate he received in his past life. Chuck answered that, of course, he received a low rating. According to him, low-ranking ones are used as meter for frivolous missions. The girl said that it sounded pretty cruel. The master standing in the cave asked the guy if he was the one who came from the descendants. Chuck remembered this voice. He was afraid of making a mistake, but he wanted to remember. He remembered what this man said because he saw him at a much younger age than when he met him in his past life. Laura asked if the guy really knew who this man was. Chuck answered that he did. This man was his immediate commander in his past life. The girl was very surprised to hear about the personal commander of the guy's past life. She asked what squad he belonged to in his past life. The guy said that he was in the Blood Wolf squad. Laura did not know what this squad did, but she understood that this man played a big role for the guy. The guy said that this was Charlie, the commander of the Blood Wolves. The man asked him why he did not answer him. He asked his question again, wanting to know if this was the same guy. Harth thought that he had a cunning plan, but annoyance happened. He managed to deceive even the fourth blood star, whom he had never met before. Deceiving someone he recognized in his past life is a mere trifle. The guy said that he was Chuck from Loyang City. He pretended that he had heard a lot from his grandfather about this captain. Charlie said that this was an obvious lie. Chuck and Laura could not understand what was going on. The man asked the boy again if his grandfather was in the Blood Wolf squad. Charlie said that there was not a single warrior in the Coral Wolf squad who would fit the description of his grandfather. He demanded to know who he really was. Chuck was perplexed by the words of his opponent. Charlie grabbed the boy by the neck to find out the truth. He asked the interlocutor if he was thirsty for death, that he dared to lie. According to him, the boy said that his grandfather served under the leadership of his father. Charlie said that he trained in the Blood Babak squad from its very beginning and remembered all the names of all the warriors who were subordinate to his father. Laura said that her companion was caught in a lie. She asked the boy to pull out the knife alone, so as not to fight alone. Chuck said that if he pulled out the knife right now, the situation would only get worse, so he needed to talk to him first. The girl continued to insist that the boy start defending himself from this psycho. A blue stream of energy began to emanate from the prisoner's head. Chuck pulled out a dagger from his bosom and struck the man with it. He felt like his body would be torn apart by the approach because he did not understand how it was possible to be so fast. Chuck knew that if he could not get the man to talk, then he would have a hard time. He realized that he would not last long here. Charlie threw his opponent right into the stone. Chuck lost consciousness and blood began to flow from his mouth. The guy realized that his captain's character was as ruthless as it remained now. Laura flew to him and asked if her master was okay. Chuck calmed her down and said that the blow was not strong enough to hurt him. The girl asked him to pull himself together because the man was already approaching. The guy complained that he suddenly felt dizzy and his consciousness began to cloud. Laura did not expect that he would suffer such a defeat right now. The girl looked at the stone that the guy hit. She noticed blood there and assumed that he hit the back of the head hard. The girl asked him to defend himself and act on command. Laura asked him to strike the neck on the right side, then block the blow. Chuck could barely stand on his feet. He was clearly not ready for such a fight right now. In the end, the guy fell. He looked to the side where his blade fell. Chuck thought that he really almost died now. All the guy thought about was that the sword flew too far. Suddenly, in a second, he noticed an approaching man. Charlie stepped on the guy's chest and began to squeeze it. He ordered the guy to talk, threatening death. The man wanted to know who told the guy about him. Chuck was glad that his opponent still decided to interrogate him, since this was his chance to save himself. The guy asked the captain if he wanted to find his younger sister. Charlie thought about the question and said that the guy dug up a lot of information about him. The man began to squeeze his chest even harder, saying that his sister had died and the guy didn't even know about it. Chuck was indignant and said that she was alive after all. He said that on the day the man's father was killed, his sister was kidnapped. Charlie didn't understand what kind of nonsense the guy was talking about, but Chuck didn't stop. He said that the corpse the man saw burned was not his sister. The guy claimed that it was a fake and his real sister was still alive. Chuck said that if Charlie wanted to know more about it, he could ask him and come to an agreement. The man looked at the sword he threw away from the guy. He couldn't believe his ears that the guy even knew his sister's name. Charlie stabbed the sword hard into the stone. He said that he thought the guy was bluffing. The man didn't refuse to listen to the guy's theory. He said that as soon as he heard it, he would evaluate the plausibility and then agree on whether the guy would survive or not. Charlie asked where his sister was now, to which Chuck replied that she was at the Blooming Moon Trade Association. The man was surprised to hear the name. He said that this association belonged to the First Blood Star. Charlie asked again who was behind his father's death. Chuck replied that the man already understood everything. The one who wanted to kindle a thirst for revenge in his heart and control a squad of blood wolves. The First Blood Star. This is the man who is behind the kidnapping of the man's sister. Charlie was very surprised and said that this is an absolutely absurd theory. He said that the wounds on his father's body were definitely inflicted by people from the Sharp Rock sects. Chuck asked him if he saw these scars himself. Weren't the people who found the wounds on his father's body people from that very leading moon association? The guy noticed how his opponent began to think differently, but this was not enough to convince his thoughts. The guy said that his sister was currently in the branch of the Blooming Moon Trade Association in the province's leash. Chuck asked the man to send people there whom he trusted very much to confirm his words. Charlie looked at his opponent for words that he could not understand who he really was. The guy asked if he could consider these words as confirmation of the agreement. Chuck asked to help him if he needed help next time. Charlie put his hand to the guy's neck. He said that if even one word of the phrase was not true, he would cut off his head wherever he was. Chuck replied that he had already swallowed the parasite and he had no reason to lie. The guy sincerely hoped that the captain would quickly find his sister. Charlie said that he still did not completely trust him. However, the man admitted that the guy could tell the truth, and regardless of the contract, he would consider him his benefactor for the rest of his life. He said that the man was really as generous as he had heard about him. The guy had just realized why he could trust him and follow him in his previous life. Chuck opened his palm. He saw a tablet in it and said that this also applies to the man's merits. In front of the guy was a tablet of middle rank. Charlie said that the guy received it on merit since he managed to block his attacks twice. He stated that this rank was not a consequence of their contract. Charlie asked his opponent if it was true what he had heard about him from his grandfather. Chuck asked the man if he would believe him if he answered yes to this question. Charlie said he could play along if it was that important. The guy hesitated and was afraid to answer this question. The man hid his sword and said he didn't know if he was stupid or just smart. Charlie said the guy hadn't mentioned his grandfather's name several times already while telling all the details of the situation when he was required to. Chuck realized he had been fooled. He said that he seemed to have been found out. The man would answer that he didn't know what the guy was up to, but this time he was going to trust him. Laura was happy that it was over because she thought the guy would get into some kind of conflict since she had been thrown out. Chuck said that he was really lucky. Charlie stood at a distance and watched his opponent leave. The man thought that the guy was somehow very strange and suspicious. Judging by the fact that he could remain calm even in such a situation, he seemed quite experienced for him. The man remembered the move the boy made when he first hit him. Even if he was lucky and blocked his first attack, there was no way to explain the rest. After that, he closed his eyes when he blocked his second attack. Charlie thought that the boy was rather slow for a person who was watching his opponent's actions. He thought that Chuck, how should I say it, sounded corny, as if the man definitely knew that someone was helping him. Charlie could not get his thoughts under control. He did not understand why he did not dislike the boy. Perhaps he had met him before. The captain ordered the others to move and line up according to their ranks. The man said that those with a middle rank would follow him. I could not believe that his main opponent from these people became middle rank. Chuck mocked him while the boy could not understand how he got such a plank. The captain led the people somewhere far away. Bob said that no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't understand them. He honestly didn't know how a guy with no protection at all got a mid-ranking plaque. He assumed that Chuck had some special privileges because he was from a blood cult. The twin promised himself that he would soon defeat him in the next test. Laura told her master that this guy liked to compete with others. Chuck said that all these people were closing in on him, as if from all sides. The girl didn't understand what that meant, because if you think about it, the captain is no exception. Laura said that if the guy stayed even after meeting the captain, it looks like he's getting on his nerves. He keeps looking back at him. Chuck assumed that maybe he was angry because he lost the reason to pick on him thanks to the captain of the Blood Wolf Squad confirming his affiliation. Charlie told John that this guy was definitely a descendant of their cult, but that the man clearly didn't believe it. She said that the guy had responded well to that idiot, especially with that humiliation. Chuck asked her not to mention it. The girl asked the guy what he was going to do next. Chuck replied that he needed to find a way to restore his dantian first. Laura said that the guy had said that before, but he hadn't said how he was going to do it. She wanted to know how he was going to restore it, to which the guy replied that he had his own methods. Chuck asked the girl if she had heard of a divine healer who had the gift of healing any ailment. Laura was genuinely surprised to hear about this man. She didn't know who he was. Chuck replied that he was a very famous doctor who could cure anything. He would cure you if you paid him a price. Based on what the guy had heard, he couldn't even heal anyone's dantian. The guy said that in 10 days a divine healer would arrive in this valley. Laura replied that then he would just have to pay for his treatment. It remained to be seen whether the guy had left all the money at the inn. She realized that she was the only thing the guy owned. The girl began to get indignant, because she realized that the guy wanted to sell her in exchange for his healing. Chuck said that this was not so, and she should calm down. Bob walked behind the guy and did not understand why he was fighting the shadow. Chuck told his companion that he was going to find some medicinal plant and use it as payment. The girl was surprised that it turned out that medicinal plants existed. Chuck said that in 10 days the divine viewer would ask to bring some herb, and he knew where to look for it. Laura praised the guy for having planned everything from the beginning. Chuck said that, given the current circumstances, he should achieve great success in blood culture. The girl did not believe that he could achieve this in such a sect, to which the guy said that there are rotten and good people everywhere. The captain stopped in the middle of the road and ordered everyone to stop. The man did not understand what happened here and who did it. The guys turned their attention to the side at a pumped-up muscular man in tiger skin. The strange man was looking at the corpses of people, looking for a new victim. John asked him who he was and what he was doing here. The man in tiger skin looked back. He smiled and said that the new target had already arrived here. The strange stranger threw the girl's corpse into the pit. The captain grabbed the sword and ordered everyone to go back. Suddenly, the strange stranger grabbed his hand, and the sword fell out of his hand. He asked the man with fierce eyes to move away nicely, because he was in his way. The stranger hit him hard in the face. With one blow, the captain passed out. Chuck, who was watching this, was amazed. After all, this man had just knocked out the captain with one blow. He knew it was just ridiculous. If the captain, who was a first-class martial artist, was burned with one blow, then the commander would not be able to resist him in any way. The guy had never heard of such a powerful martial artist in his past life. It was an incredible pressure. Chuck did not understand who he was. Bob was confused when he saw that the man killed the captain. The guy thought that his opponent was a complete fool because he should not have said such a thing right now. The stranger put his two hands together to resist the guy's. Chuck was surprised that this man simply clapped his hands, and the wind pressure was incomprehensibly great. His eardrums heard some strange sound, so he covered his ears in fear, trying to forget it. All the other teammates were amazed by this sound. The man was already disappointed that all these runts also did not represent anything worthy of themselves. Laura asked the guy if he was okay and if he could hear her. The guy said that his eardrums were very badly damaged and it felt like they were torn because he couldn't hear anything around him. He said that he was feeling dizzy now, like he was going to throw up. Suddenly Chuck felt a kind of strange sensation in his chest. The girl said that he had the same thing with that bloody parasite. Chuck said it was a completely different feeling because the ringing in his ears stopped and the wounds were healed. The guy looked away as Bob tried to overpower the man. The stranger taunted the ambitious guy while he tried to threaten him if he touched his brother. Rudolph looked at his brother. He took the slap, but just stayed down. The stranger laughed loudly. He congratulated Bob on passing the test. The guy was surprised at what the test was about. At one point, the man hit the guy with such force that he flew several meters away. The brother ran up to the guy who was pressed into the concrete. Laura asked Chuck if he could move. The guy said he could, but if he lingered there, he didn't know what would happen to him. Suddenly, the man noticed the guy in the distance. The girl asked the guy to run because the man had already seen him. The stranger instantly snuck up on the guy from behind. He lifted his leg to hit him. Chuck realized it at the last moment. The guys asked the captain to wake up. When the man passed himself, he noticed that he was lying in a pool of blood. The senior officers woke him up. They were happy that he was alive. Christopher said that he came here to look for him because he did not show up at the appointed time. The man was informed that most of the cadets had serious wounds. They did not know what happened here. The captain asked to forgive him because some barbarian appeared among the trees. Christopher asked who he was talking about because such a thing had never happened here. The man replied that he was very ashamed of his loss, but the stranger was strong enough to knock him out with one blow. He began to remember his appearance. He had combed hair and a huge body, and on top he wore a tiger skin like a wild man. Christopher asked the captain if he confirmed that the huge man was in a tiger skin. John doubted a little, but answered that yes, that was it. He asked his commander what had happened. The man replied that it was the same man who had hit him and kidnapped all the children. The captain did not understand who the man meant by that man. In Christopher's opinion, it was one of the 4 elders. The captain was outraged to hear this. The chief apologized and said that he could not have known about this because he was on a mission at the time. Until recently, he lived in the Valley of the 6 Bloods. He is one of the 4 lost blood cults. Among the 4, he has the most eccentric personality. The stranger sat opposite the boy and laughed. He asked him if he was looking for it and showed him the sword. The man was surprised that the cadet had a short sword, even if it was worn out. He said that he could not believe that some kind of brat with destroyed protection could withstand his attack. He noted that the boy was the first to wake up. The man said that in his opinion, things were about to get very interesting. The captain and Christopher climbed the mountain. The man apologized to his commander for losing people due to his carelessness. Christopher replied that the Supreme Elder was not someone he could do anything to. The captain was very worried whether the man had killed the boys. He said that they were mid-ranking cadets who were extremely difficult to find. Of course, the man was not sure about Chuck, but the twins, in his opinion, could very well be high-ranking. Christopher replied that he himself did not know what would happen to these guys. Even he did not know that this was a freak who came here from time to have a snack. He did not even expect him to mess with the cadets. Christopher said that they had almost reached his abode. The man asked the captain to be more careful how he spoke to the Supreme Elder. Even if out of the 4 Supreme Elder Councils, he was the most eccentric and the most difficult to deal with. Christopher knelt down and began to read a prayer that the blood demon was in charge of everything. He addressed the High Elder and said that he represented the cadets from the Valley of the 6 Bloods. The man demanded that the captain kneel and pay his respects. A rumble came from the cave. John asked if they should go in immediately, to which Christopher replied that he should wait. He said that they had nothing to worry about at the moment. Something flew out of the cave at great speed, which the man managed to deflect. Christopher was shocked to see a seed in place of the projectile. The man came out of the cave and said that for a commander, his interlocutor was quite good. Christopher said that he did not deserve such praise because he was just an insect to a being like the High Elder. The man replied that of course he was. He asked the reason why they came here. Christopher replied that they were children whom they had recently taken as cadets. They were going to raise warriors and a cult from them. The elder asked if he was afraid that he would harm these children. The man noted that this was not the case at all. The elder said that the children had shown themselves to be quite good. He had even thought about teaching them a few techniques while they were with him. The elder asked him not to worry about them because he would take care of them calmly. Christopher was surprised because the elder had never intended to teach anyone personally. He thought about the fact that his interlocutor had never taken students, although he understood. The man replied that he completely agreed with his opinion and did not know that he had such intentions. The elder demanded not to mislead himself, to which Christopher asked what he was talking about. The man replied that he was using these children to brighten up his loneliness, and they thought that he was taking them as his students. Christopher apologized for his ignorance and said that he was very grateful for such a statement. John did not understand what the elder was talking about at all if his phrases contradicted each other. He thought that learning from a powerful martial artist in itself could change his whole life. She is a teacher, one of the 4 venerable ones. The captain thought that he would not give such a chance to Chuck. He told the great elder that he had something to say. He said that one of the disciples he had taken had his dantian damaged. Christopher didn't understand what the captain meant by that. The man said that the boy was not worthy of being taught by the elder, to which he immediately received an answer from the cave. He fell off the cliff and flew down, screaming for help. The elder didn't understand why the man would voice his opinion if he had already accepted the boy as his disciple. He said that he was not in the mood to listen to their conversations and asked them to leave right now. Christopher said that he got it and they were already leaving. He thought that they could not change anything, although it was a pity to lose twins with such great potential. The captain thought that they could use Chuck to send him as a spy into the Martial Arts Alliance. The elder was indignant that these people were too noisy. Chuck realized that the man who taught the black and white demons in his past life was one of the 4 elders. But the boy didn't understand why the elder had brought him here. He stood up from the ground and looked at the exit. The elder also stood up from her chair and said that she was hungry after such boring conversations. The man ordered the boy to bring him food within 4 hours. Chuck apologized to find out if he was asking him about it. In fact, the boy didn't understand what kind of nonsense he was talking about and why he had brought him here. The elder warned him not to try to run away because if he caught him running away, it would be bad. He told the boy to prepare for the worst in this scenario. Chuck's spine shuddered from these words. The boy then thought that the elder was very naive and thought that he wouldn't run away just because he was told to. Still, Chuck planned to wait for the right moment and run away. The boy listened to his master and said that he didn't know any martial arts and also didn't have a weapon, so it would be difficult to get food. Chuck said that the short sword the man was holding in his hand was a memory of his mother. The blade quickly fell on the boy's head. The elder noticed the cunning of his interlocutor and told him to take it with him. He said that he did not need such a short lousy sword. The boy thanked the elder for the favor shown to him. Laura had just appeared outside. She was unhappy that the man was using her. The elder approached the twins and looked at them. He took the boys by the heads and lifted them. The man did not understand how long they would sleep because they could die at this rate. 2 twins, he held right by the scruff of the neck. Although from the cave he said that he almost forgot to refuse the boy something. He was hungry for meat, so the boy had to get it when he returned. The elder instantly rushed away from this place. Chuck did not understand where he went and how quickly he moved so. The guy didn't understand what the increased windiness in this place was connected with. He looked around and was very surprised. The guy was shocked to see that he was on the edge of a cliff. In this case, it was simply impossible to bring food in 4 hours because these hours would only be enough to get down from this place. Chuck was very disappointed because he had nowhere to get meat in such a place, Laura thought. The girl called out to the guy and asked him to look there. She pointed to how the elder quickly ran down the mountain with 2 twins in his hand. The girl noted that these mountains were equivalent to his jumps. Laura did not understand how the guy could escape from someone like him. Chuck said that he had completely lost all motivation for this. He tried to mentally concentrate and pull himself together. He understood that if he gave in, he would become a slave to this elder. He grabbed the cliff with one hand. The guy looked down and realized that it was incredibly scary here. It was simply impossible to escape from here. He realized that first he needed to go down, but the stone he was hanging on broke. The guy fell head over heels down onto the branches. He grabbed it with one hand, enduring the pain. Chuck realized so much that he was on the verge of death. Laura admired the guy for surviving such a fall. He didn't understand why his life was so hard and complicated. The girl said that at least he got down from there quickly. The guy reacted critically to her and said that he would beat the crap out of her. Chuck asked the girl how far he had fallen. Laura said that he didn't want to know, to tell the truth. 4 hours had already passed and he couldn't believe that he was still hanging around here. The elder was angry that the guy hadn't warned him. He told him to prepare for death. Chuck replied that he had only climbed up here because he missed him. The other one didn't understand such impudence. It was a sunny, clear day. The guy was hunting. A hare appeared among the bushes. Chuck noticed it and called from his bow to get meat. In an instant, the hare was felled by one arrow, piercing the carcass. Laura praised the guy for hitting the bull's eye. The girl said he was doing a really good job of it. Chuck said he was used to it since he had been living here for 2 months. He said he got the crap beaten out of him at first, but that was only because he wasted his time climbing down. Laura said she thought the guy would get beaten to death. He said he should have given up at some point, especially after the beating he got trying to escape. Chuck said that was a long time ago and it didn't matter. Laura said she thought the day should go well. The guy said if he caught a few more, he would. Richard was down on the ground in a flash. The guy noted that the High Elder had arrived quite early today. He must have been on his way back. The man said his stomach was empty. He asked the guy if he had gotten him any food. Chuck knelt down and said that his master would be having roast rabbit for dinner tonight. Richard said that they should count them. He was amazed that there were only 2 rabbits. The man said there were 4, and there were only 2 rabbits. He suggested that they reduce the number of mouths to feed. Chuck didn't understand what he was talking about, but he immediately took a blow to the cheek. His scream could be heard throughout the valley. The guy was hanging from a rope from a cliff. He thought that today was definitely not his day, like everyone else. Chuck thought that he was very tired of his opponent's character because he did not even know what was going on in his head. The guy was sure that he had some reasons for this. For the past 2 months, he lived like a slave. Every single day he climbed a cliff where he could fall to his death. If he stumbled even a little, Chuck carefully searched the forest for food. If he finds food, he gets punched in the face. If he doesn't find food, he gets punched even harder. If he passes out from the beating, he gets tied to a tree. Laura asked the boy if he remembered the noise he made the first time he was hanged here. The boy decided to stretch his legs. He said he hadn't done that for the past few days. The boy went to the edge of the cliff and called out to Chuck. Bob was outraged that he hadn't learned how to get food yet. He claimed that he and his brother were being beaten because the boy hadn't made it today. Laura noted that even a boy like Bob was in terrible shape after only a month here. Chuck told the boy that he would have been beaten even if he hadn't been here. Bob informed him that Richard had already searched for the boy. Chuck was surprised that they had noticed him so early. The girl noted that this time he had been called much earlier than usual, 2 hours earlier. Chuck said that he was afraid to even think about what he would do to him this time. Richard ordered the guy to take off his clothes. The interlocutor was very surprised and asked again. He was talking to the girl, not understanding why he needed to do this. The man frowned and leaned his head back. Richard asked the guy how much time had passed. 2 months, wasn't it? After a short silence, he said that the guy was ready. Chuck did not understand why he was ready and what this strange man was talking about. Laura hid behind his head and said that his body had become much better after climbing the rock, hunting and hanging from the tree. Richard pointed at Bob and said that now the task of getting food was his. The guy was surprised. He said that Chuck usually did this. The man kicked him in the face. Bob was thrown into the wall. Richard ordered him to shut up and do as he was told. The man said that he would be back soon, so the guys should prepare everything properly. Laura said that she thought Rudolph was going bald. The man said that he didn't care because he shouldn't care at all. Richard grabbed him by the shoulder. A second later, the 2 of them were flying across the valley. The guy was screaming in fear and didn't understand why they couldn't walk. Richard told him to stop talking nonsense. He said that he was the one suffering the most here because the guy couldn't even use the basic technique of movement. Richard threw him hard to the side. The guy fell into the water. A second later, he was too deep to swim out that easily. When Chuck finally reached the surface, he couldn't catch his breath and asked the man why he did it. Richard said that right now they were heading to the man who would be his mentor. He said that it would be wrong to meet him in such a pathetic state. Chuck was surprised to hear about some mentor. Laura said that the man didn't know that he was the dirtiest of them all. The guy said that he was. Richard ordered him to get out of the water because he had already bathed enough. The guy swam to the shore and said that he had not had time to wash himself enough. This time the girl understood why Richard smelled like a homeless person. After some time, they walked behind the waterfall. Laura said that she could not even imagine that someone could live in this place. Chuck assumed that it could be someone who did not want to be bothered by others. The girl said that it could be a very strong and handsome martial artist. Chuck strongly doubted it. The guy said that if we assume that this old man has a close friend, whom he can ask to accept his student. Still, he doubted that this man was all right in the head. Richard stopped in place and said that they had already arrived. He pointed to a dark silhouette sitting in the cave passage. The man looked back and asked the guy why he was standing there and not paying his respects. Richard said that from now on this man would be his mentor. Chuck knelt down and began to read a prayer. He said that he was the end of the middle rank and expressed his respect to his mentor. Laura assumed that this man would not even be able to answer him. The guy did not understand what she was talking about. Chuck was in complete shock when he saw the silhouette. A strange skeleton was sitting in front of him. The girl assumed that his mentor had died a long time ago. She could not believe that Richard was talking about this skeleton. Chuck asked the Supreme Elder if he was playing a joke on him. The man laughed loudly and said that he had something to do. Richard asked the guy if he had noticed anything strange lately. According to him, the changes that had happened to him over the past 2 months became stronger when he climbed the rock. The man said that the guy became faster and more resilient when he hunted. He became stronger when he hit and beat him, and he also became spiritually beautiful. Richard remembered that the guy even hung on a tree for several hours in a row because this was without training his body. The High Elder said that everything up until this point had been aimed at maintaining and building up his base of physical strength so that he could learn martial arts. The boy apologized and said that he had lost his energy core when he was a child. Richard asked him if he thought he knew about it when he trained him. The man asked the boy what he would do if he knew that it was possible to control internal energy without an energy core. Chuck was very surprised to hear about a way to control internal energy without this core. Richard asked the boy if he knew what essence was. The man replied that it was something they learned once they began learning martial arts. As the name suggests, it is essential for all martial arts, and the essence is also known as the energy core. He said that when a person trains in martial arts, he uses either the energy circulation technique or the energy cultivation technique to refine his energy, which is known as internal energy. Richard said that since his internal core was destroyed, the boy would not be able to use his essence. Chuck silently agreed, but did not understand why he said that the boy knew all the martial artists. Richie said that in the end, 2 things remain, energy and the physical body. He asked the boy if he knew what energy was. Chuck felt uneasy. After that, he thought the man meant control over internal energy. Chuck asked Richard if he was talking about origin energy. The man noted that so far the young man only knows a part of it. He stated that origin energy is never wrong. He said that the real name of this thing that sits right in the center of his chest is innate core energy. Richard said that this is the energy that a person is born with and it is impossible to accumulate. It is believed that it is 2 times more powerful than the internal energy that accumulates through his energy core. Speech said that in this regard, the guy was luckier than anyone, because the words written there teach them how to control the innate energy of the core. Laura was happy for the guy. She thought that he hit the jackpot. The girl was glad that her master would finally be able to learn martial arts. Laura did not understand why the guy did not look as happy as he should, because he was really going to miss such a valuable opportunity. Chuck told the girl that the innate energy of the core, as its name suggests, is life energy that is equal to life. According to him, there is only one situation in which a martial artist uses his innate energy of the core. This is when he tries to die with his enemy. Chuck said that the innate energy of the core cannot be restored if he continues to use it, because he will not be able to live long. Laura was surprised by this statement. She was very confused. If the guy continued to study to use the energy of the core, then he would not have long to live. Chuck hated this old man with all his soul. He thought that he would not be happy if he used the second chance. The guy was not going to do it under any circumstances. Chuck turned to the Supreme Elder and thanked him for teaching him such a useful thing. He said that there is something that he cannot understand with his stupid mind. He lost his energy core after he experienced an energy deviation due to a lack of ability during martial arts training. The guy said that people told him that he was talentless all this time while he was in his clan. He asked him to think again before teaching him this. The girl admired her master. She said that the guy's face does not change at all when he lies. Richard thought about it and said that he went through all these difficulties to help the guy train his body, but he is talentless. Chuck was already happy, thinking that he had achieved his goal. The man smiled widely and said that the boy knew something about martial arts since he came from that clan. Richard said that he understood everything since the boy was trying to avoid training, because he knew that it would absorb his origin energy. Chuck said that he did not know what he was talking about. Richard squeezed his neck with his hand tightly. The elder said that the boy really was the one who did not have a good command of his language. He replied that he just needed to help him understand that he had to do everything correctly. The man asked the boy if he knew that if he could not learn it, he would be useless to him. The elder allowed him to make a choice. He gave the boy a choice to die now or learn the arts and die slowly. Laura demanded that the boy confess and say that he was going to learn it. Chuck replied that then everything would go according to this idiot's plan. The boy screamed that it would be better to kill him, but the girl was shocked by his speech. Richard was surprised because he had never met anyone who didn't care about their own lives. He said that no one would blame him for killing someone like him. Richard said that with such confidence, a guy with a destroyed energy core that would never become anything more than a third-rate martial artist was asking to die. Chuck thought better of it and decided that he shouldn't become a third-rate spy. The guy asked if the man was going to kill him. In his head, he knew perfectly well that sometimes it was better to risk your life. Chuck said that he was afraid, but if he didn't live like this, he would die anyway. They would just use him for the rest of his life until he died. Chuck said that since he already had the parasite, he would rather die now than live like this. Richard remembered the bloodworm. He laughed and lifted the guy even higher. The man let him down and said he couldn't believe the guy was still trying to lie to him in this situation, but he thought he had some sense. Chuck grabbed his neck and didn't understand what he was talking about. Richard said he had already checked the condition of the guy's body and knew from the moment he decided to take him with him. He said it would be better for him if he didn't pull any more tricks like that. Chuck asked why the man didn't do anything if you knew about it beforehand. Richard said he didn't care about any parasites. There was something else that was much more important. The guy was starting to understand a little. If he had wanted to kill him from the beginning, he would have done it when he found out he no longer had a parasite in his blood. Chuck knew the man definitely wanted something from him, and although he didn't know what it was related to what he had taught him. Richard agreed to make concessions and said he would make the guy an offer that would interest him greatly. The man said that in exchange for the boy doing what he said, he would turn a blind eye to the fact that he would not have a parasite in his blood. Richard thought that this was not difficult once the boy learned it. He said that his interlocutor simply had to compare himself to the twins, whom he would teach martial arts. Chuck was confused. Laura said that if he had said this from the beginning, they would have worked with him earlier. The boy did not understand what the girl was talking about. Laura saw that, in her opinion, this should be very interesting. Harth told the man that he understood, but why it was necessary, he could not comprehend. The elder replied that only because he gave him free rein, the boy did not dare ask him unnecessary questions. He said that he had finally driven a few words into his head. Richard believed that the boy would now follow his instructions. The man suggested that he start by making the boy feel the innate energy of the core. If he could feel it, then let him come back to him. Chuck responded positively. Richard reminded him that if he was caught doing something, it would end up with more than just broken legs. Laura thought about it and said that it was just an intuition, but she was willing to share it. The girl said that she thought that the boy liked the old man very much. Chuck replied that it was a terrible thing and she should not talk about him anymore because he had no intention of getting close to a crazy person like him. The boy thought that he should first look at the subtlety of this martial art since he would need them to learn. Laura wondered why the boy should not use it. Chuck replied that he would use it if necessary, but the most important thing was whether he could learn it or not. He thought that if it was possible to learn techniques, cultivation, or martial arts just by looking at the instructions, then what was the point of having a master? At this time, Richard was heading home. Chuck thought that this man had a lot of guys, and he was not a fool. It would be a shame if these words were complete. Richard thought that if the guy was not suitable, he would look for someone more suitable for this role. Because although it uses up his innate core energy, it is a martial art that everyone wants to master. Chuck thought it was impossible. Laura asked what the problem was. The guy said that if he learned it completely, he could prevent his innate core energy from being used up. The girl happily asked what this could mean for him. The guy said that he had no chance of dying because his innate core energy was already depleted. The girl was happy for him because she thought the owner had hit a really big jackpot. The guy asked her not to celebrate until he finished reading. He asked her to look. The instructions said to use internal energy destruction to destroy his core. The next points were to find the energy source and in the last part turned out to be missing. The guy was disappointed. He knew that the very last part was supposed to teach him how to maintain the innate energy of the bucket. Chuck bowed his head to the skeleton and did not understand why he did not have time to finish writing and died without finishing. Laura was surprised. Chuck remembered the words of the elder a few minutes ago. Richard said that the guy could either prefer to have his neck broken right here or die slowly. Chuck was furious because the man already knew that this instruction was not finished. The guy bowed his head and did not take out what he should do with the unfinished instruction. Laura was unhappy that the guy was so nervous because she had no way of knowing. The guy did not understand what the girl was talking about. Laura replied that she was talking to this skeleton because he had just had a fit of rage when he called him a skeleton. Chuck stood up and asked the girl. He was shocked to learn that she could talk to a skeleton. Laura replied that the guy was an idiot and she was talking specifically about the sword. The girl said that if you think about it, why doesn't the guy talk to the iron sword himself? Chuck asked the girl if she could talk to the iron sword just like a person. Laura said that the guy was an idiot because no one could talk to the iron sword like people. The girl said that he was special because he could hear the voices of swords. Chuck understood about the voices, but he still didn't understand what the sword's mind meant in the secret recording of the Immortal Sword. According to him, in secret martial arts materials, the instructions are usually vague. That's why it is described as the sword's mind. Chuck asked what powers he would gain after all the other possibilities were revealed to him. Laura told the guy to stop dreaming and just talk to the sword. She thought that the sword was also amazed that it could hear them. Chuck agreed and took it by the hilt. The sword's soul was shocked because it had not felt human touch for quite some time. Chuck, hearing this, jumped back in horror. Laura asked him what happened. The lady apologized for this and touched the sword again. The girl inside the sword asked the guy his name. She wanted to know if he could really hear her voice. The stranger introduced herself as the Southern Sky Iron Sword. According to her, this name was given to her by her teacher who passed away, the Southern Sky Swordsman. Chuck was very surprised to hear her name. The girl asked what was so special about it. The guy said that of course he was surprised, because the Southern Sky Swordsman was famous for turning the entire province upside down with one sword. If he had not suddenly disappeared, he would now be one of the best martial artists of the Central Plains. The guy said that there were even rumors that he could become the 9th best martial artist of the Central Plains. The girl refused, saying that this man was unknown, how he ended up in this nameless mountain peak of the province, and how he died was also unclear. Chuck asked who killed this man. Was it really the elder who did it? The girl replied that it was not so, and that someone else killed him. She stated that Richard had never defeated her master in battle. Chuck was surprised that one of the 4 supreme elders of the blood cult could not defeat the swordsman of the Southern Sky. The guy could not understand who could kill such a great martial artist. After all, even Richard could not defeat him. The girl said that she would tell him about it a little later, because the guy most likely had more important things to do now. Chuck wondered why he shouldn't tell him all this right now, but he said that he had more important things to do. The sword said that she knew what was happening here because she heard them. According to her, the guy needed to learn the technique of cultivating internal energy and fight the twins. Chuck said that she would understand when she saw them, to which the girl said that she already knew. The guy was surprised by her words, but she said that she would teach him this technique. Laura asked the stranger why she agreed so quickly. The girl answered that this matter concerned the honor of her master. She said that if the guy lost because he did not study the master's martial art properly, then her master's honor would be tarnished. The girl sincerely hoped that her master's martial arts could be passed on to the next generation, because this was her wish. Chuck thanked the Iron of the Southern Sky for his assistance and hoped that everything would work out for them. The sword offered to discuss everything at once, but that the guy did not understand what he was talking about. The girl asked him to become her new master. She said that the honor of his master was very important, but since he was a sword, it was more important not to lose the purpose of his existence. The girl said that she had been very lonely all this time, so she wanted the guy to become her new master. Paul dreamed of Chuck touching his sword sheath every day. Laura immediately interrupted his conversation, slapping him on the cheek. She demanded not to irritate and not to ruin the reputation of the other swords. Chuck continued to look at the 2 arguing swords. He thought that he could even refuse this technique. Cave. The guy threw the sword over his shoulder and said that he would like to become her new master. Chuck demanded that the sword not behave like a pervert or ask him to touch it. He said that in this case, he would simply refuse to study the cultivation technique. Paul said that this was a pity, but she was ready to accept it and offered to start studying the technique right now. The girl said that the place that people usually call the core energy is the essence below the stomach. According to her, the energy of the lower core and the energy of the core's revival are in different areas. The guy should feel the innate energy of the core with his chest, because her previous master called this part of the chest the central energy core. Chuck heard about the central energy core for the first time. The guy asked if there is a lower central energy core, then there must be a higher energy core. Paul said that the master said that the upper energy core is located above the middle of the forehead. It is believed that this is the area of consciousness awakening. Chuck closed his eyes and listened to the fact that now it is important to feel the innate energy of the core inside the central energy core. According to her, there is nothing complicated about this, so the guy just needs to feel it. Chuck asked the interlocutor how to feel the energy of life. Paul answered that if it is difficult for him to feel it by imagining, then he can feel it faster with the help of 5 senses. The guy was surprised to hear about 5 senses. According to the sword, it was the energy of life because it is easiest to notice in extreme situations or when life is in danger. If the guy feels a sudden surge of strength and body that comes from his chest. According to the sword, this is the feeling of the innate energy of the core. This time the guy realized that the man did not just train his body. He was trying to help him understand what the feeling of the innate energy of the core is. Laura suggested that maybe that wasn't it, since he was also beating up the twin brothers like crazy. Chuck said he remembered, since this guy was really mysterious and weird. Paul said she didn't know what happened to them, but it seemed like the guy had a strong sense of the core's innate energy. Chuck said he thought he had felt that energy long before that. The sword asked the guy to try to remember that feeling, that situation, the emotions and sensations he experienced at that moment. The sword asked him to remember the moment when his desire to live was the strongest. Chuck closed his eyes. He reasoned and remembered situations when his desire could have been the strongest. He went over in his head what had happened to him a few months before, how he had suffered humiliation and not covered his ears from the terrible whistle, how he had parried Charlie's blows and felt pain in his chest because of the worm that had been thrown at him. The guy remembered how he had humiliated himself in order to get his sword back. He remembered that from the moment he became a spy, His fate was doomed to die and he had to survive. Chuck grabbed his chest and asked if he currently had innate core energy. He felt a strange cloud of hot energy and it seemed a little familiar to him. Laura asked the guy if he hadn't said something like that before. The girl reminded him that when he swallowed the parasite and his eardrums burst, his chest was hot. Chuck agreed with this. Paul said that it was quite strange, because her previous master had been trying hard for months to just feel his innate core energy. According to the sword, the guy was really amazing to be able to do it in 4 hours. Chuck was very surprised when he learned that it took the martial artist of the Southern Sky Swordsman several months to do this. Laura suggested that the guy felt it as if he had returned from a past life and had already died. Paul was impressed by such a story and admired this metaphor. Laura stated that the guy really did die and came back to life again. The sword asked the guy to focus on the innate energy and the core, because he should feel a small surge of innate energy of the core the size of a fingernail in the central energy core. Chuck thought about it and realized that it was simply small. The sword asked the guy if he could feel it. He said that there was nothing strange or unusual about it. According to him, if the guy mastered the technique of cultivating innate energy, he would be able to increase this essence. Chuck replied that this was not true at all, and he was talking about something else. The guy said that he was simply sure that this core was the size of 2 fingers. The sword was surprised and said that this was strange and impossible. After all, it is possible that the guy could be mistaken. Paul said that by using the accumulation gate, the guy would be able to conduct the main energy through the meridian near the heart and control the innate main energy. The sword was talking about one of the acupuncture points on the forearm. He asked Chuck in this state to hit the stone when he was ready. The guy said that it looked very difficult. Laura said that it was okay because the core's innate energy would restore the hand if it was crushed. Sword said that there was no guarantee that it would happen, but there was a possibility. Chuck said that his interlocutors said it very easily, but it was not easy for him to break his own fist. The guy thought about what would happen to him if he could not live up to the guy's expectations. For him, according to him, it was enough that he would be able to master a new martial art for himself. Chuck placed his feet wide and prepared for the blow. He was ready to see how strong he was at the moment. With one blow, the guy smashed the stone into pieces. Laura was surprised to see such a sight. According to her, this was the same power that divided the innate core. Sword said that he had never seen anything like this before either. Even if the innate core energy of his previous owner was great, it was not as great as this guy's. The sword said that with this amount of innate core energy, he would be able to learn secret arts related to cultivation techniques 10 years faster than usual. The sword said that he had so much energy in him, as if he had been on the verge of life and death almost every day for the past 10 years. He asked the boy if he had really been reborn. Chuck looked at his palms and asked if he really was awake. According to him, it was much better than he could have imagined. Chuck could not believe until the very end that this was really the power he was capable of possessing. Richard looked straight ahead. Then he folded his hands and asked that he dared to attempt an escape. Chuck opened his mouth and pointed out that this was a misunderstanding, even if he had climbed steep cliffs for 2 months. The man looked at the cliffs and heard that a person who did not possess any art of movement would be able to return in time. Robert stepped harder on the protagonist's foot and yelled that he should have just moved faster then, and Chuck mused that he would have returned to time if he had moved a day earlier. The man smiled and noted that he felt the innate inner. Robert tensed his eyebrows and asked why he was silent. He asks if he felt his innate inner energy. Chuck opened his mouth and noted that about that. The protagonist knelt down and heard that not only did he not feel his innate basic energy, he did not feel anything at all. Robert leaned on his hand and added that he thought it was not something that could be felt in a day. Sodom folded her arms and asked why he did not tell him the truth, and Chuck mused that he could only survive if he hid at least 60% of his abilities. In Miram, it was dangerous to reveal all of your abilities. Robert closed his eyes and Chuck added that he had just confirmed it. As the Southern Sky Swordsman said, it was impossible to know another's innate energy unless he deliberately tried to sense it. Then he turned his gaze to the side. Robert opened his mouth slightly and noticed that he had almost managed to deceive him. Then he smiled and added that it seemed like he was trying to avoid using his core energy to extend his life. He guessed he needed to explain it to him thoroughly. He should take it seriously, so be it. If he lost the fight, he would hand over Captain O to him. The protagonist imagined the guy turning around in his mind and asked again. The man turned his head back and noticed that after he brought him here, he had come several times. He hadn't really paid attention to what he was saying, but it seemed like he wanted to take him back. Robert folded his arms and looked at the guy. The protagonist opened his eyes and wondered if this stubborn warrior was still watching him. Robert leaned on the throne and said that the twins told him that he had his eye on him if he told him that he had a parasite in his body. Then he stood up and added that he would be a low-ranking warrior for the rest of his life, and Chuck asked if that was different from what he had offered him. Robert gritted his teeth and said that before he had tried all sorts of tricks to avoid fighting properly, with his full strength, didn't he now feel motivated to learn to feel his innate inner strength? Chuck opened his mouth and thought that that's how he wanted it, he had something prepared for him too. Then he gritted his teeth and said that he had said that he would kill him if he lost, but what if he won? Wasn't there a reward for winning? Robert took out his notebook and noted that he was always brave. If he needed something to motivate himself, he would fulfill one of his requests, but only if he won. After which he threw the notebooks in front of the protagonist and noted that he should read this and get acquainted. He would study these martial arts in the future. Chuck took the book and thought that he was wondering how he would fight if he only knew the cultivation technique. Apparently, he would fight like that. Robert folded his hands and said that although he could not learn the energy circulation technique that the skeleton used, the art of the light chakram, a fairly balanced energy circulation technique, he would be able to learn most martial arts without much trouble. The twins had always been taught this, so there was no need to complain about unfairness. The protagonist turned his gaze and heard that he was actually trying to make it so that he would not fight in an equal duel as much as possible. After which he took the next book and read that it was the Shining Star Sword technique. Robert smiled and said that this sword technique belonged to that skeleton. That is, this is the sword technique that his master used. The protagonist looked at the book carefully and wondered what it meant. This is the sword technique of the Southern Sky Swordsman. Sodom opened her mouth and remarked that it was strange. Where did Robert get the secret records of the Southern Sky Swordsman's martial art? And Chuck wondered that now that she mentioned it, was he searching a corpse? Robert put his hand on the protagonist's head and asked what kind of sour face he had. He was not happy. The protagonist folded the book and replied that it was because he had a question. Where did he get these secret records of martial arts? Robert gritted his teeth. Then he pressed his lips together and replied that someone gave it to him. Paul folded his hands and remarked that it was a lie. He did not understand who stole it. He believed that he was the thief. He tried to use the Shining Star Sword technique, the previous owner, in a duel with him. The protagonist picked up the sword and asked what he stole it for, and then heard that it seemed like this old man really wanted to win. Paul looked at the protagonist and asked if he said he would show him how to use the technique, and Chuck replied that he said he would show it to him every day for 3 days starting tomorrow. The avatar raised his hand and said that if he was going to show it to him, it meant he had completely learned the sword technique. He must have used the moves from it to complement his own martial art, and the twins would most likely appear in a duel after learning an advanced martial art. The two boys looked straight ahead with intense gazes. The girl folded her arms and called Robert a name. Chuck looked at the book and said that he thought he had suddenly decided to have an equal fight, but apparently that was not the case. It seemed like nothing could be done about it. Sodom gritted her teeth and said that he was really weird. How could the fact that he lost to the swordsman of the Southern Sky change that? And Chuck said that it was not like he was normal before. The protagonist and the girl looked straight ahead and heard that it was because his previous master, the Southern Sky Swordsman, had died. Paul recalled the battle with Robert and said that the Southern Sky Swordsman had fought countless duels with Robert, but they were never able to settle the score once and for all. Now that his previous master was dead, there was no way to find out who was better, so he was trying to win in this way. Sodom folded her hands and said that didn't he say that Robert couldn't win against the Southern Sky Swordsman even once when they first met? And Paul replied that he meant that they fought to a draw. Chuck put the book in his kimono and remarked that no matter what happened, this matter could only be resolved when he lost. Then he opened his mouth and added that while there was still time, he should think about what to do. The girl pointed at herself and said that he would lose the iron sword during the fight, then use the 8 lightning short swords technique to defeat them. And Chuck replied that if he used the short sword, Robert would most likely say that it was illegal. Paul opened his mouth and asked him not to worry. Then he pointed at the skeleton and added that the Shining Star Sword technique he stole was not the technique perfected by its previous owner. The protagonist swung the sword and heard that after his former master lost his secret records, he continued to refine his sword technique. Chuck powerfully struck the wedge, after which Paul remembered the battle between Robert and his master, then powerfully struck his master and added that each of the existing sword techniques had several weak points. While the old and new techniques are absolutely identical, the movement of each technique has been improved. The protagonist turned the sword and heard that this is how the technique was improved. Chuck wiped his lips and sighed. Then he looked at the tree stump and said that now he understands what he meant by the improved version. Although it is similar to the sword technique described in the secret records, there is definitely a difference. Paul folded his hands and said that if he had not stolen these records, his previous master would not have thought to improve them. He thinks it was a kind of blessing. Sodom put her hands out and said that she was apologizing for ruining the atmosphere, but wouldn't that crazy old man be shocked if he used an improved sword technique? Then she introduced the angry Robert and added that he would definitely ask him why he didn't do as he said, and Paul replied that it was true that someone who had barely learned the sword technique would have a hard time improving it. The protagonist took up the sword, heard that improving the sword technique was something that was only possible for someone like his previous master who had a talent for wielding a sword, and said that the dilemma was that if he lost, he would remain a low-ranking warrior for life, and if he won, he would be interrogated. Sodom looked at the protagonist and said that he would definitely lose if he didn't use an improved sword technique, and he replied that he knew, so he should use it. Chuck raised his hand, heard what he was thinking about doing, and replied that he had his own ways. After he went forward, heard that he wondered if everything would really be fine, and why were the two of them talking, and replied that it didn't matter now, no one would fall for the same trick twice, he just needed to take advantage of it. The mountains stood behind the tall trees. The two silhouettes looked at the forest carefully. The warrior smiled and said that he would definitely deal with him this time. He didn't know how he got so lucky and ended up under the elder's command. Then he turned around and added that now that he had brought someone who could replace him, he couldn't get away from him. Let him show him the abilities of a high-ranking warrior when he met him. Let him deal with him. The warrior folded his arms and said that he would do everything. The protagonist looked forward and heard that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Then he folded his arms and noted that he was a mid-ranking warrior. Chuck, expressing his respects to Captain O, and Jonathan noted that it seemed that he was succeeding in the role of the elder's slave. Paul folded his arms and asked if this was the captain he was talking about earlier, and Chuck thought that he was the type who would try his best to get what he wanted. The guy looked straight ahead and the protagonist thought about who he was, why the captain brought him here. Then he looked at the captain's hand and noted that the High Elder was delayed. They were here to deliver supplies to the High Elder, in which case they could. The protagonist looked at the captain's mouth and thought that he was using internal Kai energy to check. Jonathan removed his hand and said that he knew it. He thought there was something special about him since the High Elder chose him. But his Danshin was still destroyed, and Chuck thought that despite the fact that he used Kai energy, he could not detect internal energy. Jonathan put his hand on his shoulder and said that from now on he would serve the Supreme Elder in his stead. A high-ranking warrior would be able to carry out the Supreme Elder's orders much better than some scum without a Danshin. Chuck froze and heard that he didn't know how he managed to convince the captain of the Blood Wolf squad, but no one had even heard of his grandfather in Loyang City. He would follow him to the valley to further clarify the circumstances. The protagonist raised his hands and thought that he was really persistent. If he practiced martial arts like this, he would have achieved great success in it. Then he folded his hands and pointed out that this was a misunderstanding. His grandfather was forced to keep the fact that he was from the Blood Wolf squad a secret. Who would he reveal the secret to except his own family? Jonathan opened his mouth, heard that regarding that high-ranking warrior, the Supreme Elder would hardly accept him, and asked what he just said. Then he made a face and shouted that in that case, he would use the opportunity to teach him a lesson so that he would not be so arrogant, and at the same time make a good impression on the elder. Let him teach this impudent man a lesson. He would take responsibility if anything happened. After these words, the warrior took a step forward. Then he looked at the protagonist and said as he wished, and Chuck thought that in the end, this is how everything turned out, nothing but trouble. The guy rubbed his neck and said that he had nothing against him, but he also could not miss such a good opportunity, so it was better for him to just endure it, even if it hurt. Chuck opened his eyes and thought that he was weaker than him. The warrior abruptly hit the protagonist. Then he opened his eyes looking at how Chuck dodged. Jonathan gritted his teeth and asked how. The protagonist looked at the fist and thought that it was one of the basic techniques of the blood cult, the 8 bloody fists. As expected of a top-ranked warrior, his movements and speed were close to ideal, but for him, it was too slow. The protagonist looked at the dark silhouettes and added that he had only reached the 2nd stage in learning the Shining Star Sword technique, but he did not think that his ability was enough to withstand the attacks of a top-ranked warrior. Robert appeared from behind and asked him how he dared to attack his disciple. The guy turned around. Then Thomas squeezed his head. The protagonist watched as the guy's head was pressed into his body. Then he turned around. Thomas grabbed the captain's head and asked who he was, and Jonathan replied that he was a captain serving under the commander. The man gritted his teeth and asked how an ordinary captain dared to rampage on his territory. The protagonist looked at this and thought that he immobilized a high-ranking martial artist in an instant. That's how strong the Supreme Elder is. And Sodom said that she thought that even training to exhaustion would not make him as strong as this old man. Chuck turned and thought that he understood this without her. Then a voice was heard from behind. The two twins looked at the protagonist and one of them said that he heard that he began to study sword techniques. How successful? Apparently he is doing well since he is in such good shape. Isn't he the captain there? The twins looked straight ahead in surprise. Rudolph squeezed his pants. Bob tensed his hand. There was a bald spot on his brother's head and Chuck thought that only a few days had passed, but it was already clear from their appearance that they had become stronger, how harsh their training was, and what difficulties they faced. Rudolph covered himself when he saw the corpse and shouted, "Where did this corpse come from?" Then everyone turned to the cries for mercy. Thomas hit the captain, heard that Chuck's past was unknown, that he should let him look into it, and noted that he didn't care. Jonathan's face shattered. Thomas let him go and noted that he had already said that he didn't care about their stories, and now he had brought someone here. Then he turned and added that he had really gotten on the idiot's nerves since he had even found a replacement for him, and Chuck replied that when he was kidnapped, he had killed 2 of the captain's subordinates. Thomas smiled and said that he killed his subordinates, which means his subordinates are the same idiots as he is, since they could be defeated by a man who does not even have a dantian. Weaklings die first. Such is the law of nature. Let them throw him off the cliff and throw him somewhere. Let him not get underfoot. Rudolph gritted his teeth and asked what he wanted them to do. Thomas opened his mouth and shouted that they wanted him to deal with this issue personally, and the brothers immediately ran in and answered that they would do everything now. The main character opened his eyes and heard that he got into a really unpleasant situation. He became a target for a stray dog. Thomas smiled broadly and added that the peculiarity of such stray dogs is that once they grab their prey with their fangs, they will never let it go. He thinks there is a chance that this captain will leave him alone in the near future. Chuck folded his hands. Then he ran up to Rudolph and offered his help. His brother smiled and said that he didn't mind, as long as he didn't fall behind. Chuck opened his mouth and said that if he ran out of strength on the way, he would help him carry it. Then his brother abruptly rushed past. Rudolph ran down and Chuck wondered why he was running along the cliff. Sodom folded her arms and asked how about learning the movement techniques, and Chuck thought that it would be great if he could learn the body lightning technique of the Southern Sky Swordsman, then he would be able to move like them. Sodom looked at Paul with displeasure, heard that he would teach him everything, and said that he should tell him about the Southern Sky Swordsman's technique. Paul opened his mouth and said that it was impossible to run like that along such a steep cliff without using the unique techniques of action. The protagonist watched Sodom hit the avatar, heard that even his former master was impressed by the unique technique, and thought that he had definitely become stronger. In any case, he needed to hurry up and move on. A moment later, the protagonist began to slide down the slope and wondered if he understood what the Supreme Elder said. Rudolph threw the captain to the ground. Then he wiped his sweat and said that he thought it was okay if he left him here, maybe finish him off. Chuck looked at him and asked what he was doing, and Rudolph noted that he had finally come, he should help him. Then he smiled and added that the crazy old man had hinted to them about this, and he just needed to vent his anger. Then he opened his eye and added that he would take care of his legs. The protagonist pulled out his sword, heard what he was doing, and replied that he was wrong. Then he gritted his teeth and added that he really thought he would back off if they broke his legs. Rudolph opened his mouth and asked if he really wanted them to kill him, and Chuck asked if he felt sorry for him. The guy looked at the captain's face and heard him say to run away. If he can't, Chuck will. A moment later, a leg flew into Rudolph's face. The protagonist sharply dodged the flying body. Then he turned his gaze and heard what he had just said. Jonathan set his jaw. Then he looked furiously at the protagonist and noted that he would make him regret not having time to kill him. The protagonist sharply chopped the enemy. Jonathan opened his mouth and screamed. The protagonist abruptly squatted. Chuck opened his mouth and thought about what had happened, and Paul noted that it was pretty impressive for the first time. Then the avatar strained his gaze and added that he shouldn't let his guard down. His opponent was a first-class martial artist. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the real fight would begin from now on. Jonathan hunched over and thought that he didn't have any internal energy when he tested him. Then he opened his eyes. The protagonist jumped up sharply. Then he hit the ground. Jonathan flew up and jumped back. Then he looked at the protagonist and thought that it was close. He couldn't believe that he used a donkey roll while fighting this. Where did he get so much strength from? He didn't have an energy core. The protagonist was covered in energy and the captain added that he was dangerous. He needed to be killed now, otherwise in the future. Then he clenched his teeth and shouted that he was finished. Rudolph opened his mouth. Then he stood up and looked at the fight. Jonathan and Chuck looked at each other furiously, and Rudolph said that the captain had woken up and Chuck was fighting him on equal terms. The protagonist got kicked in the chest, after which he flew back. Paul opened his mouth and asked if he was okay, and Chuck thought that he was okay. Fortunately, there were no serious injuries, so this is what a first-class martial artist is capable of. Jonathan gritted his teeth and thought that his skills and movements, he is on a completely different level compared to a mid-ranked warrior. Paul folded his arms and said that he managed to counterattack, therefore, he is far from being in good condition, and Sodom noted that the advantage is on their side, so it is better to just stall for time. Rudolph started to run and told the protagonist to get out. Then he opened his mouth and added that he held out well without him. From now on he will show him what he is capable of. Jonathan dodged the twins' blow and noted that he was in the way. Then he hit him and told him to get in line. He was going to kill him anyway after he deals with this runt. Rudolph hit him in the face, after which he began to fall down. The protagonist looked surprised and heard that he looked very painful. Just think, he withstood such a blow for the sake of a counterattack. Incredible. Rudolph smiled and said that this was his strongest blow. Yes, compared to the blow of the Supreme Elder, it was just child's play. Now they would fix his face. After which he swung and added that he would pay him for the humiliation during the selection test. Jonathan spat blood in his opponent's face, after which he loaded his fist for a blow and asked that he wanted to die first. The protagonist gritted his teeth and realized that things were bad. Rudolph wiped his face and Chuck thought that although he would not be able to stop the captain's attacks. After that, he pushed Rudolph away. Then he swung and added that he would go around Rudolph and dodge the captain's attacks, taking advantage of the moment to strike. Chuck struck straight at the captain. His blade pierced the tree. The protagonist looked at him and thought that this blow would be fatal for him. Jonathan gritted his teeth and noted that now if he grabbed his hand, he would break it like this. Chuck grabbed the sword and noted that Sodom was coming out now. Chuck sharply thrust the blade and thought that the technique of 8 lightning strikes with a short sword was a technique that he could freely use with either hand. Blood splashed in his face. Chuck saw Jonathan cover himself with his hand and thought that he could block this blow too. Jonathan's hand caught fire and Chuck added that he still had so much energy. Then he opened his eyes and added that he had only reached the second stage in learning this technique, but it was not enough to deal with him. Jonathan gritted his teeth and asked that he apparently ran out of techniques, and Chuck thought that it was as if his insides were turning inside out under the influence of his energy. The protagonist tensed up and shouted for Rudolph to grab the sword. Jonathan opened his mouth and shouted for him to wait, for him to stop. Rudolph flew up and slammed the blade into the captain's head. Jonathan opened his mouth and shouted. Then he moved his leg away. The protagonist put away the sword, heard that if it weren't for Rudolph's help, everything would have ended sadly, and thought that it was over, everything would have ended much worse if he had fought him alone. Rudolph smiled and shouted that the damn guy dared to spit blood in his face, and Chuck thought that this must be his first kill. Chuck gritted his teeth, heard that he had seen it, by the way, he owed him his life, and said that the first-class martial artist was really quite strong. Rudolph looked at the protagonist and said that he heard that he was going to fight him later. Unfortunately for him, he would win this fight because this was the only way he could officially become this crazy old man's apprentice. Jonathan was falling down the slope and Chuck wondered if Thomas had suggested it himself. Rudolph smiled and noted that he heard that if he won, he would also ask for something. Wasn't that pointless? And Chuck replied that he shouldn't say it as if he had already won. He was sure that he could back up what he had said. Rudolph smiled and said that if they both met in a duel, he wouldn't even be able to inflict a scratch on him. Then he covered his mouth when he heard about the bet. Chuck smiled and said that the one who lost would become the winner's subordinate. He was confident in himself, and Rudolph stepped back and said that they would wait and see, and for now back up, and Chuck noted that they needed to sort all this out. Rudolph jumped up sharply, and the protagonist thought that the future black and white demon twins under his command, it sounds damn tempting. Paul appeared after the protagonist's call. Chuck raised his hand and said that the master's body lightning technique was more perfect than the technique of the shining star of the sword of the southern sky. And Paul replied that it was true, when it comes to techniques related to movement, there is no one better than Thomas. Chuck smiled and noted that everything is clear. Rudolph ran ahead with a smile and Chuck asked what maybe he should try. Rudolph opened it and noted that he carried out his assignment. The elder grabbed his head and asked why he returned alone, and he replied that he came first because Chuck is slow, he should be here in 30-40 minutes. Chuck climbed the slope and the twin added that he did not even study the movement techniques properly, so he could not catch up with him even if he really wanted to. Thomas looked at him and noted that looking at his labored breathing, one could say that he received internal injuries, who killed the captain. After which he smiled widely and upon hearing the answer said that of course, it must have been he who delivered the decisive blow. Thomas smiled widely and added that he fought against a first-class martial artist. In the end everything ended well, only because there were 2 of them. It looks like Chuck was pretty beaten up. The elder opened his eyes. The protagonist opened his mouth and noted that he took care of the captain, as he ordered. Thomas squeezed the twin's head and noted that from now on the training time would be increased, and Rudolph shouted that this was some kind of misunderstanding, because he was the one who fought almost all the time. Chuck looked straight and heard that he was simply threatening to hit the captain. Then he turned his gaze to the side. Rudolph flew into the wall, and Sodom noted that if you think about it, he also got it pretty good, and Chuck thought that he would have been beaten less if he hadn't made excuses. Thomas looked at the protagonist and asked what he was staring at. If he had nothing else to say, he should get lost, and Chuck said that he wanted to talk to him about the wish he had mentioned if he defeated Rudolph. The elder opened his mouth and said that he was talking about what he would like to receive if he won the fight. He was listening to him. Chuck put his hand to his chest and noted that he was not asking for much, but he always admired his ability to easily climb up and down rocks. If he really did not regret it, then everything was fine, but he would like to learn his movement techniques. Thomas smiled widely and asked what he was talking about his Kingong. He promised that he would teach him his Kingong. The protagonist opened his mouth and shouted that he was grateful to him, praised the blood demon and long live the blood cult, and Sodom said that it was unexpected that he agreed so easily. Thomas put his hand out and pointed out that the duel would take place in 3 months. Despite the captain's death, he would still be punished if he lost, so he advised him to train as if his life depended on it, and Chuck shouted that he would take note. The protagonist opened his mouth and heard that he could go, and he still had to train with these slackers. The protagonist looked up and added that he was listening, and then thought that he would definitely master his Kingong. Chuck washed his face and heard how he felt after using the Shining Star technique in a real fight, and then replied that he felt like only a miracle and luck helped kill the captain. Then he turned around and added that if you think about it, the first attack was too easy, probably due to the fact that the captain received internal injuries from Thomas. Paul opened his mouth and said that he was right, although it was not a technique in itself, but one of the 18 basic sword movements. But since they were talking about it, it would not be superfluous to mention that his previous master would have killed him with just one blow. Chuck raised his hand and asked that he was really that strong. Sodom smiled and said that he had won. Since they got rid of one problem, he could focus on training. Chuck took out his sword and noted that there were 3 months left until the fight. Judging by how Rudolph fought today, he would be a difficult opponent for him. Then he looked at the avatar and asked that today they would also train sword movements, and Paul replied that if he could not freely use the 18 basic sword movements, then his sword technique would be nothing more than dancing with a sword in his hand. Until the basic movements became a part of his body, they would not learn any techniques. The protagonist began to train. Sodom raised her hand and said that he remembered how Chuck asked to teach him Thomas's Kingong. He shouldn't be upset about it. He only wanted to learn it because he had just started studying martial arts. Paul opened his mouth and asked why he looked upset. Sodom waved her hands and said that she meant that Chuck was technically the successor of the Southern Sky Swordsman, but he was still trying to learn the Kingong of his previous master's sworn enemy. Paul opened his mouth and replied that he admitted that he could be upset if he really thought about it that way, but even though Chuck was studying his previous master's techniques, he was not able to replace him. Chuck began to circle his sword, after which Paul imagined Thomas's strike and added that it was natural for a martial artist to strive to learn new techniques. Rudolph covered himself with his hands. Then he fell to the ground. Thomas looked at him and said that he personally showed him the Shining Star sword technique. What was wrong with him? Then he strained his gaze and heard that it was really necessary to go so far. Rudolph scratched the back of his head and said that he was dealing with Chuck. He couldn't even catch up with him. After such words, he received a stick in the face. Thomas clenched his fist and noted that he was a useless idiot. Then he opened his mouth and asked that he really still didn't understand anything. Chuck was now training alone, with only a couple of secret recordings with techniques. Thomas introduced the protagonist in clothes and without and added that after the fight with the captain, he also had no serious injuries. Rudolph opened his mouth and said that this was impossible. He saw how he was beaten many times. Did he really think that he could not recognize internal injuries? Thomas put out his stick. Then he opened his mouth and said that he should know better. After all, he fought side by side with him. Was it because of his pride that he didn't even bother to see what he was capable of? He just missed the opportunity that he was handed to him on a platter. Rudolph looked at the floor and cursed. His hands shook and he thought that he was always comparing him to Chuck. He would win. He would definitely win. Then he stood up and asked him to show him the technique again. Thomas smiled and said that he still wanted to see him, despite the fact that he had been beaten so many times. Rudolph put his fist out and shouted that these punches were just training, but he would definitely prove to him that he was much stronger than some donkey from Loyang. Thomas started to punch him and he added that he should just wait and see how he defeated Chuck. Thomas looked at him and said that if he really wanted to give it his all, he should show it with actions, not words. Rudolph looked at him in fear and heard that when they were done with this technique, he would teach it to him. Then he opened his eyes and wondered if that meant he had already chosen him as his apprentice. Thomas threw the guy into a rock and asked him why he thought he was taking him as an apprentice. Then he turned around when he heard the greeting. The warrior knelt down and said that he was paying his respects, and Thomas said that he could have just left the food at the entrance. The man gritted his teeth and said that he wanted to ask a question about the captain and the cadet. They had come today. Thomas looked at him and said that he didn't know who they were, so he should get lost. The man folded his arms and said that anyway, the captain had said he would visit him today. Thomas folded his arms and said angrily that he was really bothering him because of a simple captain. The protagonist was meditating among the ice. He sat with his eyes closed. A huge glacier cracked. Then it flew onto the protagonist's head. The ice came closer. The protagonist grabbed the blade. Then he cut the ice. Then he looked up. Paul looked straight ahead and said that it was still not good enough. His posture was broken from time to time. And Sodom said that as for her, everything looked good. And Chuck said to stop arguing. In training it is necessary to be cold-blooded. Chuck walked straight. Then he folded his arms and noticed that they were moving towards the battlefield. Snow was flying over the mountains. The protagonist walked straight and said that Paul should be honest with him about what level he thought his sword technique was at, and the avatar replied that it was still not good enough. He could only do half of what his previous master could do. Then he looked at the protagonist's hand and added that this was an incredible growth because he achieved all this in 3 months of training, and Chuck noted that it was all thanks to him. Sodom suddenly appeared and asked how she was, and the protagonist replied that, well, thanks to her too. The girl pouted and noted that this sounded rather careless coming from the stupid Chuck. The protagonist opened his eyes and thought that this bastard was already moving on to insults. Sodom began waving her hands and said that even if he could use the Shining Star Sword technique, he should not forget. Then she stuck out her fingers and added that all the battles he had participated in so far were won thanks to her. Paul looked at him and pointed out that they were just going to spar, not a fight to the death. The protagonist turned to him and asked him not to engage in this useless chatter. He had only learned 3 sword techniques in the last 3 months. Could he really win? Paul remembered how the protagonist and his previous master had fought and said not to worry, although he had not yet reached the level of his previous master. But if we consider only sword techniques, then he had almost brought them to perfection. It would be better to focus on these 3 and not try to learn every single technique. He was definitely strong. The protagonist looked straight and heard him not to doubt himself. Then he opened his mouth and said that he would do his best. Thomas looked at the protagonist and noted that he was early. Then he smiled and added that he already deserved praise for not running away. He thought he was ready. Chuck folded his arms and replied that they would only know after he fought. Chuck jerked sharply when Sodom noted that they should take a look at this. The girl pointed at the warriors and noted that Rudolph and Bob, that something had changed in them. Rudolph strained his gaze. The protagonist looked at him, heard that his muscles had become noticeably larger. This was all the influence of the old man's martial arts, and wondered if Thomas's training had really affected him so much. Bob's bald head was shining. Sodom opened her mouth and noted that his bald head could already blind. This was also an effect of the old man's martial arts, and Chuck wondered what kind of training he had gone through to get such a bald head. Thomas gritted his teeth and asked if it seemed to him that the twins also looked stronger than before, and Chuck wondered if he thought the tricks would end there. Then the elder raised his hand and noted that the rules were simple. There was no surrender, and they would fight until one of the sides could no longer fight, no matter if someone died in the end or not. Thomas smiled widely. The protagonist opened his mouth and asked who he would fight. Rudolph spread his arms and shouted that of course he would fight him, and Chuck thought that fortunately it was not a 2-on-1 fight, but what was that he had? Rudolph folded his stone hands together. Then he opened his mouth and said, what was he staring at? It would be unfair if he fought with his bare hands when he had a sword. However, they did not look threatening, because even Elder Thomas used them in his youth. The protagonist put out his sword and said that maybe he was right. It seemed to be quite a worthy means of defense against his rusty sword. Then he smiled and added that considering that one of Thomas's unique martial arts, the black steel technique, increases his physical abilities, he believes that even this is not enough to fight on equal terms. The avatars looked at the protagonist and noted that it was subtle and sounded rather contemptuous. Rudolph gritted his teeth. Then he jumped and shouted that they were starting. Chuck raised his sword and thought that it was readable. If he attacked first, he would use the advantage of distance, which he had as a swordsman. Chuck jumped on him and added that as soon as he was within the radius of his strike, the protagonist put out a glowing sword. Rudolph covered himself with his hand from the blows. Thomas watched the fight carefully. Then he smiled and thought that the attack of the slashing tiger, it seems that he trained hard, given how he wielded it, but how with his current skills he will win. Rudolph grabbed the protagonist's hand. Then he looked at him and noticed that he caught him. Then he started to hit the protagonist. Chuck covered himself with his hand and heard what was happening, remembering the past. Then he ducked. Then he powerfully hit Rudolph in the chin. The protagonist jumped back sharply. Then he landed heroically. Chuck looked ahead and thought that he finally managed to increase the distance. Rudolph threw the protagonist. Then he hit the tree. The twin wiped his cheek and said that how can a swordsman fall so low to use his legs during a fight? Chuck smiled and said that his internal energy has increased significantly compared to 3 months ago. He drank something like an elixir or something like that. Rudolph smiled and replied that it was all because he diligently studied the elders' martial arts, and Chuck thought that they would look at his eyes, and it is clear that he does not know how to lie. The protagonist gritted his teeth and added that he briefly forgot why they were fighting at all. Chuck imagined an adult Rudolph and thought that you couldn't even tell that in 10 years he and his brother would become one of the strongest in the blood cult. The protagonist looked at him and added that he might seem like a fool now, but the blood cult had really invested a lot in them, and not only martial arts, but everything else, which was also disadvantageous for him. The protagonist opened his mouth and noted that he was wrong. Rudolph raised his hand to his ear and asked what he was babbling about, that he already wanted to give up, and Chuck shouted that he had to give it his all, after which the twin tensed up. Chuck suddenly began to chop Rudolph. Thomas stood up and looked at him in surprise. Rudolph opened his mouth and wondered what was going on. Chuck found himself behind him and wondered that he hadn't even had time to see anything. Thomas opened his lips. The protagonist looked at him and thought that Thomas might look indifferent, but the expression on his face showed how it felt to see that the situation had changed for the worse. Chuck held his sword out in front of him and added that they shouldn't be too quick to be surprised because the show was just beginning. Rudolph got hit on the head with a stick. Thomas looked at him and said that he still didn't understand. In a fight with a swordsman, you need to close the distance and not let him move away in order to be able to block his techniques. Rudolph raised his head and replied that he knew, but he couldn't follow the techniques he was showing. His movements were too fast. Thomas started hitting him and shouted that he couldn't see well, but as soon as he hit him, his vision would immediately improve. Rudolph was lying in the snow and thought that the elder had beaten him so many times with the Shining Star Sword technique that it was obvious to him now that Chuck had just used the Sliding Loach sword. After which he opened his eyes and added that, moreover, he owned this formation no worse than the elder. How did he manage to hone his skills to such a level and alone, without a mentor? Chuck looked at him and asked if he had fallen asleep or was simply giving up. Rudolph stood up and shouted why he should give up. His attack wouldn't even cut a piece of paper, and then thought that Chuck was trying to make a laughing stock of him. He was trained by the elder himself. After which he remembered how the elder hit him in the face, then how he stood in front of Thomas and thought that he practiced countering the Shining Star Sword technique every day. Rudolph remembered how he carried a heavy stone and added that he trained half to death every day. He wouldn't take his eyes off him and to give it his all. The twin put out his hand and told him to attack. Thomas smiled. Paul looked at the fight and noticed that Rudolph had put a lot of effort into learning Thomas's techniques diligently, and Sodom asked who he was pretending to be. He was about to cry after a couple of scratches. Paul strained his gaze and added that now Chuck needed to act according to the plan. The protagonist and Rudolph collided, after which the protagonist jumped back. Chuck raised his sword, then he abruptly pulled it down. Rudolph looked at this and thought that he concentrated energy in his fist and immediately lunged with the sword. This is definitely the first formation of the Shining Star Sword technique. Chuck abruptly hit his twin, after which he looked from behind his hands and thought that it was great, even if he could not predict all his movements, but he could recognize the technique by his pose and block the attack. He managed to hook him several times, but the wounds are superficial, they do not bother him. Chuck put out his sword and thought that he was giving it his all, but Rudolph seemed to know all the formations by heart and easily blocked his attacks. Besides, he successfully applied Kingong, which Thomas taught him. It was difficult to defend himself. How could he defeat him? The protagonist jumped back. Then he hit his twin. He opened his eyes and thought that it was the sword of the Slaying Tiger again. The twin abruptly stepped aside and thought that the sword of the Slaying Tiger, a formation that suppresses the enemy with powerful energy, but when used, gaps in defense open up. Chuck saw that Rudolph was swinging and he added that it was possible to have time to hit a weak spot, even with bare hands. Rudolph looked at the protagonist and thought that he saw a reverse grip of the sword. This was the third formation of the sword technique of the Shining Star. The protagonist abruptly began to hit. Rudolph blocked the blow and thought that the Sliding Loach sword throws the enemy off track with its unpredictable sliding attacks, so there is no point in being distracted by each individual attack. You need to aim at Chuck himself. The twin opened his eyes and thought, great. Chuck jumped back and the enemy thought, it is obvious that he is breaking the distance. Rudolph swung his hand and thought that he extended his free hand to take a stable stance. This is the second formation of the Shining Star Sword technique, the Reflecting Clam Sword, which converts the force of the enemy's blow into momentum for delivering an equal force of rapid counterattack. Rudolph tripped and noted in his head that, however, if you do not track the trajectory of the enemy's attack correctly, then the Reflecting Clam Sword will not work. Chuck opened his mouth. Rudolph swung and noted that here it is. He lost his balance. The protagonist flew away sharply. Rudolph clenched his fist and wondered how he would get out of this. The Shining Star Sword technique had been defeated. Chuck landed and wondered how he knew the weaknesses of his formations too well. Paul smiled and said that he was holding up well. It had been more difficult than expected, but he could still stick to his plan, and Chuck wondered how easy it was for them to say as always, since he was the one getting all the punches. Chuck grabbed his side and added that he had plenty of determination, but he had already been seriously beaten. Paul raised his hand and said that he had nothing to worry about. Such wounds and abrasions could be healed by simply cultivating the innate energy of the core. The protagonist was covered in energy and wondered if they even knew how much everything hurt. Then he turned around and wondered how funny he must have been to see his protege smashing the glory of the legendary Shining Star Sword technique to smithereens. Rudolph ran at the protagonist, who added that it would be foolish for him to continue relying on the same techniques that he had easily repelled, and that it was now time to use the advanced technique of the Shining Star Sword. Chuck put out his hand and added that he could confuse him. At first he would think that he was trying to improvise and lose the initiative. Rudolph covered himself with his hands and told him to attack. Then he opened his eyes and was surprised, after which he saw the oncoming attacks and wondered that the sword of the reflecting clam could create such a barrage of attacks. Rudolph covered himself and tensed up. Thomas looked in surprise and wondered that the formation had changed. Rudolph gritted his teeth and asked what the hell was going on. The protagonist smiled and replied that he had been repelling his attacks too skillfully, so he decided to come up with something new. He liked it. Rudolph gritted his teeth and thought that he was transforming the formation on the go. He would never have believed it if he hadn't just seen it with his own eyes. The protagonist's eyes lit up brightly. Rudolph covered himself with his hands and thought that the attacks of the sliding loach sword had become much faster. He could barely block them. Chuck started to walk forward and Rudolph noted in his head that it didn't matter. If he used the slashing tiger sword, sooner or later, a gap would open in his defense again and then he would immediately attack. Rudolph gritted his teeth and shouted that now. Then he hit the protagonist. Then he opened his eyes. Rudolph saw how Chuck stopped his blow. The twin looked at this and thought that he moved his legs, extended his free hand and kept his balance. This is the reflecting mollusk sword. It responded to him with a powerful blow, absorbing the energy of his own attack. Chuck hit the twin sharply. Then he looked at his hand and thought that the reflecting mollusk sword went through like butter. Why did the skin on his palm crack? The protagonist looked at the blood and added that it was as if he had been slapped on the arm with a steel rod. Then he gritted his teeth and asked what form he had taken. Rudolph looked at him furiously. Someone shouted that it was not over yet, and the protagonist wondered what kind of armor it was. Paul replied that it was a full metal transformation technique. He had obviously learned it from an elder. Chuck thought about a full metal transformation. The voice said that now this duel would change dramatically, and that he should maintain discipline. Someone called the protagonist and he looked up. A man ran at him screaming. Where was he looking? The protagonist dodged. He looked at the man and thought, wow, this is speed. Using King Gong, he was already fast, and now he became even faster. The guy turned around and continued his thought that now it was only a warning lunge, and that if he had hit with full force, it would have been impossible to dodge. Chuck swung his sword and thought that he had never thought that the duel would be so serious, and that he needed to seize the moment and decisively turn the tide of the fight. The man bared his teeth furiously. They clashed in a duel. Sparks flashed around. The man angrily shouted that he would strike the tiger again, even if he didn't try. The protagonist's eyes widened. A devastating explosion thundered. Chuck opened his mouth. He landed on the ground, started coughing and thought that what a dominant aura, he had become much stronger. A man was flying towards the protagonist. He angrily shouted. The man cut the air and struck. Chuck frowned and thought that he had blocked it, somehow found the moment to counterattack. He struck with the second formation of the Shining Star Sword technique, the Reflecting Clam Sword. The man flew to the side. Then he slid his feet along the ground. Blood was coming from his nose and he said that time was running out. The man grabbed the ground and said that whenever he wanted to push him away, he used a reflective clam, and that if so, then. Dust rose up and he shouted how he liked that. Chuck got into a fighting stance and thought that it was an illusion and that he was imagining things or that he was starting to fuss. The man flew up to the protagonist and the protagonist thought that he was fast. Then the protagonist parried his blow. Chuck looked down and called Bob. Then he looked at him and asked if he was okay. Bob swung and shouted what did he care, that he should not relax, and called him a donkey from Loyang. Paul told the protagonist that things were taking a dangerous turn and that they needed to come up with something, to which Chuck thought that was true. He himself understood that he would not last long. Paul continued that the situation was dangerous not for him, but for Bob. Paul looked at the man and said that he and his previous owner had seen Richard use this technique many times. Then he continued that, however, he had never seen veins bulge so much and skin peel off in flaps. Paul said that this was clearly a side effect of using a technique that exceeded his physical capabilities. An image of Bob lying on the ground flashed through his head and Paul said that if this continued, Bob might die. Chuck thought he understood him, but there was a problem. The guy grinned and continued his thought that neither the sword of the slaying tiger. He raised his hand up and thought that neither the sword of the slithering vine. Bob opened his mouth and Chuck thought that they could not contain his furious onslaught. Sparks were shining around and Chuck thought that in order to win in this situation, he would have to stall for time, but in that case, this idiot might even die. Looking at Bob, the protagonist thought that he needed to somehow win and save him. Blood started pouring out of the man's stomach. Chuck thought he was crazy and that if he hadn't moved a little, I could have accidentally pierced him through. Bob grabbed the sword. Chuck's eyes widened and he thought what to do. The man opened his mouth and flew at the protagonist, to which he thought that he definitely did. The protagonist frowned and thought that he had found a way to cut this Gordian knot. Bob grabbed the protagonist's hand. Then he widened his eyes. Richard frowned. Laura furiously said that he was an idiot. How could a swordsman let his opponent get so close to him? Paul opened his mouth and replied, "That's it." They looked at what was happening and Paul continued that he was trying to resolve the situation through a duel of the spirit, to which Laura asked again. Their hands were clasped and Paul said that he intended to mix Bob's aura with his innate energy, and thus cancel the technique of full metal transformation. Laura put her hands to her face and exclaimed that, wow, is it possible to waste innate energy so recklessly? Paul replied that if he had not studied the technique of cultivating the energy of the shining star, it would be tantamount to suicide. There was a fierce battle. The voice shouted that the southern sky, the protagonist, is clearly inferior, and to look at their faces. Looking at Bob, he said, it may seem that the man's aura is superior to Chuck. Then they turned their gaze to the protagonist and Paul continued that, but it is clearly visible that Bob is using up his strength faster. The guy put his hand to his chin and said that impressive. Bob acted as if he really was going to kill the protagonist. One of them grunted and the guy continued that, but he seemed to have forgotten both about combat technique and attitude. Chuck bared his teeth and Paul shouted that he could definitely win. Bob asked about the spirit duel and that he thought he could defeat him with such nonsense. Then he laughed and said to attack. Chuck thought that the technique of full metal transformation was being destroyed, and a little more. A moment later, Richard appeared between them. The guy flew to the side. The protagonist fell to the ground. He then asked why he suddenly intervened. The guy called him Sir Elder. The man laughed and said that this was also gratitude for stopping them before they used up their innate energy. Richard continued with a smile that there was no way they could defeat each other, so the duel was cancelled. Chuck opened his mouth and said that it was a draw. Richard asked why he did not use the technique from the secret notes he gave him, to which the hero thought that of course, he was waiting for him to talk about it. Chuck replied that he was not that crazy. The man asked again. The protagonist continued that he was certainly skilled enough to use the techniques in the secret records, and therefore wise enough to know the features and weaknesses of sword techniques. Richard frowned and asked why he had changed the technique, to which the boy replied that he had. The man asked who had told him how to do it, to which Chuck asked if anyone could penetrate his lands without his knowledge. Richard put his fingers to his eyes and said that he thought this was just the limit of his current capabilities. He could still see his weaknesses well. The protagonist thought that the weaknesses he had left on purpose so as not to add to suspicion. Chuck asked if he knew what, and the man looked at him in bewilderment. The protagonist continued that he truly thought that the creator of that technique, whose weaknesses were so obvious to him, would have left it unchanged and not improved it in any way. The man's eyes lit up and Chuck said that of course he couldn't know that, but wasn't there an improved version? The voice shouted that the southern sky. Richard replied that it was a draw anyway, there was no winner. The protagonist said that a little more and he would have won. Then he asked to look at him and asked if he didn't agree with him. The man replied that he didn't know anything. Chuck angrily said that this was too much and that he really thought the fight was fair. Then he asked him to think carefully. The protagonist only had his basic energy cultivation skills with him. Chuck said that Bob had the techniques he personally taught him. The protagonist continued that he had a complete understanding and knowledge of the weaknesses of his techniques and a certain elixir that strengthened his internal energy. Bob smiled in his mind. Chuck said that he even gave him rare bracers. The protagonist then asked what he could do in this situation. The protagonist asked if he wasn't on his way to winning a duel that was set up solely for him to lose. He opened his mouth and continued that if he didn't get his recognition after winning, then he should die and that he was just a pawn for him. He asked if the man would have allowed him to duel Bob if he had played fair. Richard turned to the man and Chuck continued that even if he hadn't given him the bracers and the elixir. After a moment, Richard laughed. The man's leg jerked. Bob's body flew. Richard lifted him up and said, well, he was an idiot and who allowed him to use his technique haphazardly, and that if he had asked him, Richard would have said that Bob was not mature enough yet. Then the man smiled and said okay, and what else? He gave him the elixir, to which Bob replied that wasn't what he gave them every night, the elixir. The man laughed and said that he thought it was an elixir and that he was an idiot. If he had so much elixir, would he waste it on them? Then he asked why he thought he hadn't trained successors for a long time, and told these two about his techniques because their bodies were perfect for the full metal transformation technique. Richard said that these two had a much higher blood circulation speed than ordinary people, and that their bodies initially accumulated internal energy faster. Bob replied that yes, and what did he give them then, if not an elixir? Then the man continued that when using the full metal transformation technique, their fast blood circulation will speed up their death, and that if nothing is done about it, they will really die, so everything needs to be balanced with velvet tree bark extract or the crow regulation technique. Richard extended his hand and continued that as for the weapon, he seriously grumbles about the presence of bracers, given that he himself has a famous sword in his hands. Looking at his sword, he continued that the sword was old, had seen a lot, but was still much better than any ordinary sword. Paul coughed and said that for the first time in a long time he was right. The man smiled and said that in fact he was right when he said that the fight was unfair, and that this duel was really arranged so that he would win. Richard said that they were just pawns that he used, but this did not change the fact that he brazenly tried to deceive him in order to win. He folded his arms and said that therefore there would be no winner and he was canceling their agreement. Chuck replied that in the end they were disposable pawns for him. The hero opened his eyes in surprise and heard that these same pawns would also become his official students. Then he said that it was too pity to throw away such strong men, and that they had certain natural talents, innate abilities for martial arts, and that for people like them, even if you throw a bone to her, they will learn to fight on their own, they will become outstanding. That is, at the very least, they will not die. Chuck closed his eyes and the man continued that in any case he decided to make them his students. The protagonist replied that it was a great honor for him and thought that it meant that what he learned with the help of Laura and the Southern Sky looked like an innate talent to Richard. Paul said that it would be impossible without his personal abilities, to which Laura answered that it was true, who else in the world can talk to swords? Chuck closed his eyes and thought that well, since he says so, thank you, but it is too early to relax, there is still something to learn. The protagonist turned to the man and asked him to say that if he becomes his student, he will teach him his personal techniques. Looking at Bob, the guy continued that he said that the technique of full metal transformation is available only to those who have the same fast blood circulation as the twins. Richard laughed and said that he had better thank him. Maybe he wouldn't teach him such fighting techniques, but he would help him develop his sword skills, and that he knew that the technique he was using was the technique of the Southern Sky Swordsman, the only worthy opponent, a strongman from Yunnan province. Chuck shouted in shock that it was true, so that skeleton was the remains of the Southern Sky Swordsman, and that maybe that sword was his sword. Paul put his hand to his chin and said, since he hadn't told him everything about his previous master and his fighting techniques, Laura replied that he should look, he was pretending. Looking at the protagonist, they continued that he was pretending that he was hearing about it from Richard for the first time, and that he would do it again and again, so it was better for him to get used to it right away. Richard looked at the protagonist and said that after the death of the Southern Sky Swordsman, he became the one who knows the Shining Star Sword technique best of all, and that he will help him master this technique to perfection. The protagonist thought that he did not really need his help, since there was the Southern Sky. Richard continued that he would also help him restore Danshin. The man asked what he thought and whether he would become his student. Paul said that he would accept any of his decisions. Laura continued that of course, this was a good opportunity, and you can always leave if you don't like it. Chuck bowed and said that the middle-ranking warrior Chuck greeted his master. Bob tiredly called the elder and asked how he and his brother were, what would happen to them. Richard thought about it and replied that, unfortunately, he could not just abandon those who learned his techniques, even though they were not entirely to his liking. Then he said that he would accept them both. The guy enthusiastically asked again. Bob said that the warrior of the middle rank Bob greeted his master, and that his brother should repeat after him, to which the brother repeated the same words. Bob turned to him and said, what is he? Let him repeat with his name. And why did he repeat the last sentence? He is a bald head. The guy opened his mouth. Richard congratulated the newcomers. Chuck said with a smile that he now has 2 younger comrades, and that he became the first student and is very happy to have comrades. The man smiled. The voices said that it was his master who taught him personal techniques, and that the elder would not make him senior over them. Richard laughed and asked him to take a look. Then he continued that a youth similar to him became his student. The man laughed and said that he finally defeated him. Chuck opened his mouth and thought that he considered it a victory. Paul told him to forget his previous words, and that if he became this man's apprentice, he would not help him anymore. Snow fell to the ground. The man approached the skeleton and asked how Harris was doing. Richard continued that now he could finally leave him in the past. Then he said that although no, something was in the way. He looked at the skeleton and asked him to tell him. Richard asked the skeleton who killed him. One day, the owner received a very strange challenge to a duel. It stated the place and time, and there was also a color cut in half. Her previous owner had been through hundreds and thousands of fights, but that day he was unusually excited when he went to the duel. He still does not know who his opponent was that day, he only remembers that one of his eyes was gold. He looked no more than 20, but this duel was over in just 40 seconds. Someone's silhouette appeared. An outstanding master, worthy of the title of the 8th best master under the heavens, the pride of Yunnan province. The Southern Sky Swordsman was defeated. That's all he knows about the man who brought her master to death. Laura opened her mouth and continued that the candidate to become one of the 8 best masters, the Southern Sky Swordsman, lost in 40 seconds. Chuck thought that something was fishy here. Laura whispered in his ear to watch his words. It wasn't that the Sky Swordsman lost, but that his opponent was terrifyingly strong. The protagonist thought, what was she talking about? He didn't say anything like that. Chuck narrowed his eyes and continued the thought that it was just him. Paul looked at him sadly. The protagonist thought, no, nothing. He spread his arms to the sides and thought that it was already late, and that they should go to bed. He put down his weapon and thought, good night and sweet dreams to everyone. A voice came from the sword that swords never sleep. Chuck remained silent. Then he thought that he had changed the topic to the Southern Sky Swordsman, so that everyone would relax a little, and in the end the conversation ended on such a note. Chuck closed his eyes. Judging by the reaction of the Southern Sky, he was keeping something silent. What he told him did not explain at all why the remains of the Southern Sky Swordsman, the pride of Yunnan Province, were in Guangdong Province. After all, he had reached a high rank with his strength and was considered one of the 8 best masters of the Central Plain, and how could such a person receive fatal injuries in a fight lasting 40 seconds? If the difference in their skills was so great, it would have been evident in the first exchange of blows, and 40 seconds would not have been needed. Southern Sky said that the person who brought the master to death, and not the one who killed the master, he is sure that these words should be taken literally. It turns out that after the duel, the swordsman of the Southern Sky was still alive, and he came to the cave to recover from his wounds. And at that moment, the one who defeated him appeared next to him. Could it be that warrior with the golden eye again? Or a third person who watched their duel from the side? It is unclear who it is, but his goal is not difficult to understand. The Southern Sky said about his former master that he wanted to find a student, but he did not meet good people on his way. That is, he did not have a successor, which means that by killing the swordsman of the Southern Sky at the moment of his weakness, the killer would become the only owner of the Mi technique of the Shining Star. He broke his jaw so that he could not speak, broke his arms so that he could not write, broke his legs so that he could not escape. And there could be only one reason for all these cruelties. The sole master of the Southern Sky Swordsman's martial art. He probably forced the swordsman to write down the method of cultivating innate energy and then erase the most important part, in order to become the only warrior who possessed the secret of the innate core energy. The man bared his teeth. He thought that, however, in the end, he also became a kind of successor to the Southern Sky Swordsman, although not officially, and that it must have been very difficult for the Southern Sky to watch this horror and not be able to help. He also avoided the topic at the first meeting. Paul said in his memory that he would tell him about it later. Didn't he have more important things to do now? Chuck replied that yes, he did. Now he understood. These were painful memories for him. Chuck thought that he would have to avoid this topic when communicating. I was sure that the day would come when the Southern Sky itself would dare to tell him. Then he thought that until then, he would at least take care of his feelings. Laura said that so that's how it was hard for him. Paul thanked her for understanding. The girl replied that yes, they were both swords, who else could he tell such a thing to? Then she said with a smile not to worry. Chuck probably didn't understand anything, so he would simply change the subject if he asked again about the death of the Southern Sky Swordsman. Paul thought about it and replied that he thought there would be no need for that. Chuck seemed to notice his reaction and drew conclusions. Laura asked how he knew. Paul replied with a smile that sometimes you can understand each other without words. Perhaps this is the unique connection between a swordsman and his faithful sword, with which they have been through a lot. Laura said in fear that he was joking. Then she grabbed his head and continued that he even knew about Chuck. He met him a few months after her, and that he had become completely impudent. She would teach him what it meant to respect his elders. Chuck opened his eyes. Then he greeted the master. He hit him on the head and told him to look at himself. Then he continued furiously that they had become his students today, but instead of celebrating they had decided to sleep. After this little fight, the protagonist apologized and thought that he hadn't even told them to wait for him. The protagonist turned around. Richard said that it was the first time he had taken someone as an apprentice and was going to celebrate. The man opened the vat. Then he laughed and continued that they wouldn't go to bed until they finished drinking, and asked who wanted to be the first to take a drink from their master. The guys looked at him in surprise. Voices began to ask who would be first. The man laughed and said one at a time. Chuck opened his mouth and screamed. He came out of the cave and said that there was much more snow today than yesterday. Someone asked him what he was doing this morning. Chuck smiled and said that Bob had woken up and how he felt. Bob, with a bruise on his cheek, asked what he thought, and that the damn old man first got him drunk and then hit him, not even thinking that he was just drunk. Chuck answered that you need to think with your head before you laugh. Richard in the memory said that he laughed so much that a woman turned him down. Bob answered that he thought that he just told a funny joke. Chuck asked why he was addressing his elder informally. Bob answered perplexedly, with him suddenly he is the elder. They are, in fact, comrades. Besides, he owes. Chuck asked what debt, and sure enough, he is talking about that day. The man in the memory said that the one who loses will become the winner's subordinate. The protagonist said that he is confident in himself and asked if he is confident. The protagonist frowned and said what it meant, and he remembered their bet. Well, he had 3 options to choose from. He would consider him an older comrade or call him master, or he wanted to fight one more time. The guy was breathing heavily and called him older. Chuck asked what he was saying and that he had some kind of hearing problem. He didn't hear. Bob was sitting on his knees, apologized to the older man and continued that how could that be? His internal energy was more powerful. Laura said that he was such a fool, he didn't even know that he was also holding back, trying not to harm him. Chuck thought with a smile that he guessed he was self-confident, but not stupid. Richard said that they woke up and that they were lucky brats. The hero greeted the master. He grabbed him by the collar and said let's go. The guy asked what happened again. Then he screamed. Richard carried him and the guy thought, how long could he carry him like this? Chuck told the master that he could walk himself. Richard replied that with his speed they would grow old before they reached the Valley of Six Bloods. Chuck thought about the Valley of Six Bloods, the main pavilion of the Valley of Six Bloods. Christopher said that he checked the pulse so quickly, and if everything was okay, these were definitely all the necessary medicines. William replied that yes, this was the best treatment that was possible now. A devastating explosion occurred. Richard greeted the divine healer. He then showed the protagonist and told him to heal this kid. Chuck thought he was just going to save him. Someone came into the room and told him to stop. It was the blood cult, the Sixth Blood Star Blood Witch Nora, and she said she hadn't seen him in a while. She looked at the protagonist and asked who the kid was with them and that she hadn't seen him before. Chuck said that everyone obeyed the blood demon. Let the blood rule the world. Cadet Chuck, Richard put his foot on his face and told him to be quiet. He then asked how his student could kneel before someone when he was next to him. The voice said that it was nothing, he just came to the divine healer. Richard frowned. The man then asked if the divine healer was here. The man replied that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. The healer said that he hoped his bones were still as strong and would he like a cup of tea. Richard thanked him and said that he was one of their nobles. Let him drink the tea. Laura enthusiastically said to look at this. Chuck thought that yes, this crazy old man has long since lost a drop of nobility. Then he continued the thought that more importantly, this middle-aged man is a divine healer. He expected something else. In his opinion, a healer should look like William. Richard grinned and said that he would get straight to the point, let him heal his student. His energy core was damaged, and that if he patched it up, he would give him his nameplate. It could come in handy. The man said that he would probably refuse. Richard asked perplexedly. The voice continued that it was because he already had too many nameplates from healing important people from all over the Central Plain. Chuck thought in surprise how many of them were there. He could only read a few names, and they were all well known, and that he even saw the name of one of the four most terrifying assassins of the Central Plain. Then the protagonist continued to think that the tablet with Elder Richard's name on it had no chance of being compared to the tablets of the four assassins or the 8 best masters of the Central Plain, who were at an unattainable level of mastery. The healer continued that besides, if it was a matter of damage to the Danchan, then it was not a matter of life and death, and that he could wait. He could not afford to take care of his disciple by putting aside an important patient. The man said that he hoped for understanding. Let him come back later. Chuck's eyes widened and thought that this person behind him was the important patient he was talking about. Someone's silhouette appeared. Richard grabbed the guy's head and said that what he was saying was not a matter of life and death, and that if he did not heal this child, then he could only use his innate energy, which would ultimately kill him, or he himself would kill him out of pity. Chuck looked at the man and he asked if he could heal him or would rather let him die. How could he be called a doctor after that? The guy thought how cleverly he had bent it. Richard continued angrily that although, if it was about him, then he probably could heal split skulls. The protagonist thought that he was a crazy old man. What was he talking about? The healer closed his eyes and said that he felt sorry for him. He heard that this was his first student, and that if he wanted to kill him, let him do it outside. He had things to do. The door closed in front of them. The man threw the protagonist back. Then he shouted furiously that he dared to ignore him, and that okay, if his important patient disappeared, he thought he would become more accommodating. Nora turned to the elder and told him to stop it. The man shouted that she dared to block his way. His reaction further inflamed his desire to know who was there. Then he widened his eyes in bewilderment. Chuck thought in surprise that they had suddenly gone silent. He looked at the girl and thought that the Sixth Blood Star's throat was vibrating slightly. He couldn't hear a word, but he was ready to swear that they were now talking through these vibrations. The voice asked the boys to wait outside the door. Chuck agreed. Then the man continued that he meant everyone except the witch. The protagonist wondered who was standing there behind him. The man grinned and asked if it was true. Then he continued that if she made this up to brush him off, then he wouldn't get away with it. Nora told the elder not to worry. There was not a drop of a lie in her words. The man grabbed his stomach and said that they drank too much yesterday and that his stomach was not feeling well. Chuck continued that the patient was someone really noble, so much so that even Mr. Richard did not dare to harm him. And how long would these res talk? Laura asked so who was the patient and asked if he knew. Chuck thought he wasn't sure since the leader of the blood cult was dead. No idea who else the master would show respect to. Paul said that this question was a bit strange. He then closed his eyes and continued that if he thought about it, this wasn't the first time he asked something like this. And did he die and go back in time to ask him about this? Laura and Chuck both said at the same time that he actually died and went back in time. Paul's mouth fell open. He grabbed his head and said that they wanted to say that it was true and it wasn't a metaphor. Laura angrily replied that yes, she said she wasn't lying. The protagonist thought he wouldn't believe him either. Laura angrily told him to shut up and not to butt in when the swords were talking to each other. The protagonist apologized and told him to continue. The girl casually asked where he was going. Chuck thought. that he was looking for a warehouse or a kitchen, he would die if he didn't drink some water, and that sharing that huge jug between the three of them was a bad idea. Paul replied that yeah, being human was so inconvenient. The protagonist thought that if he hadn't mixed anything up, this was a food warehouse. Then his eyes widened. He looked at the girl and thought that someone was already there, and that she still hadn't noticed that he had entered. The protagonist then continued the thought that whoever she was, she had a great appetite. Clara looked at him. The guy narrowed his eyes. Then he went out saying that he was sorry. The girl chewed silently. She ran out screaming for him to wait and asked that he was a disciple of one of the 4 high elders. Then she covered her mouth and asked him to forget what he had seen there. She was on a diet. The protagonist replied that of course, that meant the beef jerky she had just been gobbling up. Clara screamed that she ate very little because she was afraid of fainting from hunger. The protagonist thought that she looked like she was going to eat half the warehouse. The girl closed her eyes and asked not to tell anyone about this, and that she in return. The girl handed him something, and the guy thought how strange. The guy thought that just asking was enough. Why was she immediately giving him money? Richard called the student. Then he furiously screamed to come here faster. Clara screamed at him to wait. The man grabbed the guy and said that during the important battle he would also have to wait for him. Then he asked what he was doing here. Chuck stroked his head and replied that he was looking for a warehouse to drink water. A voice in his head called him, and the guy thought that it was someone's voice in his head. The voice continued that if she spoke about him, he would kill him. The girl's eyes lit up, and Chuck replied that he was looking, but found nothing. Richard asked again and said that the warehouse was right behind him and called him an idiot. Nora turned to Clara and she said that she hadn't eaten anything. Nora laughed and said that the relationship between the elder and his disciple seemed really good. Then he continued that the fact that the master finally took disciples was a blessing for the cult. Chuck wondered what it was, the blood witch's gaze, and what was wrong with it. His head was spinning. The protagonist's eyes lit up. Richard grabbed his head and a voice in the guy's head told him not to look this girl in the eyes. He was too inexperienced to resist her power. Chuck thought that it looked like the dizziness just now was her doing. But why did his innate energy activate on its own? Richard told the blood witch not to do anything stupid. The girl covered her mouth and said that how dare she, when one of the 4 supreme elders was right in front of her, and well, she apologizes, they have to go. They went straight ahead and she told the elder that they would see each other next time, to which Richard said that finally. The man said that everything was not so simple and that he needed to find some kind of medicinal herb or something to be cured. Chuck thought that here it was, the lower Danchin rebirth flower, the herb that the divine doctor had been looking for in his past life. Richard frowned and continued that the doctor had said that the first one to bring him the herb would be given a special tablet that would allow him to cure them at any time. The protagonist thought that fortunately he knew where to get the necessary plant. The man said that it was a curse and that he hoped that the young lady would not get involved in it. Chuck asked again. He thought to keep this a secret. If he told anyone, he would kill them. Then the voice continued that he remembered the person who stood behind the divine guardian before, and that person, she was the granddaughter of the former leader of the blood cult. The protagonist thought that the blood demon lineage still existed, and that this was special knowledge. He did not hear it in his past life. The blood demon is a significant figure in the history of Muram, who managed to unite many unorthodox sects and dark masters into an organization known as the blood cult. In order to stop him, the orthodox sects in the past temporarily forgot about their eternal disputes and formed an alliance, and even the peerless, the strongest figure of that time, entered this war. And all because of just one person, the blood demon. In a fierce battle against countless top Muram masters, he still did not escape serious wounds and bid farewell to his life. The Muram alliance and the peerless did not rest until they killed his entire lineage, in order to ensure that the blood cult could never be revived. Or so he thought until now. He never thought he would ever see one of his descendants so close. Lying on the tree, the hero heard that thanks to this, the crazy old man accepted the divine doctor's suggestion, to which the hero thought yes, and due to the knowledge from his past life as a spy for the blood cult. Looking at his hand, the hero thought that he had a pretty high chance of finding a benefactor in the person for whom the doctor was looking for this medicinal herb. But was that enough? Stretching his hand up, the hero thought that if he doesn't become stronger, even being in a more advantageous position than in his past life, he will still remain a weak-willed pawn in the hands of his superiors, to which Laura asked whether he plans to look for this herb or not. Looking at her, the protagonist replied that he plans to. Why would he miss such an opportunity? To which she replied that it is true. In connection with the big shots, no one has ever been harmed, and Paul said that he agrees with her. Having hit the hero in the face, Laura asked what then sat down, and what if someone finds the herb before him? It will not be offensive, and the hero replied that there is no point in going there right now. Mountains appeared, and the hero continued that he will not be able to see the flower because it is sleeping. It took the divine healer 4 days because he did not know about this feature. The hero landed on the ground and thought that as soon as the sun sets, and all the other people will disperse. The man stood behind a tree, and the hero added that they would send out to search. A strong wind blew. The hero ran forward quickly and thought that he was in good shape. He remembered how in his past life he was so envious of those who owned King Gong techniques. Paul, looking straight ahead, turned to the protagonist, to which he replied that he knew. The girl was chasing the hero, to which he thought that everyone had already left, but there was someone who cared about him. Turning around, he asked that he could not tell who was chasing him, to which the avatar replied that he would be surprised. The girl rushed forward, and he added that this was the plump girl they saw in the warehouse. She was almost as fast as the hero. Looking away, Chuck wondered what this was even possible. Even if she honed her skills with all her might, with such a body she would not last long. Suddenly he swung his sword sharply, thinking that maybe he could break away if he slowed her down a little. First of all, he suggested raising snow dust into the air. Snow was flying at the girl. She squinted. She stopped in confusion, and the hero thought that her view was blocked for now. The hero took a step forward and added that he would climb the bamboo. Jumping up, the hero thought that she would lose sight of him. Even if she found his trail later, they would be separated by a decent distance. Raising his head, Paul shouted that he was above, and Laura asked again. The girl jumped on the protagonist. Raising her hand, Clara told him to freeze. The hero opened his eyes in fear. She struck, but the hero parried it. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked to wait, asked why she was attacking him. Flying up, Chuck thought that this girl, she was stronger than him. Running forward, the girl said that it was strange. She heard that he had problems with his dancing, but he was an excellent King Gong specialist. The hero dodged her attack and thought, what the hell? Jumping aside, the hero thought about what kind of technique this was. Her movements were like the lunges of a hawk gliding towards its prey. The girl's eyes glowed pink, and the protagonist continued that in addition, her hands were surrounded by red kai. She had mastered the techniques of a blood witch. The protagonist raised his sword above his head and thought that if the fight dragged on, his situation would only get worse. Turning around, Chuck added that he basically had no chance against her, so he should try to get her to talk as soon as possible. The hero frowned and struck. A huge avalanche of snow rose in front of him. Hiding from her, Clara said that he had made a real snowstorm. He did it on purpose. The protagonist asked why she was chasing him. She had scared him after all. Approaching the hero, the girl asked again, and then said that he had rushed off somewhere in the middle of the night. She found it suspicious, to which the hero asked what, and that was why she had decided to attack him. What did she care where she was going? The hero opened his eyes in surprise, hearing that of course she cared. He knew where to find the herb. Taking up arms, the hero wondered how did she know, and then asked what she was talking about. If he had hoped to find a flower, would he have started looking for it in the middle of the night? Looking at the protagonist, Clara said that he did not need to be wary of her. She did not introduce herself. Clara, a student of the 6th star of blood. In fact, she is a friend of the person for whom they are looking for this herb. Walking straight, Chuck turned to her and said that he was not sure, but had a couple of ideas where to look for her, but it was quite difficult to get there. So not today, to which the girl replied that oh my god, he was trying to get rid of her. Let him not be so unsociable and take her with him. The hero thought about the tablet, hearing that she would give him all her tablets for it with the right to enter the pavilion of the divine healer. Lowering his head, the hero asked, what does it all mean? And Laura clarified that isn't this a good deal? Why is hesitating? To which he replied that she should not rush. The girl closed her eyes, and the hero thought that judging by the fact that she makes such a generous offer from the very beginning, she does not know how to bargain at all. The hero looked at the coins and thought that she had already shown her impatience that day when she had offered him silver for a small favor, which meant that if she continued to break down, she would easily squeeze even more benefits out of her. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that yes, just in case, let him not try to escape. He himself knew that she was faster. Turning to the girl, Chuck said that if she was persuading him to cooperate, then how about adding another reward to strengthen their trust? To which she asked what trust? Another reward. What? A memory surfaced of how she had hit the hero, and the hero said that he should teach him the sliding movement she had used earlier, to which she asked again. Clara confusedly said that he understood how rude it was to ask for another master's technique, to which Chuck replied that he understood. If he didn't want to, then he went, and then thought that she would teach her anyway. That's the kind of person she was. The girl closed her eyes and said okay, she would teach him, but on one condition, he should only use it on those he intended to kill. Laura put her hand to her face and said that she had cornered herself and agreed, even though she didn't want to which Paul added that he thought this friendship was really important to her. The hero thought that it didn't look much like friendship and then asked, great, we agreed, then they were leaving. The hero ran forward quickly and heard that he was using Shingun at the expense of the innate energy of the core. He was bringing his death closer. Running after him, Clara said that he'd better stop, otherwise he would really use up all his innate energy, to which the hero asked what was left for him. He didn't have a danchin, so that's it. Looking to the side, the protagonist asked how she knew he knew where the grass was, to which she replied that firstly, his behavior. People appeared in the gorge, and she continued that everyone in the Valley of Six Bloods had been scouring the area for at least a quarter of a day today. She had met all the elders here and there many times, but he was nowhere to be seen. Pointing two fingers, the girl said that secondly, that which confirmed her guess. A man appeared in the distance, and she said that when she followed him, she felt that he was running in a certain direction. Did not look back at all, as if he knew where he was going, to which the hero thought that she was smart, not even to justify himself. Looking to the side, the hero heard that his name was Chuck, yes, to which he replied that yes, it seemed she was older than him, so let her address him informally. Looking at the protagonist, Carla asked that she was older. How could he think such a thing about a student? She was not that old. Standing on the ledge, the hero said that the grass was down there and suggested going down. Clara turned to the hero and asked that he had never told anyone about what happened between them during the day, though, to which he replied that he had thought about it because he had never seen his silver ones. She asked about wanting to die, and the hero said that instead he would now get something better, so he would erase that moment from his memory, to which she asked again. The hero reached for the plant and said that he promised, but she had not chased after him just to ask about it. Yes, to which she furiously said, what else for just asking? It was very important to her. Having picked a flower, the hero said that here it is. Looking straight ahead, Chuck added that it was the herb the divine healer was looking for. Closing her eyes, Clara said that it was indeed here. Found, what a relief, take the flower in return. Frowning, the hero thought that she was happy as expected. Handing over the flower, the hero heard that he should take care of himself. The masked man abruptly snatched the flower from the protagonist's hands. Raising his head in surprise, the hero thought that he had not even felt their presence. Clara looked up in amazement, and Chuck added that she too, although many times better than him, these people were truly very strong. Looking straight ahead, the man said that they had made the right decision to follow him. He had the plant, let them cut them down. A blow flew at the man and he asked who they were. Grabbing his sword, the hero thought that, damn, they had been on his tail for a long time. The man behind him turned to him and asked him to forgive him. Suddenly, he swung his hand sharply. Several blows flew at the hero. The girl looked at this in surprise and turned to the hero. The main hero was lying on the ground, and she asked again. The hero's weapon was lying at his back. Looking at the enemies, the girl asked what, when they had time. Then she turned to the hero. Jumping up, she said for him to wait for her. She would be back soon. She told him to stop. Looking ahead, the protagonist thought that it seemed that she managed to avoid damage because she was stronger than him. This is, of course, good, but before dumping, she could at least press on his acupuncture points. A discharge passed through the hero and he thought, what the hell? The pressure weakened. Looking at him, Paul asked that his innate internal energy reacted. Is he okay? To which he thought that yes, now it is normal, and his energy has many hidden possibilities. Laura furiously said that this stupid pig, how could she abandon the one who helped her? Put some grass above a person, this flower is so important to her. Sitting on his knees, the hero heard that he should go after them, otherwise he will miss it, to which he thought that he does not know if he needs it, just. The girls were surprised to hear that the flower was still too immature anyway. A glowing plant appeared, and the hero thought that the fruits ripening in the lower Danchin rebirth flower changed as it grew. A fully ripe plant should have 7 formed fruits emitting a greenish glow. Looking at the flower, the girl said that it was clearer than what they had taken, and Laura added that there were 5 yellow balls in that flower. The hero walked straight and thought that this grass was growing everywhere here, but it was all unripe. It was absolutely unsuitable. Looking up, he added that a truly ripe flower was found behind this frozen waterfall. It was lucky that they had covered them so early, otherwise they would have taken it too. Looking through the crack, the hero thought that he could not see anything. The moonlight did not penetrate here, and the girl said that something was shining over there. Chuck smiled broadly and said that she was a good girl. They found her, 7 fruits and a faint green glow. A glowing plant appeared, and the hero added that there were only 2 flowers, but they were ripe. Reaching out for them, Chuck said that it was a divine herb that bloomed only on winter nights. He hadn't even touched it yet, but his palms were already frozen. Sitting by the flower, the hero said that the main thing was not to damage the roots. Lowering his head, the main character said that it was cold, but in the summer it would be perfect here, and Laura was surprised. Looking ahead, she said that the broken blade wanted to tell him something. The hero answered that she should wait. He was almost finished, to which she said that he wouldn't have understood anyway. She would talk to him herself. The girl put her hand to her ear and then asked what he was saying. His core was cracked, he couldn't hear. With her eyes wide open, she heard him tell her to run. Rushing towards the hero, Laura said to go faster, not to ask anything, just run. A huge monster appeared, and she added that damn, it's too late, let him get the southern sky. The protagonist jumped up from the blow. Looking to the side, he asked what the hell it was, to which Paul replied that she didn't know either. She had never seen anything like it, to which Laura replied that it looked like a monster. Kneeling down, the hero thought, damn, he can't fight in such darkness, but he took the grass, so he'll just dash to the exit. Blood was flowing from the protagonist's leg. Suddenly, an icy blow appeared in front of him. The fleeing protagonist appeared in the monster's eyes. He raised his head up, looking at him. Suddenly, the monster jumped up sharply. Turning around, Paul told the hero to take care of himself. He was getting closer. He wouldn't have time to get away at this distance. The monster was rapidly approaching the hero. He reached out for it with his hand, and Chuck heard him dodge and deliver a sharp blow. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that he wasn't sure if it would work against the monster. Okay, whatever. The protagonist swung his sword and used the shining star sword technique. The monster fell to the ground, and Chuck thought that it was hard, but he definitely hit its weak points. The monster looked straight ahead, and the hero thought what kind of creature it was. The four-eyed monster stuck out its tongue, and the hero added that the only thing that was clear was that its attacks worked on it. Peeking out from behind the stone, Laura asked why he was scared, began to act so cautiously. The hero raised his sword up, and Paul told him to take advantage of the chance while he was confused, to which Chuck replied that he knew. The monster stretched his arm forward, and the hero thought that he would finish him off no matter what it took. The protagonist ran towards him and thought that he would use his most powerful technique. He stretched his sword forward and gritted his teeth. After striking, he used the reflecting clam sword. Looking down, the hero said that yes, the attack worked, and the guy said in surprise that he finished him off. Suddenly, the hero opened his eyes in surprise. Clenching his fist tightly, Laura said that great, it wasn't that bad. Suddenly, the hero fell to the ground. Looking at him, the girl asked what was wrong with him, to which he replied that it was hot. Surprised, she asked again what was happening, and the hero thought that the poison was spreading. A black liquid appeared on the hero's hand, and he thought that he felt it moving up his shin. His innate internal energy was fighting against him, but the pain did not subside. The hero, wincing in pain, thought that such a powerful poison, as if he had been thrown into a fire, so quickly, the pain was already piercing his entire body, even his throat was hot. Looking at the flower, he added that he was losing clarity of thought. He needed at least something, a way to moderate the heat. Holding the plant in his hand, he thought that for sure, grass, perhaps it would help, a divine flower that exuded cold. The hero began to chew the plant. Then he raised his head up. His face turned blue, and he thought that his throat was as if frozen. He could not breathe, it was unbearably cold. The hero opened his mouth wide and thought that heat and frost were simultaneously tearing him apart from the inside. He did not, but Laura said that circulation, let it mix them, taking control of its energy, faster. Opening his eyes wide, Chuck heard that he had died and returned to the past, so that later the horses would move here, let it unite them. The hero folded his arms and thought that the girl was right, he had been given another chance. He closed his eyes and thought that if he couldn't cope with this kind of pain, he would be no better than his past self. He stretched his arms out in front of him and thought that it had gotten better, his consciousness had stabilized, thanks to her, now he would definitely survive. The hero's hand began to glow. White particles appeared, and he thought that the Big Dipper on his hand had lit up again. The hero looked straight ahead and heard that the heavens would open up to him when he mastered the sword, and then he thought that this voice, he had heard it before, back then, with the blue fire. He looked up and thought that damn, he had lost his concentration. Black particles began to emanate from the hero, and he screamed. Looking at his hands, he thought that two energies had come together in opposition. The forces inside him were competing with each other and also trying to kill him. With his eyes wide open, he heard that he should not interrupt the circulation of energy, let him continue to control the innate energy of the core, and he thought that this voice, the southern sky. Looking straight ahead, Paul said that he should not allow himself to lose control of the two energies, let him not try to suppress and direct them in accordance with the internal flow. Looking surprised, the hero asked again in his head. Closing his eyes, he thought that good, now he will try. Waves of different colors appeared, and he heard that even if the elements rage around, a cold and unshakable lake. Two waves merged into one, and he heard that both streams, having suffered a direction, the waves subside when a luminous liquid appeared. It was added that they find a way to the lake, and the hero thought that slowly, very carefully. Squinting, he thought about what had died down. Putting his hand on his chest, he thought that the two turbulent forces in him were gradually subsiding. He felt calm in his soul now that the five elements were balanced. Laura looked at the hero and asked if he was okay. The riot of energies had calmed down, to which he replied that yes, the southern sky helped him, he was already okay, let him not worry. Putting her hand to her face, she asked what the southern sky was. He was not delirious, to which Chuck asked what she was talking about. The guy looked at the sword and heard that the iron sword of the southern sky was over there. The hero looked straight ahead, and Paul said that how is this possible? He can hear his voice. The heavens will open to him if he takes possession of the sword. To which Chuck replied that yes, he can hear it perfectly well, and then thought that after the voice of blue fire sounded in his head, he began to hear the southern sky too. The hero grabbed the sword, and Laura asked that the blue fire, he had already mentioned it, was the power of the secret records of the immortal sword. To which the hero thought that now he could definitely say that this ability was getting stronger every time a new star flared up on his hand. The girl asked, I wonder from what distance he could hear it now, and the guy said that although he did not understand everything, it was an amazing ability. To which Chuck replied that if there was an opportunity to leave the Valley of Six Bloods, it was worth trying to find the secret records of the immortal sword again. Looking at the monster, the protagonist asked what kind of vile monster it was, and the guy said that the form of this creature, perhaps it was immortal. The hero slipped and asked in surprise what he wanted to say, that it was still drooling, we need to get out of here. The hero hit the rock several times and flew. Laura looked at him and asked if he was okay. Why did he fall off the cliff? To which he replied that yes, he was fine, he accidentally slipped. Putting his hand to his face, Paul said that he should use the internal energy of the core to examine his organs. Closing his eyes, the hero thought that he understood to activate his innate energy of the core. Sharply opening his eyes, Chuck asked. A glowing sphere appeared on his back and he thought that it had increased. Already now he can use the amount of energy that he would have only by cultivating for 30 years. Looking up, the guy said that of course, the innate energy of the core is directly related to life force. The innate energy of the core is not something that can be easily improved with potions, but it becomes more active in extreme conditions. The hero thought of the monster in the plant and heard that the poisonous saliva of that beast and the cold of the medicinal flower all contributed to the development of his innate energy, and then he thought that although he could not use internal energy, he had innate energy of the core. Laura looked surprised when she heard that even now, as a result of the events he had experienced, his total energy reserve far exceeded the level of a first-class martial artist, to which she asked what he was saying, that if he experienced the pain of death, he would become stronger. Flying to the hero, she said that she had a great idea, they still had one more flower, right? Smiling widely, she said that now he also already knew how to control the poison and cold, and asked if they would repeat it again. The hero looked at her in confusion after hearing that if he survived this time, his innate core energy would increase again, eventually becoming an incredible martial artist with an innate core energy equivalent to 60 years of cultivation. As he was leaving, the hero heard laughter and that she had joked and asked him to come back, and the blade said that he understood that thanks to his new abilities he could now hear him from everywhere. Was he really such a scoundrel that he would just abandon him, the only memory of his mother, and go, apologizing that she had done wrong? It was so cold and lonely here, let him take her please. The masked men ran forward quickly. The guy said that it looked like he was on the edge, his eyes were already getting cloudy, to which the other asked what he had gotten fatter for his endurance to be so bad. Holding a flower in his hand, he replied that no, well, how lucky he was, following him was just a great idea. Stretching his head forward, the guy said that he was still bothered by one question: how this guy, whose Danshin was destroyed, was able to continue fighting. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he heard that they had certainly managed to take the healing herb without a fight, but looking forward, the girl shouted their names. Turning around, she told them to return the flower alive. Looking away in fear, the captain asked that he was using the Blood Witch's fighting and dodging techniques, despite the fact that his physique was not the most suitable. Swinging his hand at her, he added that however, if he fought her head-on, everything would change. They were hit many times. Looking away, the guy said that she was the 6th star. Walking straight, Nora lowered her head. Holding the plant in her hand, she asked that they at least knew who they were attacking. The woman said that they must have only thought about the reward. But did they really think they would get away with it? To which the girl replied that she was very sorry. Looking straight ahead, Nora said that it was good that she was not hurt, but in her hands. She opened her eyes in surprise, hearing that yes, this was the flower they were looking for. They stole it from her, to which she replied that the flower was found. Nora took the flower and said that now that she had it, she could go back, to which Clara replied that no, she still had urgent business. Looking to the side, she said that first she had to go back to where she had chased them from, to which the woman asked in surprise. The protagonist jumped out of the ravine. Turning around, he said that now he could jump so high, to which Paul replied that the innate energy of the core is the power of life. With its increase, all physical abilities improve. Looking straight ahead, the hero asked what was that. Clara was running there, to which Laura asked that she was a glutton, and Paul said that they couldn't see her yet. His vision and hearing had also noticeably improved. The girl ran forward with a tired look, and the hero thought that all this time she had been continuing the chase. Impressive, even for an ordinary person. Running long distances takes a lot of energy, and with her build it requires simply colossal expenditure of energy. She, apparently, has remarkable willpower. Putting his hand to his face, the guy said that with the improvement of his innate energy he would be able to prove himself no worse, and the hero thought that every time he became stronger, there was a feeling as if he could defeat anyone. Scratching his head, the main character said that he was glad that she was okay, to which Clara, exhaling, asked that he was okay, apologized. She should have taken care of him first, and not rushed into pursuit then. Lowering her head, she heard that no, in that situation she made the only right choice, and he was not that badly hurt, to which she replied that it was good and asked what was wrong with his leg. Looking at the hero in surprise, she asked what they had done, how serious the wound was, to which Chuck replied that everything was fine, it was just a scratch, asked if she had managed to return the flower. Looking to the side, she said that well, her master had helped her return it, but then this, first of all, she hurried back to him. The hero looked straight ahead in bewilderment, hearing that just in case she had decided to give the medicinal herb to the master and asked her to take it to the divine healer. Stretching her hand forward, Clara said so that he would not misunderstand, he would receive his divine healer's tablet, as agreed, to which the hero asked that as she imagined it, she would take it like this and give the tablet to the student. Blinking, the girl told him not to worry, she would definitely give it to him, well, maybe. The hero frowned, hearing that she might ask for something in return for the tablet, and then thought that that was the point, in that case the course of history might even change. A snowy palace appeared. Nora said that, as she had already said, he just needed to fulfill her request, and then she would give him the tablet. Richard asked in surprise, didn't she promise that she wouldn't interfere, how dare she demand such a thing in exchange for the tablet? Looking straight at him, the woman said that regardless of whether he liked it or not, there were only two options, join them. A man appeared on a ledge of a rock, and she continued that or he wasn't thinking about the second option. The girl with red hair looked away. Looking at the doors, the woman said that sooner or later he would have to make a choice. Gritting his teeth, Richard asked her if she really thought he would do what she asked for the sake of the disciples' dantian, to which she replied that it was easy for him to say. Frowning, the man asked that he would give up anyway, so why waste time? Looking at him, the woman said that she was afraid, in which case she would not be able to hand him the divine healer's tablet, and wondered if she was bluffing or serious. The protagonist entered the temple with a girl and greeted him. Taking his head, the man said that he was late, there was nothing more for him here. Lowering his head, the guy said that he was very sorry, but they needed to get the flower again. Approaching him, Nora asked why, to which he replied that the flower was unripe, its medicinal properties were not enough. Glowing plants appeared, and the guy added that a fully ripe flower should have 7 green pearls, but this flower only had 5, and they were yellow. The woman's eyes widened in surprise. Richard raised his head and laughed and said, well, what can you do? I'll have to look for the flower again. The protagonist apologized for interrupting and said that there was no need for that, because everyone looked at the hero in surprise, hearing that he had a fully ripe flower with him. Taking it in his hands, the guy said that it was an unusual coincidence that 2 people had found such a rare herb at the same time. This one had 7 fruits inside its petals. No doubt this was what they needed. Laughing, the man said that he was a worthy student. Clara looked at the hero in surprise and wondered what was wrong with him. Why did he hide this? He deceived her. The hero closed his eyes and thought about the fact that he had given her the flower as agreed. It was she who had broken their agreement, but he had no idea how to say it. Looking at the man, the hero asked if he could ask him one question. He had heard that they were supposed to give him the tablet of the divine healer. He had received it. Looking down, the master asked that he wanted the tablet, said that she had said that if he did not perform a certain service, he would never see her again. Nora and Richard looked at each other and then she asked what she could do, to which he clarified, well, have you decided to give the tablet? Looking straight ahead in surprise, she said what it was. Then she turned sharply to the side. Looking at her, the hero said that if he understood everything correctly. Smiling, he added that then let them take care of him and thanked her. Clara closed her eyes, and Chuck thought that he could see from her face that she was unhappy. Well, it was just a high-stakes game. Shortly before Clara and the hero arrived in the Valley of 6 Bloods, the girl asked in surprise, what, did he not trust her master? Looking at the hero, she said that she taught him the King Gong technique, asked why he did not trust her words, to which he replied that he trusted her, but was not sure that the 6th star would give him the tablet. Looking at the girl, Chuck told her to think for herself, asked what he could do if they never gave him the tablet, to which she replied that her master kept his word. Looking straight ahead, the hero asked if she was sure. Clenching her fist tightly, Clara replied that of course, it was without a doubt. Turning her head to the side, she asked what kind of student would doubt her master, to which the hero suggested making a bet. Turning around, the girl asked again, to which he replied that everything was very simple. The woman held a plant in her hands, and Chuck said that she was betting that the 6th star could be trusted. When she handed her the flower, she said. Extending his hand forward, the hero continued that they found it together. That is, she is perfectly aware of this, isn't she? To which she replied that yes, of course. The scales appeared and the hero said that, but let's say he is right and she does not give him the tablet of the divine healer, then shouldn't he receive something else just as precious? Looking away, Clara said that he spoke like some kind of thief, and that in that case he asked for something in return. With her eyes wide open, the girl heard that first of all, let her ask a question. Recently she made it clear that she knew some noble person. Yes. Turning her head, she answered that yes, that's right, she knew him, to which the hero said that it would be good if she was right, and he would receive the tablet from the master, then she would not owe him anything more. Clara asked in confusion what his words meant then. What would happen if he was right? A glowing tablet appeared, and the girl said that in the Valley of Six Bloods all the noble people were somehow connected with the sixth star. He wanted her to ask them for something. Smiling, the hero said that he wanted her to ask for the tablet of the divine healer. The hero looked at his fingers in surprise and thought. A woman appeared, her head down, and the hero thought that she had cut off her fingers. The sixth-star Nora apologized for having spoken disrespectfully to the elder. The master looked at her and she said that even a whole hand would not be enough to compensate, but humbly asked to take into account that she had important duties for which she needed both hands. Frowning, Richard said that she had not lost her mind. He accepted her apology. Folding her hands, the woman thanked him. Putting his hand to his face, the guy asked not to commit any inappropriate actions while an important patient was here. Looking away, the man said that he had better keep his word, to which she asked what he meant about him handing his student a tablet. Laughing, the man said that it was a formality. In any case, his request to him did not change. Looking at the girl, the guy said that he accepted his flower, but now he had a patient. He would allocate a couple of minutes to examine him or let him come here in the afternoon closer to noon. It was heard that it seemed he still had a little time. He offered to look. It was noon the next day. The protagonist was rapidly descending the cliff. Flying down, Chuck thought that, as expected, in mountains like these, his movement technique is the most effective. Looking straight ahead, Laura asked what she thought here. Isn't it strange, that girl, Clara, it seems to her that everyone around her reckons with her. The girl in red clothes stood, and she added that yesterday the divine healer glanced at her and suddenly decided to accept him after all. The blood witch looked at the girl earlier and also changed her attitude. Clara's eyes widened, and she added that besides, that girl then just stood and watched the teacher cut her fingers, as if she puts herself above the blood witch. Walking forward, the protagonist said that it was quite possible. If he was right, then she was not just a disciple of the blood witch. Looking at the hero, Laura asked that if not a disciple, then who? Maybe her daughter, to which Chuck replied that no, she was the blood demon's own granddaughter. Laura and Paul were surprised, and then she said that what? This fat granddaughter of the blood demon. The path to the temple appeared, and the avatar asked how he even came to such an idea that she and the descendant of the blood demon, and Paul said that maybe she had gained weight so that no one would guess her identity. Looking to the side, the hero thought that if you think about it, she said that she was on a diet. Maybe she was gaining weight because of some kind of illness. The hero landed and thought that if everything is correct, it turns out that she is the future heir of the blood cult. Such a disease is a curse for both women and men. A woman appeared. A question was heard, besides what kind of woman was standing behind the healer, to which the hero thought that it was probably a double. People with red eyes appeared, and the hero thought that he would not be surprised if many were looking for the heir of the blood demon to use him for their own purposes. Climbing the stairs, the hero heard that there was another strange moment, to which he thought, what else and what? Looking at him, Paul said that this territory is under the control of the blood cult. Are even the servants of the cult here forced to hide their identity? A woman in a hat appeared, and a thought arose in the hero's head that right, then his conclusion is not necessarily correct. Why did he even decide that there is only one heir of the blood cult? And if there are several blood descendants, then what if they all want to become the head of the clan? The people in hats stood and looked straight, and the hero added that this is quite possible. Covering his ear, the hero heard that he wanted to see blood, kill. There was no point in wasting time. He was eager to kill, battle. Laura asked what was wrong, to which he replied that he could hear too many swords at once. It was all a side effect of the ability he had recently acquired. Paul told the hero not to focus on them, to imagine that it was the chatter of people in the crowd. He could hear them but not listen. It was the same here, to just not listen to them, to which the hero thought that they were too loud to brush them off, plus his head was ringing. The hero held his head, and Laura asked what he could. Should he use the innate energy of the core? To which the hero thought yes. The voices of the swords clearly became quieter when he directed the energy to his head. The girl asked the hero who he was, how he got to the temple. Folding his hands, the hero said that he was a student, and then thought that damn, because of the voices of the swords, it was too late to get out of her way. The hero was hit. The word slow was heard. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that even if he was just a disciple, and then she was surprised. The hero crossed his arms in front of him. A question was heard that he was still alive. Looking at his hands, Chuck thought that she called him slow when he had just opened his mouth, and she was incredibly strong. Looking at the hero, she asked that a simple disciple could cope with her strength, to which he thought that he had an innate core energy equivalent to 30 years of cultivation, but he felt such pain as if his insides were turned inside out in one fell swoop. The girl began to take out her sword and said that it was funny. Suddenly, someone shouted in the distance for her to stop. Clara said in fear that he was not just a disciple, He was an elder's disciple. The girl looked at the hero and asked again that he took a disciple. Smiling, she said that he should have said so right away, otherwise she almost killed him for no reason. To which the hero thought that she was a little strange. She didn't care who he was, she intended to finish him off with one blow from the very beginning. Looking straight ahead, Lena said that his master had raised a wonderful student. For the first time, one of the first years managed to block her attack. Frowning, Chuck heard the question of how his master was he doing well, and then thought that she was very proud of her abilities. Besides, Lena looked straight ahead and said that no one had really seen him for the past few years, just like the second blood star. To which the hero thought that he was talking about the master as if he was higher in status than him. The blood stars and elders were like dust on the road for her. Such behavior reminded him of Clara. The girl was quickly descending and asked, didn't she say that she was leaving? She couldn't send him away anyway. But she asked to hurry, and the hero thought, is it possible? Looking to the side, Lena asked what the tone was. She spoke as if the Valley of Six Bloods belonged to her. She would leave when she wanted. There was no need to hurry her. Clara looked at the girl's weapon. It was audible that it was already starting to irritate. Looking at them, the hero thought that if he had known that something like this would happen, he would have come later. Turning around, Chuck heard the question that he was here and thought about this voice. The man folded his hands behind his back and greeted the hero, to which he thought that the divine healer, just in time. Lena pressed her lips together in displeasure. Looking down, she said that all the fun was in vain. She was leaving. Looking at the hero, she asked to say hello to his master. Winking, the girl offered to fight at the next meeting. The hero gritted his teeth, and Laura said that she was asking for a duel. His actions, and Paul said that his former master said that you need to be careful with such women, to which the hero thought that she gave him goosebumps. And also, the people went out the gate, and Chuck thought about her sword, what on earth she was doing with it, why was he suffering so much, and then asked that she was okay, this woman. Looking away, Clara said that the Divine Lord was waiting for him. The girl looked at him and the hero thought that she definitely heard what he said, intentionally cut him off mid-sentence, hinting that she did not intend to develop this topic further. Well, he had a good guess without her. Chuck looked straight and a thought arose in his head that but this was none of his business. He should not interfere in everything just because he was an elder's apprentice. The healer touched the hero and said that it was strange. His body was concentrating much more cold energy than it should have. Looking at the protagonist, the man asked how it happened that he had to swallow a divine flower that exuded cold, to which the hero asked again. Closing his eyes, the man said that he was a healer and would not tell anyone anything related to the patient, so let him be calm and tell everything in detail. Looking away, the hero heard that he should not worry, he could be trusted. Many skilled craftsmen had given him their tablets. Yes, maybe if he told him, it would help him recover. Dressing, the hero spoke about this. He was looking for a flower that would already be in full bloom, and so wandered behind the waterfall, and there a creature appeared, and the hero added that he saw a monster with 2 pairs of purple eyes and a human face, to which the healer replied that he could not believe that he had met him. Such an experience was truly rare. The monster looked straight ahead, and the man added that this strange creature lurked in the darkness and devoured people whenever possible. He was more of a demon than a monster. The creature looked at the hero, putting his hand to his face. The healer said that he avoided bright light. If he had a torch, he would never have seen it. But in the darkness he grew bolder and showed himself in front of him, which meant he ate the flower, saving himself from its poison. Opening his eyes, he added that he did not understand something. The divine flower itself did not have the ability to purify. Particles flew around the hero, and he continued that in his veins there was not only cold energy, he also saw hot energy, which should have poisoned him. Chuck raised his hand and thought about the fact that the poison it exuded was probably all gone by now. I wonder if it was due to the innate energy. It seems that the innate energy of the core can remove toxins. The same situation was with the bloodworm. The protagonist asked the doctor if he had mixed cold and hot energy, would everything be fine? Would nothing happen to his body? To which he replied that it would cause complications in that case. Looking away, the man said that if only one of the 2 energies remained in his body, but the cold and hot energies were amazingly balanced and gradually dissolved in his body. The hero's eyes widened when he heard that it was like taking an elixir and accumulating energy while it was in effect, and thought about what it was like taking an elixir. Putting his hand out to the side, Chuck asked what it was. While they were still in him, he could quickly accumulate internal energy, to which the doctor replied that it depended on how hard he worked on it. Closing his eyes, the man said that if he managed to maintain a balance and properly absorb all that energy dissolved in his veins, then yes, he would be able to accumulate internal energy faster than others. Putting the tablet on the table, the man said that here is the one promised for the flower, let him take it, to which the hero thought about what it was for. Looking at the inscriptions, the hero thought that there was no point in giving him his tablet, because he had already started treating his energy core. Let them just not say. Looking at the man, he asked that he could not treat the core. The doctor asked in surprise that why should he treat him if everything was fine with him. The hero opened his eyes wide in amazement and heard that it seemed he did not know. Taking the hero by the clothes, the man said that well, he supposes that is why he asked him for treatment. His lower dantian is here. Blue particles appeared, and the man said that perhaps he did not notice it, but if he concentrates well on his core, he will be able to feel the movement of many small, like flies, particles in it. A glow was visible, and the healer added that his dantian was akin to a fire that had almost gone out, but in which smoldering coals remained. For now these were only sparks, but over time they would flare up again. This process in his core seemed to have begun without anyone's intervention. It was truly surprising. Chuck asked in surprise what he wanted to say, that his core was restoring itself, to which the man replied that this was the only way he could explain what he had seen. Looking at the hero, the healer said that such cases in Miriam's history could be counted on the fingers. This was rare at least because most people with a destroyed core immediately put a cross on themselves. Holding a tablet in his hand, the healer said that he did not need treatment, but the reward for the flower was still due, so let him take the tablet. It was rightfully his. Folding his hands, the hero thanked the healer, to which he replied that no thanks were needed, he had done nothing. Laura happily said that this was a jackpot, like getting 2 tablets at once from a divine healer, to which the hero thought that he shouldn't say anything, but even if he really got 2, he would have spent 1 on healing the core anyway. Avatar asked in surprise, but how did it recover? To which the hero thought that he had one guess. A black liquid appeared on his leg, and the hero thought that the wound on his leg that the monster left him with healed soon after he took control and distributed 2 energies throughout his body. Perhaps his recovery speed had increased so much that now he was able to heal even a significant injury in a short time. Following the hero, Laura said that there was logic in this. If his theory was correct, then he should be grateful to that monster, to which the hero replied that yes, he really was very grateful to him. Looking at the sword, the avatar said that it was kind of silent, to which he replied that restoring his core was, of course, good, but he was worried about something. A man with a weapon appeared, and he added that his previous master, when he focused only on the techniques of cultivating the energy of the inner core and the sword of the shining star, decided to destroy his dantian, to which the hero thought that it was true. The first thing the technique of improving internal energy says is to abandon the innate. A glow appeared on the body, and the avatar said that this is true, so he is worried about when he will have both cores, the central and the lower, whether they will be able to coexist in harmony, to which the hero replied that his words make sense. The hero raised his head up and heard that he should think about it carefully if he thoughtlessly tries to hold everything in his hand at once. Snow-capped mountains appeared, and he added that one day you can lose what you have already acquired. The man said that it was a problem. He was really worried about it. He was definitely one lucky guy. 2 girls appeared behind the hero, and he added that just think about meeting not 1, but 2 of them at once, to which the hero asked in his head. Laura folded her arms and said that he meant the plump, red-haired one, and Paul said that it turned out that they were both granddaughters of the head of the blood cult. Looking straight at him, Chuck asked what he meant by the 2 of them, to which Richard replied that the woman was right. He thought he had to make a decision, then the hero thought that he was talking to himself again, probably wondering which of them he should support. Dark hair appeared, and the master said that there was a time when the head of the cult was so strong that he was called the apex of not only the blood cult, but also the orthodox sects. The red-haired man looked straight ahead, and the man continued that he rushed everywhere like a devastating storm and went into battle without the slightest hesitation. A dead man appeared, and Richard said that with him, he felt that uniting the entire Jianghu could not only be a dream, but no matter how strong he was, defeat was inevitable once many people united their forces against him. The man caught the snow with his hand and said that after going through such a shock, he felt as if everything was in vain. Others wanted them to gather again, try to crush others and restore their cult. The snow turned into water, and the master added that no matter how much they tried to increase their strength, all attempts to become stronger were futile. It was unbearable to watch, and he withdrew from everything, just traveling here and there, doing all sorts of nonsense. Looking straight ahead, Richard said that he thought he should use the time left to him to fulfill his lifelong dream, and the hero thought that it seemed like he was talking about his endless challenges to the duel that the Southern Sky had spoken of. He thought that the man was just an old eccentric, but it turned out that he had his own circumstances. Lena and Clara looked straight ahead, and the master said that he knew that although he really tried to live like that, his attention naturally turned to the seeds he had left behind, which were struggling to grow into beautiful flowers. Turning to the hero, he asked what he would do in his place, to which Chuck asked again. The man frowned, and the protagonist thought that judging by his look, he had already decided everything. Then he was testing him by asking such a question. Closing his eyes, The protagonist said that if he was going to watch the blooming from the side, then, as he said, he should leave them alone. But if that was not what he wanted, then shouldn't he devote himself to preparing fertilizer that would help them bloom even more brightly? Looking straight ahead, Chuck thought that now he could say what he really thought. According to his memories from his past life, the man would not choose either side, so his answer would not affect anything anyway. The protagonist's eyes widened, hearing that they would need more strength. The hero looked at the man in surprise, hearing that yes, everything was as he said. It did not matter which of the flowers he chose. He would need fertilizer anyway. They had more work to do. The master smiled broadly and said that there were about half a year left. By that time he needed to grow to the rank of captain. The hero was at a loss and thought that he really wanted to increase his strength. He felt that these were not empty words. He had always been different from the other supreme elders and the 7 stars, eccentric and aloof, but now he wanted to increase his power. The hero lowered his head and thought that this meant that the history of the man he knew would change. A future completely different from his past life had already begun. The man had his back turned. The hero said that even he did not know all the details about his upcoming fate, but he still knew something after the blood cult began to act again. The man was furious, and the hero said that the 4 elders were given clear instructions, but the eccentric Richard decided to act at his own discretion. A man with a burning weapon appeared. This choice led him to a duel with one of the 8 strongest masters of the Central Plane, the King of Flame, and in that battle he was seriously injured, losing his right arm, but these events were still 6 years away. Laura was hanging upside down. Looking back, she asked that it was unknown how everything would turn out, yes, to which the hero thought that it was possible, because in his other life the master decided to remain neutral and did not increase his power. The hero sat with tears in his eyes and said that even without this, a lot had already changed. Then he was a low-ranking cadet now. The master put his hands out to the sides. The hero was a protege of one of the 4 elders. Chuck looked at the girl and added that he seemed to have established contacts with the heirs of the blood cult. Closing his eyes, the hero reflected on the fact that he had taken a completely different path, and each of his actions led to changes in the upcoming events. It was no longer possible to blindly rely on his memories. It was worth being prepared for the unexpected. Paul looked at the protagonist and said that but at the same time his present was fraught with great opportunities, to which he replied that it was true. If Richard became a force to be reckoned with, then for him, as his student, it would become a springboard for future growth. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that in order to get this opportunity, he first needed to become a captain. At the moment, having completed the circulation of energy, he was sure. Looking at his hand, the hero added that innate and internal energy cannot be used at the same time, but they can coexist together. But until he learns to properly absorb the energies of yin and yang, his growth will not accelerate at all, and at the current speed he will not achieve the goal. Laura looked at the avatar and asked if he knew any cool cultivation techniques, to which he replied that he was a little familiar with the basics of the techniques that his previous master used when he destroyed the Danshin. To begin with, the veins are a kind of path through which blood and energy pass, and if they want the blood to circulate faster, they should start with strengthening the veins. The hero opened his eyes in surprise and thought, so that the blood circulates faster. Looking at them, Chuck said that they just gave him such an idea. He himself would never have thought of it. It seems that he knows one technique that will work perfectly. A question was heard, does he want him to teach him the metal transformation technique? To which the guy said, no way, the master ordered him not to tell anyone about it. Looking at him, the protagonist said that it was expected. He turned to him only because he could not ask the master himself. It was not clear when he would return at all, to which the guy replied that it was true, the master was very busy lately. Looking to the side, Chuck said that it was a pity. He thought that if he took lessons in accelerating energy circulation from him, they could get closer as equals and as students of the same master. The hero turned around, hearing him wait. His core had finally recovered. There would be little use if he continued to study only one cultivation technique when he was capable of more. Frowning, the guy said that since they were both his students, I was sure the master would understand. After all, he was an equal. Smiling, the main character said that yes, that's right. They were from the same city. Yes, what are these hierarchy conditions for? Equal, and then thought that, unlike him, he hadn't even lived 20 years. Didn't know yet what was truly valuable in life. If he could learn the technique, exchanging it for just a more friendly attitude towards each other, then this was a great deal for him. 3 days later, multicolored particles were flying around the hero. He thought that the effect was obvious. His flow of internal energy became several times faster. Every time he combined the circulation of energy with the circulation of blood, the energies of heat and frost equally passed through his core. Frowning, Chuck said that he also felt a powerful rush of blood to his head, like when he was hung upside down on a cliff. Now he understood why they said then that he couldn't withstand it without certain physical training. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that he thought that depending on the situation, He would have to choose between this technique and the clan's technique, and then thought that he felt the presence of a person. The girl behind him greeted him, asking if she could take up a little of his time. Closing her eyes, she said that she was sent to him by the 6th blood star. Turning around, the protagonist asked that the 6th blood star was looking for him. The main pavilion of the Valley of Six Bloods appeared in front of the residence of the 6th blood star. Holding out a tablet, someone said that he did not believe that he made a bet with her for a tablet. He did not know where he got such courage. Looking to the side, the hero turned to the girl, to which he was told that he could not meet her right now. Holding the tablet in his hand, the hero thought about the fact that he clearly saw that she cut off her middle and index fingers that time. Laura folded her arms and said that maybe the divine healer had attached them back, to which the protagonist thought that although he said that he could do everything except resurrect the dead, but to think that he could also reattach severed fingers. Closing his eyes, the protagonist heard that he wondered if he could also glue the head back, to which he thought that if the head was cut off, the person would definitely die. Suddenly, Nora grabbed his hand sharply. A pink glow began to emit, and he thought that this was the mysterious capture technique that he had failed to resist back then. The woman's internal energy was penetrating his body through her hand. The protagonist turned to her in fear, to which she replied that it would be better if he did not open his mouth. The protagonist's eyes widened, hearing that it seemed that he had used up much less of the innate energy of the core than they feared, to which he asked again. Looking back, the woman said that when he leaves, let him take those herbs with him, they will help him restore his dantian. Looking at her, the hero thought about what he thought. Clara prepared them, she is quite generous, and Nora said that she hoped that he would not use this tablet unnecessarily. Bowing, the hero thought about what? However, he learned something useful. Even a master like the 6th star of blood is not able to fully feel the internal energy of his core, and then he said that then he deviates, the 6th star of blood. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that he did not want to make a bet with her, to which he asked again. The witch said that if he was worried about whether she would take away what Clara gave him, then it was not worth it. Just as her master, she would like to take revenge. The protagonist lowered his head, thinking that she didn't want to give the tablet back was even more suspicious, and then said that he didn't dare make a bet with her, asking her to take back her words, to which she replied that if she won. Turning around, she added that she would teach him something. The hero's eyes widened in surprise, wondering if she was being too arrogant, thinking that he would agree only because of that. Looking at the witch, Chuck said that his apologies, he dare not encroach on the knowledge of her techniques, to which she interrupted, what if she wins? And he thought that she interrupted him again. Turning to the hero, Nora said that he would just need to talk to his master, let him ask him to reconsider the offer she made him. Looking at the protagonist, the witch asked, well, isn't it simple? She is sure this is a very profitable deal for him, to which he thought that so that's what she needed, ready to do anything, just to convince Richard. Clenching her fist, Laura said that for him there really are no downsides, to which the hero thought that well, it won't be that difficult to talk. Grinning, the hero thought that this is indeed a good offer, but everything, of course, depends on the bet itself. The shadows of people appeared, a question was heard, what would be the argument about, and the answer that she had one idea. Looking to the side, the witch told him to come forward. The man came up and said that how many years, how many winters, this was their first meeting since joining the blood cult. Raising her hand, the girl said that she had become a student of the 6th star of blood. The hero was at a loss. Putting his hand to his face, he asked, does she know him? To which she asked, what? How rude. Then she stood behind the hero, and then she was with him. All the people turned around in surprise. They were brought to the cult together. How could she not know him? Throwing his hand behind his head, the main character said that yes, he remembered. It had been a long time since they had seen each other, and then thought that he was very busy trying to save his own skin. Did he care about others? Looking at him, Nora said, just think, they already know each other. Oh, these vicissitudes of fate. Her name is Mabel. She took her in 3 days ago. She lived in the Valley of Six Bloods for some time. The hero opened his eyes in surprise and thought about her name. He did not know her face, but he heard about her many times. A girl with a red glow appeared, and the hero added that in his past life she became a pupil of the 6th star of blood, being an unknown low-ranking cadet, and later there was not a single student who did not know her name. The girl had tears, and the hero thought that now she looks like a completely ordinary child. Looking up, Nora said that in 6 months the cult will have a test for rank promotion. She plans to make her a high-ranking warrior by the beginning of the test. Looking away, Paul asked what he wanted to make a first-class master out of her in half a year. She was so confident, to which the hero replied that yes, you can't deny self-confidence. Looking at the woman, the protagonist thought that this is why people who want to learn martial arts do everything possible just to be under the leadership of an exceptional master like her, because such a master can reveal the talents hidden in them. Chuck opened his mouth and thought about the fact that well, in this he and the master are the same. He also expects him to become a captain, and then asked what they would argue about. Looking straight ahead, the witch said that everything is simple. They will make a bet on which of them will become a high-ranking master. The hero looked at her in bewilderment. The girl opened her eyes in surprise. Looking at them, the hero asked what if both of them became masters, or, on the contrary, none of them, to which Nora replied that in that case the two of them would fight to determine the winner, to which the hero thought that the train of thought of a person who was used to solving everything by fighting. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist thought that agreeing to a bet with the 6th star of blood was quite risky, but at the same time it could serve as additional motivation since he needed to become a captain, no matter what. Richard appeared, and the hero continued that if he won, he would receive invaluable knowledge from one of the strongest in the cult of blood. The chance to learn something from a master of her level does not happen often. Of course, in case of loss, Richard would decide that he was lured to her side. Lena smiled, and the hero thought that remembering the tone in which the woman with red eyes spoke, people from her side would not compare with her. The girl's eyes glowed red, and the hero continued the thought that she was absolutely sure of her position in the blood cult. Probably this means that she is above the woman. When he lived as a spy, he realized one thing for himself: never argue about something you are not sure of, and now is exactly such a situation. It is too dangerous to walk between two sides of the barricade. The man struck with a sword, and the hero thought that in this world, it is the knowledge of the situation and the strength of the opponent that determines who will die and who will survive. Closing his eyes, the hero thought that because in this life he will definitely become stronger, and then said that fine, he accepts her bet, they will see each other in 6 months. Peeking out from around the corner, Clara asked that he agreed, to which the woman replied that she did. Closing her eyes, Nora said that it seems that the 4th elder is in a hurry, considering that they need to get to all the places of energy concentration and use all the elixirs. Mabel looked at her in amazement when she said that just like she said, she didn't think he was smart enough. If they won the bet and used this child, it would be much easier to convince the elder. Clara looked away and heard that she wasn't sure she understood at all, but she completely believed in her. But this guy seemed to be the type to make a bet only when he was completely sure of his victory. Looking away, the witch told her not to worry. With her talent, it was simply impossible for her to lose to him. Let her take her word for it, she knew that. Mabel was happy to hear the question that she could handle it, to which she replied that yes, of course. 6 months passed, the arena of the Valley of 6 Bloods appeared. The masked man struck the man in the face. Christopher, looking at this, asked that the last one was knocked out with just one blow. A pitiful sight, and in the end they have 37 warriors of the middle rank. Not bad. Looking to the side, he added that the number of disciples who were going to take the high rank test was 6 people, to which the guy turned to him and asked for another chance. The man grabbed his clothes and asked what he was doing, to let him stand up, and he begged him. Lowering his head, the commander said that was enough, to which the man turned to him in surprise. The beaten guy looked straight ahead, hearing that he had seen his battle, and he knew very well how the rank promotion test was arranged. The rank promotion test for the blood cult cadets, all newcomers to the cult first practice the basic technique of the blood demon fist. Then they learn to form group formations of 6, 12, and 36 people. If they successfully master all this, they are considered low-rank warriors. The most capable among the low-rank warriors can try to pass the test to obtain the middle rank. This rank implies the ability to use internal energy, but a person needs at least 10 years of cultivation so that his skills allow him to qualify for the middle rank. This right is confirmed very simply. You need to hit the stone of the world, because you can leave a mark on it only with the use of internal energy. When someone manages to leave a mark on the stone, he is allowed to pass the test. The test is a duel with a warrior of the middle rank. If the cadet manages to withstand at least 30 attacks, he receives the title of warrior of the middle rank. The cadet lowered his head, and the commander said that in their cult, rank is determined only by strength. They give everyone an equal opportunity and do not make any exceptions. Looking down, Christopher said that if he gave him a second chance now, then what about the 3 other guys who also failed, and what to do with those 8 who did not even manage to leave a mark on the stone? Standing in front of the cadet, the captain said that he understood how he felt and hoped that he would direct his anger and disappointment to practicing his skills. Failure would serve as motivation to work harder and try to pass again next time, to which he responded. Bowing, the cadet apologized for showing himself in such an ugly way, and Julia asked if he should be punished, to which the captain replied that he should not worry about it. This happens all the time, doesn't it? Looking ahead, Christopher said that now they will begin the test to obtain a high rank. Suddenly, his eyes widened in thought. In the crowd of people, questions were heard about what kind of barbarian this was, and who were those guys standing in front of him. He had seen them in the Valley of 6 Bloods before. The captain widened his eyes in rage and asked what the 4th elder was. The master and his students appeared. Warming his hands, the guy said that passing the test depended only on the strength shown, and his students, of course, would easily obtain an average rank. He did not doubt them, but Richard scratched his ear and said that it was enough to beat around the bush. Let's get closer to the point. Putting his hand on his hip, the man asked what was allowed or not. Laura folded her arms and asked what the hesitation was, to which the protagonist thought that no one would approve if someone suddenly wanted to join the test without completing any of the verification procedures. Looking away, the protagonist thought that this time, as he heard, there were 106 people taking the test. All of them fought hard to be here, but even so, more than half of them were rated as low rank, not allowing them to take the test. The girl frowned, and the protagonist continued that even if some strangers were skipping all the formalities just because they were the fourth elder's disciples, they would definitely not be happy with this. Sticking out her tongue, Laura asked what they were staring at. If they were not satisfied with something, then let them try to become the fourth elder's disciples themselves, to which the protagonist replied for her to stop. The guy closed his eyes and said that a crowd of people were looking at them, to which Richard asked what was wrong. He should worry about the opinion of some brats. A crowd of students appeared, and the guy added that no, there were also commanders here who reported to other elders or someone from the 7 blood stars. They were watching the tests to find suitable people. The people closed their eyes, and he added that he didn't mind if his students at least showed everyone that their skills were enough to participate in the test. Looking back, Richard heard that the squad leader's words were not without meaning. Looking straight ahead, Nora said that as the master of the Valley of 6 Bloods, he was honestly trying to follow their rules. He might agree to his request. Peeking out from behind the hero, Laura said that she was wondering why she wasn't there. Speak of the devil, to which Chuck replied that she was. Looking away, the hero thought that he was sure she was coming here, intending to do the same as them. Frowning, the master said that he was soft-spoken, but didn't her presence here mean that she was also going to go straight to the test? To which the witch replied that she would not deny it. Looking at the squad leader, she asked what their students needed to do. Pointing his hand to the side, he said that it would be enough to confirm the right to take the test for the middle rank, let them do it in front of everyone, and no one would object, even considering that they neglected the rest of the procedures. A huge statue appeared. Looking away, Nora said that good, they would do at least this little thing to save face, and then turned to the girl. Looking straight ahead, Mabel responded approvingly, and the protagonist thought that he had not seen her for only 6 months, but there was no trace left of his former naivety. He looked confident. The girl stood with a serious look. Looking at the stone, the hero thought that it was very curious how strong she had become. The girl approached the stone. Her eyes glowed pink. Suddenly, she stretched her arms forward and shouted. The guy, looking at her, asked that this was a student of the 6th Blood Star, and the girl said that she heard that 6 months ago she took under her command one low-ranking cadet. And in just a few months, a trace of a hand appeared. It was heard that it was hard to believe that this child had achieved such an amazing result. She was definitely worthy of a rank promotion test. Looking at the witch, Mabel said that she was embarrassed about this, but this was her maximum. Looking at the captain, she asked that it could be considered that she had passed, to which he replied that yes, this was enough. She had a truly talented student. Looking to the side, Paul asked that he would try to use internal energy, to which the protagonist replied that yes, he wanted to check. The girl closed her eyes and asked if the hero had seen anything, and the protagonist thought that his innate energy would be his secret weapon. There was no need to show it now. Clenching her fist tightly, Mabel said that she had become much stronger in 6 months. She would definitely win this bet, and the hero thought that right now he needed to show how much his abilities had increased with just his inner energy. Looking straight ahead, Chuck thought that the problem was that this was his first time. In his past life, he had been trampling among those who had not even been admitted to the test, so he had no idea how much energy he needed to use to be considered worthy. The girl thought furiously about him ignoring her. Chuck's eyes widened when he heard that he had better give it his all. Let her just dare to disgrace him here. The master's eyes glowed blue, and the hero thought that he definitely needed to do better than the girl. White particles were flying around the hero's hand, and he thought that due to the fact that he had adopted the technique of accelerating blood circulation, he had been able to cultivate his internal energy at an incredible speed for 6 months. Swinging his hand, the hero thought that this was an insignificant period of time. Others had cultivated for years. Would it be enough for him? It was better not to spare strength for this blow, otherwise he would not even leave a scratch on the stone, using 80% of the force. Suddenly, the hero hit the stone. Then he looked in surprise and exclaimed. Holding his hand in the stone, he said that the stone of the world was not as hard as he thought. The guy said in surprise that his fist had entered the stone, and the girl said that this was what she understood as a mark. A question was heard that he had become so strong in just a year. Grabbing his hand, the hero said that it was stuck, and Laura said that it seemed that he had not been able to correctly calculate the force. Bob closed his eyes and said that he could just break it, let him see how it should be, to which the hero thought that he was getting too carried away again. Having hit the stone, the guy said that now he would see how strong he was, to which the hero replied that why would he use a full metal transformation for a regular test. Looking at this, the man in the mask said that the stone of the world was slowly crumbling, and the girl that the crumbs were flying in all directions. Looking at the stone, Chuck said that he simply damaged the top layer. This never helped him free his hand, to which the guy replied that he had deliberately held back his strength, afraid to touch his hand. Suddenly, the man abruptly flew headlong into the stone. All the people looked at this in surprise. Smoke was coming out of his head, a question was heard about him breaking the world stone in two, and the protagonist was thinking about how his head was cast from particularly strong steel or something like that. A question was heard about how this guy had also only been in the cult for a year. Such strength, it was impressive. Bob asked that all eyes were directed in his direction. Yes, to which the protagonist replied that they were not looking at him, they were looking at the guy. Richard, raising his head, laughed and said that was right, that was the minimum they needed to demonstrate, to which the captain said that all three of his students, as expected, were incredibly talented. Kneeling down, the man said that now that this matter was settled, they could prepare to pass the test for the middle rank. Looking at him, the hero said that he thought he misunderstood something, what he was thinking about. Looking straight ahead, Chuck said that they were not here to take the test for the middle rank high, they would like to take the test to become a captain. The test for a high-ranking warrior, to pass it you need to withstand 12 attacks from a high-ranking master. Putting her hands on her head, Laura said that only 12 blows. But it looks like they are holding back, to which the hero thought that well, they really do not hit with full force. After all, first-class masters are on a completely different level compared to middle-ranking warriors. The hero and the master looked straight ahead, and Chuck thought that if they really wanted to defeat them, then 3 blows would probably be enough. Richard thought that they should not rush to take the test. He told them to first see what the masters are capable of. The man looked away. Taking the hero by the head, he turned to him, to which Chuck responded. The master asked, bending down, what did he mean by making a bet with the Blood Witch, to which the hero asked again. Looking straight ahead, Paul said that he had just seen the Blood Witch swallow, to which the hero replied that he didn't think he would bring up the bet right there. The witch smiled, and Laura said that she was a sneak, she didn't even try to hide that she had gotten involved with you, to which the hero thought that he wouldn't say that it was just her behavior. Everything that was happening now was part of her plan one way or another, and she had made the first move a long time ago. Chuck and Carla entered the palace, and he continued that she had planted seeds of doubt in the master, making him think that he had a secret meeting with them, but she didn't know about something. Looking at the protagonist, Richard said that they had just made a bet to convince him, to which the hero thought that he had already told him everything. Placing his fist on the protagonist's head, the master said that he always tries to seize any opportunity that comes his way, to which the hero apologized. Smiling broadly, the man said that he would offer such an intriguing bet. He folded his arms and added that he definitely liked the idea of having this little devil teach him her tricks. Let him go and show her. A captain is an elite martial artist of the blood cult. There are 3 ways for a high-ranking warrior to become one. The first is to earn his stripes by gaining achievements and grow to vice captain and then captain. The second is to receive and complete a big task, so significant that it can give a promotion to captain. And the fastest third way is to fight 2 high-ranking masters with real, not training swords and defeat them in no more than 100 strikes. Such a test does not compare to the test for a high rank. The hero opened his eyes in fear, hearing that the 4th elder said that his student was very good. The hero looked straight ahead in confusion and heard that he was curious to see what sword technique he taught him, and then thought that some kind of feeling of deja vu. Leaning on the avatar, Laura said that the elder hurt his pride. Well, that's okay, he's their best creation. To which Paul said that he should just show them how strong the Shining Star sword technique is, and then Chuck thought that well, he understands what the commander means by that. Looking away, the hero heard that trying to become a high-ranking warrior was a good idea, but he intended to take the test for captain right away. If it was only because of the 4th elder's order, then there was no point in trying so hard. Looking straight ahead, the man said that he would have plenty of opportunities for that in the future. Frowning, Joe said that it was surprising that the 4th elder raised a disciple who could wield a sword. He would like to learn from him. Folding his arms, the hero said that he hoped for a good fight, and then thought that their frightening appearance did not match the words they conveyed to him. Christopher extended his hand forward and shouted for them to begin. The protagonist grabbed the sword. The warriors abruptly struck towards the protagonist. Carl blocked the protagonist's strike. Turning around, Chuck heard that great, they'll finish this now, and thought that the voice of the sword was right behind him. The blade abruptly approached the protagonist. Turning around, the hero blocked the strike, to which Joe exclaimed. He asked in surprise how he had blocked it without even turning around. Suddenly, the hero abruptly rushed to the side. Looking straight ahead, Carl said that he had expected this strike, having specially opened himself up to them from behind, to which Joe replied that just think, without the slightest delay, he had clearly reacted to their combo. The hero grinned slightly, hearing that it seemed that he had a lot of combat experience. After all, he had the skills to pass the captain's test. Laura put her hands on her hips and said that of course it was not for nothing that he had trained so hard all these months, to which Paul added that he had gone through over 100 training fights with the master and the twins, and the hero thought that he remembered it as an endless series of beatings. The heads of the students appeared, and the protagonist thought that it was not strange that he was used to taking a blow. Suddenly, the man looked away. The protagonist looked at him. Carl rushed towards the hero, and then he thought that it seemed that their strategy had changed. Suddenly, the man swung his weapon sharply. The hero fought with him, emitting green and blue rays, to which he thought that now they used sword techniques. Raising his hand, the hero thought that in order to respond to a powerful blow, he could counter it with even greater force. The man used a sliding vine sword, and the hero thought that but what if instead he was met with a soft sword technique? The protagonist suddenly pounced on the warrior. Frowning, the warrior said that his skills were certainly something, but Joe swung at the hero, and the warrior added that he was still a child. Suddenly, the man's eyes widened in surprise. A sword was thrust into him. He wheezed in pain. The protagonist jumped aside. Looking at his reflection, he thought that he would use his best techniques, the Shining Star Sword, Formation 4, against them without the slightest hesitation. A blue tornado appeared. The hero used the Rising Dragon Sword. Covering his eyes with his hand, Joe said that he could not see a thing in front of him. The protagonist flew at him, swinging. Looking down, Chuck said about the Shining Star Sword, Formation 5. Reflecting the blow, the warrior said, "Oh shit." A bright flash appeared. The hero struck a meteorite. The hero and the warrior were in the middle of gray smoke. The man looked at his reflection in fear. Putting his sword behind his back, the hero asked him to stop the bleeding so he could take out his short sword. A blade appeared, stuck in the warrior's leg. Sighing, Joe said that they lost. He definitely deserved to be captain and more. All the people cheered and there were conversations about how he saw it. He stopped the sword right in his face. It was fucking awesome. He defeated them with a bang. The commander looked at what was happening. It was heard that wasn't he supposed to be given 100 blows, but he defeated them in just a few attacks. Looking away, Christopher thought about how this exceeded all his expectations. The master smiled widely, and he continued that Richard was certainly incredibly good, but he was known as a master of fist fighting, so when Chuck said he would use a sword, he thought that his students would have an advantage over him. The healer looked at the hero, and the commander continued that only half a year had passed since the divine healer restored his core, and the witch thought that she was surprised that he could already withstand the combined attacks of high-ranking masters. The hero grabbed the sword, and she added that but what was the secret of such explosive growth? The fourth elder was also good at sword techniques. Looking straight, Nora said that yes, this could not be. The man's back appeared, and she thought that his martial arts were focused on increasing the reserve of internal energy and improving the physical capabilities of the body. The hero fought with the warriors, and the witch thought about the fact that the techniques that his student demonstrated were of a completely different profile, and moreover, all of them were extremely high level. It was obvious that they were not developed by the fourth elder. The master stood in front of the hero, and the woman thought that but who then? The person who created them must be no weaker than him, and the hero turned to the man. Richard smiled and said that he did well and then thought that he was quite good. The hero looked straight ahead and the man continued that he reminded him more and more of the swordsman of the southern sky, Harris, if only he were here now. Looking at the witch, Mabel asked her to take the captain's test too. Looking at her hands, the girl said that thanks to her training, her strength had increased many times over the past 6 months. The witch looked down, hearing that she believed in her techniques and her hard work. Clenching her fist tightly, the girl said that she would protect her honor and win this bet. She would definitely get the right to become a captain. A memory of this girl appeared, but sadly, she was waiting for failure. The girl was lying on the ground. She lost before reaching 50 blows. Gritting her teeth tightly, the master said that what an idiot. Watching the fight, the hero said that the high-ranking warriors had become more cautious, to which the man asked what he thought that could be considered an excuse. Bob raised his hand and thought that more than 60 attacks had already been made. They must have decided that he was the true successor of the master. Putting his hand to his face, Paul said that he was really unlucky, to which the hero thought that he was not able to properly demonstrate all that he was capable of because of his desire to finish the test as quickly as possible. The witch told the master that he had trained outstanding students, to which he asked why she was laughing at him. Closing her eyes, Nora said that of course not. After all, not everyone could learn his special martial arts. Opening her eyes, she added that but about that sword technique. Standing in front of the man, the witch said that it was a revelation to her that such a professional fist fighter like him was also good at sword techniques. With a wide smile, Richard told her not to try to change the subject, asked what she wanted to say, that it didn't seem like these techniques were his. The man folded his arms and said that she really wasn't that observant, to think that no one here recognized the technique of the Southern Sky Swordsman. The witch's eyes widened in surprise. A warrior appeared, and she asked that this was the sword technique of the Southern Sky Swordsman famous throughout Yunnan. Holding a book in his hand, the man said that he was dead, and these were the secret records of the immortal Southern Sky Sword. The witch asked that if he was dead, it meant that they had killed him, and the crowd happily congratulated the master. Looking away, Richard said angrily that to hell with their congratulations, someone had taken this unique opportunity away from him, so what use was their joyful exclamations to him? The hero put his hand to his face and heard that, amazingly, he had decided to reveal the truth, and then thought that it was unexpected. He could have just said that he had killed himself. Holding onto the fence, the man said that in that case these were secret notes, to which Richard replied that someone had given them to him, and the hero thought that he was taking his words back. Putting his hand to the book, the master said that these notes were incomplete, but he had fought so many battles with him, probably no one knew him as well as he did. The witch, looking at the man, said what he wanted to say, to which he laughed and said that it was true. Taking the hero by the head, the master said that he made some adjustments to compensate for the shortcomings of his sword technique, and then taught this brat everything. He can consider himself the successor of both him and the Southern Sky Swordsman. Confusedly looking to the side, the hero thought that the old fox, saying such a thing, he meant not only that he raised the successor of the Southern Sky Swordsman so that his legacy would not be occupied. The battle between the master and the swordsman appeared, and the hero added that but also that he is able to understand and improve the sword techniques of even his sworn enemy. Thus, if someone in the blood cult wanted to learn the techniques of the Southern Sky Swordsman, then no one would be able to prevent it. Looking straight ahead, Paul said that he thought this was not bad, otherwise the legacy of his master would be irretrievably lost. Frowning, Paul added that he also called him the successor of the Southern Sky Sword in front of everyone. He was grateful to him for this alone. The guy looked at the warrior and asked what that meant. Those were the techniques of the Southern Sky Swordsman, to which he asked what it meant. The one who was fighting now had succeeded in mastering the special martial art of the Fourth Elder. Bob said that damn, his nose was bleeding, he had passed the test for the title of captain. The guy was lying on the ground. It was heard that he had finally dealt with them. After almost 100 attacks, for his level he had done worse than the previous student, Chuck, okay, but he himself was not particularly happy about his victory. Having hit the guy, the master said that he was a useless idiot, he was disgracing him, to which Bob apologized. The main character looked at him and said that he was a good boy. Looking at the hero, the guy thought that if they had not used the tactics of team fighting, constantly trying to avoid his blows, then he would have dealt with them even faster than him, to which the hero wondered why he was justifying himself in front of him, even using Chanam. Looking straight ahead, Christopher said that good, now the last cadet told him to go forward. Looking at the guy, the master said that if he performed as shamefully as his brother, then he would go without food for a long time. Rudolph frowned angrily. The man turned to the warriors and said that he was on them, and the hero looked at the guy and thought what kind of face that was. Rudolph stood in front of the two men, and the hero continued that what was more important was that in this round they released both a swordsman and a master of fist fighting at the same time. It seems they do not want all three to become captains. Looking away, Christopher shouted that they were starting the test, and the hero thought that maybe they took only one swordsman only because they did not want to get on the master's nerves. The commander turned his head in surprise. Rudolph tightly squeezed the warrior's head. The man, looking at him, said in fear that he was giving up. The guy grinned, having passed the test. Laura clutched her head and said that she should never leave him without food, to which the hero thought that he was glad that he did not fight him in the past. Richard raised his head and laughed loudly. The results of the test for the rank of captain are shown. Rudolph, Bob, Chuck passed the tests, and Mabel did not pass. The rank is awarded if all the requirements are met. After the end of the test, the squad leader together with the cadets went to the main pavilion of the Valley of Six Bloods. Looking at the protagonist, Laura said that one of the Blood Witch's subordinates had just been peeping at him, to which he asked that the one behind Mabel. The girl looked straight ahead, and the hero thought that that's it, and he kept wondering if she was Mrs. Clara or not. Laura asked in surprise that she was Clara, and the hero thought that although her illness had apparently already been cured with a medicinal herb, he still couldn't recognize her. The girl's changes appeared, and the avatar asked what was wrong. She had undergone body correction. She had shrunk by half, to which Chuck thought that but she still had the same wide eyes and the same hairstyle, didn't she? Raising her hand, Laura said that just think, he recognized her at first sight. Was it because of good observation or... To which the protagonist replied that he should stop talking nonsense. Walking straight, Bob asked the master why they were going to the main hall. Looking to the side, the master said that the most important part was about to begin. They needed to choose a few skilled guys for themselves. The gates to the pavilion opened. A crowd of people stood inside it. Many tablets appeared. Someone said that from now on the selection ceremony would begin. Putting her hand to her face, Laura asked what the selection ceremony was. What was it? To which Chuck replied that it was just the assignment of new warriors to their positions. The tablets were marked in blue, and the hero continued that the names of the warriors who had just passed the test were written on these tablets, and they would be distributed according to rank, high, middle, and low. Smiling masters appeared, and the hero thought about the fact that the commanders sent by the blood stars and elders would take those they liked for them. A stand with tablets appeared. The man with the eye patch looked straight ahead, and the avatar asked what it meant that in his past life the commander of the Blood Wolves chose him, to which the protagonist replied that no, low-ranking warriors would not be included in the selection ceremony. The Valley Master would simply distribute them randomly to places. The Master, with his arms folded, looked at the guy, to which he asked that he was participating in the selection ceremony, and the hero thought that it could even be considered a competition to get the best warriors of the middle and high ranks. Smiling, Richard said that since he did not have a single captain under his command, then shouldn't he choose them himself? Looking at him, the guy asked that the fourth elder would choose personally, and the girl said that oh shit, they were just representatives and could not do anything. Clenching his fist, Richard asked that they should start with the warriors of the middle or high rank, to which he was told that from the middle rank. Smiling broadly, the man said, okay, great, then he would start first. Were there any objections? Apparently not. Well, he would start the selection. The man pointed his finger at the board. The girl asked what he was pointing somewhere beyond the board, to which the guy clarified that he already had someone in mind. The master pressed his finger firmly on the board. The board began to fall apart in half. Pointing his hand to the side, Richard said that since there were only 37 warriors, he would cut off the last 10. Looking straight ahead, he added that he would take all those who remained above with him. The witch asked in surprise that he wanted to take 27 warriors. Christopher opened his eyes in shock. Laura laughed loudly. Looking straight ahead in confusion, Chuck thought that he, of course, expected him to start acting weird, but he really didn't care about other people's opinions. Looking away, the master said that out of fairness to them, he would leave them 10 warriors. They would somehow agree among themselves that each of them could take one candidate. The heroine threw up her hands, answering the fourth elder that he was taking too many warriors for himself. Richard looked at the girl with incomprehension, asking what she meant. Nora looked at the man, saying that at the meeting of the Supreme Elders he himself said that it was too difficult for him to lead a large number of people, and then the hero answered that he would work alone. The girl threw up her hands, answering that if they took so many candidates, then it would simply be unfair to all of them. Nora was surprised to hear how the man was glad that she understood this. Richard smiled, answering that his views had changed and now he was going to grow his group of people. The man gritted his teeth, answering that he didn't have a single person under his command, so he wanted to take them all, but decided to leave a little for others so that the people wouldn't lose their dignity. Chuck smiled, thinking about how surprised everyone would be if Richard took every single candidate. All the people looked at the man, who confidently answered them that everyone who was against it could calmly report what happened to the masters, and if anyone had any complaints, the hero could calmly rip their throats out. Nora looked at Richard, understanding that they had no reason to stop him. The guys looked at the man, realizing that if he said he wanted to increase his own power, then he could really take all the warriors he liked. Everyone understood that all this time he was a lone wolf, so his intentions to join the game would shake up the entire blood cult. Nora clenched her fists, thinking about how dangerous this path would be. Laura sat with her back to the hero, saying that this would be a good opportunity for him. The girl thoughtfully answered that the old man announced his plans, so both sides would actively try to persuade him to join them, which meant that everyone would demonstrate their strength, so during this period Chuck would be able to weigh everything and choose the best option for himself. The main character looked at his assistant in surprise, asking when she had managed to get so smart. The guy turned away from the assistants, answering that he did not understand what they were all talking about. Christopher looked confidently at all the guys, answering that they would start the selection of candidates from the high level, so the 6 who passed the test had to come forward. The guys quickly began to do so. Christopher looked forward, answering that he wanted each commander to give a short speech so that the candidates could rely on words when making a decision. The protagonist looked away in surprise, saying that there was a time when high-ranking candidates could choose who to go to. Chuck looked around, answering that it should depend on the level of eloquence of the commanders. Richard confidently looked forward, answering Chuck that he would do this in order to get them all. The guy hesitantly answered that he did not fit the status. The man began to look at the guy angrily. Chuck looked at the man with displeasure, realizing that he wanted to be shown from his best side. Christopher confidently began to ask everyone about who wanted to start. The hero asked Chuck about the fact that he would speak instead of Richard. A group of people smirked, answering that they had their own hierarchy here and they would all go out in order of seniority. Some of the guys answered that they did not care at all. The protagonist looked ahead, hearing how everyone offered to start. A group of people looked at Chuck with a smirk. The protagonist did not pay attention to them, answering that such an attitude awakened the spirit of competition in them. Christopher looked at the rest of the guys, answering that they would go out in order of seniority and give a speech. Chuck heard someone shouting at him angrily with incomprehension. Richard looked at the guy, angrily asking why he put himself in last place. The protagonist calmly looked at the man, hearing how he said that the guy was finished if no one chose them. Louis went out first and said that he was the commander of the 5 poisons and represented the 3rd elder, the king of the blood snake. The man confidently answered that the 3rd elder highly valued talents and knew how to cultivate them, so whoever joined them would be able to master poisoning techniques perfectly. The second to speak was Herman, who said that he represented the 2nd elder and was a commander of destruction, so if you joined him, you could personally learn blade techniques. So, one after another, the 9 commanders gave their speeches. Chuck looked ahead attentively, answering that they were all from the same cult and almost equal in status, so the only thing they could do to outshine their competitors was their techniques. Paul looked at the candidates, answering that they were all waiting for a reaction from one candidate. The protagonist looked attentively at Mark, seeing that he was constantly standing with an inscrutable face. Everyone watched the fight, and the guy answered that at first glance it could be shown that it was an ordinary diamond, but if it was directed on the path, it could achieve great heights. And it was also possible to understand that he had distinguished himself greatly during the test, because when he fought a high-ranking warrior, he was able to win in just 16 attacks. The guy stood calmly, saying that he did not see anything surprising in the fact that the commanders were licking their lips at him. The hero looked away, saying that he knew him in the past. A guy stood up to the people. Edgar looked at the guys, answering that he was the commander of white blood and represented the 1st blood star of the burning sword. Mark began to stare with interest. The protagonist noticed this, not understanding why he had now perked up. Edgar tried to explain something, answering that all 4 elders and 7 blood stars were very respected people in their cult. Richard looked at the guy with displeasure. Edgar turned to the fighters, answering that they had been fighting on the front lines with the 1st blood star all this time and were continuing to do so. The muscles on Mark's face twitched. Chuck looked at the hero in surprise, thinking that he had something to do with this place. The hero looked at him carefully, answering that he was not far from the beggar sect. Chuck immediately remembered Mark. The guy looked at him, realizing that he was a spy from the beggar sect. Laura looked at Chuck in surprise. The protagonist began to remember that in 6 months he would be exposed, and when he tried to hide, he would be tracked down and killed. Laura looked at Chuck, answering that Mark had a very sad end. The protagonist closed his eyes, realizing that he would not be able to influence him in any way. Chuck looked away in surprise, listening to Richard, who was telling him not to miss the guy he had just looked at. The man stood to the side, saying that during the test he had shown exceptional abilities. Richard, looking forward, asked Chuck to lure him to their side. Chuck looked at the man with displeasure, realizing that Richard himself did not understand that he was asking to lure a spy to his side. Richard looked away in surprise, hearing how he was asked for a favor. One of the heroes looked at the man, smiling and laughing. Richard began to look away. The man looked at one of the twins, starting to call him to himself. Chuck slowly walked into the arena, saying that now it was his turn. The hero looked ahead, realizing that everyone had already made their choice, and in order to drag them to the other side, he needed to stand out by putting forward an original proposal. Chuck calmly looked at everyone, answering that he was the same as an ordinary student. The guy noted that there were only 6 guys and he could try to snatch 5. Chuck calmly said that he was a student of the 4th elder and he was luckier than everyone else. The heroes could not understand what he was doing and why he was bragging. Chuck decided he needed a break, and later he said he was lucky. All the heroes looked at the guy, who replied that he understood their aspirations. Out of the corner of his eye, the hero saw that Mark was not paying any attention to them. The guy threw up his hands, answering that there was no point in talking about the achievements and adventures of his master. Richard held his twin with anger, not understanding how stories about him could be meaningless. The man with the guy looked at Chuck, who said that the guys could serve as proof of his words. The guy pointed at some of the heroes, saying that a year ago they were cadets, and now they have become captains. Chuck pointed his finger, talking about 1 year. The hero looked at the guys, saying that this is a striking example of how 3 boys in the shortest possible time became experts. One of the people, looking at Chuck, answered that this is not his merit, but all this is the help of the 4th elder. Christopher looked at the people angrily, answering that the captain had not finished his speech yet. Chuck was glad that the man sensed a threat, which meant that he was doing well. The protagonist looked at the fighters, answering that they were all right, but at the same time he wanted to point out one important point. All the heroes gathered around Richard. Chuck smiled, saying that the elder only had him and the twins, only 3 students. All the guys looked at Chuck attentively and with interest. The guy looked at Mark with fear, asking if it was good that they had so few people. The heroes smirked at the guy, saying that he had blurted it out in vain. There was a smile on Chuck's face. He calmly answered that their ranks were the most numerous in the cult, and now the master's policy had changed and many warriors had stood under his command. The hero stood calmly, answering that this meant that only now did they have a unique chance to become the first pillars and the foundation of a large faction. The boys looked away in confusion. Louis looked at Chuck, who was saying that they would have to start from the bottom, and that was the undeniable truth. The boy looked at everyone carefully. Chuck smiled, saying that there were few of them, but they were one family. Richard hugged his boys sweetly. The man smiled sarcastically, saying that they should smile as wide as their mouths would allow. The boy looked at the elder with displeasure, saying that there is no healthy relationship between a master and students. Nora sat on the boy's shoulder with confusion, saying that they were not even close to being a family. The first to bow to the guy was Brian, who said that he would join them. Chuck looked at the guy, saying that the fourth elder would be happy. The protagonist looked around, answering that everything went well. Richard, with a smile on his face, answered that everything was fine with him now. One of the fighters stood aside, saying that he was also ready to voice his decision. Chuck looked at the guy, asking him to come to him. The hero's gaze looked in different directions. The protagonist understood that the fighter was terribly nervous because each commander asked to win him over to his side. The guy called Chuck. Alan bowed, answering that he also wanted to join him. Bob smiled fearfully, telling the guy that he could go to hell with them. Christopher looked at the guys, asking them who would be next. Mark walked forward, and Chuck said that he was one of the steel guys. All the captains looked at the man, trying to get him, but Mark was like a glass of precious wine with poison mixed into it. The captains looked at the guy, but the protagonist knew that Mark had clearly defined goals. The hero looked ahead, and Chuck thought that he just wanted to get to the first blood star. Chuck looked ahead without thinking about anything. The protagonist understood that he was not able to convince the spy, whose choice had been predetermined a long time ago. Richard looked angrily at the guy, saying that he could not just let him go. His gaze was angry. Chuck closed his eyes, understanding that Richard liked Mark incredibly. The guy calmly waited for an answer, thinking that nothing could be fixed. Mark stood up, and the protagonist understood that he was also a spy. Chuck mentally began to address Mark. The hero heard how they said that he was from beggars. Mark looked ahead in fear, hearing Chuck telling him that he was aiming for the ranks of the first blood star to get closer to the peak. The hero walked past the guy, mentally asking him what he wanted. Chuck nodded his head to the side without saying anything. The guy stood near the main character and Edgar. Edgar held Mark's shoulders, glad that he chose him. Suddenly, the hero abruptly began to walk away. Mark bowed to Chuck, saying that he would like to join him. Richard laughed loudly, saying that he made the right choice. The main character looked away in confusion, saying that he changed his mind and took a step away from the fate he knew from his past life. Mark looked at the guy carefully. Chuck tiredly understood that the other captains were not happy with how people were distributed, so they would begin to interfere with him in any way, making life more difficult. The end of the high-ranking candidate selection ceremony, 4 out of 6 entered. Richard looked forward angrily, saying that the gift of persuasion only works half-heartedly. Bob laughed, asking what they could do now. Richard hit the guy with all his might, asking what he was happy about. Chuck looked around in surprise, hearing a man praising the hero for the skills of the young master. Richard laughed, asking the hero if he was watching. The guy looked at the man in surprise, saying that he rarely saw anyone with whom Richard would behave so friendly. The hero next to Chuck answered Richard that the spectacle was very entertaining, so he wanted to see everything from the outside. Richard turned to the guys, telling them to look at the man who served him 10 years ago. Austin smiled, saying that he was the commander. All the guys began to worship the hero. Austin looked at the sky, telling Richard that he did everything as the man ordered and he was able to get the members of the old mountain county. Chuck listened attentively as the hero talked about 20 people of low rank, 30 of middle rank, and 2 of high rank. Richard looked at Austin, saying that he was no better than Chuck. Paul glanced at the guy out of the corner of his eye, saying that they were discussing the reason why the elder had been away for 6 months. The guy looked at Richard, thinking that he was not called the fourth for nothing and that he could foresee the future much further than Chuck. The man looked at the guys and said that there were so many of them now that they needed to move to a more spacious dwelling. Richard told the twin to take things out of the cave. Bob, with a smile on his face, was glad that this winter they would spend the night in warmth and comfort. The new guys looked at the guys with fear, thinking about the conditions in which they lived before. Bob looked at Chuck, asking how many people he would take, including the elder's things. The protagonist smiled, answering that they needed to take 7. Bob raised his hand high, asking the guys who were confident in their mastery of Kingong. Nora looked over the hero's shoulder, saying that this was the reason why his previous master said to beware of those who were skilled in flattery and who resorted to her help. Chuck looked away. Mark, raising his hand, looked straight at the hero. Bob smiled, saying that they were almost there and they only had to climb the rock. The guys looked at the obstacle with fear. People began to call the captain. Bob sarcastically said that they would not die. Mark confidently approached Chuck, saying that he wanted to discuss something with him. The assistant looked away, telling the main character not to be late. The guys quickly began to climb the mountain. Chuck looked after the guys, realizing that Bob had the highest level of mountain climbing skills among all his peers. Chuck stood with his back to Mark, who began to tell all the data about him. The protagonist asked the spy with confusion if he had collected detailed information. Chuck tried to say something, but Mark interrupted him. The spy quickly created wind. The hero looked at Mark, realizing that he was using the palm technique, and this was something very unusual. Chuck dodged the attacks, realizing that Mark was already an expert. Paul looked at the hero carefully, saying that this was the technique of 18 palms taming the dragon. Chuck looked at Mark, realizing that only the leader of the beggar sect could know this technique. The hero looked ahead carefully. The wind began to swirl across the territory. Mark directed all his strength, telling Chuck that it would not help him if he drew a knife. The protagonist quickly headed towards the guy, shouting at him not to be mistaken. Mark quickly created a shield. The hero gritted his teeth in anger. The guy somersaulted, falling to the ground. Mark touched his hand. Chuck looked ahead, and the hero realized that he had been hiding his true power all this time. The hero looked at Mark, answering that it had come to him too late. Unlike other martial artists, Chuck could use innate energy. The hero quickly ran forward, answering that he had mastered the fourth formation of the Shining Star Sword technique. Mark looked in surprise at the guy who said that he had surpassed the expert level. The battle began. Mark defended himself with his hands. The hero gritted his teeth, covering his eyes. Chuck looked at the hero, realizing that he had managed to block the attack, deflected its blade. The attack quickly passed near Mark. The hero gritted his teeth, shouting that he could see through such obvious attacks. Chuck spun around the hero. Mark looked away in confusion. The hero with the sword stood near the guy. Mark covered his eyes, saying that this was the end. The sword passed across the hero's forehead. Chuck laughed, saying that he barely hit. The guy asked in surprise why he did that. Chuck hit the hero in the stomach, answering that he did not want to finish so quickly. The guy held the hero, answering that now he would not be able to use his internal energy. Mark fearfully asked Chuck to talk. The hero smiled, hearing the protagonist answer that he wanted to do it, but then he was attacked. Chuck thanked Mark. The guy laughed, answering that a lot of anger had accumulated in him because of that crazy old man. Mark said that it was as if a mountain had fallen off his shoulders. Now he understood why one person liked to beat people up so much. Laura understood that he was beaten half to death. Chuck, on the other hand, tried not to use the internal energy of the core at that moment, but he had a lot of questions. It was also clear that he felt the risk of being exposed, so he decided to approach him and attack. His actions were understandable. Then, when the situation became unfavorable for him, in order to prevent the information from leaking, the professional spy had to commit suicide. But all the time he saved him, he begged for mercy. Perhaps he clung to life because he was afraid of his imminent death. But 18 palms that pacify the dragon. Only the head of the beggar's sect and his direct descendants are allowed to learn the technique. And before the reincarnation of the protagonist, the successor of the sect was Byron, the master of the martial valor hall. Then he asked what kind of relationship he had with him. The guy asked if he was seriously asking this. Chuck did not quite understand. Mark asked if he really became the head of the sect. The protagonist was not sure that the current head of the beggar's sect was Byron. After all, in his past life, he was in his 30s, so now he was probably chosen as the successor. Chuck asked if it was bad that Byron would become the head of the beggars. The guy started to get up and shout that he couldn't wait a year. It was because Byron was his grandson and he made him his heir, because in 5 years he couldn't even master 10 of the 18 dragon pacifying palms. While he was mastering everything much faster, Chuck realized that he had lost in the competition of heirs from a direct line. Then he asked that apparently he signed up as a spy to complete a task so that he would be noticed. He also intended to target and sniff out secrets about the blood cult or reveal the location of the base because it angered him. Even the Alliance Miram feared the revival of the blood cult, so in an effort to do something grand, it was logical for him to target them. Then he asked, in your opinion, the head of the sect or his heir are sitting there and waiting for him to return with merits to challenge the position. Mark asked what he meant. Chuck did not understand why he did not get it. After all, it would allow those who were bothered by him to get rid of him without even getting their hands dirty. He would always be remembered as a famous spy, and only the beggar sect would remember him. And if you think about it, Mark was killed too easily in his past. And considering the fact that he was a spy who studied the 18 palms, the dying dragon, there was a possibility that he was disposed of. The guy tore up the ground, his whole body shaking. He wanted to become worthy of the title of the successor to the leader of the sect, a ridiculous idea from the beginning, but he had nothing left to do, except for the hope that the promise would be kept, and now he didn't even have that. Chuck originally only wanted to get more information from him, but now that he knew the whole situation, he said that he had his own life, and if the beggar sect was going to abandon him, then he had no need to hand him over to the blood cult. He wanted to give him a chance, especially if he swore to serve him. Then he would pretend that this conversation never happened, and he would also help him achieve his goals. He gave him a choice: either disappear into oblivion as a nameless spy of the beggar sect, or show them all what he was made of. The guy shook his hand at the second choice. Mark asked him to promise him only one thing. He would swear allegiance to him if he promised to help him get out of the situation when the beggar sect revealed to the cult that he was a spy. Byron was from the beggar sect, not from the Hao clan, as was said. He was in complete shock. After all, Chuck exposed him faster than the beggar sect did. Richard grabbed the guy by the neck and asked if he was a spy. Chuck answered negatively. That was not the point. After all, he really came to the cult to devote himself to apprenticeship. In general, he only said that before that he was trained in the beggar sect. Richard asked why he was so confident in him. The protagonist answered that he knew him several years ago in the county. He did work for the sect, but he did not recognize him because he was a boy and looked like a ragamuffin, and also very tanned. Then he asked if he remembered how Mark wanted to go to the commander of the White Blood, but then stopped and changed his mind. At that moment he called out to him. Mark understood that he skillfully weaves the truth into a coherent story. The protagonist continued that he told him to go to them when he begged not to reveal that he was from the beggars. Mark thought that he should have at least warned him, since he was going to do this. Richard asked if he wanted to leave the sect of beggars and go to them. The guy agreed. A man came up and said that they could not trust him yet. Carl understood that initially they should be convinced of his intentions, because he could be a spy. Chuck decided to get a trump card. He started saying that he was not very trustworthy now, since he had only been in the Valley of Six Bloods for a year, and had been a member of the beggar sect since childhood, but he had not wasted his time and shared some interesting information with him. He also said that the relationship between the Murim Alliance and the Peerless faction would soon deteriorate. He asked him to make his face simpler mentally. In 6 months, the Murim Alliance and the Peerless faction would dissolve their alliance. They were the two main forces of the Murim, and the breakdown in their relations meant temporary anarchy, which would be an excellent chance for the revival of the blood cult. In his previous life, he did not care about this, but now that he was directly connected to the top of the blood cult, this became information of utmost importance. Richard told Mark that if he had not lied, then he really should be taken. The guy was pleased. His problem was solved. Chuck understood that a lot had happened in the last hour. His head was a complete mess, but it was clear that even if the beggar sect decided to hand him over to the cult, he did not need to worry about himself. Mark thought that if the blood cult let it slip about him and word reached the beggar sect, he would become an enemy of other sects. He also became a traitor, having sold the blood cult information that he did not even know about. Chuck asked if he had nowhere to go now. Mark asked if he could read minds. The protagonist understood that he wanted to say only because of emotions. The guy did not understand who he was because he had information that even he had never heard of anywhere and also lied plausibly. But now his tongue would not turn to call him trash. Also, his instincts told him that it was too dangerous to have him as an enemy. He swore allegiance to him. Chuck asked to help someone. Laura asked if this was by chance the technique of the beggar sect's light body, pushing off with her hands and feet, running like a dog. Chuck said that it worked. You can't deny its effectiveness. Mabel was watching him. Then he asked who she was. The girl came to deliver a message from the Sixth Blood Star. She was the only one who failed the captain's exam. She was also sure that it was quite a sight, especially if you remember that they were all students. The Sixth Blood Star told her that she would pay him off for the bet, and also asked for a meeting and to come to her pavilion at midnight. It was midnight. Chuck approached the pavilion. He understood that apparently she was discussing with her superiors the information that he was hiding. The protagonist greeted her. The girl understood that she was a little late. Chuck himself had just arrived. Nora understood that apparently he had many talents. She asked to look into her eyes. Chuck did not understand what had just happened. After all, his innate energy moved on its own. Laura told him that he had stumbled a little. He had withstood the illusions of the eyes twice. After all, it was not an accident. It was Nora's hands. The girl learned about this skill when she accidentally stumbled upon an ancient temple of an unknown deity 20 years ago. She called the guy smart and would definitely find a better use for him than she could. That's why people called her a witch. She looked 35. This skill was called the illusory eye. The illusory eye sent a kind of obsession. This technique allowed you to temporarily plunge your opponent into the power of an illusion. A person clouded in mind fell into a stupor and even unconsciously performed the actions you urged him to. Chuck understood that if this was true, then the technique was quite dangerous. The world of martial arts, a place where the outcome of an entire battle can be decided in an instant. If you successfully use such a skill, then the opponent will become completely vulnerable for a while. Nora understood what the main character was thinking about now, but it was not so rosy because the impact of light physical contact or a quiet sound is enough to awaken a person from an illusion. It also didn't work well on mentally stable people and also on people using innate energy. In addition, to use this technique you need a huge concentration, and if you are excited, then nothing will work. It will be difficult with these conditions. It is unlikely that you will be able to use it in a chaotic situation or when every second counts. Nora asked if he wanted to learn this technique. The protagonist agreed. The conditions were insidious, but the skill is useful, but they will begin to fear him if he says that he can send illusions. Probably, Richard also knows about the skill and that is why he then closed it. He was sad, because many people knew about this ability, but for the ignorant it will come in handy someday. Addressing Chuck, the sixth blood star explained for quite a long time the principle of using the illusory eye and a number of other important nuances. The skill turned out to be more like a spell than a martial arts technique and required a special approach to itself. In order to remember all its instructions, Mu had to strain himself well. Having taught Chuck the illusionary eye, the sixth star told how she learned about this skill herself. There was no big secret in this, because she simply found a book in an ancient temple that described everything she had told earlier, but the book also said that the illusionary eye had 4 skill levels. At the first level, it was possible to weaken the opponent's mental state, discourage, and deprive especially sensitive ones of consciousness. At the second level, it becomes possible to manipulate a person captured by the technique so that he will fulfill any whim. At the third level, it is possible to cause hallucinations in the victim. The explanation of the properties of the third level ends. The fourth level was only briefly mentioned. Its advantage over the third was to make the opponent see a particularly realistic illusion, capable of involving all 5 of their senses. Laura understood that, like with the Shining Star Sword technique, the most important points were lost. Chuck wanted to learn the skill even without the 4th level. Nora suggested that he try. She called out to the girl. The protagonist wondered why she brought the girl with her. She was the best option, because all the other witch apprentices were too high level. Mabel asked him not to hurt her. Then she apologized to him and grinned. The guy had a funny expression on his face. Laura believed that he couldn't be good at everything, even though he was the 4th Elder's apprentice. If only he could master the 2nd level of the illusionary eye, but even the first was difficult. Nora asked him not to be upset. After all, this skill required a lot of concentration. Then she suggested that he relax. Mabel showed her breasts. The protagonist hit her on the forehead. He asked if she was okay. Chuck didn't understand how it happened, because he was just imagining things a little. Nora asked how he immediately repeated the 2nd level. Chuck said that he didn't do anything. Nora asked if she undressed herself. Mabel asked again. She looked at herself and screamed in shock. The girl squatted down so that no one could see her chest. Laura said that he was no slouch. Chuck denied it, because he was just thinking that if he had mastered the 2nd level, he would be able to put her down. Laura didn't understand, because in response to his thoughts, she began to undress. The protagonist thought at that moment that it would be funny if she started dancing naked. Laura was in complete shock. Nora was sure that this was the 2nd level. She couldn't even master it after 20 years of trying. She asked how he did it. The guy answered that he didn't know, he just imagined different things. The girl asked if he had thought about her taking off her clothes. The protagonist denied it. She asked him to do it again. Suddenly they were stopped. The guy tried to explain that the young gentleman would not lie. Nora decided to trust his judgment, because her promise was already kept and it was already late. It was a bad day for her to talk. She said that they would see each other next time. Chuck denied to himself that she could not change her mind just because of this incident. He was called a pervert. Laura tried to cheer him up, saying that there would be an opportunity to clarify everything. Chuck understood, although it was a coincidence, but she saw the 2nd level in action with her own eyes. The guy woke up and asked where the protagonist went. Chuck said nowhere. The guy asked again if he was hanging around in the middle of the night. Laura suggested using the illusionary eye so that he would not bother her. Chuck understood that if she tried it on him, then he would definitely understand what happened if it worked on him. The guy didn't understand why he was looking at him. The main character's spell didn't work. He apologized and asked to talk tomorrow. Then he lay down on the bed and said goodnight. The guy was still standing next to him. After that, he hit the bald guy. He woke up and asked what he wanted. The guy asked what was wrong with his hand. He tried to explain that it wasn't him. After all, it was his hand that hit him, not him. Chuck realized that the spell must have worked. Conflict between the Murim Alliance and the unrivaled faction. The information presented caused much more excitement than expected. Gyeonggi Province. Rumors started 9 days ago. They learned the information faster than anyone else. In 15 days, all branches of the blood cult will hear about this news. It was getting more and more interesting. The man said that the time had come faster than he thought. The green-haired guy asked what he meant. He was told that it was time to be reborn. Then he asked to bring 2 guys. The boy asked if the master should follow them. The man answered affirmatively, but the cult was still disunited and unbalanced. Herman knew that he would have to go to the Valley of 6 Bloods. He wondered if he had considered Lena romantically. 4 days had passed since Chuck had learned the illusory eye. All these days he had practiced a lot and studied the new skill in all its aspects. The first level of the illusory eye was exactly as Nora had described. He had mastered it well and could now easily put a person into a trance. The girl could not tell about the second level. With it, everything was not so rosy. Everything varied from person to person, but in general, he could control the victim for 5 seconds. Even if he had not stopped Mabel then, she would have woken up on her own in a couple of seconds. And what's more, the one who had once been exposed to the second level became immune to it. After that night, he tried to use the skill on the boy again, but it did not work. Also, this spell could not extract any information from a person. The victim is unable to think and stupidly repeats what to say. This art is useless for collecting information. On top of that, it did not work on people who are stronger or mentally stable. Perhaps this was the reason why the 6th star did not try to use the technique on Richard. The second level of the illusory eye uses the energy of the inner core. That is, there is a direct relationship between the level of mastery of the skill and the reserve of internal energy of the core. This would explain why Nora could only hone the first level. 20 days passed after learning the illusory eye. Richard said that they only last for 3 seconds, and if they are his students, they cannot walk with their heads held high. They attacked him in 3, but all they could do was take 4 steps. Then he shouted that they should be ashamed. The man provoked them. Chuck was so drawn to fight him with full force, but there is no point in it. Richard was a monster that surpassed the average person. Chuck had to reach at least the 6th formation of the shining star, just like the swordsman of the southern sky. While the protagonist did not see Richard, he became much stronger and he stood on the level of his previous owner. The last time they fought each other was 15 years ago. To defeat Richard, it was necessary to aim much higher than the level of his previous owner, not only the 6th, but also to reach the 7th formation, which his owner did not have time to get used to. Richard decided to continue. Chuck did not understand what was wrong with him. He was told to look up. Clara was standing there. She had never approached him since the night. Richard called the protagonist. He asked him to go to the girl. Clara wanted to talk to him. She asked if he knew who she was. Chuck said her name, but she only shook her head. He thought she was much more perceptive than most of those he knew. The guy just kept silent because she hid her identity. But the girl was right. He simply couldn't help but guess because she had given him enough hints. He had no reason to continue feigning ignorance. A man approached. Dill said that he got lost while walking. There was not a single soul around to ask for directions. They called him a talking toad. Bill continued that he had never been there, that's why he got lost, then asked to take him there after he had a rest. The girl asked who he was. He was the second apprentice of the second elder. Chuck knew him. Over the next 10 years, Bill would become infamous as the swordsman Toad. He was called that because he dealt with those who called him that. He was the kind of person Chuck should have been wary of in his past life. The protagonist introduced himself as the first apprentice of the 4th elder. Bill asked again. Chuck didn't understand why he was staring. The swordsman Toad smiled. Then he suddenly tried to hit the protagonist. He jumped back from the blow. Bill said that his master was worrying in vain. Then he asked if he was really the 4th elder's disciple. The protagonist expected him to be strong, but this was too much. He would not be able to deal with him with only internal energy. The girl asked what it all meant. Bill asked if she was a disciple of the 6th blood star and why she did not introduce herself right away. He heard that they had many beautiful girls, then licked his lip. Chuck decided to deal with him. The swordsman Toad asked if he decided to protect the girl. They looked at him. He asked why they were staring at him like that. Richard decided to look at his skills. Suddenly, he hit him. The sword broke. A man ran up to keep him from falling. Bill tried to grab his back. Then he thanked the master. The man instantly stopped the inertia of the blow with one palm. It was the 2nd elder William. He was also Richard's brother. He remembered him because only 4 years had passed. He asked what made him come all this way. Was it really a letter? William agreed, and they also had a misunderstanding. Richard asked to speak frankly because his student attacked Chuck, and if he had not been there, he would have definitely been injured. William tried to explain that excessive impulsiveness was typical of youth, and also believed that perhaps his student had been locked up for too long and had lost his competitive streak. Chuck asked if that was why he had been insulted. The man became menacing. Bill tried to justify himself by saying that it was not true and that he could not insult one of the 4 elders. He only said that this student, being so ignorant of martial arts, was a disgrace to his master. Ben began to beat him on the ground. After all, you can't justify yourself when an elder is speaking. Then he apologized for the younger man's rudeness. He was the master's first student. Laura asked if he would become famous. Chuck replied that he did not know since he only remembered one student. Laura asked how that could be. Perhaps he was a hidden student. There was also a possibility that he had died. Even in an orthodox sect there is a place for feuding between students, Between heirs and the cult of blood, one of the unorthodox sects, is perhaps even worse. William also apologized to him for his protege. Richard asked why they did not stop, because they had taught him a lesson. In his mind, the man wanted to tell the protagonist that this would not have happened if he had been strong enough. Then he asked what brought them here. William wanted to do matchmaking, to marry one of his students, to the young lady, namely to Clara. The girl was in complete shock. The negotiation hall of the Valley of Six Bloods. Girls were standing and men were sitting. Richard was hitting the table and shouting what he was talking about. William answered that he had already heard everything, and in order to unite the cult, he should avoid conflicts, and the young lady should renounce her rights to inheritance, and also prepare for the birth of a successor. Chuck knew he was much more polite, but he was still saying everything straight out. The faces of the Blood Witch and the students showed that they were holding back their emotions. Richard didn't understand how he could say such things, because the lady was of noble birth. To marry his student and give birth to a successor, and what would happen in return? Was there a guarantee of protection? William was forcing him to finish him off on the spot. Bill and Ben were scared. There was a crushing feeling. The whole body became heavy. It instantly filled the room with its internal energy. Under the pressure of Richard's true power, it was impossible to take a breath. William explained that he did not come here to fight. The Blood Stars and the First Elder decided that one of the humans would become the leader of the cult, and most of the top of the cult is behind her. The Third Elder has not yet made an official statement, but made it clear that he thinks in the same direction. Then he asked Nora if anyone had announced support for Lady Clara. She looked at them. The girl was not delighted. William asked what would happen if he said he was also supporting the girl. Richard asked if he was blackmailing. William said the word blackmail. He had a sword in his hands. He was using magic. He was a fervent emperor of the Demon Blade, and did he look like someone who would harm Clara? Nora asked what they were doing in front of the young mistress. William looked. Richard also looked. The girls turned away. Someone said if it was okay to treat each other like in the good old days. Richard answered in the affirmative. Laura asked why her voice resonated throughout the room. Chuck explained that it was called the omnidirectional sound transmission technique, a more advanced technique than the other. It does not allow you to determine the direction from which the speaker's energy comes. In addition, Clara and the other students are turned away from us so that it is impossible to tell who is speaking by sight. He knew that her internal energy reserve was not ordinary, but he did not know how to use the directional sound transmission technique. She decided to start with William. She asked why he had decided to side with his sister and then talk about marriage. William explained that he would have gladly supported her if it had only been a matter of bloodline. But now that they were faced with the disruption of the cult, they needed the strongest heir possible. His goal was to protect her and ensure the continuation of the line. If he gave up his rights to inheritance and gave birth to a successor, he would gain enough power to stop the purge. Chuck knew he was right. It would give a reason to protect Clara, and thus it would be possible to unite the cult. Richard said menacingly that he was right. Then he asked why his disciples in particular should be there. He also asked one more question. Did he by any chance want to strengthen his influence? William asked who would go then. Richard asked again. William said that only an elder's disciple could be a worthy candidate for the young lady, and apart from them, the other elders supported Clara. Then he asked if it wasn't obvious. The boys felt hurt. Richard started laughing out loud. He pointed at Bill and asked why this rotten face was worthy of Clara. After all, William was only concerned with his own benefit. After all, he was following the Blood Witch's apprentice, persuading her to become his wife. Bill and Ben looked at this. William was angry. Laura said that he ate. Her face was pleased. Then she began to look at what was happening. William apologized for the immaturity of the second student. But his first student Ben was conscientious and without any shortcomings, and he also insulted Clara. Richard asked why he considered only his student ideal. After all, a worthy master has a worthy student. He showed Chuck. After all, he was well-mannered. Chuck did not understand. The old man asked, does he want to say that his students are better? He is somehow too confident in them. The man asked irritably, does he think his confidence is unfounded? William's eyes flashed. He said, then it's simple, let them fight and see who is truly worthy of the young lady. Richard agreed. But it had to be a fair fight. The old man asked to let them fight without using internal energy, since his disciple had only been training for 1 year. Richard asked if he would regret it later. Maybe his disciple knew the techniques of the Southern Sky Swordsman, but they also required energy circulation. Clara listened to their conversation and thought that she did not understand. She thought with excitement, it was her who was getting married, so why were they deciding everything here without her? Richard exclaimed. The same goes for William's disciple. She rolled her eyes, thought maybe she should refuse right now and put an end to the debate. The old man said that he would accept his proposal, but asked her to make her own condition. The heroes stood opposite each other. The second elder explained the duel would be with swords, so let him promise not to make claims if someone lost a couple of limbs. Richard answered, okay. He was tired of this empty chatter. The witch objected, but the young lady has not yet said what she thinks about it. How can they? They looked around. Clara said coldly, okay. She did not turn around, added that she appreciated their concern, but she also had a condition. The men chuckled. She said that she would also fight, because her husband could not be weaker than her. Richard laughed. She was right. Her partner must be strong enough. William became worried when he heard her question. What will they do if her condition is not met? He asked what is she talking about? She asked her uncle seriously. He wanted to have a duel without asking her opinion. Did he really think that after all she would have to fulfill their conditions even if she won? The old man clarified. She wanted to say that she would have a wish for them if she won. The girl answered indifferently, yes, asked to swear that they would support her if she won. Richard hit his fist on his palm, answered, as the young lady wished. The girl turned to William, asked. He could not accept this. He uncertainly answered that he would do as she asked. Laura crossed her arms over her chest, noticed that Clara was smart. Chuck agreed. She thought about what benefit she could get from the current situation. Not bad. Avatar suggested that the role of a leader would not suit her if she let the elders decide her fate. She saw that the girl was not aiming for the place of the leader for nothing. The witch leaned forward slightly and said that before they began, they would discuss the conditions again. The disciple speaking on behalf of the second elder, Ben, and on behalf of the fourth elder, Chuck. She reminded them that they could not use internal energy. To make everything fair, each disciple would have their acupuncture points sealed by the master of another disciple. She looked straight ahead and said that the duel would be with swords, both injuries and death were acceptable, and asked if both sides agreed to these conditions. The disciples looked at each other and answered yes. Nora asked them to go their separate ways. As they went their separate ways, Chuck thought that, of course, he had given his consent, but Ben was definitely a highly skilled martial artist. He could easily cripple him or even kill him, and he might even try. The guy stood next to Richard. The man said that William had finally put his brain to work, so this fight was not in his favor. The hero thought that anyone would try to turn the situation to their advantage if they were not a fool. The guy looked at the elder in surprise. He told him to use the skills he had been hiding all this time. Chuck asked again what he was talking about. Richard told him not to pretend to be a fool. Or did he think he could fool him? He lacked internal energy now, but his knowledge went far beyond a high-ranking warrior. He looked menacingly at the guy, asked if so much time had passed. He thought he hadn't noticed. He only needed to look at the trace of his sword. He said that the hero must win at any cost. Chuck sighed with relief, thought, although he didn't say anything about the central energy core. He looked up, thought that apparently he hadn't hidden his skills as well as he thought, since the mentor knew all this time. Richard's eyes flashed. He said that if this was too much for the guy, then he could just admit his defeat. The hero thought in surprise. What was he talking about? He hated losing more than anything in the world. Did that mean he didn't want to be hurt or killed? The guy was very hurt when he said that he shouldn't think anything up, and this was said only because his victory was unlikely against him. After all, he had only been studying for a year. Nora asked the young men to go to different sides, further away. Ben pointed his finger at the enemy, said that he would not kill him, but he should be ready to lose his hand, and if he surrendered now, he would remain safe and sound. The guy confidently answered everything was fine, he would prefer to fight without any regrets, and he would also spare his life. Ben shook with laughter, said that in his pomposity he was in no way inferior to the fourth elder. They took out their swords and got ready. Chuck looked at the enemy, then frowned. The girl screamed. They began. The hero cut off his opponent's hand with one blow. Blood gushed from the wound. The boy screamed. Chuck put the blade on his shoulder, said that he did not kill him. Ben was asked if he admitted his defeat. Bill opened his mouth, a silent question on his face. Richard was happy, raised his fist. Nora lowered her eyes, thought, he just now. There was a dark aura around the second elder. He shouted indignantly, and this is what they call a duel. He became furious, shouted that Chuck simply used dark arts. He said that just now, when their eyes met, Ben hesitated for a second. Richard, who was standing behind him, asked what was wrong with the use of dark arts by a disciple of an unorthodox sect. Was he really going to look for excuses when the duel was deciding the issue of life and death? The old man asked again, excuses. He wanted to hit the mentor, but Richard blocked him. The two energies collided. Richard laughed loudly, shouted, okay, let's fight, they haven't done this for a long time. The old man grabbed the weapon and said, okay, let's see how it ends. He moved his hand to the side. Nora stretched out her hand in front of him, said that if he wanted to blame his disciple, he should start with her first. The elder asked what she was talking about. She explained that the illusionary eye skill he had just used was taught to him by her. William pointed his finger at the girl, asked why the technique seemed painfully familiar to him, so it turned out to be her, said that then they needed to know whether he had used internal energy. His eyes widened when he heard that he had personally sealed his acupuncture points and the illusionary eye technique did not require internal energy. The girl also said that this skill only required mental strength and natural kai, it had nothing to do with internal energy. Laura leaned towards Chuck, asked if the internal core was not required. The guy thought that she had not advanced beyond the first level, so she was not given to know. He stood in front of William, thought that, one way or another, the 6th star of blood had resolved the situation in its own way. Nora shuddered when the second elder said that he had to see for himself. She called out to him, but Richard, who was standing next to her, stopped the blood witch, said that not all members of the unorthodox sect were like her. He seriously added that Brother William would only test his inner core, he had always been like that. The old man was talking about something with the hero. The man added that even entering the top of the blood cult, he continued to value honesty more than any member of the orthodox sects. William looked ahead. He closed his eyes. Richard said that his inner core was sealed. The old man lowered his head, raised his sword. He stuck the blade into the floor, said that his student had lost. Avatar asked Chuck what was wrong. He was sorry for Ben. He replied that if it were not his hand, he would have flown away. But if we take into account William's feelings. Suddenly Paul appeared, offered to use that divine healer's tablet. The hero and Laura were perplexed. Paul closed his eyes, explained that his former master said that one should show mercy even to one's enemies, and the guy's virtue can't. Before he could finish speaking, Laura shouted with greedy delight, the divine healer's tablet, how much money can be made from this? The guy confirmed, yes, he will have to remember their debt as soon as the opportunity arises, an excellent idea. William knelt down, said that he was deeply impressed by her wisdom, she predicted the outcome from the very beginning. He said that he did not think that she would think it through so far to enlist his help and the help of Brother Richard, his blood really flows in her. The 4th elder reached out to Chuck. The guy at this time thought that it seemed that William had mixed something up, and he could not even intervene. The atmosphere was too serious. The man made a movement with his hand. The hero thought. He unblocked his acupuncture points. What was going on? He looked at the witch. He also thought that it was strange for the 6th blood star to intercede and protect him. All this was only to encourage Richard to support their side, like, here is the skill that she taught his student, and it played a decisive role. He thought, apparently she was right. In any other situation this crazy old man would immediately start screaming and denying everything, but now he is just silent. Clara put her hand to her mouth. Chuck thought that, apparently, he made his choice and decided to support her after all, and he unblocked his acupuncture points because he decided that a second duel would no longer be necessary. The girl turned to the 2nd elder. He folded his hands, bowed, said that he heard what they were saying, but she really got prettier, and he was so glad to see her. She looks as beautiful as before. Laura folded her arms across her chest, indignant. Just like before, lying and not blushing, this is a completely different person. Chuck replied that he saw her as a child, and the disease, apparently, struck her later. The girl was holding a wooden tablet in her hand. She noticed with a smile, that's how he recognized her. The old man looked at the thing, apologized. The girl showed him the tablet, said that it was given to her by the divine healer. He visited her yesterday to carry out the final stage of her treatment. He asked if she wanted to give this priceless thing to him. William froze. She said that she believed that he would use it wisely for his student. Chuck was surprised where she got the tablet from, wondered if she really got it from the healer yesterday. The 2nd elder looked back at Ben, asked the princess how he could repay her in return for such invaluable help and care, told the student to thank her right away. The girl replied that everything was fine. The main thing was that she helped his disciple restore faith in the cult and continue the path of the sword. The old man remained silent. He hit his head on the floor, swore to serve her as his new ruler. She smiled. He asked her to accept his loyalty. Chuck noticed that Richard bowed his head, thought, it seems, the 4th was going to kneel after him. Victory is hers. He asked the master to wait a second. The man clenched his teeth, angrily asked what he was planning. The guy answered that nothing was over yet. He turned to him, asked to give him the initiative in this matter. Richard straightened up, closed his eyes and remained silent. The hero approached the princess. She opened her eyes wide. The guy shouted, long live the blood demon, for the glory of the blood cult. He hit his fist into his palm, loudly declared that, as a disciple of the 4th elder, he would like to request a duel. His master and disciples were shocked. Nora and Mabel opened their mouths in surprise. William clenched his teeth. The girl asked again. He was asking for a duel with her. She pressed her lips together, asked what was the point now. The guy, with a smug look, objected. What? She did not consider him a worthy husband. The girl blushed. The hero said uncertainly, this. The princess turned away, embarrassedly asked. He went for it only because he wanted to marry her. His answer darkened her. He said, not necessarily. He said with a smirk that he was only following her earlier words. She would get everything she wanted if she defeated him. Asked what? Was there a reason to be afraid? The girl bit her lip. Chuck thought he knew why she was stalling. She had seen the last duel with her own eyes, and now she was hesitating because she could not be sure that she would not succumb to the influence of the illusory eye. He thought that for someone of her level, there was no choice in this situation. She should take responsibility for her words. The girl smiled, although inside she felt fear, answered, "Okay, she accepts the duel, let him say what he really wants." Chuck grinned contentedly, thought, "Great, she's on the hook." Paul carefully noted that he did not think this was it. Nora approached the lady, said, "Well, since she accepted the challenge, let their acupuncture points be sealed by 2 elders." Clara closed her eyes, turned her head, angrily said, "No time, faster." Chuck said that it did not matter when and in what. When they were level, he added that if necessary, let her justify his teacher and all his students, including him, with her name. He thought it was insurance just in case, a way to clear them before the cult, no matter what they were guilty of, a guarantee of pardon. They didn't need it right now, and it would be good if it continued like this, but they were entering a rather dangerous game. It was worth being prepared for any situation. For example, as if he decided to cut off all ties with the blood cult, Clara approached Richard, answered Chuck that it was a little beyond her strength. She could only stand up for him or the 4th elder, the privileges of justification for both of them. The guy approached William, asked the twins for forgiveness. The girl asked if that was enough. He looked back, answered, "Okay, but there is one more thing," asked where she got the divine healer's tablet. The girl turned away from the 4th elder, answered with a grin, it was not hers, but the master's. Well, more precisely, the 6th blood star said that she did not deserve it, because she did not bring the medicinal herb. The girl shuddered. The guy remembered, so this is the tablet that she promised him when he gave her the medicinal flower. She sighed nervously, said that she had misjudged that since he received the treatment, her part of the contract was fulfilled, but now it seemed as if she hid it from him. The girl apologized. She closed her eyes, frowned, added that since in the end she gave it to someone else, she owed him and would definitely atone for her guilt. William sealed the hero's acupuncture points. The master did the same with the girl. She said that there was no time, they would talk about it later. Chuck was scared by the gloomy look with which the 2nd elder said that if he dared to use dark magic, the illusory eye against her. He narrowed his eyes. Even if his master tried to stop him, let him be sure he would break his skull in 2. The heroes approached each other. Richard looked at his student. He could hardly restrain himself from laughing, asked what he liked her so much. The guy choked. He covered his mouth with his fist. The man added that he did not know what they were talking about, but he was sure they knew what they were doing. At least he did not doubt him. Chuck adjusted the buckle. The master told him to do as he saw fit. The guy put his hand on his hip. Richard said that he would trust him. Nora waved her hand, said, "Well, let's get started," shouted, "Begin." The hero reached for the sword. He noticed that the princess closed her eyes. He thought if she was defending herself from the illusory eye, even just in case, her hand flashed near his face. He dodged the blow. His cheek was cut. He thought if he had reacted even a second later, he would have lost right away, and now she again. The girl slapped him with all her strength. The guy lowered his head. He grabbed his cheek with his hand, looked at her questioningly. Chuck blocked the blow with his hand. He looked at her wrist, wondering where all that strength came from. He thought she had lost weight, which made her seem fragile to him, but considering the pain he had experienced from the blow, her arms were clearly strong. Chuck almost took a blow to the face. The girl noticed his foot next to her head. A sharp blow followed. Clara jumped back, said that he used the sword to keep his balance and counterattack. Not bad. The hero waved it off, so lucky. Mabel pressed her palms to her face, thought he was not holding back at all. She was completely amazed at how much he desired their young mistress. The girl thought offendedly, but this young master is a cheater. Wasn't she the one he imagined naked that night? She wished the girl not to lose. Clara parried the sword blow. Chuck thought, finger technique. He bent down, thinking that he hadn't noticed before that her index finger was covered in calluses. He had heard that finger technique was much more difficult than fist or palm technique. The guy attacked back, thinking that to master this technique, you need to be prepared to break your fingers dozens of times during training, and also the risk of sealing the meridian. This technique definitely does not belong to the martial arts of the Blood Witch. Paul appeared next to the hero. He noticed that he had never seen such an amazing finger technique. The hero asked, "Is this the martial art of the Blood Demon?" A dark red shadow appeared behind the girl. The avatar answered, "Yes, this is definitely it." Chuck pulled his hand back, stepped aside. The girl moved forward. The guy defended himself from the attack, raising his other hand. William put his hand to his chin, said, "His left hand is also trained. Not bad to use a blade at such a moment." Clara stood in a fighting stance. She smirked, asked, thought to defeat her without drawing the sword from the sheath. The hero held the sword behind his back, answered that he just wanted to respond to her finger technique with dignity, thought that she should understand what he meant. He began the duel, knowing that he would lose, but to fight someone who knows the techniques of the Blood Demon, a valuable opportunity for him. The girl said that he is an extremely interesting person. She lowered her hand. The avatar of the sword told Chuck that this is an unusual technique, he must be prepared. The guy said that yes, he feels incredible pressure just from one of her initial stances. Clara disappeared. He thought that he will have to use the technique of the sword of the shining star. He put the weapon forward, but the girl dodged. A strip of blue light passed near him. She blocked the blow, jumped up. Chuck looked up. The avatar told him where she would be at that moment. He touched the hilt of the Sodom sword, thought that if he drew it, he would block her attack. The hero smiled slyly, thought that they were done, asked the girl, "Will it hurt?" "Yes." She turned over in the air, answered with a smile, "And how?" In the end, the result of the duel was that Clara won, and Chuck was defeated, knocked out. The guy looked at the ceiling, it got dark. He looked to the side, thought, it's already night, who is there next to him? The hero turned his head. He realized that it was Ben. It seemed that the divine healer had already tried to restore his hand. Chuck sat down on the bed, grabbed his head, felt pain, thought, well, she worked on him with the finger technique. It was as if his skull was splitting from the inside. The guy removed his hand. Laura asked if he was okay. Chuck answered that he could hear them, but where were they themselves? Avatar told him to look under the bed. He bent down and saw. The hero closed the door when he left the room, asked how long he had been unconscious. Laura answered, almost 12 hours. She asked, he had seen Ben get his arm back. The guy opened the door a little, looked at the victim. The avatar said that it was an incredibly complicated process, connecting all the veins, all that. He interrupted her, said that he did not care, asked what happened after he passed out. With an indifferent look, Paul reported that, as he expected, Richard swore allegiance to Clara. The guy thought that everything seemed to have ended well. He went outside and went down the stairs, thought it was about midnight. The hero thought that he needed to go to the guest house, but saw a warrior in the training room. The toad swordsman was looking tensely ahead. Chuck hid around the corner. Laura asked, "Is that Bill?" The guy answered, "Yes, the second apprentice of the second elder." He wondered what he was doing here alone, moving, avoiding all the areas that were being watched for protection. He wasn't learning stealth techniques. The road led into the forest. The avatar said that it was very suspicious. Bill went into the forest, looked around. He took off his boot and took out a bag from it. The swordsman scooped up some powder from it and scattered it. Chuck suddenly appeared behind him, asked what he was doing. Bill got scared and jumped back, shouted who was there. The hero put his sword forward, asked what powder he had just scattered. It was the scent of 1,000 Lee's Pursuit. Laura asked Paul what it was. He explained that, as the name says, it was a fragrant powder whose smell spreads far, far away. If you scatter it, then other people can use a special artifact or a sniffer dog to find this place. Laura asked in surprise, so he was a spy? The guy answered that it was quite possible. Bill grinned evilly, asked if he had heard the saying, "The less you know, the longer you live." Chuck said he didn't know that one, but he had heard another, "If you walk on thin ice, you can fall through." The swordsman noticed that he seemed to be alone. Since he hadn't attacked him yet and hadn't blocked his escape route, he asked if he thought he could defeat him in an open confrontation. The guy pushed off the ground, thought that he quickly assessed the situation, was far from stupid, therefore was trained in competent espionage. The swordsman Toad dodged. The hero stopped, thought that he expected this from a martial arts master. Bill said that he was wrong when he decided to fight him. His skills were much higher. He asked with a sly smile, and he probably understood this during the day. Chuck thought that he needed to change his strategy. The guy pointed to the enemy's boot, asked if he wanted to put it on, how scared he must be, if he was ready to run away even barefoot. Bill laughed, put the sword on his shoulder, said that Chuck had bypassed Ben with the help of dark arts, but this did not mean that the same trick would work on him. He asked the guy, because this is how he hoped to defeat him, it will not work. Chuck looked at him tiredly, thought how much he was talking. Bill continued, he heard, only those with lower internal energy than the one using the skill are in danger. Well, what will he do now? Ran after him like a stupid dog, just to amuse his ego. The swordsman closed his eyes. The hero turned to him. He did not answer. Bill suddenly swung his weapon and furiously shouted that he would kill the guy. The hero dodged the blow. The enemy managed to jump back. The swordsman attacked the guy from above. A column of green light descended. He delivered a powerful chopping blow. When the battle was over, Bill said to Chuck, now he sees that his Kai energy is superior. He smiled, asked what he will do, try to escape. The guy turned around in a wide swing, answered, no. Bill held the blade in front of his face, laughed, told him to attack. He will show him how much stronger he is. The swordsman did not have time to finish. He was struck by a blue flash. He opened his eyes wide. The hero used the Shining Star's sword technique, the first formation, and the enemy responded with the slashing tiger sword. The flashes of light dissipated. Bill gritted his teeth and trembled, said, this is beyond the level of a high-ranking warrior, shouted. Chuck was hiding his true abilities. The guy swung his sword in a circle, said, this is what happens when you start to think that the enemy is weaker than you. He pointed the blade at the enemy and asked if he knew the proverb, hide a third of your true abilities. Did he even know the word proverb? In vain did he ignore folk wisdom. Laura said nervously, so Chuck is hiding half of his abilities. Bill angrily wrinkled his forehead, knitted his eyebrows. He started to run. Chuck rushed after him, shouted that he would not run away. The swordsman jumped up, hit the ground with his sword. A green flash appeared, fragments rose up. The guy put up a defense. The smoke cleared. Chuck wondered what he was doing. His actions were pointless. He didn't have time to finish speaking. Laura exclaimed, "Cover for the weapon." Paul shouted for him to dodge. The hero threw his head back. He jumped up, saw how the sharp tip stuck into the ground. The sword in his hand sparkled. Laura said to throw it forward. Chuck lunged. Blue waves of flame emanated from his eyes. The swordsman said discontentedly, "He aimed well, why so quietly?" The sword flew over him. Bill raised his hands. Laura shouted, "Here, he is here." The hero stood in a stance. He clearly saw a blue glow in the clouds of dust. Now, thanks to the sword, he knows exactly where he is. He exhaled smoke, said that it was time to try it. Chuck attacked the enemy, used the technique of the Sword of the Shining Star, the sixth formation. Then he said, "The rotating sword of Chhu Ga." Bill gritted his teeth, resisting the flow with difficulty. The hero raised his hands. The swordsman turned over in the air. He fell and slid along the ground. Bill rose, with a trembling voice asked who he was and how he dodged his hidden blades. The guy touched his forehead with the sword, answered that he had a third eye. The warrior stood up. Chuck said that it was time for them to finish. Paul appeared next to him and advised not to delay the attack, otherwise he could escape. Bill squeezed the hilt with both hands. The guy answered, no, he knew what he was thinking. He was a spy too, and a spy in such a situation has only two choices, either run or commit suicide. The swordsman bared his teeth, shouted that, instead of being defeated by his hand, he was better. His gaze became empty. He waved his hand, added that he would throw away his sword. The guy thought that in the chaos of battle it was difficult to find a suitable opportunity, but if he cornered his opponent, then when their eyes met, he could successfully use the illusionary eye. The hero affected the enemy from behind. Bill fell to the ground. Chuck stuck his hand in the swordsman's mouth, found something. He was squeezing an object in his fist. Laura leaned over to look at what was in his palm, asked what it was. The hero explained that it was a capsule with poison. All spies have it. It is tied to a molar and placed in the throat, so that later it is swallowed if pressed. He removed the capsule, said that everything was as he expected. There are two ways in which a spy can commit suicide. Usually they prefer to cut their throat. If you use the capsule, the poison will slowly spread throughout the body, corroding the insides, an extremely painful death. Bill asked in bewilderment, how did he know about it? Chuck stabbed him and asked if he would understand if he tried to explain. He noticed that what he said earlier was true. He had just lost to someone like him. The hero threw the body over his shoulder, heard a strange sound. Laura asked what the sound was. Chuck decided that something was noticed by the guards in the Valley of Six Bloods. He looked at the swordsman, thought it must be because of him, using the scent of Pursuit of 1,000 Lie to indicate to someone their exact location. The guy thought darkly. The Valley of Six Bloods was revealed in his past life too, but not so early. Originally, Elder William and his disciples should not have come here. He is only here because of the information he revealed to the cult. Accordingly, Bill should not have been here either. He was supposed to remain undiscovered. Ben's fate also changed. If his assumptions are correct, he should have died sooner or later by Bill's hand. On his hand there were dots in the shape of a constellation. He thought that too much was changing, and too fast. The guy clenched his fingers into a fist, decided that he had to go back. In the main pavilion of the Valley of the Six Kings, people were running. Two were carrying bundles of hay. One of the guys ordered to burn all the buildings and get out of here. Bob ran up to the master, said that he could not find him anywhere. Richard shouted, where did he manage to disappear to when they were being attacked? Herman worriedly told William that he could not find the young Master Bill. The old man asked. These two disappeared at the same time. Where? Suddenly Chuck appeared. He called out to the master. He was indignant. Where was he? The guy was holding the lifeless body of the swordsman Toad on his shoulder. He apologized for being late, asked to let him put it down first, and then talk. The students grabbed their weapons. Chuck slightly tilted his head to the side, said that there was no time to explain. For starters, he froze. Swords were put to his throat. Clara said that at least 100 people were approaching them from the mountains. They were strangers who had entered their territory. She asked the guy not to twitch and also to tell where he had been under the cover of night. After all, when the bells rang, Chuck was already nowhere to be found, and now he was coming calmly, having pulled the second elder's disciple in a helpless state. They should have been forced to take him under arrest if he could not explain everything convincingly. Chuck asked to open the guy's left soul. The man looked at William. They listened and opened the soul. The man was in shock. After all, there was white powder there. He sniffed it and understood everything. It was the scent of the Pursuit of 1,000 Lie. Nora and Clara understood how they had found them. The guys were whispering and trying to understand what it was. Chuck began to take an object out from under his clothes. He took out a ball that looked like a sending capsule. They found it in his mouth, tied to his molar. William was in complete shock. because it was his student. Christopher apologized because the captain was telling the truth. When the capsule is tied to a tooth for a long time, the gum underneath swells in a characteristic way. After all, there really are traces. William asked how he knew. Christopher replied that he had experience in such matters because he had been a spy for the Muram Union for 6 months. People could not believe that he was a spy. Thanks to his words, Chuck was trusted again. Nora ordered to lower the gun. People lowered it. Christopher asked how the main character knew about it. He replied that things like the aroma and the poison capsule were very specific. Few people knew about them. But Chuck knew about it because he was also a spy. He began to tell how after the duel he woke up closer to midnight and headed to the guest house. On the way, he saw Bill leaving in the middle of the night. Chuck thought he was acting suspiciously, keeping to the shadows and avoiding guards. He then decided to follow him and soon saw Bill scattering powder in the wind. Christopher asked if that was the reason he decided to attack him. After all, it would be more logical to release his inner energy to attract help. Chuck said that then he would have noticed and run away, or attacked and killed. The man asked how he defeated him, whether he was stronger than him. Chuck thought that of course he was stronger, otherwise how could he have defeated an experienced man in a fair fight? Out loud he said that he could not think of a better option. He threw a blade at him when he was putting on his shoes, and if not for that, he would have definitely lost. Chuck left a mark from the sword on him in advance to create confirmation of this lie. Laura said that he thought it all through. Christopher put his hand on his shoulder and said that he could have died. The man smiled and asked him not to do such a risky thing again just because of his ambitions. The man said that if it were not for his vigilance, they would not be able to understand how they were found. Clara thanked him. Richard remembered that he was brave. Chuck said that he did what he had to. It was just a coincidence, but he became a hero. Suddenly, Clara was called. William wanted to apologize for his student. The girl tried to explain that he was not to blame, and they would discuss his responsibility for what happened later. William knelt down and bowed to her. Chuck told the master that he had returned. Richard stroked his head, saying that he had done the right thing because the spy could have stayed among them longer. He was waiting for them because they could not wait without them. Dill was lying down. Suddenly he began to scream because his energy core was destroyed. This was the expected outcome, but no one expected William to do it himself. Clara asked him to cut the veins on his arms and legs. Chuck thought that she belonged to the Blood Demon family. In the duel, 2 students were allowed to cut off their hands, and the Blood Witch cut off her fingers, just apologizing, so she treats the spy more harshly. All the houses were blazing with fire. The guy cried because he liked these houses. After the spy was dealt with, the escape plan was discussed. By the time Chuck returned, the discussion was in full swing. According to the plan, they were to split into 3 groups. William would lead the elite warriors and protect the divine healer. Nora and her men would accompany the fake Clara to confuse the enemies. And the squad leader Richard was entrusted with the real Clara and Chuck along with them. They were accompanied by half of the forces of the Six Bloods Valley, but they were either low and mid-ranking warriors or cadets. So if they encountered a serious enemy, they were the only ones who could fight. But the most dangerous task was taken on by the junior disciple of the squad leader of the Destructive Blood, who was fast and experienced in stealth operations. He was covered in the scent of 1,000-lie pursuit and would try to lead the enemies away with him. There was a high chance that he would die, but they were ready to sacrifice because there was no other way out. They did not know their enemy. They also didn't know if there was anyone at the elder level. If so, their position was definitely not to be envied. Laura asked if that was why they decided to sacrifice a person. Chuck agreed, and even if they gathered all their forces together, they wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat a master of that level in an army, so they could only hope that they could get out of the valley faster than the enemies caught up with them. Richard asked Chuck to take the leaders of the 2 squads with them. The information was not entirely accurate. The 2 guys were watching the path. They understood that there were skilled martial artists among the enemies. The guys watched everything burn. The girl said that they were worried in vain. And besides, they had a person who had reached the highest level of skill. He was considered a candidate for the 8 strongest masters of the Central Plane. Eric said that they rated him very high, so he would not let them down. Only a great master could deceive him, and it was almost impossible to meet such a person. Carla thought that if different masters were in their advanced group, then they should not limit themselves to reconnaissance. But they should also understand that if they hang around for a long time, waiting for them to return, then it will become dangerous. The situation could not be worse. One of the guys said that he was hungry. The girl shouted at him not to stare. The other guy said the same thing, that he was hungry. The girl remained silent. She gave them food and hoped that her partners would return soon. One of the guys said that they needed to watch from behind. Suddenly, a sword flew at him. Christopher began to attack the second one. He hit him. Then he grabbed him by the neck. He said that if he answered all the questions and did not allow lies, then death would be painless. 2 guys and a girl ran. Chuck understood that there were too many of them, as if the whole school. A little earlier, he heard the voice of swords. Based on this, there were at least 5 people. If someone uses a different weapon or skillfully hides their presence, then there may be more. Richard said that there are 7 hiding behind the hill on the right. From this, the protagonist concluded that 2 of them are not swordsmen. Richard continued that one of them is a top-class martial artist, and the rest are high and mid-ranking masters. He will deal with the strongest, and the rest are on Chuck. After all, it was necessary to finish them off in one fell swoop, because there is no time to hesitate. The protagonist thought about one guy, that he is of mid-rank. He decided to hit him, because for him the past duel with such an enemy could be a problem, but now it is easy for him. He hit his chest with his sword, then went to his eyes. He had the perfect idea, namely to block his acupuncture points. The guy began to talk to the sword. He could hear it, because before that he told it that he did not want his master to be killed. The sword asked not to kill him. Chuck said that he should say what organization his master is from and where his comrades are. The sword said he couldn't and also asked if he was from the blood cult. After all, he had heard that all cult members were evil and vile, and all of them should be killed for the greater good. The guy decided to strike his hand. The sword didn't understand why he was doing this. Chuck said that he had only cut off his hand, and the next one would be his throat. Then he asked how he felt about the prospect of becoming a sword that would take the life of its owner. The sword said that he would tell him, just not to kill the owner. Laura said that this was too much. Chuck looked at her. After all, they were in no situation to show mercy. Everyone he knew would be in danger if cowardice allowed it. Richard asked if he had learned anything. Christopher said that he had failed, because the man had bitten off his tongue. Richard decided from this that they needed to hide the bodies in the tall grass and leave. Chuck said that he had learned something. The opponents were from the Orthodox, from the Sea Lotus sect. They were members of the Orthodox faction. Richard thought he was hesitating because he didn't want to kill, then asked how he found out. Chuck questioned him. The sword asked to save its master. Chuck told him that there were hundreds of them here and if he wanted to save his friends, he had to tell. Christopher praised him. Chuck didn't know much because he was only a middle-class swordsman, but he said that 7 more squads were rushing here and 3 scouts were hiding nearby. The biggest problem was the path. After all, the head of the Abyss School personally searched this route with 100 assistants. Christopher understood that the path was now blocked. Richard said that they had to go straight ahead. Christopher replied that it was too dangerous and they risked revealing the location of the young lady. Richard began to get angry and asked whether they should go back. Christopher did not understand why they should go back. Patrick had an offer. After all, they could go through the mountains. Christopher immediately refused, because let him be squeezed by steep cliffs. The path was narrow, they could not curl up or hide, only if they went forward. Jumping into the river in case of an emergency was also not an option, because the current was too fast and the water was deep. Patrick asked the question, wouldn't they be able to confuse the enemy by choosing a dangerous path? After all, they were sure that they would stick to the previous route. Christopher shouted that he was betting on the lives of all of them, as well as the life of the young lady. Chuck knew that his plan was dangerous, but the choice was small. After all, they had come a long way to turn around. Either they would fight their way through hordes of enemies, or they would go along the rocks. Both paths were dangerous. Carla looked at the mountains. She wondered what had happened, because there was a whistle. Richard took the guy by the throat. He was giving signals to his people. After all, someone had made a mistake, and this complicated their situation even more. And before the enemies came running here, and they were close, they had to decide what to do. Chuck heard voices. At first there was 1 voice, then 8, then 14, 32. He realized that there was no end to them, because a whole horde was approaching. Richard decided to hurry to the valley. He had to go there right now. After all, the enemy was already on their heels. The men decided to split up. Clara asked what he meant. Richard replied that they had a whole horde of enemies on their tail and he was going to take half of his and knock them off their target. Chuck understood that he was going personally only because the enemy had experienced martial artists. The girl ordered him not to die. The man said not to worry because he would catch up with them as soon as they dealt with the enemy and that they should protect the lady with their lives. Also, so that he would not forget about the meeting place. The meeting place was a temporary shelter prepared for such a case. Christopher replied that he remembered. Richard said that Chuck would take care of them while he was not with them. Chuck was surprised because they addressed him separately. The man said that he was the smartest, and he believed that he would be a good support. The protagonist understood that they trusted him very much. He wished him success. After all, no one could even think that a crazy old man would trust a student. Christopher said the same things and asked to fulfill his duty and protect the lady. It was night, they were climbing a cliff. They split up, which weakened their strength, so they doubled their vigilance. Chuck and Patrick knew this path well. The rest were arranged in such an order to provide better protection for Clara. Chuck heard the sounds of swords again. Their voices come from the place where they were heading. There were fewer of them than those left for the elder. He decided to give them a sign to stop. Patrick asked what happened. The protagonist answered that there were enemies nearby. Patrick did not feel any presence. Laura told him that he would be considered crazy if he told that he heard the voices of swords. Chuck was sure that he was not mistaken and that he needed to order Austin to lead the group further. Patrick replied that this was excluded because everyone should stay in their places. He also did not know if he was right about the enemy ahead, but if so, then they should fight. Chuck suggested getting ready. Christopher understood that there was truth in his words. Clara's protection came first. But if there was a threat of meeting the enemy in the gorge, then at that moment the strongest masters should be ahead. Chuck began to hold the sword higher. His eyes were calm. Patrick ordered to hurry, when suddenly he was surprised. Chuck hit him on the back with the sword. Then he asked that those who were standing behind him saw white powder on the scabbard. The guys answered in the affirmative. The protagonist asked the man who he was. Patrick asked what was going on. Chuck asked if he had put the scent of the thousand-lie pursuit. After all, when he raised his sword, the southern sky noticed the action and pointed it out to him. If he had not heard the swords, he would never have known about his cunning. He ordered Patrick to tell him what was going on. He replied that it was for the commander and the fourth elder so that they would notice them. Chuck began to hold the sword on his neck and ask him not to lie. He assumed that he was in league with Bill because the smell was different from the powder that the Todesium used. It was suspicious that he was the one who suggested going this way. After all, the enemy could not have expected that they would decide to change the route and go along the rocks. There was also a whistle that confused their plans. He asked if he had left the guy alive. Patrick wanted to explain, but he was killed. Chuck realized that he would lead them from now on. Austin asked what was going on. The enemy was waiting for them ahead. Austin asked how they knew they were here and why he killed the leader. The protagonist replied that he was a spy. Carla was surprised. The guy explained that he had applied the scent of a thousand-lie pursuit to his scabbard. Clara understood because it was not a fact that they would find them. The powder was also different. The protagonist could tell them apart because he trained as a spy, and she could probably tell them apart by smell. He decided to throw them away so they wouldn't find them. He decided to find something similar. They didn't have time to stand still. Clara explained that the squad leader was not a spy. Chuck didn't understand what she wanted to say. Austin said that the opponents were already close. He asked the lady to keep to the center. Swords were very clearly audible at the top of the cliff. Suddenly, people began to appear. They were the opponents. Austin ordered high-ranking warriors to stand behind and protect the rear. The opponents were already here. They had to be ready for a volley of spears. Water was pouring. The water near the building was calm. The man said that he only followed the orders of the lady. Lena asked to drop the idle chatter. The man came up with a plan. The fact that he and the first elder, like most of the blood stars, decided to support her. But on the other hand, the only ones who support the girl are the third and sixth blood stars. Lena said that it is quite possible to destroy during the restructuring of the cult. He asked if she remembered what he said earlier. Lena remembered, because he asked to check everything down to the smallest detail. After all, Clara has the blood of a blood demon, and even one detail can return to them like a boomerang if you do not take it into account. The second elder is favorable to them, but has not made any statements yet. He may change his mind. The fourth elder will also choose Clara, then both sides will have equal support. This cannot be allowed. Lena said that it would not hurt to persuade the fourth elder to their side so that she does not place too much hope on him. But it is not a fact that he will come. The man said that only if the fourth elder had nothing to lose. Chuck made a strike. Austin was hit on the shoulder. Julian knew the power was great. Commander Austin and his warriors could not handle this spear, even with their combined forces. One throw and several first-class fighters were out. They were up against amazing masters, especially the masked man who threw the spear. To be able to draw such power, he had to be at least at the level of the blood stars or the elders. Chuck thought he could die here, but if he put everything into it, he could either save himself or buy some time for Clara to escape. Laura told him to run alone. Chuck did not notice how attached he was to the cult, but you still have to put yourself first. If he jumped off the cliff, he would most likely crash and it would be impossible to survive. But the chance would not be zero. The man asked if they had Clara. Chuck looked at the opponents. They said that if she was not there, they would kill them. If she was there, they would have to give her up and they would leave alive. Then he said that judging by their faces, she was definitely there. Austin picked himself up. Blood was coming out of his shoulder. He decided to fight to the end. He was ready to stand until his last breath. At this rate, they would all die. Chuck decided to hold everyone back for them. He went to them. Laura did not understand what he was doing. If things did not go according to plan, he would jump off. The opponent said that it was time to give her up. The protagonist told them that they did not look like those who were part of the Murama Union. Then he asked why they were pursuing them. Austin was shocked. The man asked not to doubt because they were from the Union. Chuck asked why they then promised to let them go if they gave the girl up. After all, the goal of the Mirama Union is the complete destruction of the blood cult. The enemy said that he was talking nonsense and apparently did not value his life. Chuck asked if they wanted to say that they were avoiding meeting him. After all, their ally had recently insisted that they choose this path, but it turned out that he was a spy and revealed their location. He used the scent of pursuit of 1,000 lie. Only the smell of his threshold is different from that used by the enemy. Chuck asked if this man was sent by them or not. The man decided not to pretend anymore because they understood everything. But they should also understand that no matter what, they would still give up Clara. Chuck said that this was enough. Now he was sure that there were no spies on their side. Then he thanked them for their assistance. If there were, he would have immediately revealed to them which of them was Clara. The man understood that he was trying to buy time and decided to kill him first. Chuck asked if it was Clara, or if they were hired by one of her subordinates. Christopher and Julia were shocked. The guy did not understand what this meant. The opponents decided to kill him. They threw a spear at him, but with the innate energy of the core, Chuck was able to stop the spear. He stabbed them back. Then he shouted for them to run because the only way to survive was to run. The man said that he did not look stronger than a high-ranking master, but the way he caught his spear. He was very impressed, but he would not let him go alive. He stabbed Chuck again. He realized that he should not play the hero and should run alone. The weapon stopped right next to his eye. It was stopped by a man. It was William. Clara thanked him. After all, thanks to him, she was sure that there were no spies left on their side. Nora was also near her. Chuck thought that they came to see how they were threatened with violence, to see if there were any more spies. The man was angry. After all, they deceived them. And who would have thought that the second elder would choose Clara's side? The man said that if the Blood Star and Elder were with them, they would not win. They decided to retreat. Richard was on a cliff and asked where they were going. He jumped off the cliff towards them. It was very loud when he stood on the rocks. The opponents were shocked. Richard asked that someone like a man could hold him off. He threw his head down. Richard had strengthened his body with the technique of full metal transformation. He said that if they were going to pass through him, then their heads would fly next. One of the enemies swings his weapon at Richard. The elder stops the blade in mid-motion. He does it with his bare hands, which greatly surprises the enemy. Then he pulls him more towards himself. The man grabs his leg with his other hand. Richard swings his opponent. He hits it on the stone so hard that cracks appear. The amazed screams in horror. The fourth elder only smirks, saying that what happened is laughable. The whole crowd stares at Richard. After the death of their comrade, none of them seems to want to fight anymore. After this, a golden haze appears around the man. He summoned the spirit of a predatory animal, so the others compare him to a ferocious monster. Suddenly, a volunteer appeared in the crowd, ordering them to step back. He indicated that he was ready to fight him. The warrior came closer and addressed the enemy, saying that Richard was eccentric and like a wild animal. The man truly lives up to his nickname. The master has always wanted to fight him. Without a word, the elder thrusts his fist forward, but the master stops his hand. He adds that Richard is very impatient. The masked warrior braces himself for a blow. The other one follows suit. They clash fists with incredible force. A barrier appears between the two, separating them. The masked master admits that, however, Richard is definitely stronger than him. But then he clenches his hand and shouts with renewed vigor that the fourth elder cannot rely on his strength forever. He quickly punches with both hands, but misses. His enemy tenses. He firmly plants his feet on the ground. Then he puts his fingers together, pointing them between blows. His energy appears around them. Then he clenches them into a fist with burning eyes. He stands in one position while the warrior tries to punch him. The opponent is surprised, realizing that this is a fist technique, as immediately after, Richard strikes him in the stomach. The ninja freezes for a second, after which he strikes back on the cheek. They fight in a fight. Although the master in the mask owns extremely complex martial arts techniques and surpasses him in skill, but he is weaker than Richard. The second with burning eyes teases his opponent, asking if this is all he can do. Chuck, watching the action, understands that he cannot take his eyes off this spectacle, and did the swordsman of the southern sky really resist him on equal terms? It is incomprehensible to the mind, and Paul adds that, considering how much stronger he has become over the years, now his former owner would probably lose to him. After all, the technique that he used first may seem simple, but it contains an ever-growing power. William appears behind Chuck in the avatar and says that the warrior's strength has increased, to which the guy is surprised in his thoughts, because the second elder himself praised the man. Looking back at all the events, he realizes that the praise is addressed to his master, but why then does not a feeling of pride fill his chest? Meanwhile, the fight continues, and Richard flies a little to the side. The crowd stares at this spectacle, sweat running down their cheeks from anxiety. Clara, smiling slightly, noticed that the opponents were nervous, and then she shouted that she had a proposal. She began to state it briefly, warning that if the one who sent them is her sister, then they are all members of the same cult, and if they lay down their weapons and say who exactly hired them, she promises that everyone will be spared and released. Chuck looked in her direction and plunged into his thoughts, wondering if she was really suggesting surrender. Now, she really is extremely smart. She probably came up with a plan to retreat from the valley herself and turned it into a trap for our enemies. His train of thought is interrupted by Sodom, clarifying whether he really thinks so, and Chuck mentally confirms that with her actions, the girl has driven the enemy into a corner, managed to think about identifying moles even in the chaos that reigned around. And she probably expected something like this from Lena, and she did not fail to use the attack on the valley as a cover for her own plan. And she responded to her in kind. After his speech, Sodom, introducing them both, added that these are sisters, of course. After all, that fox really did not look like someone who is good at mind games. She did not seem particularly smart to him. To this, Chuck replied that he was sure that someone else was standing in her shadow, imagining a dark female silhouette, and the girl is trying to find out who it is. After all, most likely, it is someone who does not belong to the blood demon family, he thought, putting his fingers to his lips. Avatar, hovering around, admired how good the guy was, making such conclusions only based on the context. And Chuck replied that anyone could understand this by looking closely at the situation. Clara broke the silence, noting that this was her last warning. If they refused to surrender, only death would await them. One of the masters proudly stepped forward. He objected that they underestimated them, the impudent bastards, and clarified that the team would fight to the last drop of blood. The second elder turned to Clara with the assumption that they did not want to surrender, and suggested quickly getting rid of the majority and capturing the rest. The crowd rushed forward on command. William ordered the Blood Witch to protect the lady. He himself decided to deal with their leader. He borrowed a sword from one of the warriors. The elder stretched it out in front of him. Chuck, watching him, assumed that William did not particularly like the weapon, apparently too different from his personal sword, unusual. He made a couple of swings. However, an experienced master will show himself with any sword. William shouted for everyone to follow him. Then he continued that the enemy was right in front of them. Chuck got his weapon ready. He followed the order, shouting in his head that the show was starting. The soldiers were running at each other with their weapons, shouting that they needed to kill the enemies. The gray-haired man points his blade forward, looking at the enemy. Then their weapons touched, and sparks flew everywhere from this blow. The guy watching from the side thinks about more than 10 lunges in a matter of seconds. And this is how martial artists fight. And one of the enemy warriors attacks the guy watching the martial artists fight from above, shouting for him to die. Blood comes out of the attacker's mouth, and the guy continues to think about how he would like to just watch this fight, but he is not in that position. He manzai his blade right into the enemy's neck, thinking about how he needs to get rid of them as soon as possible now. He opens his mouth in surprise as blood splatters everywhere. Many masked enemy soldiers run forward as he thinks that this battle is the perfect training for him now and he can show his full abilities, and he wants to get rid of the weakest ones first. Then Chuck runs forward with his weapon, cutting down the enemies one by one. He raises his head looking at the two men jumping on him, and he thinks that these two will be stronger. The two enemies hit the ground with their blades. Then Chuck manages to kill one of them standing behind him. Chuck's attackers turn around saying that he is ugly and he got around them by attacking only mid-ranking warriors and below. And one of the guys with scars on his face strikes two of the enemies with a crosshair. The soldiers in front raise their blades looking at the man running towards them, and one of the soldiers shouts that they should be careful of this man with a scar. And he is seriously injured, and why is he still so strong? Chuck looks at the man with the scar with a smile. Think about it, it is not surprising, because he is one of the strongest among them, and he is much more experienced than other masters and damn strong. Even without a weapon. Chuck smiles, while one of the enemies points a finger at him, saying that he needs to be killed. And he is impudent. Movie Chuck is attacked from all sides, surrounding him, and he thinks that maybe he overdid it and did not want to be noticed. Chuck squeezes his blade, emits a blue aura, thinking that the deed is already done and there is no choice. Then he strikes all the enemies with the technique of the Sword of the Shining Star, fourth formation, the Sword of the Flying Dragon. One of the enemies is pushed back, and he, gritting his teeth, says that he looks at him with a smile, saying that he should be a little more careful and does not find it. There is a glow behind this enemy, and he is very surprised by this, thinking what is happening. And Steve falls head on right on him. Blood comes out of the mouth of this enemy. While Steve watches this, the girl strikes the enemy, knocking him down. It was Mabel, who smiles and says that he is the master here. After which Bruce, gritting his teeth, kills one of the enemies with his blow. Esbril himself stands with his backs to each other, and he asks about whether there are really about 10 left, to which Chuck replies that he should not lose his vigilance. Chuck looks around, saying that there may be few of them, but those who remain are the strongest. and he watches the battle of the two elders, thinking that it is not for nothing that he is called an elder, and all their enemies can do to resist their power is to defend themselves. He watches as one of the enemies tries to throw a spear. This enemy wants to throw a spear at the elder who is fighting his elder. The elder notices how the spear starts to fly towards him, and Chuck cuts this spear while the enemy screams about how dare he get under his arm, while Chuck replies about whether he wants to look back. Then he realizes that two are already attacking him. The elder cuts the enemy's weapon, and he watches as it flies away. He is very surprised, watching as the elder cuts his hand. Then he falls to the ground while the elder approaches him, and continues to scream in pain, clutching his severed hand. And while he trembles in pain, the elder raises the blade above his head, saying that this is it. This soldier looks at the elder. He releases several blades, shrouded in a red aura, and says if he is sure. The elder fails to block these blades, and he gets very angry, saying that is it really that? Then watching this soldier run away, the girl is very surprised, and this warrior shouts that even if he dies, he will at least take her with him. Nora blocks his way, saying that he will die. Then he smiles. Chuck watches this soldier fall to the ground, and the next thing he sees, he attacks him. He smiles, thinking why the hell did he suddenly turn around and attack him. Then he puts his weapon forward, thinking that even if he is among the strongest, using the Shining Star Ball Technique 6 Pharmacy, and Chuck stabs the man with a spinning sword, thinking that he won't get away with this attack. Chuck looks on in surprise as the man grabs his arm, coming forward and talking about this iron sword, while he in turn thinks about how he could have taken the attack on himself on purpose. And while the protagonist grits his teeth, he says that he could have been the same student of the eccentric teacher. He starts pressuring Chuck, saying that he will pay for standing up to them. He thinks that this guy didn't choose him over her by accident. Then they fall to the ground, while he screams that they will die together, and Chuck thinks that he was his target all along. Nora runs straight towards them as they fall off the cliff, saying that she won't allow this, and the girl watches this, surprised, and screams with all her might about what will happen to the young master, after which they all watch as they fell into the gorge and water splashed everywhere. Chuck manages to swim out and opened his mouth to breathe. Chuck is carried forward while Laura and Paul tell him not to lose them and to hold on tighter, while he thinks to himself that will anyone take care of him and he should be calmer and endure this. Chuck's hand is wrapped in threads and he thinks that he can't resist the current and is drowning, and at this rate he won't last long and he might die like this. The blue threads lift Chuck up. He falls to the ground and something pulls him, thinking about what just happened. The protagonist looks up and sees a silhouette, thinking that someone is so strong that they could pull him out of these furious waves, and thanks this person. Then he begins to examine this person. He looks at something with its tongue hanging out and smiling. Chuck looks at this skinny bald man and thanks him for helping him, while his weapon tells him to look at the floor and not to show any signs of fear. The protagonist looks down and sees a lot of bones and thinks about how they are human, while Paul tells him that they need to get out of here and this place looks dangerous, and Laura adds that they are not going to get eaten. Then the man attacks Chuck with his mouth open and his tongue hanging out. He is surprised by this and swings his weapon, thinking that damn, he was right on target. Chuck froze and the man starts laughing. He grabbed his weapon with one hand and he in turn thinks about how he counterattacked him with all his might, but he just stopped the sword with his hand, while he in turn calls him meaty. Chuck steps back as his blade is cast into the rock, thinking that he put level 9 internal energy into the strike. The man uses strings with a blue aura and directs them at Chuck. They wrap around Chuck's arm and he is very surprised looking at this. He examines these strings and thinks about what this is and when did he manage to tie his hand. Chuck tries to cut this string as instructed by the blade, but is surprised that he cannot break this string. His blade trembles from the force applied by Chuck, and he thinks that the blade is useless and he has internal energy, and will this not work either, and how strong is this string? The man stretches out his hand. He grabs Chuck by the neck. Opening his mouth and sticking out his tongue, he continues to laugh, after which the protagonist looks at how he bites his shoulder. They fall to the ground, and Chuck tries to plunge the blade into his back, and he in turn intercepts his hand. The protagonist drops his blade and thinks about how he was able to grab his hand so hard that the bones crunched, and he hopes that it was not a fracture. The man looks at Chuck and, drooling, tells him to stop resisting, and the protagonist thinks that if he was once a man, then now he is more like a monster and I am destined to become his lunch. Sitting in the cave, while the man holds his hand, they hear someone's voice, and Chuck understands that it is his teacher, and the sword says that it is that crazy old man. And while the teacher runs towards the water, screaming about where his student is, Chuck in turn thinks about whether he really went looking for him. And the protagonist turns around as he swings at him, thinking about making himself known and trying to shout out to the master. It's dark everywhere, and Laura calls out to Chuck and tells him to wake up. Chuck lies there with his eyes closed, thinking about how noisy it is. He opens his eyes and thinks about how long he's been out. Laura looks at Chuck and tells him that she finally got through to him, and he shouldn't let on that he's awake because that monster is still out there and if it's become weird. The man is clutching his head and shaking in the corner while Laura talks about how when Chuck passed out, it dragged him deeper into the cave and was afraid of something the whole time, and Chuck wonders if he's even afraid now. And while Chuck is lying there, she says that yes, he has been sitting like this for half a day and he thinks that it has really been that long. He looks at this monster and thinks that he needs to think about the whole situation. And his opponent is a monster-like man without a right arm, and he is a master of martial arts. And moreover, although it is difficult to say for sure, but if he were in better condition and with all his limbs, he would be as strong as his teacher. The protagonist realized something, and he thinks about where his master is and whether he is still looking for him or not. The floor stuck into the ceiling above Chuck suggests that the screams of his master were heard for about 4 more hours, after which they died down. Chuck clenched his fist and thinks that he will have to get out of this mess himself, and in the past he had to survive worse situations, and he even went through death and he will somehow cope with this too. The monster starts laughing and Chuck thinks that from what he's seen he doubts he's still sane and he can't even talk properly and he was scared just because he screamed. And Chuck thinks about his strong build and how a master of his caliber would know how to reliably block a prisoner's acupuncture points and he didn't do it. The monster starts walking and Paul says he's walking towards him and they hear him talking about how he wants to eat. And as he's crawling towards Chuck, tied to a string, Chuck thinks that he probably has no legs either and that's why he can hear him crawling along the ground closer and closer. The monster smiles as he gets closer to Chuck and Chuck thinks that the sound gives him goosebumps and he's never encountered such a nightmare in either life. The protagonist opens his eyes and thinks that he will now direct all his energy of the innate core. Then Chuck strikes the monster with his fist in the side, thinking that it will hit him right in the rib. He in turn blocks this attack, and Chuck is surprised by this. Then he strikes with his other hand, thinking that he foresaw this and took this into account in his plan, and now the strike is right in the heavenly plexus. The monster steps back, and the protagonist kneels. Chuck looks at Paul, and Paul calls him to him. He tries to pull Paul out while he comes to his senses, and Paul, falling down, points his weapon at this monster, and it manages to block Chuck's attack with his thread. The protagonist approaches the monster face to face and thinks that he cannot cut this thread. This monster starts to get angry, looking at Chuck, and asks who he is and how he managed to control the energy of the innate core. Then he looks closely at his weapon and is surprised. Then Chuck swings, hits, and the monster says that this weapon is the iron sword of the southern sky, and he is surprised by this, thinking that he has really seen it before. Chuck lowered his head, thinking that, apparently, the monster is thinking sensibly now, and you can try to communicate, after which he says that he is the successor of the swordsman of the southern sky. The monster, raising his head, is surprised that in front of him is the successor. Chuck looks from above, and thinks that he really was at odds with the swordsman of the southern sky, and if so, then it will not be possible to agree, and therefore he will be buried here. This monster begins to shed tears, and Chuck thinks, is this really the end? And he notices the monster sitting with tears streaming from his eyes, and the protagonist thinks about whether he really started crying, while the monster says that he finds it very strange, because he thinks that this is all fate. Chuck lowers his head and says that he does not understand what this is about, and whether he can find out his name. The monster looks up and says with all seriousness that his name is Franklin, while Chuck looks at him and thinks that he has already heard his name somewhere, and Paul tells him why he is still alive. While Chuck looks at Paul, he closes his eyes and says that this is the King of Assassins, Floating Blade, and he is surprised by this, thinking that this is really the same legendary man. Paul lowers his head and says that yes, this is the same legendary assassin, and also the one who stole the records with the martial art of his previous owner. Remembering how the two stand opposite each other, Paul says that when Franklin was wounded in a fight with the Golden-Eyed Man, Paul remembers Franklin's silhouette in his time with blue eyes and hair and who he is now, calling him the King of Assassins, the Floating Blade Franklin. He bows to Chuck and says that the successor of the swordsman of the southern sky should be allowed to repay the debt, and Paul tells Chuck at this moment that Franklin likes to stab in the back. And while Chuck is looking at Franklin, he is enveloped in threads, and Paul says that he cannot be trusted. Franklin, grabbing Chuck, says that he has almost no time left and needs to hurry, while the protagonist does not understand what is happening and asks him what he is doing now, and Franklin says that first he will repay the debt. Franklin puts his hand to Chuck's forehead. His eyes begin to glow blue, and he says that he will do it regardless of Chuck's consent. He can see Franklin's seriousness, and Franklin tells him that the celestial plexus is also called the 100th meridian convergence point, and therefore it is the best point for absorbing the energy of the innate core. And while Chuck is looking at Franklin, Franklin tells him to concentrate, and he does not understand what he is talking about. Some force enters Chuck through Franklin's hand, and he screams in pain. A fiery stream of energy enters Chuck, and he thinks that this is the energy of the innate core. Before us appears the King of Assassins, the floating blade, the legendary assassin who surpasses all other assassins in everything. Then his blade appears. Of course, he was not an ordinary assassin. According to rumors, he owned an outstanding martial art. He received universal fame after the first and only failure in his career. The King of Assassins was so bold that he decided to attack Travis, one of the 8 strongest masters of the Central Plane. He lunged forward and swung. He failed, but still managed to leave this battle alive. This legendary battle made him the King of Assassins. The protagonist, frowning, thought about this person. What are you doing with his heavenly plexus? He is already ready to die at his hands, but he transfers the energy of the inner core to him. Feeling the aura that was spreading throughout his body, he continued to think that it was very similar to his inner core energy. No doubt that person, and he studied the same cultivation technique. The guy, bowing his head, stretched out his hand. He said that the reasons seem complicated, but there is truth and lies in them. Chuck thought again that therefore the loss during energy transfer is minimal. The protagonist opened his eyes wide, and the guy added that if he could look closely, there would be no need to lie. After which, he stretched out his hand and wrapped it in nets. Chuck thought that he felt that his shining star technique had reached a new level. It seemed that it was not just an increase in the amount of innate energy. Paul, looking in front of him with dissatisfaction, said that enlightenment brought him to the 5th level of mastery. He was very lucky because from the 4th level without enlightenment, he could not rise further. Looking at his body, Chuck thought that thanks to it, he made a big step forward, and his innate energy increased by an amount equivalent to 6 years of cultivation. Clenching his fist, he added that now only one more enlightenment separates him from comprehending the 6th level of the Shining Star technique. Paul, standing next to him, congratulated him. Chuck imagined a martial artist in his mind. He thought that he was still one level behind the swordsman of the Southern Sky, who was once a candidate for the top 8 masters of the Central Plane. Looking at the skinny guy, he thought that he should bow or thank him somehow. He was always so quiet. Laura, looking at him, said that maybe he had already died because he gave him his energy. Paul, approaching the protagonist, added that he should not feel sorry for him, considering what he had done. This was a deserved punishment. Chuck wondered what exactly had happened. And Paul, narrowing his eyes, answered that 15 years ago, he imagined an assassin sitting on the roof, and then added that he did not know who the customer was, but the King of Assassins began hunting his previous owner. But even with his skills, it was difficult to pick a moment for him to attack a swordsman of such a level. He imagined the guy falling down, and then said that his master lost to a man with 30 eyes, was seriously injured and was not in the best shape after the fight. When he was sitting in the cave, the King of Assassins showed up and found his owners in such a state that even a child could kill him. After which he came closer and, seeing this, offered him a deal. He wanted to learn martial arts from his master. Bloody Wound smiled. Because he was on the verge of death, he had long wanted a student, so he seriously thought about his offer. He turned to the King of Assassins and said that if he promises to teach children martial arts to someone worthy in the future, then he will accept the offer. After that, the King of Assassins learned the technique of cultivating innate energy and the technique of the sword of the shining star of his master, and then treacherously raised his sword at him. He broke his legs so that he could not leave the cave, and at that moment a man with golden eyes appeared. He ignored the King of Assassins and only looked at the broken legs of his owner. The King of Assassins did not flinch. He threw his blade forward because he was strong. He also learned a new art of the swordsman of the Southern Sky. Besides, he survived a fight with one of the strongest of the 8. He was sure that he would survive this time too. A few moments later, the guy with golden eyes chopped off his legs, and then he destroyed the central energy core and threw it off the mountain. Paul, looking ahead, added that it was amazing how he survived then. Lowering his head, he continued to say that life is a strange thing. He was sure that he was finished. He really hoped for it. After which he looked away. Looking at the protagonist, he added that it was up to him to decide what to do with him. Chuck thought he understood him. Menacingly looking ahead, he thought again that he hated him for killing the previous owner, but he saved him, his current owner. Suddenly the former King of Assassins' body shook. He asked in a trembling voice how long he had been like this, to which the protagonist thought that he had woken up. After a moment, he crossed his arms, and the King of Assassins replied that he did not need his gratitude, he simply repaid a debt. Hearing this, Chuck replied that it was fine, but why was he here? The King of Assassins put his hand on the floor, replied that he did not need to know, he simply paid for his greed, but he wanted to ask him something. Chuck, coming closer, replied that he was listening, to which the guy said that he thought he was following the orthodox path since he was a disciple of the swordsman of the Southern Sky. Fuck, I am in his direction. He added that he can be trusted. Chuck thought about the fact that although he had become somewhat closer to the orthodox, the King of Assassins, bowing his head, said that he was not asking for anything complicated. He did not know how long he had been here, but to survive here without legs. He imagined a river flowing in the cave, then adding that it was incredible threat. Opening his mouth, he continued to say that he was constantly struggling with hunger and even cut off and ate his own hand. He could not even imagine the horror of loneliness and hunger that surrounded him. It ate him from the inside. Sitting in place, he added that it was unbearably long. He survived as best he could, the more crazy he went. Clutching his head, he said that at first it seemed to him that everything would end soon. They found days, weeks, and now a year and two. Looking madly in front of him, he said that now he does not know whether he is still the current one or a lonely psycho. Lowering his head, he added that it is unknown when he will lose the rest of his mind, so he wants to have time to ask for a favor. The protagonist looked menacingly in front of him, and the former king of assassins said that he will teach him his technique of the hovering blade, and in exchange he can pass it on to his son. Laura, looking ahead in surprise, asked him if he was accidentally testing him. She, remembering that situation from the past of the king of assassins, said that if he saw him as the embodiment of the swordsman of the southern sky, then for him it was as if the situation had turned upside down and now he was also putting forward conditions. Perhaps he wanted to see how he would act in his place. The protagonist, smiling, thought that even if this was a test, there was nothing to think about, everything was already working out in his favor, but he would not be able to justify himself at his expense. Frowning, he continued to think that because he would act according to his conscience and protect the honor of the swordsman of the southern sky. He said that he was already very much in his debt to him, but if he also taught him his technique, he would definitely pass it on to his son. The assassin's hand trembled, and he, laughing, thanked him, saying that he would teach him everything he knew. Water slowly fell from the mountains. Chuck stood behind the waterfall. Someone asked him if he really needed to do this. The protagonist thought about the fact that he should fill the silver thread with internal energy. The blade surrounded by the thread quickly moved forward. Chuck continued to think about what to use it to guide the blade. Suddenly, he saw how it firmly pierced the rock. Looking at it, he pulled the thread back, thinking that this is great, now manipulating internal energy. Looking at his hand, he continued to think that he can make the silver thread shrink and lift him up to the blade, and so he can gradually get out of here. Suddenly, he heard a voice from the cave. It said that he had something else to say. Turning back, Chuck began to listen intently. The former king of assassins added that he did not have any children, he just wanted to check something before he died. Looking at the protagonist's back, he added that he could safely use this technique because it had no other owner except him. Let them consider that he was fired for leaving without paying. Let it be his karma. The protagonist replied that the river was too noisy, he did not hear what he said. Then he jumped up, adding that he was grateful for everything. There were people who had been waiting for him for a long time, so he had to say goodbye. The former king of assassins was left alone in the cave, his head down. Opening his mouth, he said that he was a monster. He was the one who tried to eat him, moreover, harmed his master and even stole his martial art, but he still treated him like a human just because he saved him. Remembering the face of the man who stood in front of him, he added that the swordsman of the southern sky, he found an excellent student. His gaze was very similar to his. Suddenly, he started coughing violently, adding that he had been suffering all this time. Blood poured out of his mouth. Then he fell to the ground, saying that he was grateful to him. Life forces began to leave his body. The last thing he said was that he was able to die not as a monster, but as a man. We are transferred to the protagonist. He got out of the cave. A spirit approached him, saying that he was seasick, to which Chuck thought that it was so easy. With this technique, even the king of assassins could have somehow gotten out, even without legs and arms, so why? The spirit imagined in his head the king of assassins, who huddled in a cave. He said that he was scared of the voices haunting him outside. Reasonable. But what could have scared him so much in the past? Looking at him, he answered that what difference does it make? He has already gotten out, and this is the main thing. He can live as he lived. Chuck thought that, of course, he does not think so, that everything will be as before. Suddenly, the spirit began to disappear. He screamed loudly. The protagonist threw the dagger forward. Frowning, he continued to think that he would be patient a little longer. Making a dash forward, he added that they needed to hurry to where they were waiting for him. We are transferred to the guy. He was surrounded by warriors. Their leader, frowning, says that he just said, "A crazy bastard." He is definitely from the Orthodox school. The guy, looking ahead in surprise, asks what difference does it make to them what he does? They seem to have done nothing to each other. Why pursue him? The leader shouts his finger that what difference does it make to them? Doesn't he know that any connection with the blood cult makes him an enemy of all Murama? Looking ahead in surprise, the guy asks who said that, to which the big guy answers, the Murama Alliance. The guy smiles widely and says that the Murama Alliance is just a gathering of Orthodox schoolmasters. Do they have such power? Hearing this, the big guy grits his teeth and says that he was only born yesterday if he wants to play games. Waving his hand, he replies that he is still green, but not so bad that they underestimate him. Hearing this, the leader, frowning, says that it is time to destroy him. Raising his sword, he shouts for his comrades to grab him. Hearing this, the guy gets into a stance and, smiling, says that they should have started with this right away. Suddenly, he looks up in surprise. Everyone turns around and sees the protagonist. who is moving through the air. The guy, seeing this, shouts that he is flying. The other says that this is a jump of air emptiness or a step of emptiness. Looking at him, he added that this person with such skills in this wilderness. Looking at Chuck, he continued to say that he could only be a master from the blood cult. The protagonist, looking in front of him, said that with this silver thread he moved so fast. He remembered the guy who threatened him, and then added that no technique he knew could catch up with him. He could even escape from the cult and live a peaceful life. But due to recent events, his identity in the blood cult is known to every dog. They will look for him outside the cult. Seeing a small crowd in front of him, he said that in such a situation he can't do anything until they find a way to take that person out of the game. By and large, this means that he must become no weaker than their opponents. Suddenly, the guy shouted loudly, "Flying Master, let him help him." The spirit, looking down, said that he thought he was calling him. Chuck, looking down, asked what he thought he knew who he was. The spirit, remembering the muscular man, said that maybe, since his opponent had been looking for him everywhere for several hours, shouting his name, he could send this guy in case the current carried him here. Looking at the crowd of armed warriors, he said that this made sense. Pulling the mask over his face, he added that now everyone was looking at him. Whoever he was, he could not pass by. A second later, he fell to the floor. The big guy, looking back, shouted for everyone to move away. Then he asked that he was one of the 4 supreme elders of the blood cult. The spirit, lowering his head, replied that he seriously asked him about such a thing. Chuck narrowed his eyes and thought that it was strange. His central core had not yet recovered, so in terms of internal energy, he should not feel stronger than a high-ranking warrior from the outside. The spirit on the warrior's sword raised his hands in displeasure, saying that he did not use any void step. He was just holding onto some thread. A stupid owner. Decided in his eyes, the protagonist continued to think that it seemed like they confused his silver thread with void step or some other legendary technique. Looking at them, he continued to think that in other words, they think that he is one of the 4 elders. Imagine him in his mind. He changed his mind that they were recognized as the strongest masters of the blood cult. Standing there, he continued to think that this misconception of theirs is to his advantage, but he is not clear who this guy is. He turned to the side. The guy, lowering his head, heard his sword say that this is all nonsense, and he does not think that he is an elder, and with some blood he is just wasting his time. The protagonist thought that this sword speaks just like some old man. Now it is clear that he is not from the cultists. Looking at the guy, he told him with a special technique to attack when he gives a signal, and then he thought that he does not know why he is looking for a blood cult, but it can wait. First he needs to figure this out. The guy smiled and answered, "Okay, master," to which Chuck thought that no one called him a resident like that even in his past life. This is not bad. After he raised his hand, and the spirit, smiling widely, said that he is susceptible to flattery. Meshit replied that he simply said that it was not bad, let him forget it. Looking around, he asked that they understood who he was and still raised their swords. A spirit flew up to him, smiling widely. He, laughing, said that he was copying someone. The protagonist thought that the elder would have behaved like that. How badly he did. The big guy, stretching out his blade in front of him, replied that there were hundreds more masters of the Murama Alliance roaming the area. Even if he was an elder, he would not get off so easily. Hearing this, the spirit laughed, saying that he fell for it. Frowning, Chuck thought that he was glad that his game convinced him, but he did not retreat a step. Although he was scared, suddenly the guy said that he was bluffing. Smiling widely, he added that there was no one here except them. Raising his head, he continued to say that there was another group a couple of miles away, but they couldn't call them here because he had broken the signal whistle. The protagonist replied that he was a good guy. This guy smiled widely. The spirit added that it seemed like he was trying his best to make a good impression of himself. Chuck approached the big guy, saying that he was bluffing. The leader replied that why would he say such a thing? He really wanted to start. Suddenly, the protagonist, frowning, shouted that he was a fool. He thought that there couldn't be a spy of theirs among them now. Everyone immediately looked around in fear, and Chuck thought that since they were shaking so much from one scream, it meant that they really were from the Alliance. The big guy, frowning, replied that even if he was lying to scare them. Suddenly Chuck pointed at himself and said that it seemed like a lie. Let him turn around. He knew that one of them recognized him. The big guy gritted his teeth, hearing something behind him. Turning around, he saw one of his allies killing a spy. The protagonist, looking menacingly in front of him, thought that he hoped to trap only one of them in the illusionary eye. He never expected that 3 would obey him at once. Looking at the guy he was able to fix, he continued to think that this was an accident, but now he knows that the skill can work on multiple targets. He asked why he was attacking friends. A second later, he swung his sword and hit an ally, who asked why they were fighting. The protagonist, looking in front of him, continued to think that he managed to cause chaos. Their formation was completely destroyed. Then he added that now was the chance. The guy, looking menacingly ahead, shouted that he had finally been waiting for this opportunity. He narrowed his eyes and then jerked forward. The man, turning around, shouted in fear that they were idiots. Why were they attacking each other? Let them deal with the little one first. Suddenly, he turned around in fear. Chuck used the shining star sword technique. A huge number of cuts appeared in the air. The big guy jumped back in fear when his shoulder was touched. He asked how he was so fast. Looking down, he added that he could still break the distance. Suddenly, looking down, he saw that his leg was entangled in a thread. Chuck pulled it, and he fell to the floor. Opening his mouth, the big guy shouted in displeasure that this was an incredibly dirty trick. A second later, the protagonist, making a quick dash forward, cut the big guy's body into 2 parts. Looking menacingly ahead, he added that they were in a fight. They were in a duel. Then he thought that if he wanted to use sword techniques, it would be better to hold the thread in his left hand. Turning around, he saw the spirit, who said that they were done, that he had dealt with the most problematic, now the others. Looking ahead, he saw how the guy had already destroyed everyone. The spirit remembered how the guy dealt with his opponents with quick movements. He said that his sword technique was wild and sinister. Turning around, his ally looked ahead in surprise, and the spirit said that these techniques showed him to be a talented killer. Leaning over, the guy wanted to thank him for his help, but Chuck pulled out his sword in his direction. Looking menacingly ahead, he asked who he was, asked about help. Knowing that he was from the blood cult, it turns out that he was definitely not from the Murama Alliance. The guy lowered his head and replied that he was indeed from the blood cult. Putting his hand on his chest, he added that he had always admired the blood cult and that he wanted to join its ranks. The guy thought that his sword had said that he was looking for the elders of the blood cult. He had no idea that this was necessary in order to join the cult. The guy said that traces of the blood cult could be found here, so he had come to give his soul and body to serving the cult. Chuck knew that if he had come here, he could not leave, even if he wanted to. Laura asked the guy if he could also hear that the boy's voice was shaking. She assumed that he was forcibly making it lower. Chuck admitted that either he was trying to hide his real age, or that this was a girl dressed as a guy. He knew that he could not bring someone into the cult whose identity was strongly doubted, so he had no right to recommend anyone to the cult at all. Chuck only knows that this man spoke out against the Baram Alliance and promised those guys to call for reinforcements. He also knew that with his appearance, he was trying to make a good impression on him. Therefore, the guy strongly doubted his desire to join the cult. Chuck told the interlocutor that he understood his intention and asked what his name was. The stranger replied that it did not matter to him, because he had heard that in the blood cult they value talent, not origin. Chuck replied that this only happens if the person inspires trust, unlike him. Suddenly, he looked to the side. The guy noticed that he heard some steps. Chuck thought that a large group of people was approaching. Judging by the voices of the balls, then at least a dozen. The stranger asked the interlocutor what happened to him. Chuck replied that someone was coming here. The guy said that he did not know their exact number, but he knew that there were about 30 of them, so they should get out of here. The stranger said that his interlocutor was an elder, so he could definitely defeat them, but the guy disappeared in a moment. Chuck thought that he would not be able to do this because the silver thread on people was too prominent. He thought that these people could start hunting for an important con. Chuck looked back to see if the stranger could keep up with him. Both looked and said that his interlocutor was fast. Of course, he already understood that he was talented, but his mana deserved special admiration. Chuck thought that this guy was definitely not weaker, a high-ranking warrior, or stronger, but he did not understand where he came from. The guy admitted that Chuck was an elder for a reason, because he had just felt that the distance between them and those people had noticeably decreased. He said that it seemed that there were definitely a couple of strong ones among them. Chuck was surprised that his interlocutor could somehow recognize the level at a distance, but what was more important was that one of them was rapidly catching up with them without a doubt. The boys decided that there was no point in running any further. They prepared to attack on the signal. They began reporting. In an instant, someone caught up with them and began to fight, but Chuck appreciated the strength of this guy's reaction. He realized that the force put into his attack was simply amazing. The guy realized that he had reflected only one payment, and all his bones were already cracking. Chuck ordered the guy to stop. He saw an elder in front of him and was surprised. William was glad and surprised to see him alive. The man approached the guy and said that he was very afraid that he would not see him again. The stranger was upset that his interlocutor was not an elder. Chuck replied that he did not say that. The man put a blade to the stranger's face. He said that he had the face of a guy, but the voice of a girl. William assumed that the stranger was wearing a face mask. He asked who he really was. Chuck noted that he met him before they found them, so he was able to deal with the Alliance discharge. The guy said that the stranger came to the valley to join their cult, but he did not know who he was. William asked the stranger if he came to join the blood cult. Chuck noticed and said that it was better to answer questions honestly. According to him, the stranger was now in front of a real elder. The stranger introduced himself as Michael. He said that he was from Autumn Valley. Chuck was very surprised to hear about this valley, because being from Autumn Valley, he could not bear the last name Sama. William asked Michael if he was from a clan. He did not understand why this guy from such a famous family wanted to join the blood cult. Michael said that he had nothing to do with this clan, even more, they were enemies of his mother. The guy said that he could not do anything to them because they were under the protection of the Muram Alliance. That is why he wanted to join them. The fact that she was leading some kind of catch here because this situation reminded her of Chuck's own past. The guy nodded and said that there was something else. Laura was surprised that he had some other facts. The guy said that there were many people with that last name in the Central Plain, but only one was known in the Autumn Valley. He said that the first of the 4 evils was the Sword of the Evil Moon. The 4 evils are masters of unfathomable power, standing on par with the 8 strongest masters of the Central Plain. According to him, the Evil Moon Sword fully lives up to this fame. Chuck said that there was even a known case when in the southeast, he slaughtered an entire school in one night and there were more than 200 corpses. Their enraged allies in response joined forces and attacked the Autumn Valley, where Sam's residence is known to be located. Not a single one of the 400 masters who took part in the raid returned alive. Laura was surprised to hear this story. She could not believe that the guy killed everyone alone. Paul noticed that a person of the same blood also wanted to join the cult. Chuck thought that was true, but something did not add up. The guy said that when he was a spy in the Alliance, not long before his death, something happened. Sama came to the threshold of the unrivaled faction, which at that time was at the peak of its glory. At the same time, the Alliance was going through hard times, and they hoped that the faction would weaken from a fight with one of the great evils. But their expectations were not destined to come true, because the guy did not come to fight, but to join them. As it turned out later, the reason for this decision was the fact that his successor was a member of the faction. The guy said that if the rumors were true then, it turns out that Sama should now be joining the unrivaled faction, and not the blood cult. Chuck thought that everything was mixed up again because of his actions in the future. The guy caught himself thinking that soon there will be a massacre in the unrivaled faction. In addition, for now he is the only one who knows that he is a direct offspring of Sama. Chuck realized that since there was a chance that in the future he would join the same cult as his successor, then by getting it, he could help reach a high level. The guy realized that such a trump card as he did not fall out often. The elder asked Michael why he was hiding his face, because if he wanted to join the cult, he should not have any secrets from them. William came closer and pulled the mask off him. He was stunned to see what was hidden under it. The person under the mask turned out to be a girl. She said that she wanted to gain recognition only with her skills, and not due to her appearance. Esbora asked the guy if he thought she was pretty enough. She suggested comparing her with an already famous girl. Chuck thought about it and looked again. Laura said that he could not think anymore because everything was so clear to her. William asked the guy what he thought because he was the first one to meet her. He was wondering if she could be trusted. Chuck thought that the elder would never accept her if he found out that she was the daughter of one of the 4 evils. What can I say? He himself would have done the same in his place. The stranger looked at the guy with a pitiful look, on whom her fate of joining the cult depended at the moment. Chuck asked her. The girl happily asked if he agreed and if she was with them now. The guy was interested in what he could get from her if he helped. The girl thought hard, because she clearly did not expect such a strange question. The Valley of 6 Bloods, somewhere on the outskirts of the temporary shelter of the blood cult. The subjects told Richard that there was only an hour left until the agreed time, to which the man said that he already knew. The guy asked if he would leave when the time was up. The elder angrily said that he understood everything perfectly. The master of the valley agreed and looked at the girl, who asked to leave this matter to her. The girl came up to Richard and sat down next to him. She said that despite the danger, they were still searching and should trust him. The man agreed with her, said that she was saying everything correctly. He stood up from his seat and said that it was time for them to go. When asked about the girl, Richard said that if he was destined to die here, there was nothing they could do about it. The man said that it would become unsafe here if they stayed for too long. Christopher told the elder with surprise that the boy had already been found. The guys rejoiced and greeted him. A fire burned in Richard's eyes. The man joyfully ran towards the boy to greet him. To tell the truth, Chuck did not expect such a greeting. Laura noticed that Richard was smiling from ear to ear. The boy looked at the plump old man and told the girl that he was glad to see him overflowing with joy. At the very end, Richard stopped, trying to pull himself together. He looked at the smiling masters behind him. Suddenly the man became menacing again. He called the boy names and said that everything happened because of his relaxed vigilance. Laura noticed that even though he was cursing, he still looked quite happy. Chuck replied that he would play along. The guy knelt down and apologized for falling for the enemy's trick because he relaxed. Richard said that the guy still had a lot to learn. He said that if the young lady hadn't ordered to send people to look for him, the guy wouldn't be here now. Richard asked her to express her gratitude. The girl said sharply that she didn't need anything, because it was a trifle compared to what the captain had done for them. According to her, he had exposed 2 spies and even risked his life to buy them time. Chuck replied that it wasn't so, because if they hadn't sent a search party, it would have been difficult for him to escape from the gorge. Barum looked a little strange, to which the girl said that the guy shouldn't be modest. Clara would even like to reward him for what he had done. The girl said that now was not the best time to discuss this, but she did not want to put it off for later. She said in an official voice that she recognized his recent achievements and wanted to promote him. Clara asked the guy to continue to do his best to cope with his new responsibilities as the vice commander of the squad. Laura whispered to the guy she wanted to know if this position was a big one. Chuck answered that of course it was. As he said in his past life, he was at the bottom of the hierarchy and served as a simple spy, but now he is a vice commander. According to him, after the captain comes the captain general, then the vice commander of the squad and the squad leader. It turns out that he was promoted by 2 steps at once. Richard was happy for the guy and laughed out loud. The girl told the elder that he was too loud because there were enemies all around. The vice commander is the second most senior commander in the squad. He has 3 smaller units under his command. As he thought, in other words, until he was put under someone, he would have 3 captains under his direct command. The girl replied that the guy already had 2. Chuck looked at the 2 guys with disdain. He said that they did not really like being subordinates, but the guy knew that he had 2 more on his mind besides them. First, Chuck, of course, considered Bob his new subordinate. In his opinion, he was skilled enough for a high-ranking warrior and had the potential to become a captain. And secondly, he looked back. Clara asked who they brought with them. The guy turned around and thought that they were exactly what he was thinking about at that moment. It was the daughter of one of the 4 evils, Sama. In his opinion, she could already become a captain, and this was not an exaggeration of her abilities. Chuck believed that she was strong. Besides, he should stick close to her in order to try to manipulate what would happen in the future. William told the girl that she was a stranger in particular who was going to join the cult. According to the man, she helped Mr. Chuck get out and has a grudge against the Muram Alliance. Clara was surprised to see a girl among the volunteers. She praised her for her skillfully made mask. According to her, you can't even tell that she is a girl. Clara asked her name and asked her to take off the mask. The girl listened and fulfilled the request. Several guys around were charmed by her appearance. The commanders and masters of the clan were outraged. Everyone had a dubious reaction. The girl held the mask in one hand, going to throw it away. She bowed to Clara and thanked them for allowing her to join the cult. The girl said that her name was Louise. Clara looked menacingly at Chuck and did not understand what he had done this time. The girl believed that she was giving off the same aura as during their duel. Paul told the guy that this is called jealousy. Chuck was a little confused when he heard this word and asked again. The sword answered that its previous owner said that women, when a man gives attention to another woman, more beautiful, begin to be jealous. Laura was indignant that the guy's owner knew everything in the world, but for some reason he was alone. They confused Chuck. The guy could not understand if Clara was jealous of him. He did not understand what she saw in him, because she is the head of the blood cult. Richard said with a grin that it was difficult to find him for a certain reason. The men laughed and said that the guy even managed to meet some girl during this time. Chuck realized that his interlocutor did not understand something, but he did not want to spoil his mood and wanted to be honest. The guy asked Richard if they could take her to them. The man said that the girl definitely liked the guy and asked him to think about it. Chuck said he wanted to tell his interlocutor a secret, but he had to be the only one who knew about it. The man said he was listening. The guy replied that her father was the sword of the evil moon Sama. Evening was shocked to hear this. He did not understand what his student got himself into. One day, people from small sects in the eastern part of the valley came to the So clan with a request. Their visit was due to the fact that at that time between 2 mountains, one of them left mountains of corpses from their friends. The people asked to help them find and punish the killer. This very killer turned out to be the sword of the evil moon Samachak, and they found his residence in the Autumn Valley after that. Having found their target, his father and people from those sects ambushed him and attacked. All of them were killed by one of the 4 evils, become for a reason. Chuck agreed and said that they all died, but by pure luck one person was able to survive. The elder asked him to guess. He thought it was his father. The guy saw that it was, but few people knew about it because telling about such a shameful defeat meant tarnishing the reputation of the clan. Richard praised the guy for reasonable caution. He was pleased that his student was impressive in guessing her identity. The man asked the guy what he had planned for her. He said that she was a real-time bomb and it would be unwise to bring her into the cult. Chuck said that he looked at this matter from the other side, because if they got close to her, they would be able to find and lure the sword of the sinister moon to their side. Richard said that if it were that easy, then someone would have lured her to themselves already. Pear thought that his teacher had an unbearable character and rude habits, but he was smart. Chuck was sure he was fully aware of the risks, but he had learned a few things over the years working with him. The guy said that since they had no other choice, he suggested exposing her identity and forcing her to leave. Richard said they couldn't do something so cruel. Chuck came to his senses and realized that they didn't need one of the four evils as an enemy. The guy said that if they didn't drive her away, she would join the cult anyway. And then another question arose: should they take all the risks themselves or could they dump everything on the second elder? Richard looked back and asked if he was talking about William. Chuck realized that the trap was completely closed because this old man hated losing to anyone. Richard agreed with the guy's idea and said that they would accept it. The guy was happy that everything turned out as he expected because he left his teacher no other choice. Chuck knew perfectly well that as his student, he was obliged to share the responsibility for this decision. Cool from the side said that all that was left was to distribute and determine who would take care of the new mistress. William said that since he had brought her here, he would take her under his wing. The second elder said that if she wanted, she could take her in. Richard asked the guy if his judgment was correct since he also wanted to take her in. The team captains did not understand what kind of situation was going on here, since something like this had not happened even at the selection ceremony. The Blood Star and even two elders, everyone wanted to lure the girl to themselves. Clara did not understand why everyone wanted her at once. She thought that she would leave the choice to the mistress herself. Louise was glad. She asked the girl if she could choose who she wanted to obey. Clara answered that she could. She asked if she had any other thoughts. Louise hugged Chuck and said that she had every reason. The girl said that she wanted to be under the command and attention of Vice Commander Chuck. Louise looked at the guy and asked if she was doing well. The scared and terribly embarrassed guy said that it was true. He thought that he had gotten himself into unnecessary trouble. Someone says that Chuck should be happy. The girl in the kimono says that such a beautiful girl chose him, to which he thinks that he does not understand what kind of tone this is and whether he should explain himself. Laura smiles and notes that it is too late and he should just accept his fate. Chuck looks away thoughtfully and thinks that it means too late. He is able to fix everything, to which he is asked again because Laura has already said that it is too late. He imagines a crowd of dissatisfied people and thinks that he does not even know what to say in such a situation because everyone is looking at him like that and apparently it is really too late for him to change anything. The girl turns away and continues that then it is decided and she will go with the vice commander of the detachment and orders them to prepare for departure. The team unanimously answers that it is exactly so, while Chuck thinks that she called him by rank and not by name. Yun turns to him as the vice commander and asks that she tried hard, didn't she? To which he replies that does she know that in such a situation and thinks that she has to be taught everything. Laura asks Chuck if he is a eunuch. Against the background of Yun, Laura replies that she is the owner of incredible beauty and the reaction of people confirms this. But from him there is zero emotion. Does this mean that he is a eunuch? And Chuck asks what kind of nonsense she is talking. Laura says that a normal guy would react, to which Bob coughs and turns to Yun. He smiles and says that he is Chuck's junior comrade, their vice commander, to which Laura notes that somehow he asks to look at him like an idiot trying to seem cool. The vice commander asks not to make fun of him because all guys his age want to look good in front of girls, and he simply outgrew this thinking in his past life and realized that beauty is not everything. He remembers the red-haired girl and continues that in the whole of Miraim there are hardly a couple of honest girls, because the more beautiful he is, the higher their status. The lady looks at the severed Chuck and he continues that they are more demanding in choosing people for communication and are only interested in the benefits of meeting them. To which Laura asks again if he is trying to veil the fact that he was rejected, to which he orders to move. Bob points his finger forward and asks why she decided to be with this son of a low-status woman and corrects the insult to the vice commander from the squad and adds that in comparison with the elders and the 6th star, he is of a much lower rank. He crosses his arms over his chest while she replies that he is the only one of those gathered with whom she is already acquainted and that is why she went to him, to which he asks again if this is true. Yun smiles and gives a positive answer and asks if she has not reasoned well, to which Chuck agrees, but makes a remark that, given her goals, she should have chosen the second elder. She looks at the elder and notes that he is a little scary. The elder gets angry while she continues that she has had enough of her father and does not want this anymore. While he notes that he hears everything perfectly well and Chuck thinks that this makes sense, because she is the daughter of one of the 4 evils. Bob turns to her and adds that their master is also very scary. Someone shouts, asking what they are talking about. The man in the leopard cape commands them to stop fooling around and start packing. Bob runs towards the bushes and says that he is already on his way. Yun notes that it looks like he is just joking. Chuck smiles awkwardly and thinks that this is what he was just trying to convey to her. The plot moves 2 weeks forward to the headquarters of the Blooming Moon Trade Association. The tied-up man is bleeding, coughing and saying that it is true that all of his subordinates died while trying to carry out the mission, but it was too much. He screams in pain. The mustache man says that he told him to only answer his questions, and apparently he has plenty of energy for idle chatter, to which he remembers that this is not what they promised him. He holds up his burning fingers and says that he failed the mission and ran away. He continues that this is his punishment while the man begs for mercy. Lena watches as he screams, begging for mercy, and adds that if the second elder had not been there and they had not warned him of his presence there, she is displeased. He continues that what were the orders and his subordinates killed that bastard Chuck, the monster's apprentice. The guy lies unconscious on the floor. The mustache man takes a slashing blow. The man turns away. Lena says that what she heard is not what she wants. He kneels down and says that he thinks there was a misunderstanding between them. She looks at him seriously and asks if that is true and asks him to repeat his words. In front of the man with the mustache, he bows his head and repeats that he said that he would make the fourth elder fall at her feet. She sternly asks what happened there. He apologizes and thinks that Chuck is to blame for everything. He remembers him and thinks that they were unable to kill him. He returned alive, and when the young mistress heard that the plan failed due to Chuck's actions, she did not go berserk as expected, but only became more interested in him. The man hits him with his hand, and he continues that it is also worth remembering that a year ago the mistress said that she was attracted to a certain guy who was able to block her blow, and then he did not know it yet, but it was all Chuck. The man does not break the bow and continues that it is quite expected that the lady wanted him on her side, and besides, he is a guy and it is not only his talent, he made a mistake by appointing him as the target of the attack. He thinks that the plan was to teach one of the students to show that they can take away the most valuable thing from them at any time, but who could have known then that this student attracted the attention of the young lady? Lena says that this is not even funny. He takes the sword in his hands and continues that before he would not even do such a thing, but now she has surpassed him for half a year. She looks at him with displeasure. He puts the sword on his shoulder and says that one word from her and he will give his head as payment, and thinks that the darkest blood of a bloody demon flows in her veins. She closes her eyes with displeasure and replies that it is an incredible pity because he is such a useful guy, and urges him to stop talking nonsense and put away the sword. Someone interrupts the conversation with breaking news, and he says that it was the unrivaled faction that announced the end of their alliance with the Muram Alliance. The man with the mustache asks again, to which Lena asks why he is so shocked, because it is high time. She hits the hilt of her sword and says that the time has come. Chuck is standing in the mountains, and the story moves to a month after the escape from the Valley of Six Bloods, southeast Giju, Jiangsu County. He looks ahead and thinks that he originally planned to cultivate his power here, but after his decision to support him, we use this place as a main base. He continues that the alliance of unrivaled France and the Muram Alliance was dissolved even earlier than we expected, and in light of these events, the power struggle in the blood cult was only gaining momentum. Approaching the girl, and he continues that although she has been forced to wander the central alignment for the past 10 years to avoid him, she was able to gather her forces together, led by 2 elders in the 6th blood star, and she also used this as an argument and sent letters to the 3rd elder in the 2nd blood star. Chuck shields his eyes from the sun and says that in the meantime, a group of tired people are running, and he continues that he was training the students assigned to him. The man fell to his knees and says that they climbed the peak and returned as he ordered, to which he replies that they were too out of breath after one climb up the mountain. He turns away and continues that he walks through the mountains like this every day and still returns with loot, to which someone shouts that they are looking for the vice commander. Bob looks at him and urges him to go faster, for they say that it is something urgent and they should go together, to which Chuck thinks that these 2 were called too. He closes his eyes, agrees, and thinks that he is afraid to even think why they needed all 3 of them at once, and turns to Yun. The girl happily agrees. He looks at her and instructs her to continue their training in his absence and asks her to try hard, to which she agrees. He turns around and says that he relies on her, to which she promises that she will not let him down. He leaves, and Yun reasons that he relies on her because he himself said so. Yun raises his sword and says that they have rested and that is enough, and calls them to repeat, because the vice commander said that he trusts her and she is going to justify his trust. Therefore, she frighteningly answers that if they fail, then they are dead. In the background of the man with the bun, someone says that they received an answer from the 3rd elder and the 2nd blood star, and they answered differently, but it so happened that the conditions were similar. He continues that the 2nd blood star said that he is not ready to stand under the command of someone whose abilities he is not sure of, and the elder said that he will recognize only the one who confirms his right to claim the post of leader of the blood cult in a manner known according to tradition. Chuck looks dumbfounded and thinks that if they called the 3 of them, then the conversation turned to the collapse of the union of orthodox factions and the tradition of the blood cult. What does this all boil down to? A sword glows above Chuck, and he continues that therefore they are going to the main residence of the Muram Alliance and must return the blood demon to the sword, and Chuck realizes that things are bad. The plot tells about the blood demon sword, that it is a symbol of the head of the cult and a revered relic and eternally thirsty for blood, one of the rarest treasures of the Muram. A man strung on several swords, and the plot continues that about 20 years ago the sword was lost in the war of the orthodox and unorthodox schools when its last owner, the 15th blood demon, fell in battle. Against the background of a tall building, he continues that the Muram Alliance placed this sword as a war trophy and in the very center of their main residence. In the background are people in masks, and he says that even in a past life, he has heard more than once about the cult's attempts to return it, but none of those who were sent for it succeeded. People in a pool of blood. Laura asks if this sword is really that important, to which Chuck thinks that of course, because this sword is a symbol of strength and a reflection of the centuries-old history of the cult. In the background is the jade staff of the Shaolin Buddha and the bamboo staff of the Beggars sect. The enlightened sword of Yuden with the emblem of good and evil, to which Chuck continues that the sword of the blood demon, Ka, and the relics of the great schools are priceless treasures of great importance to them. The people support the leader, and he continues that by allowing the enemies to get the sword, the cult literally lost its pride and its greatness, but this also means that if they return it, it will become a symbol of the triumphant revival of the blood cult for everyone. Chuck punches his palm and asks if he understands that they have to infiltrate the Muram Alliance, to which Chuck thinks that if they do something like that, they cannot dream of a quiet life. The man in leopard calls him an idiot and says that if everything was so easy, they would have returned the sword long ago, to which the second says that they called them for this mission because now they have an opportunity to go another way. The man with the mustache asks what they think about it before they explain everything. Everyone looks at Chuck, who is puzzled and says that he is not that smart to guess the intentions of the elders and the blood stars. He raises his eyebrows and adds that he nevertheless has 3 guesses. Bob asks again, to which Chuck raises a finger and says that the first guess is that they veiledly refuse to support them, setting a clearly impossible condition. The girl asks about the second. Chuck continues that they are giving them a chance to show themselves in all their glory, to which Bob says that he thinks so too, since this is the most likely outcome of events. Bob looks at Chuck in bewilderment, who noted that this is the least likely reason. He says that earlier the third elder made it quite clear whose side he intends to take in this confrontation, and one letter could not have changed his mind so radically, to which the girl agrees, since this is true, and asks him about his third guess. Chuck closes his eyes and says that this is all a trap, because one must not forget about the possibility that the third elder and the first star are already completely on his side. Chuck schematically imagines the essence of the confrontation and continues that in this case, if he were in their place, he would use such an excuse as a trap, because this is a good opportunity to divide their forces. Lena attacks the girl in the diagram, and he continues that while some of them are trying to return the blood demon sword, they can attack the rest, or, on the contrary, defeat the group that goes in search of the sword. The man replies that he was modest, saying that he is not smart enough because he did not expect Chuck to make such deep conclusions, analyzing only the little that he knows, and adds that if they did not have additional information, they would also consider this matter a trap. He gives Chuck a sheet and says that there is another message. This is a letter from the third elder addressed to the second elder. He is surprised to read that he is going to remain neutral until mid-autumn, and if she returns the sword to the sack, then he will have no choice but to take her side. He introduces Lin and says that in an attempt to return the sword, they will also compete with Lin. The girl notes that they are not sure, but this is indirectly indicated by the information from the spy. Lena is at the head, while she continues that she postponed the ceremony of inauguration of the cult leader, to which Laura asks whether it is possible to decide such questions herself, to which Chuck thinks that until now he had not thought about it, but in his past life the ceremony was held around this time. He looks down thoughtfully and continues that but why did she postpone it now, for 3 months until mid-autumn, and it is clear to him that the balance of power has changed due to his actions in this life. He thinks about the girl and continues that in her past life, Lena was obviously completely crushed long before the ceremony. She turned away, and he continues that he is sure that Lin had no problem in persuading the heads of the cult to his side, but now Lin has the power to continue the fight. Against their background, he continues that now the second and fourth elders are rising behind her. Lena cannot ignore this and is even forced to avoid direct clashes. Chuck looks displeased and thinks that the collapse of the Union of Orthodox factions gave the Kulu a good opportunity to declare itself again, which means that the strength of the cult should quickly unite around a new leader, and here the one mentioned in the letter comes into play. Against the background of a man with a sword, he continues that this is the oldest tradition of the blood cult, when the owner of the blood demon sword has the right to become the new blood demon. He puts his hand on the table and says that it seems that Chuck understood the whole situation, asks him to take a look. Chuck looks at the scroll and it continues that this is an announcement of a martial arts tournament from the Muram Alliance, where the winner will receive the right to be called the Master of the Blue Dragon Hall. He clenches his fist and says that as a reward, he is allowed to choose any weapon from the Alliance's vault. The man stands in front of Chuck and continues that they need them to participate in the tournament. Chuck looks at him in confusion, and the man says that they must win there at any cost, to which he thinks that he understands everything, which is why they chose the 3 of them, despite the fact that they are only students and the strange feeling of anxiety that he felt was only warning him about. The plot moves forward 8 days to the north of Henan province, to the So family estate. The guards are wiping their faces and indignant at the heat. The first says that he wants at least one cloud to appear in the sky, and the second asks him how much longer they have to guard the gate. To which the first reasons that it is almost noon and about an hour left and notices something, to which the second asks him again. They see people in hats and notice that someone is walking. They say that the three are in the So family estate. He punches his palm and continues that if they have any business here, they ask to say who they are and where they are from, to which he replies that he seriously needs to introduce himself. To which the guard awkwardly replies that of course and asks what kind of stupid question that is, but what if there is no business? He is stunned to hear him say that the So family. Chuck adjusts his hat and says that he is the third son Chuck. The second one curses, but corrects himself. They realize that it is young Master Chuck. The man with the scar says that it is very good that none of the Orthodox know that they are members of a cult. He holds up his index finger and continues that even their families and it is through them that they must enter the tournament, so first they should return to their homes. Chuck passes through the gate while the man continues that only the strongest members of the family can go as representatives to the tournament, so they should make sure that they are the ones who will be there, since that is the main requirement. Chuck frowns and thinks that this is a strange situation, because he always thought. He looks at the broken jug and continues that if he ever comes back here, it will only be to destroy the So clan with his own hands. The drunk man curses and asks what difference it makes that he was born a year earlier and how he could get a place in the tournament without even dueling him. The first man opposite him says that he is no worse than him and this incident does not diminish his merits, to which the second adds that this is just a formality to preserve the honor of the family, because he is the eldest son and asks him not to be upset about this. The drunk replies that even this peasant brat dreams of getting into the tournament. He drinks another glass. The eldest daughter looks thoughtfully and thinks that only their mother is different. You can't tell and asks if they are really of the same blood and she adds that she would gladly leave him, but he is her fiancé. She closes her eyes and continues that she would never marry someone like that if he were not from such a respectable family and encourages herself to think that at least he is much better than her brothers. Someone runs towards them. The drunk man turns around and asks what the noise is. The man reports that young Master Chuck has returned. The first man asks if this is the donkey from Loyang, his younger brother, to which the second man says that he thought he was kicked out of the clan. The drunk man gets up and says that this is great. He is in a foul mood. While he drinks, the second man asks what he is talking about. He wipes his mouth and says that today he will put on a very funny show and encourages everyone to follow him. He looks up and thinks how dare this piece of shit come back. Chuck looks at him and he thinks that he has clearly lost his last brains somewhere and he promises to cripple him and throw him out, while Chuck asks him for permission to ask him something. He asks if son has returned, to which he asks again if it was about the servant who was with him. Laura remembers the boy who helped him before the kidnapping and Chuck gives a positive answer and hopes that he returned home safely, because he is the only reason why he is glad to return there. The man with the ponytail gives a positive answer and adds that he remembers him and it was a long time ago, to which Chuck is glad that he will survive. The man with the ponytail continues that he then raised a fuss and kept asking for a meeting with the head, said that he had to save Chuck or something like that and that's why they beat him up and threw him out. Chuck asks again what he just said, to which he repeats that they beat him up. He furiously asks if they beat him for asking for help and how they could do such a thing. Chuck continues that the former master of the So clan's outer hall, a high-ranking warrior named Boo, is the reason he let Chuck into the mansion despite him being banished. Chuck stands up straight and continues that it wasn't because the leader was away, but because the old master sent Chuck and apparently learned martial arts. Approaching Chuck, he continues that he figured he could please the young master with this, since Chuck's position in the family could change dramatically very soon. The man with the ponytail calls out to Chuck, while he continues that he didn't even suspect his warm attitude towards the servant. Chuck looks away and says that the man asked to see the boss, saying that he needed help, and in response he was beaten and banished. Who knows what happened to him now and who even came up with the idea of beating him for something like that. He sees something wooden to the side and continues that he thinks that they didn't even get their hands dirty, but they went over him with that club and asks again if it's true. The man with the ponytail trembles and says that the situation was different then. Someone grabs him by the collar and calls him to shut up. Someone kicks down the door screaming about what he's doing and in response he asks again and says that this is what he's doing. Chuck covers his mouth while she sends him to eat shit, and Laura says that she dunked him right in it. The man asks if the man who was dunked lived. Someone takes up a club and screams that freaks like him need a good beating. The girl puts the baton on her shoulder and asks if she should do it or if he should deal with it personally and turns to his older brother. The man with gray eyes thinks what an incredible girl she is and it's good that she avenged him. But will everything be okay now? To which Chuck notes that of course not and urges him to stop her. Laura laughs and notes that she likes her and directly justifies her origin as the daughter of a villain, to which Chuck notes that they haven't even met the head of the family yet. He looks ahead and thinks that she can't create such a level of trouble from the doorway. The man turns to her and says that the master ordered to lower the baton, to which she asks again who they are talking about. He turns to the vice commander and says that she is not listening at all. Chuck grins, because what did he expect, and he should resolve this situation. He turns to Yun and says that he has no choice. She looks at him dumbfounded as he asks why she does whatever she wants, even though he gave her no orders. She awkwardly looks away and replies that he spoke so dismissively to Chuck and she didn't like it, and when she heard about what happened to his servant she couldn't stand it anymore. Chuck lowered his eyebrows while she continues that he deserved a lesson in good manners, and Laura asks what he's even talking about and orders her not to be punished, but to be praised, and asks not to upset their doll. The two look dumbfounded as Chuck gives a negative answer and says that jokes aside, he should be serious and she needs to be shown her mistakes, and maybe at another time this would be normal, but it is strictly forbidden to act arbitrarily on missions. Yun closes his eyes resentfully and notes that she didn't kill him, to which Chuck sincerely thanks her in his mind. Chuck folded his arms and continued that if she had acted so willfully in more serious circumstances, she would have faced severe punishment, and asked if she understood what he wanted to tell her, and added that before doing something like that, she must inform him of her intentions and ask his permission to do so. She arched her eyebrows and asked for forgiveness, for she promised to do exactly the same next time, and asked him not to be angry. Chuck nods. He closed his eyes and said that he should say that he felt better when she taught him a lesson. Yun crossed her fingers contentedly. The guy was perplexed by Chuck's behavior, for he said that he would scold her. Chuck turned to the two in front and said that his companion was not one to ignore injustice and did not restrain himself. Well, do they know where his servant went after he was banished from the estate? To which he received a negative answer, for they did not see him again, even in the village and its surroundings. Chuck wipes his forehead and says that of course, they probably just left him beaten up in the middle of the road, and what did they care what happened to him, and asks the next question. He does not see the outbuilding among them. What was here, and asks what happened to it. The elder one stands on one leg and answers that of course it was torn down right after it was empty, and asks if he thought that someone else would want to live there. Chuck looks at him with displeasure and thinks that it has been a long time since he saw this mug. The elder brother asks who let trash like him in here, to which he continues to think that the offspring of the families from the Merrick Alliance branch, when they were children, they were constantly bullied. The brother clarifies if he has forgotten him, to which he receives in response the phrase that they have not seen each other for a long time. Two laugh at him, calling him a disgrace to the family and that he returned alive, and the second adds that he heard that he was expelled because he dared to come back at all. Yun is puzzled, and Chuck raises his palm. Chuck watches calmly and thinks that of course he told her not to start a fight, but he didn't promise to be a Buddha, but first he needs to find out one more thing from him. The elder listens as he asks about the outbuilding. If it is torn down, then what happened to his mother's memorial plaque? To which he receives in response a question whether he misses her and whether he wants to say hello to the plaque, and adds that he doesn't know, maybe they burned it. He closes his eyes and thinks that when he heard something like this before, it felt different to him. His elder brother continues that he thinks that he doesn't need to know this, to which the elder continues to think that now he clearly sees it, because in front of him is an arrogant child who only knows how to talk. Chuck opens his mouth and says that they are still the same as they were, and he envies them, especially their free time, because they sit and chill with drinks all day long. The two are offended by the remark and ask him to repeat it. The elder scolds him angrily and says that he has been hanging around somewhere for a long time and has forgotten his place, and has also brought a couple of small henchmen with him and thinks he is better than them. To which he receives in response that he is some kind of rude and probably drank too much, and thinks that they should talk when he sobers up. The elder adds in a rage that just look, when he lived here he did not even dare to say a word to him. He notes that he has become painfully impudent and receives an aimed blow. He looks at him perplexed. Chuck says that until he sees the leader, he would like to do without awkward incidents, to which he receives a blowback with the words that he should not call him elder brother, because he does not need such a brother. The elder turns away and thinks, what is this? How is he able to block his blow? Because his stanchion is destroyed. The first one asks if he is being spared because he has the same last name, to which the second one adds that it would be boring to finish him off too quickly. Chuck smirks while the other one continues that the weakling is not even worth one normal blow, while he thinks that this is great because it pisses off the elder one. Chuck looks at the beaten elder one and says that he also speaks like a redneck, to which the latter asks him again, and Chuck adds that he thinks that he is right because he does not need such a brother, and by the way, he smiles and says that he was born 3 months earlier, so it follows that the latter should call him elder. The latter gets angry and prepares to hit him. He swings his sword at him and notes that the latter is asking to die. The wife grabs his elbow and asks him to stop because the leader will be here soon. He hits her with the hilt and orders her to back off. He swings his sword at Chuck and asks who here would be upset if he died. He glows green and says that he has had enough. The elder takes the sword carefully and apologizes for his rude words and for trying to understand his hand, and he is very sorry that he behaved so rudely with him. The wife is perplexed while Chuck accepts his apology, and she thinks that this drunkard, if he grabbed the sword just to apologize, why did he have to push her? The man exhales and is pleased that the young master came to his senses in time, while the second already thought that these two would have a sword fight here. Chuck apologizes in response because he is also to blame for angering him. The elder asks again what is going on here and calls for Chuck to die. Yun grabs him by the forearm. She looks straight into his face. Chuck nods in approval. She smiles and asks that as he said there, if someone like him dies, then no one will be upset. Well, actually, she throws his hand away and says that she will be upset. North of Yulin County, near the outskirts of the village, the best swordsman of the mountain school, Kyle, the clan leader, said that if they did not take good care of the guests, he would be scolded by the other masters. He asked the others to make themselves at home. Diana thanked them for their hospitality and said that her brother was a real tightwad. According to her, he was not used to being treated like that. Brittany listened as he said that when he first saw her, he knew that she was a real heroine. He hoped that the girl would serve as an example for his daughter. Brittany walked behind them modestly, thinking that this guy was an excellent talker. She thought that this man was acting like a loving father, only in front of everyone. She knew that in reality, things were different. Brittany would soon be leaving the mountain school, and she needed to return to the main residence when this year was over. She was going to marry whoever her leader chose, and that was. Kurt said something about a daughter's responsibilities in a martial arts family. Brittany remembered this man, who called her father, always telling her that if your girl wasn't so talented, she was sure he would marry her off as soon as possible to get rid of her. She decided that for that reason alone, she had to win the tournament, the Miram Martial Arts Tournament. Brittany thought that if she won it in the female branch or came in second, she could get a lot of things. For example, become the master of the Phoenix Hall or his deputy. Brittany thought that then she could stay in the Union at will. If she was really lucky, she could postpone or cancel the wedding, but she had to win at all costs. A guy ran out of the thicket and straight to the convoy. He fell to his knees and greeted the leader of the best sword of the mountain, as well as the warrior of the mountain. Kurt asked what happened and why the guy came here. Bruce thought for a moment and looked down. Kurt continued to look into his eyes with disbelief, trying to squeeze out the truth. The man turned to everyone else and said that there was a small problem in the main residence and he wanted to send the children away right away. The servants and those present agreed with this. Brittany didn't know what was so serious that he had to send her away. The guy standing behind her ordered the girl to follow her. He claimed that the girl could cause a lot of trouble if they didn't hurry up right now. It was her older brother, Frank. Brittany didn't understand what he was talking about, but their collective attention was drawn to a man climbing down from a tree. Frank said that the same donkey from Loyang was back. Brittany thought that this idiot wanted to ruin everything for her again. The girl didn't want to see her brother beaten by those idiots again. She thought that they should hurry up. Brittany looked ahead and was surprised. The girl was confused when she found out that it wasn't Chuck who knocked the man out, but some other guy standing next to him. Frank ordered to stop this slaughter. Chuck didn't know that he would meet them in such numbers. He thought that they should have already been with the leader. The guy looked at Brittany and realized that she was here too. He realized that if the girl was here too, it meant that she had come after joining the mountain school. Chuck realized that the leader was with guests now. The guy ordered to block his acupuncture points. Louise asked the guy again if he wanted her to separate the meat from his bones. Chuck said that there was no need to do that, just leave the blocked points. The girl leaned over to the unconscious man and said that he was lucky. Frank approached the offender and asked what he was doing there and who he was. Louise squeezed his hands and said that she would introduce herself right away. She was Chuck's older brother's student. Frank was surprised to hear about this guy's student. Chuck told him that they had not seen each other for a long time. The guy was confused as to how this man dared to address him like that. He demanded that he explain himself. Laura told her master that this man was different from that one. Chuck said that he cared about people's opinions and he knew how to maintain an image. Chuck said that their brother was dead drunk and was very upset to see him back. Frank was perplexed. He did not understand why and what this had to do with the rudeness and his student. Louise grabbed the sword and asked if she should have watched her teacher being pierced with a blade. According to her, the guy better come to his senses and watch his next words. The guy didn't let the girl draw her sword, and she listened to him. Frank called his opponent names and said that he was only doing this because he wanted to make a strong disciple. Chuck didn't understand why he had to speak through someone. Frank asked if he wanted to say that he had something secret. The atmosphere was terrible, and the guy looked around. He was surrounded by his own subjects. He realized that he shouldn't lose his temper. In Frank's opinion, a disciple should not be rude. Even if he crossed the line because of alcohol, there was no need to break his arm. Chuck thought about it and said that he understood what the problem was. In his opinion, he was a little rude because he was in a hurry. Frank pointed his finger at the guy and said that he was caught. According to him, it was not just a little rude because he could not dare to break the arm of someone from his family. The guy thought that now people should be on his side, because they agree with him 100%. The atmosphere around him was one of confusion. Frank thought that such silence was not a good sign and realized that the people who were there had seen how he behaved. Brittany didn't understand why she was afraid of such guys before and asked her brother to wait a little. The girl claimed that she had already been told everything and the second brother was drunk and did something he shouldn't have because he tried to kill the third. Frank was furious when he heard this. He didn't understand who the third brother was. He looked at Brittany and in a loud voice asked if she was going to call that exile her brother. He said that she was in league with him because her mother was from there too. The girl tried to slap her brother but he stopped his hand and said that she was a mudblood. Brittany said that Frank couldn't afford to insult her mother so she asked him to let her go. The guy insisted on his own and thought that he was telling the absolute truth. Chuck demanded in a sharp voice to let the girl go. The girl asked the guy not to interfere in their argument. Chuck immediately caught on to that familiar look. In his opinion, he had previously thought that she hated him. Apparently, he was wrong because she was so cold. He thought that it was because she did not want to suffer even more and cared about him. The guy felt warmth on his chest. He did not understand what this strange feeling was because it was a little different from anger. He timidly said the girl's name. Chuck said that he would protect her. Brittany demanded that he not interfere where it was not wanted. The guy did not stop there and called on his inner energy towards the girl's offender. Frank rolled forward several times and fell. The girls watching this were in complete shock, seeing the inner energy in action. They did not understand what had just happened, and the guy approached the offender. Chuck declared that he was no longer that ass and that the guy should not even think about touching his sister. Frank jumped to his feet abruptly so as not to lose his authority. He was furious and surprised that Chuck's inner core was restored. The guy said that it was quite possible. In fact, he just did not want to use much force because he knew that his opponent simply could not withstand it. Chuck understood that he should not end everything too quickly now, and Frank would have to pay in full for almost bringing his sister to tears. Laura looked at the guy and told the guy that, apparently, he was just testing the waters and finding out how strong his opponent was. Chuck knew, after all, he was the eldest son and the future leader. In his opinion, the guy should be much more careful and stronger. Chuck began to think about throwing a small bait, releasing brushes of internal energy. But he thought that this amount would be enough for the opponent to understand that he was a warrior of medium or low rank. Frank took his sword out of the casing. Laura noted that it seemed like their plan had worked. Chuck was also pleased, because now the opponent thought he was stronger than him. Brittany asked her brother to take care because he couldn't handle this guy just because he had restored his core. Chuck thought that not only his opponent, but also his sister thought he was nothing. But still, in his opinion, it was nice that at least someone from the family was worried about him. The man asked the girl not to worry and said that everything would be fine now. Franco suddenly attacked. Chuck threw the guy back a few meters with one blow. The opponent did not understand how the guy was capable of such a thing, because he put all his internal energy into his blow. Chuck did not stop there and gave his opponent a powerful slap. He said that his opponent was getting it for offending his sister. Frank was furious. He was ready to take revenge. The guy saw one of the 3 best sword techniques of the clan. Of course, he hadn't seen her for a long time, but it was stupid to use her against him, because it was worth choosing something he was unfamiliar with. Chuck noted that he was already stronger than the guy, so someone else was using a technique he knew. In his opinion, finding a gap was easy. He said that this time the guy got it for insulting a student who stood up for his life. Louise looked at her commander and was very charmed by him, to which the guy standing next to her asked not to make such a face while she was wearing a mask. Those present did not understand who was in front of them. They did not know how that same donkey from Loyang defeated Frank. Chuck looked around and realized that the time had almost come, and they were already here. He heard about 100 people approaching. Chuck immediately realized that the leader had returned. The guy felt 3 powerful auras, probably the leader himself and the guests of the mountain. Chuck was pleased with himself. He knew that it was almost time to reap the benefits, while his opponent was trying to come to his senses. The guy was furious. He said he would kill Chuck. Frank said that if they were of the same blood, he was about to let him get away with it. Chuck noticed his opponent change his stance. He thought he wanted to put more weight on the sword for more destructive attacks. Chuck knew it must be a technique that only the head and the youngest of the middle family learned. Chuck was ready to watch it and judge the power of this technique. He easily parried the guy's blow. The spectators watched as Frank changed his stance. They recognized it as a clan technique. Something in their eyes went wrong, and they were very surprised. Chuck easily ran over the guy. He knew the technique would work if he were at his level. But fortunately for him, he didn't care at all. Frank, already losing, couldn't understand how his opponent could be so strong. With another kick, the guy began to fall to the ground. Chuck declared that the boy would finally get the last portion of blows for insulting his mother. It was a powerful onslaught of energy. Paul tried to tell the boy that he was going too far. Chuck realized his actions and said that he could still control himself in principle. From the way everyone around him became silent, he immediately realized who had arrived here. Diana asked the leader if he knew what was going on here. Laura noted that she recognized the mustachioed man. He was the leader, but she did not know who was nearby. Chuck said that he saw them when he was a spy in the Muram Alliance. They were the best sword of Mount Kyle and the warrior of the school Diana. The guy told the girl that they were both top-ranked experts. According to him, the best sword is especially strong. It does not have such a frightening aura as the other guy, but he is sure that it is close to him in strength. Chuck folded his hands to the sword and greeted the arrivals. Frank, trying to recover from his defeat, tried to tell his father that his opponent had cheated and used dark arts. Chuck looked at the defeated man and could not understand if he was trying to justify his defeat. The guy regretted not breaking his jaw to keep him quiet. Kyle approached Chuck and asked if he knew such techniques. The guy noted that his interlocutor had literally teleported here in the blink of an eye. Mark said that he had been informed in advance that the Mountain's disciples were so good at Qigong, but he did not expect it to be so good. However, he said that such accusations right in front of the representatives of this school were quite bad. Louise asked why someone who thought so. Mark replied that many in the Orthodox factions despised the dark arts, but he believed that among them was the best sword of the Mountain Kyle. According to him, the man simply hates them so much that his face changes as soon as he hears about them. Chuck confidently answered that these were not dark arts, to which the interlocutor asked why his young leader accused him of this. Brittany stood up for the guy and said that he was her brother. Kyle was surprised to hear this from a girl. The man with wild eyes presented his hand to the guy's stomach. He said that he heard that his core was destroyed. Kyle thought it was a lie. The guy said that he did not understand what the core had to do with it. The man asked again how he was able to reach such a level if the core was destroyed a few years ago. Chuck replied that he would explain everything if he was allowed. Kyle said that after the man did not let him check his core, his words would not be able to resolve the situation. The man raised the sword and offered to cross them to be sure to understand the guy's intentions. He was going to find out if he used dark arts or not. Suddenly, Kyle put a sword to the guy's head on the laptop, but he managed to dodge. Chuck knew that this was not good, because he did not expect that everything would come to a duel. Paul tried to calm him down and told him not to worry, because everything would be easier than he might think. The sword offered to show him the technique of the shining star and, according to him, then everything could be resolved. Chuck understood that he had no other choice except this method. The man activated the skill of the sliding vine sword. The guy barely withstood this attack and thought that it was different from everything he had seen before. According to him, his hand was ready to break every time their swords collided, and he would not be able to withstand it even if he added internal energy to the attacks. Chuck suggested that at this point it would be best to break the distance with him. At the moment, he did not understand why his opponent retreated first. Diana looked at the battle technique and was surprised. Kyle said that it was a little different, but it was still definitely a technique part of the shining star. The man did not understand how the boy was related to the Southern Sky Swordsman. Paul said that he knew from the beginning that everyone would find out. Chuck asked if Paul had any connection with his former owner. The boy replied that they were just old acquaintances since everything went smoothly. The interlocutor agreed with this. Chuck said that they immediately learned about the teacher's technique and it was time for him to introduce himself. Curdy Frank was surprised. The people watching this were also shocked. They did not understand how the Southern Sky Swordsman got a student. Brittany was also confused since no one could even guess about this before. Chuck announced to everyone present that he was the student of the Southern Sky Swordsman. He put one hand to the other and said that it was nice to meet them. About 20 years ago, in one of the fierce battles, Kyle was saved from certain death by the Southern Sky Swordsman. Although he is now a recognized martial arts expert, at that time he was just another ordinary warrior. Chuck said that he was very glad to see the man, because he had only heard about him from his master. Kyle was confused. He did not understand where and why the Southern Swordsman did not talk about him. The guy answered that the master sometimes denied his youth, and he heard stories from him about their acquaintance 20 years ago. Chuck said that he praised his skills and expressed confidence that he would be able to illuminate the future of Muram. At that moment, Kyle could not hide his joy, having learned about the praise from the master he respected. The man was sincerely surprised and did not fully understand why he was talking about him. Kyle apologized to the guy and said that he was a rather hot-tempered person because he should apologize for this. According to him, he was very furious when he heard about the dark arts, but he was wrong. Chuck asked the man not to do this because everything is fine and he is older. The man asked not to call him so formally. He said that the masters who trained him and his sister called the master the elder brother of their masters, and he was a direct disciple. Diana was happy to hear this. She said that if he was recognized as a disciple by the swordsman of the Southern Sky himself, Then he could address them in a simple way as an equal. Chuck was quite surprised to hear that they put him on the same level as themselves. Hall said that his former owner was familiar with their teachers, and he remembered that the young masters of the mountain called him the elder of all masters. The boy finally realized that the orthodox factions were sensitive to this. He still could not understand that he could address as an equal, to which Kyle explained to him that this was normal. Chuck realized that it was not the time to be modest. He called the man his brother and wished him a good day. The interlocutor laughed and said that this day would be beautiful. He turned around and looked at Frank. He clearly didn't like that he dared to slander the disciple of the Southern Sky Swordsman himself. The man ordered him to shut up. Chuck knew that just looking at him filled him with anger because this man had never treated him like a human being and had pulled him out of his family without regret. He thought that if he had an ounce of responsibility, he would have treated his mother differently. In his opinion, although he didn't know how he was acting in Murim, he had completely failed as the head of the family. Chuck, however, couldn't give in to just anger because he had to behave exemplarily if he didn't want to fail the mission. The guy bowed at Tom's feet. The man greeted him and said that a lot of water had flown under the bridge since those moments, and he was still glad to see him okay. He replied that he knew what had happened here. Kurt said that he thought the guy had been pretty rude. Chuck thought that the man couldn't do anything to him because the witnesses had seen everything and the truth was on his side. Chuck apologized to his father. He said that his brothers were angry with him and even attempted on his life, so he had no choice but to defend himself. In his opinion, this is more than a weighty reason explaining why he decided to beat up his brothers, despite the crowd of onlookers. He understood perfectly well that the people around him understood this too, and no one was on his side. Chuck wondered how the man would react to this now. Kurt stepped aside and said that he understood everything and was going to scold his brothers a little later, and now he should receive guests and postpone all conversations. Chuck asked the man why he did not even ask why he came back again. He thought that he was going to hush everything up. Chuck tried with all his might to find out this information, because he would not miss this chance so easily. The guy once again turned to his father and asked to allow him to take part in the tournament as a representative of the family. Kurt nervously looked back in his direction, trying to fight back. An hour later, the guest house of the main residence. Mark is greedily eating meat. Louise replied that she does not expect him to have perfect manners, but at least asked him not to slurp because he crumbles food everywhere. The guy replied that the girl should not be so strict because he is fully enjoying the food. Louise threatened her interlocutor if he does not stop doing this. Mark replied that he, as a beggar, is still quite well-mannered. The girl switched to Chuck and said that he might already be hungry. Mark tried to mimic her after the previous conversation. Louise grabbed his cheek and began to slam it on the table. Laura asked Chuck how, in his opinion, everything should work out, but the guy said that he himself did not know anything yet. He said that Kurt did not want to answer this question right away. In his opinion, he will have to give this position to him one way or another because the other sons were injured and will not recover soon. The boy seriously doubted that this man would trust such weaklings to defend the family's honor at the tournament. The girl said that it seemed quite logical, but he didn't respect the boy at all. Chuck said that special servants were assigned to the guest house. Although they were low-ranking, they were still martial artists. The boy knew that this detail had not escaped his attention because they themselves studied martial arts. His father could not know this, which meant that he deliberately made it clear that he was being watched. He thought that Kurt was giving him a warning in this way, so to speak, hinting that this was still the territory of the So family, and it did not matter whether he was a student of the Southern Sky Swordsman or someone else. Chuck said that in that case, he should not do something like that again while he was watching him. Laura would have noted that this was very petty. The girl came up to the boy and turned to him, saying that she had a message for him. She said that the lady invited him to see her. Chuck clearly didn't expect this, and Louise was completely confused. The guy asked everyone else not to get distracted, because he would be back soon. He thought that even if it weren't for the task, one day he would still have to deal with family issues in his life. The peony hall and the residence of the head and mistress. Chuck looked at the pavilion surrounded by a garden and peonies with surprise, while the girl led him to the main hall. He thought that their buds bloomed only once a year, but as luck would have it, they were blooming right now. The sight of them made him want to puke, all because of his thoughts about his mistress. Chaka thought about how he wanted to burn them all. The girl opened the door for him and asked him to come in. Mistress Viola saw the guy and ordered everyone present to immediately leave the hall. Her subjects obeyed meekly and closed the door behind them. The guy saw that the servants had left. He did not know what she was planning. The woman approached Chuck and said that she had already heard that he had become a disciple of the Southern Sky Swordsman and congratulated him on this. Chuck, of course, realized that Viola had certainly not called him here to congratulate him. The woman said that she knew that their relationship had not worked out from the beginning, so she suggested that they leave the pleasantries and get straight to business. Viola said that if the guy wanted, she could fall to her knees and beg for his forgiveness hundreds or even thousands of times. She begged for only one thing, that the guy not take her son's place. Chuck immediately understood. He basically expected this. He caught himself thinking that no matter how much of a bitch she was still his mother, so he asked if that was the only reason she called him. The guy knew that no matter how much this woman apologized to him, he would never forget all the slaps and insults he had suffered from her throughout his past life. Viola asked the guy to ask for what he wanted, because she could give him as much as he wanted. The woman said that if the guy thought about marriage, she would fully support the matchmaking, so she asked him not to take her son's place. Chuck realized how great the words of the Southern Sky swordsman were. He realized that her behavior changed dramatically just from his name. Chuck apologized and said that he would pretend he hadn't heard about it before. Viola tried to dissuade him and asked him not to be so cruel. The woman asked him to say whatever he wanted and she would do it. Chuck was very interested in such a proposal. He offered her to restore his mother's tombstone and recognize her as his official wife. The guy demanded that every day for 10 years she beg for forgiveness near her tombstone. Viola was dumbfounded by such a statement. Chuck knew from the beginning that she would not agree to this. The guy understood that to recognize his mother as his official wife after so many years of insults and accusations and also beg for forgiveness for 10 years. He was sure that her ego would not tolerate this. The woman asked if she did this, then he would allow her son to participate in the tournament. The guy was very puzzled that she agreed to this. Chuck said that he was touched by her sincerity. He knew perfectly well that her motherly love for her son was really strong. Chuck thought it would be nice and leaned towards her ear to ask if she wanted to hear it. He asked her if she would say that in his place since she was such a damn bitch. The guy thought that if she had shown this love and sincerity when his mother was still alive, it would have been a different story. Viola was indignant. She did not understand how the guy dared to say such a thing to her. The man answered that there was one day, the day when his core was torn apart by the Kai raging in his body. It was her servant who brought him the ill-fated elixir. The guy asked her how she thought he would not add 2 + 2. He was indignant, since anyone could understand that only she could have sent the servant from the Peony Hall. Chuck said that she was that incident. Everyone closed their eyes, knowing perfectly well who was guilty of what. He was outraged that after all this, she still asked not to take her son's place. Chuck got up from the floor and told her not to dare call him for such crap again. Viola asked him to stop and not to leave so quickly. The guy forcefully pulled his sleeve from her hand. Chuck looked up and saw a strange silhouette. He knew that it was there and he should not have shown himself because he did not intend to cause any harm to his mistress. The guard jumped down, which surprised Viola. He bowed to the guy and greeted him as an apprentice of the swordsman of the Southern Sky. Chuck walked forward, saying that he had nothing to talk to him about. The guard replied that the person who sent him from the meadow that day was not Mrs. Viola. He replied that he knew who poisoned the guy back then. The guard proudly declared that it was him. 12 years ago, he clearly remembers that day when 8-year-old Chuck could not yet swallow pills in solid form. He had to take them in solution, even though it reduced the potion's effectiveness. And that day, taking the elixir caused the boy to experience a riot of internal energy, and as a result, he lost his danshin. And a child from a family of martial artists who was incapable of cultivation obviously had no good future. According to him, from that time on, he too was branded a scumbag and his brilliant future was crossed out. Then he blamed everything on Lady Viola. Chuck asked if it was really the Guardian's doing, to which the woman replied that she had served the lady before her wedding. The Guardian said that it was Viola who had given her the honor of becoming a guardian and filled her life with meaning. According to her, she owed the lady everything, and it was unbearable for her to see how his existence consumed her with anxiety. Chang asked if that was why she had treated him like that. The guard said that the guy should know that it was exclusively her initiative, and she organized and carried out everything. The woman knelt down and asked her to forgive her, because if the guy wanted to punish her, then she would accept everything. Viola said that this was not true, and in fact she organized it all. According to the woman, her guard was shielding her out of loyalty. The woman tried to be indignant, but Viola said that it was exclusively her whim, so the guy should not touch either her or her sons. The guard tried to pull herself together again and said that she acted in secret from the mistress. She was just trying to protect her. Chang stood and listened to the two women on her knees. He thought that in this situation he felt like a villain. The guy said that how close they were made him very ashamed. He said that he felt like a terrible person if he did something to them. Viola, overjoyed, tried to say something. Chuck pushed her hard and shut her up. He said that it was just her dream and he would never say that. The guard asked if everything was okay with the lady. Chuck had already pushed her and said that he was the one who was the victim of their friendship, so he did not know why it should touch him. He said that they both knew about it. Viola insulted the guy for thinking that after all this he would be able to perform at the tournament as a representative of the family. Chuck said that the woman can say as she knows, and even if she wants to, tell everything to the head. He said that there would be a strong reaction in response. Chuck said that in this case, he would publicize the fact that the wife of the clan had poisoned her 8-year-old stepson. He said that he believed that their guests from the mountain school should be the first to know about it. Guilty was furious. Hearing this, she said that the guy did not dare to even threaten her. The woman instantly turned her attention to the lying guard. She was outraged at what the guy did to her. Chuck replied that he simply destroyed her dantian, since she herself had personally stated that she had poisoned him, so he should receive payment for his sins. The guy gave the woman some kind of ball and told her to eat it. She opened her palm and asked what it was. Viola saw poison in her hands. She thought that the guy had gone crazy since he was telling her to take it and expecting her to listen. Chuck opened the page's mouth, and I threw such a ball in there. He said that the woman would just have to do it, otherwise he would take this bitch to the head and say that he found the culprit. Viola asked if the guy knew what could happen in this case, since it could lead to a massacre between the clan and her birth family. The woman stated that the guy could not want to personally destroy his own family. Chuck smiled from ear to ear and said that he would be very happy about that. Viola was shocked to hear such words. Paul praised the guy for finally getting his way. Laura said she couldn't believe her eyes that he had forced the guard and the mistress to write their own confession. According to the girl, they even certified the papers with their personal seals. The guy said that it was necessary because it would serve as a guarantee of his peace of mind, because she would think twice before going against him next time. He said that they could not refuse because otherwise he would not have given them the antidote. Laura praised Chuck and said that with him she would never get bored. She asked what he was going to do next. The guy said that he wanted to wait for the tournament, but his plans had changed. Chuck realized that since they had started acting, he too could not sit still now. He believed that the masters of the estate had already gathered in one place. The courtyard, the meeting room. The people sitting at the table were surprised how this scum became the apprentice of the swordsman of the southern sky. The guys said that he even had the audacity to ask for the right to represent them at the tournament. The man said that this was completely against their principles, even though he was a student of a famous swordsman. He wondered if anyone had checked his real connection to that hero. The door to the meeting room opened and the guy walked in. Chuck told the masters that they hadn't seen them for a long time, even too long. The guy said that for some reason none of them wanted to greet him and asked if they were rooted to their own chairs. The puzzled masters looked at him with apprehension. Two of them stood up and bowed to the guy. They greeted him. Chuck saw how the lower numbers immediately tucked their tails between their legs, but the three upper ones did not even move. The man said that he was sure that they had guards at the entrance, but he did not understand how they got in there without making a noise. The guy was outraged that the man was talking as if he was not allowed to be there. Hugo replied that only the head, young head, and masters of the estate could enter the meeting, and he was sure that the boy knew this very well. The second man stood up from his chair and said that the senior master was right. He claimed that the boy had been rude to come in unannounced. The man said that if the boy had anything to ask, he should come back later. Chuck said that it was a great annoyance and he could never get used to it. He asked why they didn't yell at him like the old days, because he remembered when he was little. Little Chuck was furiously fighting off the adults' attacks. The boy remembered how, as a child, David had thrown him out of the temple, saying that the boy was nothing and should not come here. The man demanded that he never set foot in there again. Chuck asked if he really remembered, to which the man hesitated a little and said that he did not remember such a thing. David said that it seemed that his memory weakened with age, and he no longer mentioned what he had done so long ago. He sheepishly apologized to Chuck, asking him to forgive him if he had hurt his feelings. The guy said that everything was clear to him, and he asked if the man was all right in the head. David did not understand and asked again. Chuck said that the man had told him the same thing when he was thrown out of the family, because there were still 2 martial arts masters there. The guy asked how he could forget that, if only a year had passed, because even other recent events he could forget, then he was no longer fit for such a difficult job as the position of the estate foreman. Chuck asked David if it was time for him to retire. The man was furious, but he could not do anything about it. The guy approached from the side, asked what Chuck was trying to achieve, because he was stirring up the past to amuse his ego in his opinion. He accused the other man of behaving very petty and pathetic, like a disciple of the Southern Sky Swordsman. Louise asked the men if they considered the decree on the past insolence to be pathetic revenge. According to her, the top of the clan had never heard of respect for superiors. David was furious. He did not understand how some scoundrel could slander their family. He said that not only did they interrupt the meeting, but they also brought some ignoramus with them. The girl was covered in purple mana. She was ready to take revenge for the words. Louise asked Chuck if she could crush this worm. Chuck asked her to calm down and called her Junior. David was very surprised to hear about another disciple of the Southern Sky Swordsman. The man immediately corrected his words and told the girl to forget about everything and bring more of her guests, because he behaved rudely, not knowing how precious a guest he was. Chuck couldn't help but realize how great the fame of the Southern Sky Swordsman was. The man said that they planned to continue the meeting when the leader himself arrived. He suggested that they end it for now and sent all the masters on their way. Chuck couldn't believe that he was letting so many big shots slip away so quickly. He ordered the door to be closed. Mark slammed the door to the meeting room, and the men didn't know how this could be understood. When David asked the guy what he was planning, he replied that he shouldn't react so violently because he wasn't planning to do anything special, but just wanted to talk to them. The man replied that he wasn't sure about their peaceful intentions, so he grabbed his sword. Chuck said that he had a good offer for them. The man asked again if this would be a request. The guy insisted that these were offers because he had no reason to come here if he wanted to talk about the tournament. According to Chuck, he only needed to convince the leader on this issue. The guy said he was only there to give them a chance to change sides. He said it would be better for the men to just hold him. David didn't know what to make of that and decided to address the guy. He said that one of the family rules was that the masters of the estate had the right to challenge the head of the family's decision regarding the candidacy of the young head by a majority vote. Chuck listened to this speech in silence, mentally confirming his intentions. Suddenly, David realized that the guy was now talking about the position of the heir to the family. Now, of course, it was hard to believe, but just a year ago, Chuck could not be called righteous, and he only caused condemnation from those around him. The guy was constantly drinking, lazing around, and could hardly say that he had much life experience. However, the real him is not only trained in martial arts, but also has 10 years of experience as a spy. Chuck believes that it will not be difficult for him to deceive a couple of the masters of the estate. Hugo said that under the mentorship of the Southern Sky Swordsman, the boy had grown beyond himself and his past so easily, and that made him happy. But the man said that if the boy had come here just to cause trouble, he couldn't turn a blind eye to it. Hugo didn't understand what the boy was doing or why he was running his eyes around. Chuck apologized and said that it would be rude of him. The boy said that he didn't intend to distract them any longer and had already said that his little goal had been achieved, so he was deviating. Chuck told the South that he knew where he could be found and that the doors were always open for anyone who came, so he could come if he decided to. The boy ordered the boys to leave here quickly. The door slammed behind them, and the disgruntled masters remained sitting in the room. Those present were interested in what was happening now. They didn't understand what little goal the boy was talking about and how he hadn't achieved it. Hugo slammed his hands on the table. To show his subordinates' misunderstanding, the man said that he was very disappointed in them. The man said that just now, while he was talking to the guy, his throat was vibrating and his gaze was darting around. Hugo said that here the fact of communicating with someone, with the help of chonium, was obvious. The man asked those present how any of them could betray the first young gentleman and be tempted by the words of this scoundrel. He said that until he found out the traitor, they would not leave this room. Those present took turns saying that they were not involved in this in any way. They stated that no one in their right mind would do such an act. Hugo was disappointed. He did not understand because he did not imagine it. David asked the man why he was looking for the culprit among them. He said that his interlocutor could also be the culprit. According to him, it would be very suspicious to blame only them. Hugo was outraged by such impudence of the subordinate. The guys left, and Mark looked at the raging conflict in the meeting room. The boy said that he realized how influential the Southern Sky Swordsman really was in these parts. Mark would never have thought that someone would show him help through Chongham. Chuck modestly replied that he had not communicated with anyone. The boy did not understand why he tried to hide this fact back then. Chuck replied that he was just pretending to cause confusion among them. Mark began to realize that this was why the men began to quarrel. The boy said that this was his goal. According to him, he wanted to create a small commotion so that they would begin to treat each other with suspicion and provoke an internal rift. In his opinion, it was a simple but effective tactic, and he often used it as a spy, since the seeds planted undoubtedly took root firmly in their hearts. Louise asked the boy when they were going to have dinner, to which Chuck replied that they had not just had dinner and the girl should have a conscience. The interlocutor pointed to the side and asked him to look, because his sister was there. Chuck looked in the direction she pointed and saw his sister talking to someone. The girl stated that she had already said everything and was not going to become this man's wife. According to her, everything had been decided a long time ago because the boss had personally said so. The interlocutor noted that the only thing the boss had said was that there was no need to rush into this matter. Brittany said that it was just a polite way of making it clear that he had no chance. The girl asked Lucas to move away from her because she was not going to talk to him anymore. The guy insisted and said that he was not finished with her yet. He took her left hand with both of his, which caused bewilderment in the girl. Lucas said that when she pretended to be untouchable, he fell in love with her more and more. Brittany pulled her hand out of his embrace with fear. Laura told the guy that it was obvious that his sister was being given in marriage to him. Chuck agreed with this, because if he were in her place, he would not like such obsession either. Louise asked Lucas why he continued to pester her if she had already rejected him. The guy said that he was from the clan of the Righteous Wind and his interlocutor had no right to interfere in their relationship. Chuck thought of the clan of the Right Wind. Probably, Lucas saw Brittany at a recent festival, and this accidentally turned from an acquaintance into a wedding proposal. The girl was indignant because they did not have any relationship, and the guy said that they were already discussing the wedding. Lucas demanded not to make mistakes, to which Louise took the girl by the hand. She, in the form of a guy, said that she herself had a relationship with this girl. Brittany, of course, was surprised by such a statement. Lucas was furious that the girl rejected him because of someone like him. After all, he was the one who wanted to be kind and marry her, despite her mixed origin. Louise got angry and hit the guy for calling her a weakling with a woman's face. Lucas recovered and realized that the girl had just hit him. Louise said that it was a slap from the same weakling who did not look like a man. The girl said that when she heard his country words, her hand immediately twitched. Lucas grabbed his sword, wondering if his opponent wanted to die right now. Kurt saw this squabble and called out to the guy. Lucas was confused when he saw him. The man told the guy that there would be a banquet tonight and he should not waste his time here for now, but rather rest. Lucas obeyed and said that he would listen to his advice. Chuck was very surprised to hear that the leader was already here. They all looked at Kurt together. Lucas, afraid of getting it from the man, ran and said that he would still take revenge on Louise. Kurt asked Chuck how much longer he planned to tarnish the family name. He ordered him to follow him. Chuck realized that there was no need to wait for the banquet now. He knew that everything would be decided right now. The training hall of the head of the So clan. Chuck looked at his father's personal old training hall and did not understand why he had brought him here. Kurt said that the guy was walking around the estate and causing trouble despite his warnings. The man touched his sword and said that now the guy wanted to be the heir. He asked Chuck if he really thought that he did not understand that the guy was lying. Kurt said that from now on the guy would die if he lied even once. Chuck thought that this was not a conversation, but more like a sword fight. He told his father that he really hated him. Kurt said that there was no question of any trust if the guy left the family as a nobody, and a year later came out of nowhere and declared himself the apprentice of a famous swordsman and started causing trouble. According to him, even if he did not treat him as a son, he kept an eye on him since childhood. Kurt said that after the death of the boy's mother, all he did was drink and have fun. He did not understand why Chuck suddenly attracted the attention of the swordsman of the southern sky. Not only did Chuck restore his destroyed core, but he also surpassed the strength of a high-ranking warrior in a year. This was complete absurdity. The guy replied that he was standing here precisely because this was the truth. Kurt replied that people do not change so easily. He said that the boy became a puppet of the blood cult. Chuck could not even imagine how his father knew about this, but since he found the sword, it was not a guess but an attempt to catch him. He thought that his father was clearly confident in himself that he was a member of the cult. Chuck tried to calm himself down and decided to find out everything first. The guy replied that such a statement was a little shocking and even accused him. Kurt was firmly convinced of his position. He said that the kidnapped blood cult boy suddenly returns alive and well and turns the whole family upside down. His father demanded that he stop pretending, at least in front of him. Chuck was surprised that the man standing in front of him knew so much about him. First of all, he thought about the twins, who might have already been caught. But he ruled out this possibility because even though they had parted ways, even if they had been exposed, their family would not have been able to pass on the message so quickly. A second later, Chuck thought that it might have been Lena. After thinking about it for a bit, he decided that this was also unlikely because she should know that he had left after the assassination attempt. The guy said that he did not understand what his father was talking about, because he did not even know where he got such information from. Kurt asked what happened to that guy then. Chuck replied that he had heard that he had been kicked out and not allowed to talk to the leader. The guy realized that if such information had reached here, it meant that the one they were talking about was still alive. The man replied that the guy was his subordinate. Chuck was going through his memories with Nate. The guy had always been connected to him somehow. He was happy, smiling. The guy couldn't believe that Nate was Kurt's subordinate, because they had been through so much together. He decided that it was simply impossible because Nate sincerely cared about him and his mother. He even followed Chuck when he was kicked out, but was all this really on the orders of the boss? The guy decided that this was complete nonsense and Kurt was just testing him. Chuck asked where Nate was now. The man changed the subject and asked him to simply admit his involvement in the blood cult. Kurt was completely sure that the guy was a member and there was plenty of evidence to prove it. According to him, the guy showed up right before the Muram tournament and demanded the right to represent the family at it. Kurt asked his son if he knew why this tournament was being held. In his opinion, the guy thought it was just because the alliance with the unrivaled faction had broken. He asked if his arguments were correct. Kurt said that it was precisely the blood cult that had begun to operate. According to him, they had been hiding in the shadows for years, gathering their strength again. The man said that he did not have to lie to him because he knew where they got their strength from. According to him, he knew very well the methods by which they strengthened their power. They kidnapped children like Chuck from martial arts families and raised them to be loyal dogs. According to him, since these children were from orthodox families, the blood cult in their person had a great opportunity to get into the tournament. Chuck was amazed that his father was the head of some family, but so smart. As he remembered, the orthodox factions did not win the war out of simple luck. Chuck thought that maybe his father figured out their plan to get the demon sword back through the tournament. Kurt said that winning someone from a respected family, brainwashing them and then using them as a spy. According to him, the cultists simply could not help but try to pull this off, at least theoretically. Chuck still realized that his father did not look far enough to figure out the main plan. Laura said that it was all because he saved Nate, because he said that if they did not interfere with the course of events, they would change the future. Chaka said that everything was exactly as she assumed, because he survived the attack and then was able to tell his father everything about it. Before the reincarnation, when he tried to return to the family, he was simply kicked out again and the cult was not even mentioned. Chuck asked her father if he thought he wanted to be a representative at the tournament. According to him, it was possible he would need it to spy on the Murim Alliance for the blood cult. The guy said that the men made him out to be someone unknown, because his master would be disappointed in the family if he heard this. Kurt said that if the boy insisted that he was innocent, then he had to earn his father's trust and refuse to represent him. Chuck thought that he could put pressure on his father by citing the name of the Southern Sky Swordsman, but he didn't care. The boy noted that in order to prove his innocence, he only had to refuse. It was funny. Chuck asked what would happen to him if he did not refuse. Would they let him represent his own family? According to him, he could do better than both. His father told him to shut up, because even if he did not refuse, his father would not let him into the tournament anyway. Chuck said that he understood the motivation, because the man did not even think of him as a son. Kurt asked the boy not to make things up, because he was not skilled enough in the family fencing techniques and there was no point in him coming to the tournament on behalf of the family. Chuck understood everything. He finally understood what excuse his father had come up with to refuse him. Kurt insisted and repeated. He said that if the boy was truly loyal to the orthodox way, then as a member of the family, he should humbly renounce his plans and surrender. Chuck laughed in his head at the phrase about loyalty from the orthodox France, but still he did not understand what would happen to him later. His father said that the boy must stay in the family because he must make sure that he was not brainwashed. The man was going to thoroughly test the power he had gained over all this time. He said that if Chuck was pure, then he had nothing to fear. The guy didn't understand why the man allowed him to prove his innocence, but didn't say that he would provide his representation. Chuck took his sword out of the casing, to his father's incomprehension. The guy said that his father said that he wouldn't make him a representative, but offered him to surrender anyway. According to him, the interrogation they were going to arrange with him was already too much. The guy said that asking an outside martial arts master about his unique techniques was strictly forbidden. Chuck said that even if the man was his father, he still had no choice but to protect himself and the honor of his master. Kurt abruptly stepped on the ground, causing a flow of energy. The floor cracked in all directions from the man. The father said that no matter what arts the guy used, he would never defeat him since he only had a year of training. Chuck saw his father's inner energy. He was surprised that it was at a high level. The guy decided to use his lower dantian. He was going to release level 10 internal energy. After parrying a few blows, Chuck realized that his father's blows were heavy and had a lot of weight behind them. The guy knew that thanks to his skills worthy of a leader, he did not lose any speed. After parrying a few more attacks, Chuck realized that the man surpassed him in energy volume. He knew that if he himself was barely approaching the highest level, then his father had reached its peak. Chuck realized that the difference in strength between them was too great. He barely parried the man's next attack. To protect himself from the energy flow, Chuck jumped back to the wall. The guy decided to attack Kurt with a sharp blow. The man said that it was pointless with him. Chuck noticed only at the last moment that his father almost killed him. He managed to sharply turn to the side from the strongest attack. The guy did not understand whether this was actually a heavy sword technique or not. He felt himself being pressed to the ground, as if by a multi-tone voice on his shoulders. After another blocked attack, Chuck was thrown back. Kurt approached him and said that if it were not for his too good sword, the boy would have died already. According to him, it was time for him to give up because he was far from his level. Chuck shook himself off and said that now he understood why he was called a wise sword. The man asked his son if he agreed to give up. Chuck told his father that he was too strong to be treated lightly. These words did not imagine the man's confidence. They began the battle again, and the boy learned more and more new attacks for himself. Kurt was surprised where his son had so much internal energy. Chuck knew that such surprise would follow, because there was a colossal difference between the volume of his internal energy and the innate energy of the core. Chuck instantly crept up to his father and said that this was the technique that made his master famous. The boy said that this was the original, not improved form. Kurt was very surprised, because he did not have time to resist it so quickly. The man tried to repel the guy's attack, to which the guy said that this was a genuine technique of the Sword of the Shining Star. The father did not understand what the guy was talking about. He was barely able to repel his next attacks, because his opponent had already used internal energy. Chuck said that right now he was using the 6th formation and the rotating sword Ga. Kurt barely had time to see what the guy was doing. A large vortex of energy opened before his eyes. The man was sucked inside and he lost his sword. A few seconds later, the energy was directed at the wall where the man safely hit. Blood poured out of his mouth from such a force of impact. Chaka was pleased with himself. He looked at the sword that lay behind him. To tell the truth, Chuck himself did not expect such power from himself. If he aimed directly at him, he would have died on the spot. The guy remembered how in his past life he dreamed of defeating him, but he could not do it. Paul noticed that the boy's 6th formation had improved, and he thought that he now had half the power that his previous owner had. Chuck realized that he was already halfway there, having advanced much further than he expected. Laura told the boy that he did not seem like a man who would rejoice at his own father's defeat. Chuck replied that he had not expected much from that conversation, but it was unsettling to see that his father did not consider him family. The boy approached his father and asked why he had allowed him to be born if he hated him so much. This question had been bothering him from the beginning, and he wanted to know the answer to it. However, Chuck controlled his emotions and considered this question unnecessary. He remembered that his actions had led to instability and inconsistencies with what had happened in his past life. Someone had told the man that this child's resentment towards him was much stronger than he could have imagined. Chuck realized that the sword was talking to his father. The sword insisted that if Kurt had been kinder and a little more open, the kid wouldn't have suffered so much, and none of this might have even happened. The sword insisted that all of this was unnecessary and that it was best for the boy to find out for himself and the truth. He said, that the boy should know that his father is not really his father. Chuck was shocked when he heard these words. He grabbed the sword's hilt and asked him again what it had just told him. The boy was interested. He wanted to hear again if this man was his father. The sword was horrified when he realized that the boy could talk to him. Chuck replied that he did, but he didn't hate the sword itself, so if it didn't tell him everything he wanted to know, then he couldn't promise anything good. The boy held the sword in front of him and waited for it to answer. The sword assumed that a few words would be enough to satisfy him. In his opinion, Chuck might consider these words to be fiction. He said that if he had such an opportunity, he would show everything that he saw himself. The swords of man merge into a single mind. The guy realized that it was the 3rd star. He saw his mother, who asked this man not to love her, but at least to stay in the main estate for the sake of this child. Chuck, seeing this, grabbed his head. Laura asked the guy what was happening and what he saw there. He answered that this could not be, but right now he saw his own mother. The sword answered that he was already sure what happened to him, but it was definitely a scene that he observed in the past. Chuck could not believe that he saw it too. The sword was also confused. He did not understand how this happened, but apparently, he could show the guy all his memories. Chuck finally realized what ability he received with the opening of the 3rd star on his hand. First, he learned to listen to the voices of the swords, then the 2nd star allowed him to listen to them without touching them even at a great distance. Now he realized that he could see what they had seen. Chuck took it by the hilt and said that in that case he wanted to make sure of something. The other man asked what exactly he wanted to see. The guy replied that it would be enough for him to see the leader's face when he was born. He was going to see what expression he had on his face. The sword showed Kurt declaring that he would consider this child his own. The still young father declaring that the woman should take care of her health and focus on recovery. The hero's mother was happy. Chuck realized that Kurt was not only a benefactor, but they had also become emotionally attached to each other. The sword replied that it was exactly like that, and that her devotion had captivated him. Chuck asked in surprise what had captivated him. The sword asked the guy what he thought, how he thought his little sister had been born. The guy watched as his mother said that the father was very happy to see his daughter. Young Kurt said that she was his own daughter and it couldn't be otherwise. Chuck realized that he was the only one who did not have his blood. The sword confirmed his arguments. It said that when the boy was just born, the man tried to be an exemplary father. In his opinion, it was very difficult for him. The older Chuck became, the more difficult it was for him to cope with Madame Viola's irritation. The sword said that she in every possible way prevented his communication with his father and got angry when he expressed a kind attitude towards him, so over time, his father considered it better to keep his distance between them and moved away. According to the sword, even so, Kurt looked after him until the last. Nate asked the head to save his friend. The man clarified whether it was true that this was a blood cult. The guy answered that it was because he could not have misheard. Kurt asked Nate if he had lost his family battle plate, which he gave him. The guy replied that of course he couldn't do that, because he told him to keep it with him, that if something happened to the young master. Chuck realized that the man had given him a sign with the family's name so that the guy wouldn't be helpless if something happened. Kurt demanded that the guy go to the dark intimacy brothel. According to him, there would be an old man sitting at a tea table on the second floor. He demanded to talk to him, and when he ordered a drink, he was to answer with liquor. Father demanded that Nate give him that silver tablet and tell him the same thing he told him. Chuck knew that it was a code to contact the lower district cult of one of the 3 big intelligence organizations. According to him, he would never have thought that his father knew their password, and did not expect him to be able to contact with the help of an unorthodox faction. Sword said that its owner ordered that guy to secretly track Chuck's location. But when Nate went away, he began to act on his own. Kurt said that he did not care about the price, but the man, on the contrary, said that this order relates to the blood cult and they will not accept it. The man asked him to think again before refusing. The interlocutor said that nothing good would come of it, because if someone found out that the wise sword had applied for an order from an unorthodox faction. The man noted that the man standing in front of him had abandoned his child himself, but for some reason was still worried about him. According to him, he had already taken an advance payment, so he would give him one piece of advice. The man said that if his information was correct, then the boy's disappearance was somehow connected with the blood cult, and he should just forget about its existence. According to the man, the cultists make a living by secretly kidnapping children from the Muram family to replenish their ranks. He said that Kurt, as a father, should come to terms with the idea that his son was gone from this world forever. Chuck said that, apparently, after these words, he decided that the boy had become a hound of the blood cult. The sword replied that the man himself was not very affectionate, and given the secret of his birth and his attitude towards the blood cult, it could not be called parental love. The words that the man never tried to abdicate responsibility left the boy confused. Chuck asked how throwing him out of the family and literally trying to sell him through marriage was an abdication of responsibility. Sword replied that this was his father's way of protecting him. He said that after the destruction of the core and the death of his mother, the boy was no better than a drunkard. Bad rumors began to circulate around him. In the eyes of people, the boy was a nobody, and even if others killed him, no one would say a word about it. Kurt rightly feared that Viola and other family members would try to kill the boy one way or another as a disgrace to the family, so he decided to protect him from such a fate and threw him out of the family so that he would not catch their eye. Sword replied that the same thing happened to his sister. According to him, as soon as the girl barely grew up, her father immediately sent her to the mountain school, not only because of her talent, but also because he did not want to allow Madame Viola and other subjects to bully her. Sword replied that he wanted to marry the girl off so early for the same reason, so that when she returned home, she would not become a target for the others. Chuck demanded that he stop. Sword said that he understood why the boy hated his father, but he offered to at least try to understand his feelings a little. Chuck replied that this was all nonsense, because his father even neglected his obligations to his mother, which is why she died so early. The boy replied that if he really cared about him, he would have kept him close to himself so that no one would think to touch them. Chuck said that a truly caring father should have openly expressed his concerns so that Madame Viola would not think to mock them. He said that his father was just a selfish person who ran away from his own family's problems, just to avoid making his own life difficult. According to the boy, if he was so burdened by this responsibility, then he should not have promised to take care of him as his own son in the first place. Sword replied that the man could have been a better father and that the boy was right, but he just wanted him to understand his motives. He was about to stop talking to him, but said he had something else. Sword asked Chuck if he wanted family representation. The boy replied that it would be nice, despite the fact that the situation was a bit complicated. Sword said that he thought he could help here if the boy gave the man what he wanted. According to him, this helped to turn the thoughts in the boy's favor. Sword replied that right now, Kurt only possessed half of the family technique of the Ball of Mad Destruction. According to him, the secret techniques are not written down anywhere and are verbally passed down from the head of the family to the chosen heir. Sword said that the man's father was the owner who died suddenly during the Great War. Thus, Kurt was deprived of the opportunity to learn the second half of the technique, and now the man wanted him to teach him. Chuck was a little surprised. He said that he would think about it later. Kurt regained consciousness and asked his son why he was so easy with him. Chuck asked if it was necessary to finish him off, since it was better than chatting to hurry to restore his energy circulation. The man immediately answered that if the guy visited him so that he would ask him for representation in return, it would not work. According to him, until he proves that he is not a member of the blood cult, he will never grant it to him. Chuck, in order to avoid misunderstanding, asked permission to explain why he spared him. According to the guy, despite the fact that this man is not his blood father, he cannot ignore the fact that he still tried to raise him as a son. The man was surprised to learn where the guy had such information. Chuck said that his father looked at his brothers differently than at him and his sister. Kurt wanted to rehabilitate himself and say that his mother was to blame for everything. After that, a sword that the guy threw almost hit his head. Chuck demanded that he not dare talk about his mother to him. The man tried to admit his mistake. The guy asked if he did everything in his power. He hoped Kurt wasn't going to tell him about how he'd tried to protect him from Madame Viola's hostility, or how he'd tried to treat him like his own for his mother's sake. Chuck said that no matter what the man thought in his head, in the end he was just trying to stroke his own ego. The kid said that if his father had really wanted to protect him, maybe he should have been more forceful about some things. He asked Kurt if he seriously thought he could claim genuine love for him and his sister when he was simply taking the comfortable position of an outside observer. Chuck said that if that was the case, he was too late to disappoint him, because the man was greatly mistaken when he called that kind of attitude caring. Kurt said he was just trying to protect them. The kid pulled out his sword and asked if leaving his own family had also been an act of protection. The kid asked what was going through his father's mind at that moment, if he thought he'd done enough for a child that wasn't his. Chuck said that if it were true, the man would have decided to banish him long ago if he had been kidnapped by a blood cult. Kurt was very surprised to learn that the guy finally admitted to being their mutt. Chuck threw something small at him, saying that if it weren't for the master who saved him, that would have been it. Kurt saw some kind of golden tablet in his hand. He was very surprised. There was genuine incomprehension on his face when he saw the tablet of a divine healer. Chuck replied that his masters had a good relationship with him, so he asked for him to be able to restore his own core. The guy replied that the man liked to think that his healing was the work of the dark arts, the blood cult. But no matter how he imagined it, the real truth was right in his hands. Chuck took the sword in his hands and said that he remembered the phrase, how his father spoke about the guy's insufficient qualifications to represent the family. Kurt was very surprised to see what he was doing. The man saw the initial position of the sword of mad destruction with his own eyes. He thought it simply couldn't be. Chuck said that Kurt saw this technique for the first time today based on his guesses. A little earlier, Chuck watched the memories of the blue phantom sword. The movements of his blade were amazing. They continued the basic movements of the sword of mad destruction that the main character had already seen. Each new swing, each stance, he felt them as his own, and they were deposited in his memory. Chuck understood that he had not learned it, but rather made this memory his feeling, as if it were his hands that guided the sword. Laura asked if he had mastered the basic movements quickly. The main character answered in the affirmative. Because the heavy sword was strikingly different from the fast sword, it should have taken a lot of time to master the technique for an unfamiliar weapon. He decided to flip a coin so that the blue transparent sword would show the training again. It was enough for him to just think about it. The guy didn't have time to blink, as everything began and ended in a matter of moments. Paul thought it was a new ability. Its previous owner said that once you reach a certain point in martial arts, mental training becomes more effective than regular training. Just by thinking about it, he could clearly picture himself performing each movement. And if you see and feel them in your head many times, you memorize the basics as if you were practicing them in reality. Chuck imagined them 20 times, which made it easy to perform the technique with his own hands. Through the memories of the swords, he could imagine and learn the technique in seconds. Kurt regained consciousness, present time, after using the sword of insane destruction. Chuck managed to transfer some of the original power on the first try, perhaps due to his innate energy. He asked if the man considered him useless. The divine healer charged an equal fee for treatment, be it a favor, valuable ancient manuscripts, or records of secret techniques. If you let a person imagine a lie, then he himself will suggest an option that he is willing to believe. He asked who should ask for something now. The family's banquet hall. Kurt thanked everyone who came. Chuck thought that his internal wounds had not yet healed, and he was behaving cheerfully and freely. They came up to him and told him about him. The man and the girl asked if they could sit together. The protagonist was not against it, but the leader would be in an awkward situation. The girl led the man, saying that they had already prepared seats next to the leader. If anything, they would move later. Chuck agreed, because they would still have the opportunity to talk. When you drink in a company, there is a risk of saying something, and even if the guests were not seated, the protagonist would still prefer to sit alone. At the moment, he needed to do something, namely, for his father to make an announcement. Kurt began to say that he would like to thank the honorable guests of the Murim for coming to them today. He also wanted to make an announcement. The man said that he was very solemn. The girl hated the man. Kurt initially apologized to the leader of the Righteous Wind clan because his growing daughter was not suitable for the role of their son's second wife. He was grateful for the offers, but they would find a better match. The man looked at Viola. When he suddenly said her name, her face immediately changed. Chuck asked if it was she who had started all this. After all, this way she could get rid of the annoying Midge and at the same time strengthen her relationship with one of the 3 great families of the province. Then say that this will not happen and that she should not try to pull off something like this again, otherwise bad details will burst out of his mouth. There will be big consequences. Jan was nervous. Kurt also wanted to announce something. This concerns the upcoming tournament, and the person representing their family will be his 3rd son. Diana and Kyle were in complete shock. Jan was also surprised. Brittany was also shocked. She did not understand where her brother had gone. After all, the water in the cup was still standing. Chuck left. After all, his business was finished. The guy asked why they were leaving so early. After all, the banquet was not over. Chuck said that he needed to do something, when suddenly the brother was hit so as not to interrupt the elder. Brittany ran up to them. She asked if he was leaving. The protagonist answered that the master had asked for something, and he had already warned the head. Brittany wanted to go to the tournament with him. This was one of the reasons why the protagonist was leaving so quickly, because it could cause problems. The girl asked if they could go together. The guy said that he had already promised the master that he would set off early in the morning. The girls looked at each other. Laura laughed that she had fallen in love with her. Louise asked not to be too upset. After all, she would be able to see her older brother soon, at the tournament itself. Brittany was happy. She decided to walk him to the gate. After all, she wanted to talk to him a little more. Chuck agreed. For the first time in his youth, he had a long conversation with his younger sister. Thanks to this, the distance between them that arose after the death of their mother was reduced a little. Brittany asked him how he lived all this time, but he could not tell her the truth. If you involve your sister in the details, she will end up tied to the blood cult. She realized that he was not entirely sincere with her. Father ordered her to give her brother something. Perhaps there was money in it, her sister said as she left. Chuck smiled. He did not want Brittany to get involved with the blood cult, so he needed to do something. Namely, become stronger than anyone who would target her. Paul asked him not to lose his balance. After all, if he drowned in it, he would one day not be able to control himself. He had to always remember that he was his own center of gravity. The man asked why he was in such a hurry. According to the plan, Chuck was supposed to meet 2 guys at the settlement and go with them. But since they finished half a month early, there would be no one in the settlement if they came. So they decided to go to the dark proximity first. It was close to their destination, but the north was full of unorthodox factions. He needed to find someone. He was as precious as his younger sister. It was night, and the light was on in the cave. The boy was glad to have a rest, and also asked how her skin didn't get sweaty under the mask. Louise replied that it was a special mask that her father had made. The boy wanted the same mask. Laura wouldn't mind either. She also asked what he was holding in his hands. It was the thing his mother had had when his father first met her. It had a crane with its wings spread on it. He had never seen such a symbol before, at least not in Yunnan province. Martial arts families usually choose ferocious animals as symbols to represent their bravery, and the crane symbolized long life and elegance, not often used. Chuck wondered if he was related to his mother's family at all. Maybe she was related to his father's past. He wanted more clues about his mother. Louise came up and asked what he was looking at. Chuck asked him not to come so close without permission. The girl explained that her brother had been sitting thoughtfully for a long time and looked so sad and she couldn't resist. Still, he hadn't asked for privacy. He had also asked her not to rest her chin on his shoulder. They looked at each other. The glare from the fire made her even more beautiful. They decided to kiss. But suddenly, the man began to say that he had hoped to sleep in a bed, not in a cave. Chuck said that they had a long journey ahead of them tomorrow, so they should get some sleep. The man suggested looking for an inn. The girl began to beat him, thus showing friendliness. The protagonist understood that he was constantly provoking her. He almost fell in love with her. She had a bright smile and a gentle look. But at the same time, she had an implacable cruelty with which she beat her enemy. He wondered which of these personalities was real. Paul said that his previous owner had told him that a good master should be able to understand when a beautiful girl is trying to seduce him. Laura screamed that perhaps it was because of such reasoning that he was left alone. They were in a dark neighborhood. It looked like an ordinary brothel, but in fact it was one of the 3 main bases of the sect. Laura asked if they were branches. Chuck explained that all 3 were main. They did not have a single leader. The man asked if he was sure. After all, there were a lot of masters there. He was not afraid of them. People were sitting and talking. The girl greeted them. Chuck asked to go to the 2nd floor. After all, there was liquor made personally by the head. From the 2nd floor, they were looking at them. It was a girl and a man. The girl asked if he knew that it could only be tried alone. The guy answered in the affirmative, and said that his companions would eat noodles for now. The guy suggested eating something more filling than noodles, because when else would he be able to enjoy food? Chuck thought that perhaps the old man who showed him the blue sword was sitting on the 2nd floor. He looked and realized that it was not him. The old man was talking about fishing nets woven from poems. Then he asked the protagonist to sit down. There was a choice of a cup, which was a conditional signal reflecting the complexity of the request with which the guest came. He needed a low-ranking cup. The guy had 2 requests. Geralt listened to him. Chuck said that about a year and 3 months ago they received an assignment to find the 3rd son of the clan. Geralt said that they could not disclose information about the customers. The protagonist replied that they both knew who it was. The old man asked what his goal was. Chuck answered that Nate was his servant. Geralt laughed. After all, the servant and the father were looking for the young master, and now he is considered missing, looking for the servant. The protagonist realized that they needed one clue to understand who he was, since Kurt visited them and said that he was kidnapped by the blood cult. At the moment, they are sure that he has become a cultist, so they need to be made to doubt it. He would spread information through them, denying the rumors about joining the cult to reduce the risk of his exposure at the upcoming tournament. He said out loud that if it weren't for the help of the master, he wouldn't be here now. Geralt offered to exchange information about the servant for information about his master. Chuck said that they were trying to buy something they would soon get anyway. Geralt asked if he would tell them for free. The protagonist answered negatively because he had 2 requests. The old man would accept them and asked to say the name of his teacher. When the guy said it, Geralt was shocked. He smashed the table. He decided to attack the protagonist, but he defended himself. Paul did not know him because he spent a lot of time with the previous owner. Chuck asked if it was okay for them to treat customers like that. Geralt said that the swordsman of the Southern Sky disappeared 16 years ago and suddenly a man appeared here, claiming to be his student. Paul said that it was strange because this sect adheres to neutrality and he had never seen them behave hostilely. Chuck thought about what to do because even though he had become stronger, it was problematic to escape from the masters. And suddenly, it dawned on him. After all, it was not from the old man, but from someone in the other room. Geralt said not to let him understand who you are and asked if he knew the name Strong Hand, simplifying tigers. Paul thought that this man was from a family studying martial arts. Chuck said the same. Geralt called him brave because he looked like a student of the swordsman of the Southern Sky and asked him to play along. Out loud, he said not to underestimate their knowledge. If he voluntarily revealed the truth, then everything would be soft. Jake was in the next room. It is hard not to remember this guy's name. He is no less dangerous than the 4 evils. And not only his martial arts, he also stood out for his character. Few can compare with his cruelty and rudeness. Chuck was asked to be more careful. After all, Jake lost an eye because of the previous owner. The protagonist understood that there was one problem after another. He also decided to act in the current situation as if he had fallen for a trick. The man said that dark intimacy justifies its fame. The protagonist understood that since they got into trouble together, he should not be selfish. But this reason alone is not enough. If they touched the sword with a finger, he would think that their intentions were not good. To suddenly trust them and allow him to disarm. Louise shouted to her older brother. Chuck said that it was just a small show because unforeseen circumstances had arisen and that she should not make a fuss. In his past life, he had been here 3 times, but he had not gone down to the underground floors. Chuck smelled blood. He knew them as informants from an unorthodox faction working under the cover of a brothel. But they were not using the basement for its intended purpose. The guy asked what was going on. Chuck asked to be on guard. They walked through the basement. Then the protagonist thanked him. Geralt explained that they had simply postponed the trouble. If he went this way, he would be able to reach the surface about 150 meters from the dark vicinity. The protagonist and Louise looked back because the gates were closed. He did not like it anymore. He asked how this could be understood. Geralt had brought him here because the situation was urgent, but that didn't mean he trusted him. After all, he wasn't sure he was a true disciple of the Southern Sky swordsman. Paul knew that before them was a strong hand that tamed tigers. He recognized the dark silver bracers, an alloy of steel and silver that was great at blocking piercing weapons. Paul's owner was familiar with him. Only 20 years ago, his entire family was killed, after which he disappeared, and his owner was saddened by this. Chuck thought that perhaps this was why he had embarked on an unorthodox path. And this guess was supported by the fact that the Southern Sky could not recognize him right away. He hid his face under a mask and changed his face. Geralt said that the Southern Sky swordsman had disappeared without a trace. During his time here, 6 people had already claimed to have met him in person, and each of them was looking for his techniques or legacy. He seemed different to him. Chuck asked why he was wearing dark silver bracers. The old man was shocked. His expectations of him were growing. If he was his student, he should know the technique of the Sword of the Shining Star. He began to attack him. Chuck decided to take the sword, and he struck. It was powerful. The protagonist looked at this. Geralt tried to attack, but Chuck turned away. The old man said that he had soft movements, as if gliding on the clouds. His movements were like a tiger rushing at its prey. There was something like that in the technique of the shining star. The protagonist used the technique of the sword of the shining star. The old man flew away. He was in complete shock. Chuck remembered the last time he fought against the technique of the shining star. There were exactly the same feelings that he remembered so much decades ago. The old man and Chuck were still fighting. Geralt began to bleed. He was sure that the technique was the same, but he had never seen such a trajectory. He changed it. Chuck said that he confirmed his identity. Geralt officially greeted him as a strong hand taming tigers. He also apologized. Chuck also apologized. A guy fell from the ceiling. Geralt laughed at his friends. The protagonist said that they were his juniors. The old man asked in what sense juniors. Louise greeted him. She was the second student. Geralt was worried that the swordsman of the southern sky had disappeared for so long, and that he had raised such wonderful successors. Then he said that there was no more time and let them go, and if they learned anything about the servant, he would personally make sure that the information was passed on to him. And he also asked about 2 requests. Chuck showed an object in his hands and asked what it was. The old man said that it was a flying crane depicted against the background of the moon. Suddenly, it dawned on him. He also said that if his assumptions were correct, then this symbol could be associated with the dark sect of the flying moon. In his time, they stood on par with the 4th sect, who subsequently pacified the unrivaled faction, and now no one remembers them. He was unsure of this, so he would have to dig into the affairs of days gone by, and this would take time. After all, these were requests of a higher rank. The protagonist offered to pay. Geralt did not delay them any longer. They meandered through the tunnels for a very long time, when suddenly they saw a light from which a man was looking. They got out of there, when suddenly he suspected something. The girl sensed people ahead. About 20 people were blocking the path through the forest. None of them had swords, so the protagonist could not sense their approach. They decided to retreat because there was no point in wasting time on unnecessary fights. The man at the top said that since the sect decided to lead him out, he was undoubtedly his disciple. Chuck was surprised. It was Jake. The protagonist decided to talk to him first. If he had hostility towards the swordsman of the southern sky, then he should try to soften it. He greeted him. Then he said that apparently there was a misunderstanding between them, when suddenly something fell. It was incredible because the amount of Kai was so high that his hand almost broke. Jake said that he didn't need such juniors. He also asked if he was really his student. Louise and the guy were shocked and called Chuck, but he said to stay behind. After all, whether they win or not does not depend on them, and he will take Jake on himself. The man laughed and said that they will only unlock his several attacks, and then with a friend and alone he will not do anything. Then he said that he was crazy. Chuck made good luck. Jake flew away and asked, that is, he will be able to win with such pathetic tricks. He looked at him very seriously. The main character changed a little in appearance. Louise told the guy to follow her faster. After all, the vice commander is right. It will be stupid for 3 to focus on only one nasty thing. And even if they can win, they will not have any strength left. Therefore, it will be better for them guys, and why join the main character? The guy called her a fool and asked if she knew who he was. He started to strike with his whip. Louise struck him with her sword and asked if it was necessary to know who he was. The guy died. The girl held the sword high. His allies were shocked because he died so easily. Mark saw her techniques during sparring. They were designed exclusively for killing the enemy. A poke in the eyes was a good joke compared to this. She asked him why he froze. Then she said that the vice commander would be in danger if they did not hurry. Mark knew that she would definitely drive him to the grave someday. The opponents hit with whips. The combination of the 5th level of the Shining Star technique and metal transformation increased Chuck's strength. But there was a big difference in the amount of Kai between them, but now he can resist it. Paul asked him to hurry because his body cannot withstand it for long. Jake made a strike. The whip almost hit Chuck, but the whip hit the sword. He began to speak the true technique of the Shining Star sword. The man looked at him. The whip was intertwined on Chuck's sword and hand. He ran towards him with the technique of the sword of the Shining Star. Suddenly, he saw the tied hand. He flew up to remove the whip from the sword and from the hand. Jack shouted that the jokes were over. The protagonist understood that he had cornered himself because he could kill with his left hand. Then he used the technique of 8 lightning short swords. He looked at his hand and did not understand. Jack called him a child. The sword flew towards them from above, landed not far from the man. He asked who Chuck was at all because he did not miss this attack, at least in his blind spot. The protagonist decided to use the Shining Star sword technique. Then he used a spinning sword. Blood came out of his mouth. He was hit with a whip. Chuck knew he was stronger than anyone he had ever met. He playfully interrupted his technique with a whip strike. The protagonist did not receive a serious wound because his body was reinforced by metal transformation, but he did not cause any damage to him either. Jack said that he was already at his limit. Then he asked, he showed the technique of the Southern Sky Swordsman, but was it really his student? After all, it looks more like the metal transformation technique. He asked how he knew the unique techniques of two experts whom he had not seen for several years. Chuck replied that he was not obliged to answer, but he thought if he fell to his knees. The man said that he could get answers whenever he wanted, whether it was worth tearing out. He did not finish. After all, he saw how his students were killed. He began to get angry because he understood what he was trying to achieve. Then he said that some child forced him to use a secret technique. The protagonist looked. His eyes became bigger. After all, his opponent started to attack very strongly. He didn't see any gaps and the power was such that if it touched, it would tear him to pieces. It would be dangerous if something went wrong. Jack said that this was the end for the boy. The protagonist decided to use everything he had to repel. He kept telling himself that he would definitely survive. He started to use the technique, holding the sword in his hands. Paul said that a moment should have been enough for him, when suddenly, the protagonist had an idea. He remembered how the man stood during the same collision. Jack made a strike. The man decided to run. His face was serious. He struck Jack. The sword told him to focus. Chuck started to get angry. The man said that he would kill him right now. Paul asked him not to lose concentration until the very end. After all, he could play it over in his head, so he needed to continue the way to deal with his kind until the man came close. Jack hit with a whip. He was very surprised, thinking that it was impossible. Chuck decided to destroy the secret technique. The same happened to another person who destroyed it. He began to grin and scream because over the past years he had patched up all the flaws. He decided to make a blow with a whip, but he couldn't because Chuck's sword had a thread that wrapped around his hand. Suddenly, he ran towards him. The protagonist decided to close the distance between them. He thought about what to use. Cloud Step of the Shining Star, which was great for dodging, but not for getting closer to the enemy. Richard's movement technique was good for moving on difficult terrain, but it was not high speed. The guy remembered Clara, who taught her the technique if she intended to kill an opponent. Chuck began his technique. The sword hit another one of Jack's eyes. The protagonist wanted to pierce his head, but the sword did not go in that deep. Suddenly, a whip flew in. He tied it. Jack said that he would die with him. He decided to touch the protagonist, but a side blow flew in, which cut Jack's head. Louise did it. Chuck looked at her. The girl opened her mouth and looked at him. Mark set his shoulder. The protagonist thought that he had set his shoulder so easily it was expected from the heir who owned 18 conquered dragon palms. The news of Jack's murder would spread quickly across the Murim. The protagonist said that he had survived thanks to luck. Mark did not believe it, because this enemy could only be defeated by luck. An amulet with a snake was lying on the ground. The ability of the third star helped him win. Louise noticed that he was staring at his hand. Then she asked if it hurt. The guy answered negatively, but without her, he would already be dead. She saved his life. The girl replied that she would kill 100 more of them if she was told. Chuck praised Mark. Both of them were exhausted because there were at least 20 masters against them. And they did it. He had incredible comrades. They decided to take care of the corpses and restore the circulation of Kai. The protagonist almost fell due to the side effects of the metal transformation. The girl caught him. Then she apologized and asked him to rest. After all, he didn't need to ask. In their relationship it was a given. Mark said that his leg hurt and he also needed to rest. The girl suggested burying him. Chuck didn't understand what she was talking about. Paul explained that she was talking about trust between a senior and a subordinate. The protagonist decided to put his Kai circulation in order and leave here. Suddenly, he noticed that something had changed. His core had strengthened. It was logical. Every fight in which he walked a step away from death gives him an opportunity to improve his core and Kai supply. Suddenly, he heard sounds. Louise heard them too. Then she asked him to drop the corpses. Chuck heard a sword. The girl ran to him. The guy saw whips. Louise struck the whips. Then she asked if the guy was feeling okay. He understood that the opponents were not giving him a break at all. After all, no one said that the opponents would appear when they were in good condition. The man asked how they dared to harm the master. He wanted to tear them to pieces. He held the whip high. Suddenly, a big boy came. He laughed and said that they had caused trouble. Chuck remembered this laughter. The man called him a bastard. He also called him a pig and tried to hit him. The guy took this whip in his hands. He pulled it. The man was shocked. The big boy began to tear off the mask from his face and said how dare he. It was Richard. He asked how dare he attempt on the life of his student. Then he hit the man and smashed his head completely. The opponents looked at this. Chuck was surprised. Richard asked if life outside the home was difficult. The shelter of the blood cult. The guy bet that the main character was not close yet. They were given 2 weeks, but he became a representative of his family in just 4 days. He was sure that the teacher would praise him, because then his importance in the cult would increase, because then Louise would call him cool. The man asked them to identify themselves. He showed a sign and they were let in. He thought that the vice commander had not yet arrived, but he was already here, because his arrival had caused a great deal of fuss, because they had returned with Jack's head. The guy was in complete shock. Jeju Province. They said that both had successfully become representatives of their clans. Nora said that they had dealt with it, but something had happened to the vice commander. The Yin clan had requested an investigation into his history in the dark proximity. Nora understood that this threatened their plan. William had said that if they accepted the request, problems might arise and that this had to be done. The man had said that they had been able to find out the request had been rejected, but on the way to the protagonist's hideout, he had encountered the clan. Nora had been in complete shock. Clara understood that there had been no conflicts with them. In order to participate in the Muram tournament, the guy is now posing as a disciple of the Southern Sky Swordsman. And everyone knows that Jack lost an eye because of him. If the main character was attacked by someone who even a high-level master could not defeat. Clara did not believe it. Jack's head was in the box. William asked how it happened, whether Richard intervened. He was answered in the negative. Nora asked if Chuck killed him. The guy answered. From what he heard, the vice commander outwitted him. When he weakened his defense, the main character rushed forward, risking his life and miraculously managed to win. Nora asked again, because he put his life on the line. William also asked if the three were hurt. The guy answered that they got off, but if the fourth elder had not arrived, they would have been in great danger. Richard asked to convey that in the remaining days before the tournament they will recuperate. William replied that this wise thing would be bad if they went to the tournament not in the best shape. All he could do was admit it. Chuck held the sword in front of the guy, that he was quite skilled. Clara asked to take his head if he finished with the report. The guy continued that the fourth elder wanted to convey something else, namely, that they had better acknowledge the elimination of the clan head as Chuck's personal achievement, and also asked to promote him from vice commander to commander. The guy clenched his fist. William laughed. East of Hunan, Anhui Province, Wuhu County. The girl said that the moon was bright today, and it was a good day to die. She asked the man if he agreed. He remained silent because he could not speak. She decided to ask him again. After all, he was strong enough to conquer her eyes. The man trembled with fear. She asked if he would do it for her. After all, he should have agreed earlier, then he would not have suffered. She gave him 3 days. Then she asked if he was finished. The guy replied that all 5 were vaccinated. She wondered how much the other girl had brought. After all, even if she had been able to take control of several strong guys, they would never beat them. He asked her not to worry because he wanted to make sure that she would be the one to receive the sword. 35 days of preparation and recovery were behind him. Chuck was in the place where he had been before his reincarnation. After all, 8 long years of spying, coupled with the fear of being discovered. The Holy Orthodox Murama faction, Hubei Province. Laura asked what made Wuhan special. This place was guarded by 2 of the 8 great masters of the Central Plain, so there was no trace of unorthodox factions here. This scared Laura because there were many scary people. Peace in this place will not last long. In 6 months, something will happen here. Namely, there will be changes in the composition of the 8 masters. There will be no leader. He will fall on his own land on the mountain, at the hands of a cruel killer of one of the 4 evils. The break of the union of the unrivaled faction and the Muram alliance, coupled with the death of the Emperor of the Sword, will plunge the previously calm Muram into chaos. They came, it was hot. They went to the inn. They came to meet with a spy who infiltrated the Muram alliance. Mark noticed that there were a lot of people here. People flocked because of the approaching tournament. They decided to stand until a free table appeared. Richard laughed because he did not get a dream because his legs were eating. They decided to sit there and let him look for a free place. Mark was not thrilled because it was hot and he also had to stand. The protagonist suggested turning to the circulation of his internal energy. Mark asked what kind of idiot would do that. Louise asked whom he called an idiot. One man called Chuck over and offered to sit with them. The protagonist thanked him. Suddenly, he was very interested in one person. Paul asked if he knew him. He was the Flaming King of the High Blade, one of the 8 great masters of the Central Plain, the Flaming King of the High Blade. He belonged to neither the Orthodox nor the unorthodox factions, but was widely known in both as a principled and straightforward person. He was one of those people who were intolerant of any injustice. From what Chuck knew, he had never been interested in the Muram holidays. Travis looked at him very seriously. Then he asked how he recognized him. Louise wondered what was going on. The guy replied that it was the Flaming King of the Supreme Blade. He told the man that he had seen it from afar. The king asked why he hadn't seen it. The protagonist was not prepared for such a reaction and did not know what to answer. It was also possible that a master of his level could easily read the Kai of all the people nearby as if they were on the palm of his hand. He had to deal with this without involving the master, otherwise he could resort to force. This would not end well, because according to the memories of his past life, the Flaming King of the Supreme Blade had fought Richard at some point and deprived him of his hand. In addition, if they got involved in a conflict, there was a risk of a complete failure of the task. They could be exposed or even killed. He said out loud that he had seen it at Dongting Lake and there were a lot of people there. Travis asked again. As Chuck remembered, about 5 years ago he was with his family at Dongting Lake. He said that he taught him a lesson to the unorthodox freaks who tried to kill his family. The guy was there with his father and became one of the witnesses of the fight. Travis asked for a name. Chuck said his father's name. The old man realized that he was from a famous clan. The king was mistaken about him. He thought that the guy was a student of a portly man at a distant table. The protagonist expected it. He had strong feelings because he noticed Richard in front of a large crowd. He said out loud that he was an old acquaintance of his father, and they called him the Golden King. Such a man existed. He met an untimely death. The old man understood, then asked if he would take part in the tournament. Chuck said yes. Perhaps he would fight against the man's grandson. The guy was in complete shock. The Flaming King of the Supreme Blade received this name and the glory of the strongest thanks to his swordsmanship. Zack had to be at the peak of the great master. If Chuck intends to win, then he will have to use the innate energy of the core against him. Zack asked who this guy was. The protagonist introduced himself to him. Zack also introduced himself. He wanted to know the girl's name. She started to get angry. Then she finally introduced herself. Zack didn't understand what was wrong with her. If he had been able to read the atmosphere better, he would have noticed the mistake and tried to settle everything and apologize. Suddenly, Zack was hit. It was clear from his face that he was in pain. Chuck wondered if he imagined it. Travis said that he raised him too softly because he was his only grandson and it was his fault. He also hoped that he did not offend him too much. The protagonist thought about how great his internal energy was, that he could send a man flying just by splashing a little alcohol on him. Zack was hurt. Then he apologized. He did not apologize sincerely. He bowed because he was forced to. Chuck decided to play with him. He said out loud that he understood everything, he was just not skillful enough to deserve his attention. He was worried that in the eyes of others he might not be worthy of representing the honor of the family. After all, he made his grandfather feel ashamed. Travis told him to go with him to teach him a lesson before he went to the tournament. And since they were also participating, they would see each other soon. Chuck initially decided to tell them to take care of themselves, but they did not leave. Laura laughed because he was trying to kill him with a look. Travis also wished them good results in the tournament. He shouted at his grandson to go faster. They asked him who it was. The guy answered. Chuck apologized because it all happened suddenly. Richard asked not to take it to heart because he was sure that he was afraid of a fight. 3 people entered the building. Neil entered. He was a first-class cult spy. It had been 9 years since the infiltration. He was aware of all the affairs around the Muram Alliance. Talking to him would not give much. The guy asked Louise and Mark to sit down. Chuck knew him. In his past life, it was he who gave him the best advice. Neil said then that no matter how good a spy you are, everyone's last moments are the same. Neil said he was convinced. It was a signal phrase, meaning that he was about to tell someone the details of the mission. The guy got nervous. If someone was looking for a spy among them, they would be exposed immediately. It was night. Travis was yelling, who allowed him to fall to the ground, ordered him to get up. Zack fell. The old man asked him not to judge harshly, because he was simply curious why the guy, who was noticeably stronger than the third son of the family, was standing behind him. Travis said that in that case he deserved punishment. The old man asked what he was talking about. The man replied that he had failed to recognize the true strength of his opponent. After all, the third son possessed much greater strength than he seemed at first glance. After all, if they crossed swords, it was unknown who would gain the upper hand. The outskirts of the county, they rented rooms in a remotely unremarkable hotel. In the agreed place under the bed, a message was hidden containing information about the Muram Alliance. Richard knew that he could be recognized by his aura. Therefore, he would keep away from the crowd for the entire tournament. Then he asked if he understood his situation and role. Chuck agreed, because they were the only ones whose hands were not tied. Zack and Chuck's group would act independently of each other and try to win the tournament. If it happened that both reached the finals, then Zack would concede victory. Another preparation for the tournament was a specially made sheath in which to hide the sword. In the 10 days left before the start, he needed to do something. The outskirts of the city, known as the heart of the Muram Alliance, would appeal to any craftsman, which it turned out, because they were full of various forges and workshops. Chuck came here to be sure that at the tournament the Iron Sword of the Southern Sky would be recognized by anyone who had ever seen it. Even those who personally knew the swordsman of the Southern Sky. They recognized his technique, but not the sword. After all, it still bore the consequences of being in a damp cave. He had cleaned off the rust, but only an experienced blacksmith could restore the unique shine of cold steel. There were over 40 blacksmiths on the street, but there were also many customers. He should have looked for a less popular place, otherwise his order would not have been taken on soon. Chuck was looking for one specific place from his past life. In one of these unremarkable blacksmiths, a great talent should have blossomed. A blacksmith who became famous when he repaired a sword. Laura asked if he worked here. After all, this was a very shabby place and the sound of metalworking was not heard. The previous owner of Paul said that the higher the level of skill, the less recognizable you are to others. After all, there are many restaurants that do not look like much, but their cooking gives a lot of taste sensations. He smiled. Laura asked if he was all-knowing. Chuck was sure that they would understand everything when they saw him. The man was sleeping. He was drunk. The sword said that they could not live any longer. After all, Chuck had heard something like that, and apparently they had been through a lot. The sword of one girl also begged for death. And in this building there were many such swords. The protagonist opened the door. He was very surprised. The swords were lying around, some were broken. These were copies of the sword. Laura did not understand why so many swords of the head of the Muram Alliance were forged. Chuck decided to find out. He took one of the swords. Tyler decided to listen to the sword. The man was silent. He would never be able to forget this face. It was the head of the Muram Alliance, namely Tyler. The sight sent shivers down his spine. The swing and pattern of the sword, they seemed to be from another dimension. Chuck had watched the Southern Sky swordsman's arts many times, a man who honed his skills every day. His swordsmanship was far superior. Tyler said it was a great sword. The man asked if it suited him. Tyler said no. He put 2 fingers on the sword. It caught fire. The sword screamed. Suddenly, it began to crack. Tyler was shocked. Then he asked to redo it. The swords were in pain because the man's aura was filled with bloodlust. It was the impact of his Kai that brought the swords to an irreparable state. They were crippled immediately after birth. This is not the kind of pain one can live with. Chuck told the sword not to blame itself. The sword thanked him. Laura asked what happened. The protagonist did not know because the sword turned to dust. A man came up from behind. Chuck began to make excuses. The man touched the dust and said that he would pay him. He asked to do the same with all the swords. After all, he put his soul into them, but now they are unusable. He could not give death to his own children. It turns out that he made a makeshift incense burner to honor the souls of the broken swords that he created with love. Chuck realized that he was like a swordsman and asked if he needed to work on his sword as payment. The man agreed. He looked at the sword. Because it was cold steel and a well-made sword, it would be difficult, which is why it would take 5 days, and the scabbard was too big for it. After all, the sword was in such a state as if it had been lying in a damp place for decades. Laura was glad that everything went well. The protagonist did not expect that he would notice the trick with the scabbard. He was able to see Tyler's martial arts, which he could not even dream of. He could not miss the chance to learn one of the 4 greatest sword techniques in Muram. After all, while there are a lot of swords in time, you need to watch enough. But something was bothering him. Namely, the sword turned red when Tyler put his Kai into it. After all, it was extremely unexpected to see such a greedy color and thirst for blood from the eternal great sword. Chuck wondered what was going on. Also, why did he need to order a copy of the sword from a blacksmith? Someone tried to take his hand. He tried to push it away. It did not help because the Kai was stronger. He did not understand who it was. The girl said that she heard that he drowned in a mountain river, how he survived. It was a girl he knew. Chuck looked at her hand and asked if she was going to hold him forever and that if she did not plan to kill, she would let go. Lena answered with a smile that he was much more confident than during their last meeting, and all because he had become stronger. The protagonist looked at her and answered that he was simply sure that she did not want to reveal her true identity to everyone here. His confidence was dictated by the situation. If they were in a quieter place, it would be a different matter, but they were standing in the middle of the street of blacksmiths. No matter how brave she was, she would hardly make a fuss here in an attempt to kill him. Chuck frowned and the girl said that how interesting, someone like him did not belong near this child. Lena seriously continued that she would give him a chance, let him go over to her side, and that she would help him become much stronger, and with this brat his future would be bleak. The protagonist's eyes widened and thought that I was trying to lure him, and that if not for that incident in the Valley of Six Bloods, he would agree. Then he continued the thought that being on the strong side was not bad, but there was no guarantee that the one who once tried to kill him would not try again. Besides, he thought that she was actually hunting for the 4th and not him. Chuck closed his eyes and said that thanks for the offer, but the master would not want it. A bright flash flashed. The protagonist thought that if he was a moment late, he would have taken the blow face on. Lena extended her hand and said that he dodged. She wants him more and more. The girl took his cheek and continued that she had a strange feeling about him before. It gnawed at her, and that the guy who had barely grown above the 1st rank master easily discerned her attack and dodged. Lena approached him and asked why her thoughts were closed, that he was much stronger than he seemed, and that he had reached such a level after only a year of training. She approached even closer and said that she had never seen people growing faster than her. Chuck replied that she was wrong. Lena looked at the hero and said that she even thought that if she accepted his seed, the strongest child in the history of the cult would be born. Laura called the protagonist in shock and said that she wanted to devour him. Lena continued that before she thought that he would make a good warrior or guardian, but no, someone like him would make a great husband. She took his hand and asked him what he thought, that it was not bad, and that he would become the second most important person in the cult if he married her. Chuck thought that he could say whatever he wanted, but she forgot something. He looked into her eyes and continued the thought that now she was disguised and did not want publicity, so he had nothing to fear and nothing to worry about. The guy pulled her hand away. Then he said that he would pretend he did not hear it. The girl asked why with a smile, and that he liked Clara more. Chuck replied that he did not mean that. Lena continued that she was sure that he would like the night with her much more than with her, and that it was not every day that he had the chance to have a wife like her. The protagonist asked why she was there. The girl narrowed her eyes and said that she was sure it was for the same reason as him. The hero asked how she had time for him then. The girl said that she was in no hurry, the sword would be hers anyway, and not to worry about it. The protagonist said that he could say this with the same confidence if he revealed her identity. Lena said that he wouldn't. He was not so stupid as to publicize the internal conflict of the cult in front of all those orthodox bastards. Then she said that if she decided that she wanted something, she would definitely get it. And she decided that she wanted him, even if she had to take it by force. She liked him. Chuck threw the girl away. Her eyes lit up and she put her hand forward. A moment later, Chuck flew back. Lena smirked and said that she was right. The protagonist flew with the words that it was true, so he had no point in holding back any longer, otherwise she would really drag him away by force. There was a bright explosion. Lena thought about it and said that he thought something like that. What kind of broken sword was that? And that he was using one. Something flew past her head. The hero flew up with his leg raised. Chuck landed on the ground and thought that at the last moment she let go of the blade and blocked the blow. She was definitely a difficult opponent. The leg jumped up and the protagonist continued the thought that he was able to push her back a couple of steps. That was what he needed. Chuck thought that thanks to this he was finally out of her zone. A voice from behind said that it was not bad, it seemed, and it was time for her to stop playing around. The strongest thirst for blood, but there were so many people here and she didn't care. Why now, when he didn't have the southern sky with him? And would he be able to parry without a sword, using only skills? A spark cut through the air. Chuck's eyes widened. Louise appeared in front of him and asked who she was. The scraps were lying on the ground. Lena said seriously to move. Louise thought about what kind of woman she was, that her bloodlust was too strong, and had she ever met such strong enemies before? Then she smirked and continued her thought that there was nothing to think about and said to try if she could. The girl replied that it was so arrogant. They had clashed in battle. Chuck raised his leg. She grabbed Louise. People looked up and said that there was a man flying, and that it was a step of emptiness. Someone flew over the people. Lena said that it was so stupid, she didn't expect him to escape. The girl smirked. The voice in the protagonist's head said that even if he ran away now, he would soon be lying under her. Chuck turned around. Louise's eyes widened and she called the vice commander, who asked her to keep her voice down. Then he said that he never thought that Lena would come in person. The girl looked at the guy lovingly. He said that this was the worst case scenario, and that they should quickly tell the master. Fortunately, the elder was at the inn and they were able to quickly find him and report what happened. Before answering anything, he thought hard. If she showed up again, he should not hesitate to open her kai to the maximum. He would sense it and immediately come. Richard decided that he would not be able to escape from her with his current level of skills. He could not disagree with this assessment. Even when he turned to his innate energy, her aura and bloodlust were still frightening to him. And also, the guy put his hand to his cheek and said to always go with an escort, and that although the elder said so, but wasn't he being too dramatic, and that nothing had happened for 4 days. Then he continued that but the Hubei roast duck yesterday was excellent, I wonder what they will feed them today. He then turned to Louise and asked her what she thought and who she thought he was talking to. Chuck looked at the sword and said that it was the 75th sword. He thought that now he could use Tyler's technique. Laura congratulated him and said that this technique was completely his. The protagonist thought that it was not completely, it was nothing more than an imitation. He did not know how he distributed the internal energy for this technique. But he had watched him test the sword many times and meditated, scrolling through it in his head, and it seemed that this brought him one step closer to the highest level of enlightenment. He asked Louise if she could step aside. The girl answered affirmatively. It was time to try. Laura said that the doll had become strange, and the protagonist thought that it was all because of the heat. Chuck closed his eyes and thought that he would calmly and slowly activate the Shining Star Sword technique. Energy formed around him. Everything around the guy became quiet. He opened his burning eyes. Then he cut the air with his hand. The hero looked at the vase and thought that it did not work. He expected at least some effect. He guessed. He was wrong. Then Chuck's eyes widened. The top of the vase came off. The tree behind the vase fell. Mar turned to the protagonist and asked what he did. It turned out, he reached the 6th level of mastery of the Shining Star technique. The signature dish of the Dang Fen restaurant, Dang Fen stewed pork belly, the voice said that they would finally be able to try it. Louise looked at the food and said that the whole area had dang fen stewed pork, and that she was afraid of fainting from its magnificent taste. Mark said that he was sure the vice commander would bring it if that happened. The girl replied that then she definitely needed to pass out. The iron sword of the southern sky should be ready by now. Tomorrow morning he would go to the blacksmith for it. When he got the sword back, they would immediately enter the castle, so he thought it was worth going here now because there would be no free time later. Chuck closed his eyes and thought that although they had been in the city for a long time, every single table here was reserved every day, but they were finally here. Then he thought that they would try it. What did it taste like? The guy looked up. He thought that 5 or 6 martial artists had just entered the restaurant. They were much stronger than all those already present here. At the same time, 2 of them also had quite respectable swords. The voices of these 2 swords were especially clear. When he opened the 3rd star, the ability to hear swords also increased. Now he can judge what kind of sword is in front of him by the strength and sound of its voice. The guy thought that here they are. The faces of the sword owners are even familiar to him. He saw them in the Miram Alliance in his past life. Tang clan from Sichuan, Jessica, Qin Chen sect, Ron, Zuanjan sect, Harry. The hero thought that they were not bad guys, all from families that faithfully follow the orthodox path. Judging by how their swords' voices stand out, they probably represent their families in the tournament, and that's why they were entrusted with the famous family swords. And why would such nice people hang out? Looking at the guy, he continued to think that with someone like him. Justin said, "Isn't that a donkey from Loyang?" Standing next to him were Sarah and Fred, Henan Province, the heirs of the families in the Miram Alliance. Free asked with a smile if they remembered the story he told them, the guy who was kicked out of the Ian Suo clan, and that it was him. Chuck closed his eyes and thought that this is what you would expect from the guy's friend. Chuck bowed and asked that he was Ron from the Qin Chen sect. The guy replied that it was true and asked if he knew him. The protagonist replied that it would be strange if he did not know the rising star of the Qin Chen sect, and thought that he had laughed at him before, but he was afraid that now he would not give him such joy. Ron asked again about the rising star, and that he was too kind. Chuck continued the thought that praise can become a powerful weapon in skillful hands. These guys are essentially kind and simple-minded. Their emotions are easy to read. So he greeted Harry and Jessica and continued that he was Chuck, the 3rd son of the Ian Suo clan, sincerely glad to meet such famous peers. Harry bowed and said that he was the same, and that he was Harry from the Zuanjan sect. The girl said that she was Jessica from the Tang clan. The voice said how he knew. The hero laughed and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Fred looked at the protagonist's hand and said that he imagined them to be old friends. The hero continued with a smile that it was so nice to meet someone close to home, and wasn't it so? He continued to himself to smile, otherwise he would participate in the tournament with a broken neck. Justin called Fred and asked why he was silent, and that he swallowed his tongue from surprise. He looked like he was with a donkey from Loyang. Chuck mentally told him to shut up, and he asked how he was. The hero replied that it was none of his business, and he shouldn't even think about being rude to him and making a scene here. This was a warning. Then the guy said that participating in the tournament gave him a chance to meet such famous people. He was touched. Justin asked what he was participating. Chuck said that he thought they hadn't heard. His brothers were unwell, so he was representing the Ian Suo clan in the tournament. Sarah asked if it was true and how bad could it be. What could have happened to them? Chuck answered with a smile that yes, it was true. If they were worried about them, she should visit them, and called her sister he. The girl asked again and continued that it was a disgrace to the So clan. Then she said that her brothers would have done well in the tournament, but here she was. Louise chuckled. She asked what he just laughed at, and the girl answered that yes, it was funny, and that hearing a stranger like her judge her older brother without even seeing his skills. Sarah was young and still acted like a child. Emotions easily clouded her mind. Sarah said that since he was also from the Miram Association, why not teach this arrogant man a lesson? He was too arrogant. Then the girl called Justin. He mentally asked the girl to calm down. He was definitely not someone they should mess with. Sarah widened her eyes and said that he didn't mind his fiancée being publicly humiliated. Justin replied that no, that's not what he meant. He didn't even know how to explain it simply. Chuck thought that messing around with these kids was annoying, and that he thought he should teach them a lesson. Joseph opened his mouth and said that he didn't expect to see the master here. The hero thought that this uniform, the school of Mount Hang, he must be a student of the best sword. The protagonist continued the thought, which means that other students are here now, including Brittany, and wait, he can take advantage of this situation. Everything turned out for the best. Harry asked Joseph that Chuck is a student of their school. The guy replied that they don't know. Joseph said with a smile that Chuck is a student of the Swordsmen of the Southern Sky, and that he is sure they are well aware of the connection between their school and the great Master Harris. People's mouths opened in shock. Someone asked if they heard. Someone said the Southern Sky Swordsman's apprentice. They answered that the successor of that very Harris. Harry bowed and asked why he hadn't said it before. If he was Joseph's older brother, then he was his too, and that they were rude. Chuck smiled and replied that they were embarrassing him, but it didn't matter what they said about teaching him a lesson. Then he asked which of them would do it. The people lowered their heads in fear. Joseph smiled and said that people were waiting for him, so he asked for forgiveness and suggested that they have lunch together sometime. The hero replied that he should be careful there and that he should say hello to Brittany from him. Mark said that he was so full, he was damn happy. Louise looked at the protagonist and said that they seemed to have ordered takeout. Maybe they would take some too. Mark continued that it was true. The followers of Mount Han also ordered takeout. Chuck raised his finger and said to wait, but to get some more for the teacher and the twins. The people shouted that they would be there soon. The protagonist thought that they must have really liked it. Well, the food here is really excellent. The hero thought that he had never tried anything like this in his past life, and now he had. Someone apologized. The guy turned to the boy and asked if it was for him. The boy handed him a note. Chuck thought that someone had given him a message and something about their task. The protagonist thought no and exhaled. If he didn't want to lose his sword, let him come to the forge at night, alone. Chuck stood in front of the forge. It flashed through his mind that the furnace was heated for work. Then he thought that the tools were scattered on the ground. There must have been a fight here. Someone said that it was a good sword and that it was the iron sword of the southern sky. The protagonist seriously asked who he was. The voice said that he had come to deliver a message from the young lady and that he should refuse to participate in the tournament. The guy smiled and continued to tell young lady Clara that she had better surrender if she wanted mercy, asked if he understood, and did not want to lose his expensive sword. The protagonist asked him to calm down and that he understood, no need. The guy asked again in shock. The voice said that he thought this message was not from Lena and that it was his initiative. Chuck held out the sword, then asked that they continue the conversation and what he said about his sword. The guy said that he heard that he had some secret technique and that this was it. Chuck frowned and thought that he guessed he couldn't see it, as he thought. Looking at the guy, he continued the thought that this guy was wearing a mask. The guy said that he should have just quit the tournament. He then continued angrily that he would make him pay for ignoring him. A hand appeared on his face. The protagonist ran into him. Holes appeared in the guy's body. Chuck thought that he was so weak that he didn't even have to open his central core and asked the guy who he was. The guy replied that he better unlock his acupuncture points or he would regret it. He didn't think he came alone. He then continued that there were his people all around here. Chuck asked if he was talking about them. Louise said that they dealt with everyone who was nearby. The vice commander, Mark, continued that they were just high-ranking warriors. The guy rolled his eyes. There was a cough and shouts that it was enough. The guy said that his name was Patrick. He was the second disciple of the 5th Star of Blood. He would answer any questions they had. Then he asked to tell him to stop tearing off his legs. Louise opened her eyes and barked. Chuck thought that the 5th Star of Blood, he was Samuel's disciple, therefore, and that Samuel was indeed a close subordinate of Lena, but he did not think that she was involved in this. The hero thought that after all, she had said earlier that he was not her rival in the tournament, and even offered to become her husband. Why would she suddenly change his opinion of him and ask him to refuse to participate? Chuck looked away and continued to think that someone else was behind all this, someone who saw him as a threat and who would benefit from his surrender. The protagonist looked at Patrick and said that it was not Lena who sent him. He agreed. Then the guy said that his senior ordered him. He told him to do it in secret from the young mistress. She herself ordered only to observe and not to harm him. Louise screamed furiously that he came for the vice commander for such a pathetic reason. Patrick screamed that he answered the same, and for what? Laura asked who his senior was, the first disciple of the 5th Star of Blood, and whether he knew him. Chuck thought no, he had not even heard the name. Then he said that it turns out that at the request of the senior, he even went against the direct order of the mistress, and that the reason why the first disciple sent him, he knows what the matter is. Louise grabbed the guy and told him to answer. Patrick screamed that he would answer. The guy answered that he entrusted him with this when he heard that he would become the young mistress's husband. The protagonist thought in shock that he decided to do such a thing because he thinks that they will get married, and what did he even see in this crazy woman? Louise abruptly pulled out the guy's nail. Then she put her foot on it and told the vice commander that he hadn't told her anything about it. The hero replied that he hadn't because it was fiction and complete nonsense. The voice said that that's why she was so interested in him. It flashed through his head that he was getting it because of Louise's feelings. Louise widened her eyes and said that the one who coveted her was supposed to die. Chuck thought, what's wrong with her? Paul said that women are charming. The protagonist intercepted her and told her to calm down. The girl asked why. They came for him. Chuck replied that there was no need to kill him. Louise asked again in bewilderment. Chuck continued that if they killed him, it would give the senior disciple of the Blood Star a good reason to come for them, and that he thought that was exactly the purpose for which he sent them here. Patrick flew up. Chuck looked up and said that yes, and there was no need for them to get their hands dirty. If his assumptions were correct, all 4 of them would die very soon. Louise asked how he knew. The protagonist thought that he already more or less understood the character of the mistress and what kind of offense awaited them. Lena sat in front of the people and Chuck continued the thought that it was a completely obvious outcome. Patrick looked down. The voice said that he was a stupid idiot. He should have died at the hands of the fourth elder's disciple. The man continued that he came back and ruined his plan. With his death, everything would have worked out so well. He would have had a reason to persuade Lena to punish this freak since he killed her subordinates. Maybe he would even have been able to kill him. Lena frowned and said that they were idiots. Then he continued that she said to just keep an eye on him. The servants apologized to the mistress. Patrick mentally said that he promised to settle the consequences. Let him do something quickly. The guy replied that he should sit and keep quiet. Start to arise. He will anger her even more. Lena asked what should be done with a dog that disobeyed an order. The guy asked what to kill. The girl replied that then let them die. Heads fell from the shoulders of the servants. Patrick turned to the young lady and asked for mercy. He did not want this. Looking at the girl, he continued that it was simple. The sun illuminated everything around. Samuel grabbed the guy, flashed through his head that he was a fool, and that he would have survived if he kept his mouth shut. Lena asked who told him to kill him. The guy replied that he not only disobeyed her, but also tried to justify himself. Samuel continued that he thought this deserved punishment. A foot flew into his face. The girl hit the guy and he fell back. Then she said that if it weren't for the tournament, he wouldn't have gotten away with just one blow. The guy replied that he would remember. Samuel thought about the protagonist and that he would not allow him to become the young mistress's husband. The next day, in front of the Miram Alliance castle, Louise said that there were a lot of people here. Chuck replied that all the Orthodox families, sects, and clans sent their representatives to the tournament, and with them, an escort. Then Chuck said that he thought there were several thousand people gathered here from all over the world. The voice said that he just wanted to go inside. Bob put his hand to his face and said that he could do nothing. He would have to wait in the crowd. After all, they were not from famous families. Although their clans, Jo-in-So and Yi-in-So, were quite famous, but their fame was nothing compared to the 5 great clans. The guy smiled and continued that he thought they would be here for about an hour, but he would make sure she didn't get bored. Louise replied that these people were from more famous families. Looking at the people, she asked if this wasn't discrimination. The guy next to him looked at the girl. Then he grinned. Louise's eyes widened. The guy asked to step aside, not to block, and looked at the protagonist. He approached the hero and said that he was the young master of the Yi-in-So clan, Chuck, and Louise was with him. The girl answered affirmatively. He introduced Dustin from the Miram Alliance and said that he welcomed the students of the Southern Sky Swordsman. He stood up straight and asked them to follow him. He was ordered to take them without waiting in line. The guy turned to the girl. Louise grinned. The guy looked at her with a smirk. Chuck thought he didn't like this sudden attention. Moreover, someone told him what they looked like and even gave the order to bring them in immediately. Then he thought that only someone higher up could have ordered this. Someone shouted to wait and that they were with them. The voice asked who they were. Bob answered that he was Bob and Rudolph from the Jo-in-So clan. The guy asked again about the Jo-in-So clan. Dustin apologized and said that he was not instructed to bring them and that they should wait their turn. Bob stretched his lips into a smile. Laura said that he shouldn't just leave him waiting in line. Chuck thought he agreed. Then he thought it was somehow sad to see him so disappointed and said that they were with him. He would not follow him without them. The protagonist thought that no matter how many times he came here, this place is always similar. Dustin asked to wait here. Azura's Sky Pavilion, Miram Alliance. Chuck stood straight. The guy introduced himself as Ted from the Habuk Pen clan. Chuck bowed and introduced himself. Ted replied that he had heard he was the heir of Grand Master Harris. He then went on to say that he was looking forward to a great battle with him. Chuck thought he was like Bob, only worse. The protagonist continued to think that of course he had greeted him, but why had he even approached him and that he was trying to get attention? It was impressive how openly he had decided to show off and prove himself. Although his men were incredibly embarrassed by this, Chuck thought he could understand their shame. Bob turned to the guy and said that he had said he was from the Habuk Pen clan. An honor to meet him. Ted asked who he was. Bob introduced himself and said it was a pleasure to meet him. Ted's eyes widened. Bob frowned and thought he had ignored him. Then he grinned and said that he was so rude, to which Chuck thought that it was his own fault. He shouldn't have interfered. Associating with people who have nothing but an inflated ego is not the best choice. Louise happily said that there was even a garden. The hero thought that they gave them special treatment as the heirs of the swordsman of the Southern Sky. Chuck expected this, but he didn't think that they would be given an entire building. Looking at the guy, he thought that Bob and his brother were given just a room, but also quite spacious. Although it cannot compare to this place, I am sure he would start complaining if he saw where they were placed. The protagonist thought that such treatment of them cannot help but like, but when everything is so good, there is always someone behind it. Then he thought, but who it is? Dustin asked if they have unpacked their things. Chuck answered that yes, they just finished. The guy said that in that case, could he spare some of his time? Then Dustin continued that the first strategist general wants to meet with him. The hero thought that the first strategist general, one of the 3 strategist generals of the Miram Alliance, also known as the Supreme Strategist General, the second most important person after the head of the Miram Alliance, Tyler Wilson. residence of the Supreme Strategist General of the Muram Alliance, Chuck wondered why he needed him. The sword sounded that there was a venerable weapon inside. It seemed to be a blade. The protagonist thought that if even the Southern Sky noted this, then both the weapon and its owner were definitely not simple, but Wilson was known as an expert in fist techniques. It flashed through his mind that this meant that in addition to him, another important person was waiting for him behind these doors. The man said that he was welcome. Chuck bowed and said that the third son of the Yi and Su clan, Chuck, greeted the first strategist general of the Muram Alliance. Louise bowed and greeted the first strategist general. Wilson asked not to consider it rude, but could he? Looking at the protagonist, he continued to show the sword that he carried on his back. Paul said that he had been wondering why the weapon seemed so familiar to him, and that it was the blade of the Northern Sky. The steadfast blade of the North Star, Blaze, said to come here, and the successor of the steadfast blade of the North Star, Will, stood next to him. Blaze was an incredible master, a candidate for the 8 great masters. His merits and fame were so great that he was thought to soon conquer the northeastern region. And the same was said about Harris, the swordsman of the Southern Sky, who was conquering the southeast at that time. However, unlike the swordsman of the Southern Sky, Blaze lost his arm in a duel and was naturally forced to end his path as a sword. Chuck handed him the sword and thought that so why was he here, and that as far as he knew, the steadfast blade of the North Star was not affiliated with the Muram Alliance. The man said that there was no doubt and that it was indeed the iron sword of the Southern Sky. The protagonist said that his greeting was a little late. He bowed and continued that it was an honor to meet him, the great master Blaze. The man handed him the sword. The hero thought that it seemed like this was just a test of the sword's authenticity, nothing more. He handed something to Will. Chuck thought that it probably wasn't. Wilson raised his hand and said not to misunderstand, it's just that for the past 10 years, almost every year there were people claiming to be Harris's heirs. The protagonist thought that if you think about it, the strong hand that tames tigers was saying the same thing, that he had seen many fake heirs of the Southern Sky swordsman. Wilson continued that Blaze personally knew the Southern Sky swordsman and, more importantly, had fought him many times and seen his technique, and that he would definitely be able to tell if the heir was real. The man said that he hoped, he understood, they just wanted to be completely sure, so let him take a short test. Blaze asked Will to show him an example. Then he asked him to cut the white stones. The stones flew at the guy. He quickly cut them. The man threw more stones. Will cut all the stones. Splinters flew around. The man thanked him and said that was enough. Blaze asked if he had seen it and that he could do it using the Shining Star sword technique. He then continued that if it was too difficult for him, he could just show him the basic sword technique. Chuck thought he was deliberately provoking him. He continued to think that in such a situation, showing himself worse than Will would mean disgracing the honor of the swordsman of the Southern Sky. The guy thought that perhaps he should show off a little. Someone asked what the purpose of the circle was. Chuck replied that he would pass the test without going beyond the circle. Blaze said that they would see if he could do it and let him cut the black stones. The protagonist cut the air with his sword. The man threw more stones. Chuck cut all the stones. Will broke through the windows. Will closed his eyes and said that it was incredible. Then he continued that he really did not go beyond the circle. Will turned to the teacher and asked to let him try. Blaze asked what else he did not understand. The boy frowned. The man said enthusiastically that he caught all the white stones and at the same time cut all the black ones. The man said that he was good with his left hand too. Chuck answered affirmatively. Then Blaze said that it was a pity, he always hoped that he was better than him at least in training. The boy apologized that he lacked skills. Blaze replied that nothing is ever absolute, there is always someone stronger, let him remember this lesson. Will replied that he will remember. Chuck thought that he supposes that this is how the relationship between student and teacher should be, and that if it were Richard. The man apologized for questioning his identity at the first meeting. This is a forced measure because of all the imitators. Chuck replied that everything is fine, how can he blame a person who knows his master? Blaze laughed and said that he speaks just like his master. Wilson called the master. Then he continued that he heard that he had disappeared from his family for a year, and that it was simply unbelievable for a person with a destroyed core to disappear and then return as a disciple of the Southern Sky swordsman. He did not believe such nonsense. Wilson closed his eyes and said that then the best sword of Mount Hen suddenly confirmed his identity. He trusted his word, but still wanted to personally verify that he was not lying. Chuck widened his eyes and thought that he had inquired even from the best sword of Mount Hen. He then apologized and asked for forgiveness for such rudeness. Chuck bowed and said that he was glad that he did not disgrace the honor of his teacher. Wilson replied that it was good that he saw it that way. The protagonist thought that he believed that he was no longer suspected. The voice apologized for asking. The man then asked if he could find out how Louise became his disciple. She bowed and replied that she had met him by chance while collecting medicine in the mountains. It was a prepared lie. Chuck continued that he had tried to help him despite the fact that he himself was not feeling well. The master was touched by his sincerity and accepted Louise. Wilson said that the swordsman of the southern sky was already better now. The guy replied that he was much better, there was no need to worry. The protagonist then looked at the men and wondered why they were using Jeongam. Wilson raised his hand and said that they needed to talk and that they should leave. Chuck thought that they ordered everyone to leave. The hero sat down at the table and said that it seemed like he wanted to talk about something secret. Wilson replied that yes, no one else should hear about it. Louise mentally asked if he was sure and that there would be no problems with their mission if they were too closely associated with them. Chuck thought that he thought the same, apologized, and said that maybe he should then. The man interrupted him saying why didn't he just listen first? This was about his master, but if he wanted to, he could leave. The hero thought that they would be suspicious of him if he left now, and said that was fine. He then continued the thought that he would listen, and if it seemed that it was better for him not to interfere, he would leave immediately. The man called the protagonist. The man asked if he had heard about the battle between his master and the man with the golden eye. The hero's eyes widened. The one who had beaten the swordsman of the southern sky half to death, and cut off the legs of the king of assassins with a floating blade before throwing him into the river. The stranger with the golden eye. The boy thought that it seemed like they knew something about this, and should he stay and hear more? The voice from the sword asked him to ignore it, and that it did not want him to get involved with dangerous people just because of his feelings. Chuck smiled and thought that he knew that he was the one who wanted to know the truth more than anyone else, and that he valued the two of them as his family more than his real family. Chuck replied that his master had told him about it. The man said that it was because he was feeling unwell. The hero closed his eyes and thought that that was why they were asking about his health. Then there was no need to make anything up, and answered in the affirmative. Wilson chuckled and said that as expected, everything was as he said. Blaze continued that their guess was correct. Chuck thought that they guessed what they were talking about, and asked if he could find out why they were asking. Wilson put his hand to his face and replied that only the elder of the Muram Alliance knew what they were going to discuss, and that he was telling him this only because it concerned his master, so he should keep it a secret. Chuck replied that it was good. The man continued that he thought that the blood cult had revived. The hero's eyes widened. Laura opened her mouth and said that they were shocked that they were talking to their spy. The protagonist asked that this man with a golden eye was connected to the blood cult. Wilson said names and asked if he knew them. The hero replied that of course, martial arts experts from the orthodox factions, recognized as great masters. Chuck widened his eyes and thought that they were all dead and were famous in different years, then thought that stop. The man said their names again, and that his master and the unyielding blade of the North Star were all strong martial artists. Then he continued that who held the future of the Orthodox Muram in their hands, and they were all defeated by one person. Chuck said that he was talking about the unknown man with a golden eye. Wilson replied that yes, when his master disappeared, it was just an assumption, but now he confirmed it. The voice asked who would benefit from such a situation, and whether the blood cult needs to weaken the Orthodox functions in order to fully resurrect. Chuck thought that the man with the golden eye was connected to the blood cult, and that was their assumption. The guy put his hand to his face and continued to think that there was no blood cult involved, and more importantly, there were too few leads, then said that he didn't think it was possible to ignore the possibility that the four evils were behind this. The man closed his eyes and said that yes, they were only 70% sure of their conclusions, but if the man with the golden eye wasn't connected to the blood cult, then what was the goal? Blaze said that he had been trying to track him since the loss of his arm, but he seemed to have disappeared, and that catching him was of course important. Then he narrowed his eyes and said that they needed to focus on the big picture as well. The voice continued that after the Great War between the Orthodox and unorthodox factions, they had been gathering information on the locations of surviving members of the blood cult, and that his heart wouldn't flinch if he looked at all those red dots. Chuck looked at the map and thought that these were the bases of the blood cult, and that he had no idea that they knew so much. Wilson asked if he knew how many of their nests they had managed to figure out, and that no more than a third. The blood cult was well hidden from their eyes. Then he asked if he understood what that meant. Chuck thought that it was more than so strange for him to say this himself. The hero said that information was somehow leaking out. There were high-ranking spies in the Muram Alliance. The man replied that it was as expected from a disciple of the Southern Sky. Wilson said that there were spies in the Alliance, and that they had found out that there were about a dozen of them, but there could be more. The protagonist thought that in that life they had not known from the very beginning, and that unlike the secretive and isolated blood cult, the Muram Alliance was open to everyone, which meant that it was easy to send spies here. Will asked that they could not simply catch all the spies. The man replied that he would like to. Wilson smiled and said that even if these guys were exposed, they would soon be replaced by new ones, and in that case, them. Chuck closed his eyes and replied that he thought they could feed them false information, and that they could misinform the spies in order to confuse the blood cult's plans through them. Then he stopped and looked away. The protagonist wondered why Wilson was looking at him like that, and that he was just trying to throw something in and avoid suspicion. The man asked that he wouldn't want to join his department. Then he continued that he was smart and talented. He would be happy to take him with him. The protagonist replied that he was too kind. The man smiled and said that it was encouraging to see that they still had young talent and that he wanted to ask him for something. He looked at the hero and said that even if it was a little too much. Wilson continued that the matter was vital to the Orthodox Murim. Chuck mentally said that everything was fine. They would be able to decide what to do after listening to him. The man told him not to worry. They would not ask him to track down a man with a golden eye, and that the request was related to the tournament he was participating in. Then he continued that there was a high probability that the blood cult spies would also participate. Will said that then it was no longer just a tournament. Chuck thought that yes, and the spies were right in front of them. The voice said that first, if they took a high place in the tournament, they could get a key role in the Murim Alliance. The man continued that he was sure that the cult spies were just waiting for this, and secondly, the protagonist thought about the second. It flashed through his mind that it was exciting and what he would say. Wilson raised his finger up and said that there was a high probability that they came for the blood demon sword. Chuck remained silent. Then he thought, young lady, it seems they are out of luck. A glowing sword appeared. The man thought that the task was initially difficult, but now it has become even more difficult. If the Murim Alliance guessed about the blood cult's intention to return the sword, then this ruins all their plans. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought, okay, first he should try to find out how much they already know, and then said that then he cannot relax. As far as he understands, he would like to ask him about something regarding the demon sword. Looking at the hero, Wilson replied that no, everything is fine with it, let him not worry, to which Chuck asked what he meant. Putting out his hand, the man said that even if they miraculously win the tournament, they will not get the sword, because in 5 days it will be redirected to the Wudang Mountains. There is nothing to worry about, because the man agreed to look after the sword during the tournament. Frowning, the protagonist thought about what it meant. The sword would be moved from the secret storage of the Murim Alliance to the Wudang Mountains. With the Emperor of the Taiji sword, it would really be safe. Looking at him, the guy asked what he wanted from them then, to which the general replied that he only wanted to report suspicious individuals if he saw any here. The hero and the guy stood back to back, and he added that even better, it was to take the lead in the tournament, and thereby prevent the blood cult from seizing an important position in the alliance. The guy closed his eyes. Folding his arms, the guy said that as a member of the Orthodox faction, he could not refuse such an important mission. He would not disappoint him. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that he would also make every effort, and then thought that after such words, he could only agree. Rolling his eyes, Chuck thought, damn, now he is a double spy. He has responsibilities in both places. Sitting at the table, the man asked the general if it was true, to which he asked what it was. Looking away, Wilson heard him say that the sword would be redirected to the Wudang Mountains, but this was the first time he had heard of it. Wilson laughed, and Blaze said that he had lied to him. Putting his hand to his face, Wilson said that he had confirmed his technique, and of course he believed his eyes, but even if he really had been trained by the Southern Sky Swordsman. Bruce and Steve looked straight ahead, and he added that there were still suspicious moments in his story. In particular that there were other children besides him who had mysteriously returned after being missing for a year, a very strange coincidence, wasn't it? Looking up, Blaze asked, then why don't they just check it again? With his hands behind his back, Wilson said that this was his test, to which he heard, that is. Looking to the side, the general said that if the blood cult followed the sword to the Wudang Mountains, wouldn't that be direct evidence? Frowning, the guy said that it was disinformation, to which he was told that it was. That's why there was no need to identify every single spy, it was enough to fool one. Looking at the general, Will thought that he was a terrifying person, not only famous for martial arts, but also not deprived of intelligence. Putting his hand on his back, Wilson said that he had high hopes for him, believed that he could handle everything, to which the guy thanked him. Looking at the glow, Will thought for a moment and then asked what it was. There was a weapon on the chair, and he added that he thought it was the main character's blade. Smiling broadly, Laura said that it was just like that. Raising her finger, she said that back then the general strategist and the hero thought that he left her just in case, but in the end it saved his life. Wilson appeared, holding the weapon behind his back, and the hero continued that he really could have fallen into his trap. Well, they don't trust him even after the test, as expected of the first general strategist. Putting her hands on her hips, Laura said that no matter how smart he was, he would never think that the sword was eavesdropping on their conversation, to which the hero replied that it was true. With wide eyes, the avatar asked, but wouldn't it be easier to hear their conversation not in a retelling, but through the sword's memories? To which Chuck replied that yes, he would do so in the future. Laura grabbed the guy's face, saying that he was ruining her image. Now she would not be able to say that it was her merit. The guest house appeared. Someone said that it was. Sitting at the table, The guy asked if maybe he should report to the fourth and change his plans, to which the protagonist replied that it was a trap. Isn't it strange that they revealed such important information to them? They aren't even part of the alliance. Putting her hand to her face, Louise said that he was right. There was no need to reveal details about the sword if they just wanted them to catch spies, to which the guy said that if they thought so. Looking straight ahead, Chuck thought, wait, what if they were simply betrayed? A smiling guy appeared, and the protagonist added that given the information network of the first strategist general, I'm sure he couldn't help but notice many suspicious individuals, including Lena and her group. Then he added that maybe this was their way of throwing bait, and Laura, spreading her arms, asked that isn't it good? A great chance to defeat her. If that bitch is gone, the blood cult can be united without the sword. Beaten Paul said that she had become smarter, and the hero thought that she was right, but it was not worth thinking only about it. If Lena fell into their trap, the Muram Alliance would be able to use her identity as evidence of the revival of the blood cult to unite the Orthodox functions. The sword would cease to be a valuable symbol of victory over the cult, and they would even be able to demonstratively destroy it. But there is an even worse scenario. If the girl's followers try to free her, the blood cult will suffer heavy losses without even having time to properly recover. The girl closed her eyes, and the hero thought that on the other hand, Lena and Clara were on the same side and had the same goals. Their confrontation did not go beyond the internal conflict, and neither side would suffer serious damage. Clara stood with her eyes closed, and the protagonist continued that all this was being done for the sake of the revival of the blood cult. Leaning on the table, the hero thought about the fact that they were even participating in the tournament to get the sword, the possession of which would bring the unification of the cult closer, and the guy turned to him. He opened his eyes in surprise, hearing that he thought they needed to contact the girl, to which he asked what he was crazy about. A majestic city appeared, a question was heard, and how would they find her in such a huge city? She probably disguised herself well and was hiding skillfully. Smiling, Chuck said that he was sure he could handle it, to which the guy asked again. Closing his eyes, the hero asked what he should do it himself. The guy clenched his teeth tightly, hearing that he had 5 days. Louise looked down and heard that he should find any, even the slightest, clues. A couple of hours later, the hero stood on the street and asked why he was so slow. He still needed to go to the blacksmith. Looking at the protagonist, the girl asked if she could ask him something, to which he replied, of course. Looking away, she asked what kind of girls the older brother liked, passionate ones. The hero asked again, confused. Approaching him, Louise told him to just answer. Laura smiled widely, hearing that he did not know, never thought about it. Stretching his arms forward, the protagonist said that he thought he prefers calm girls who hold themselves with dignity, and then thought that so please let him stay away. The girl asked again happily, and then said that she was so glad, to which the hero thought. Lowering her head, she said that then, and he thought that and now what? Adjusting her hair, Louise asked that her brother would be against it if his father-in-law was a very scary person. The hero thought about the general and said that definitely. Looking at the main character, Laura said that he would remain a virgin forever, to which he replied that she should shut up. She didn't understand anything. It seemed like the girl was flirting with the hero, and he thought that he already knew that she liked him. It would be strange if he didn't notice that. Putting his hand to his face, Paul said that if he was afraid of her father, then there was no need. Pointing his finger up, he added that his previous owner told the student who had married by arrangement that even if the father-in-law hated his son-in-law, he would never kill him for the sake of his daughter's happiness. Looking away, Chuck thought that this didn't make it any easier for him. Looking at the hero, the girl asked that her brother had turned pale. Was everything okay? To which he replied that yes. The guy looked out from behind the wall, and the hero thought about how to answer him. He felt that whatever he said, he would feel equally bad, and then said that here he was waiting for him. Looking at him, Chuck asked what, maybe, after the forge they would stop at some place where they sold meat, to which he replied that it was a great idea. The girl stepped on his foot, and he said that he had run so much that he did not think he could use King Gong. Suddenly he fell to the ground, and the girl said that she would go get ready to leave. They could go to the blacksmith. The sunset appeared. A question was heard that he guessed why Louise was treating him like this lately, to which he asked again. Night fell. The man said that all the lights were out, to which he was answered that, well, they work during the day, not at night. Looking away, Mark said that it was still strange. He did not feel any presence inside, and the hero said that they would go and take a look. An abandoned room appeared. The hero thought that all the forge things were gone. The walls and counters were unusually empty, as if the forge had suddenly closed. The hero's shadow appeared, and he continued that the remaining copies of the swords had also disappeared, and then stopped. Looking around the corner, Mark said that there were no clothes or personal belongings here, as if the owner of the forge had left somewhere in a hurry. Suddenly, someone touched his forehead with their fingers. The guy began to fall backwards. The hero stood and thought. Looking at his shadow, the hero thought that he had left all the broken swords, but took the remaining 5 copies. Putting his hand to his face, The hero heard that maybe the head of the Alliance Miram had taken them, to which he replied that it was possible. But was it necessary? If he wanted to keep everything a secret, he would not have hired a blacksmith here. Looking to the side, he asked what was behind him. Mark was lying on the floor, and the hero thought that he was attacked when he did not feel a presence, even now. Standing behind the hero, the man told him not to turn around. Chuck's eyes widened as he wondered if he was right behind him, but he couldn't feel him. What was such a talented master doing here? The avatar said he was looking around, to which the hero asked again. Grabbing the blade, the protagonist thought he would die instantly if he tried to kill him, but he couldn't just stand there because he said not to turn around. Mark was unconscious, and the hero continued that he could run away by opening his central core, but he didn't know what would happen to him if he ran away. Swinging his sword, the hero wondered if it was all or nothing. The weapon flew out of the hero's hand. He slipped, and the man said that therefore he didn't value his life at all. The hero struck many times. He spun in a circle and thought that he was so fast that he couldn't even see him. Looking at his reflection, Chuck heard that given his level, he wouldn't even see his face. Turning the sword, the man said that he was using a pathetic trick. The man thought about it and said that this sword. The hero jumped up sharply. In flight, he thought about what happened, will continue at the same pace, climb to the roof and call for help. Blue waves appeared. The man grabbed the sword, and the hero thought that the teacher was nearby. Looking at him, the hero thought that when he, with 2 fingers, stopped the sword, the hero fell sharply to the floor. Leaning on his hands, Chuck thought that his kai was much deeper than he could imagine. Gritting his teeth tightly, the hero thought that he took the sword from him right in the middle of the technique. There is nothing more shameful. Holding the hero's weapon in his hand, the man said that so he is a disciple of the swordsman of the southern sky. Surprised, opening his eyes, the protagonist asked that he knows him. Throwing him the sword, the man said that of course, he wanted to see him in person. The weapon stuck into the ground, and the hero thought that despite the way the sword shook, the ground did not crack. He was extremely strong. The warrior looked straight ahead, and the hero added that only for this reason, one could say that this man was higher in skills than Richard. Looking at the hero, the man told him to take the sword and try to attack, to which he thought that only 12 such strong people came to mind. Taking hold of the sword, the hero thought that he did not understand what his intentions were, trying to test him. Compared to him, he was just a child. Even with an open central core, he had no chance of a successful attack. Would there be a chance if he used the golden body and silver thread at once? Stamping his foot, the warrior said that he was thinking too much, to which the hero thought no matter how many scenarios he imagined. The man sharply cut the board. Holding it in his hand, he said that it was better to give it his all, and the hero thought that he would really fight him with this splinter. Looking at his sword, the protagonist thought that he might be an expert, but the Southern Sky Iron sword was made of cold steel, and the avatar said that its previous owner said that the weapon was meaningless for masters of his level. Blue beams appeared in front of the hero, and he thought that so he should not relax, to which he was answered that yes. Stretching the weapon in front of him, Chuck thought that he still had no choice. The only way out was to pass his test. The man was surprised and asked about the fact that he was able to release such a sharp kai at his age. Suddenly, blue flames appeared around the hero's leg. Stretching the sword, the protagonist thought that he could not compare with him in kai, technique, or anything, which meant he needed to use his strongest technique from the very beginning. Waves flew at the man from the hero's strike. He stretched his hand forward, white beams appeared. The white beam intersected with the blue waves. The hero's sword collided with a splinter, and he thought that he had changed the direction of the tornado with one splinter. The hero grabbed the sword tightly, and he thought that at this rate, his hand had turned the wrong way. With his eyes wide open, Chuck thought that he would lose if this continued. Wait, another direction. Turning his hand, the hero added that if the enemy turned his attack, he could do the same. The man was surprised by the hero's move. The protagonist rushed towards him. The tip of the sword collided with a wooden stick. The hero flew back sharply, thinking about what he felt on the tip of the sword, thought that it would work. Looking at him, the warrior said that it was not bad, and the hero thought that by using his strength to his advantage, he doubled the power of his technique. Chuck thought that even so he could not even break a splinter, and the man extended a stick to him and said that he was not bad at attacking. They would see how good he was at defending. Looking straight ahead, the hero had a thought that he had sweeping movements. He needed to catch him off guard right now. Grabbing the stick, the warrior said that so many thoughts can be a plus, but it can also be a minus. I am sure that the teacher taught him this. The hero was surprised, seeing the stick in front of him. The man spun sharply in front of him, to which he thought he would not reach him because of the distance, but this is not so. The protagonist, wide-eyed in amazement, thought that he was attacking him with a splinter. He needed to do something. Suddenly, the weapon flew out of the hero's hands. Wide-eyed, he thought that this was the technique of the Sword of the Shining Star. This is an improved technique. Looking at the stick, the hero thought that he had found a gap and instantly stopped him with 3 blows. Putting a splinter in front of the protagonist's face, the warrior said that he had already died once. The hero slid back, and the warrior added that they would do it again. Clutching his chest, the protagonist thought that he had not wanted to kill him from the beginning. This was really a test, but why? Who was he? Suddenly, the warrior swung at the hero. Chuck opened his eyes in fear. White rays appeared behind the man, and Chuck thought that he had seen this movement before hundreds of times. The warrior held onto the stick. It was the great path of silence. The man looked straight ahead, and the hero thought that only one person owned this technique, the eternal supreme sword, Tyler. A sufficiently skilled master is able to perform sword techniques without using his legs, staying in one place, barely outlining the path of the blade. The hero parried the blow. Such are called the nature of the sword. The man deliberately omitted the most memorable parts of the technique so that the child would not understand who he was. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that he was sure that this was exactly how he reasoned, but to recognize this technique, this was enough for him because he had seen it many times. Looking at the white rays, the thought arose in the hero's head that he knew exactly where the sword would go, where he should strike at that moment. He could not make it clear that he knew his movements. This was his only advantage. How should he use it? Frowning, Tyler said that working with your head is undoubtedly useful, but thinking so much in battle can also be harmful, to which the hero remained silent. Rushing forward, Chuck thought that he would not guess and go over the options, he would just trust his body. Looking at the warrior, the protagonist asked what he had said so that he would try to attack him again, so that he would not regret it. The hero deftly dodged his blows. Looking at the protagonist, Tyler thought that he did not hesitate at all. The man's eyes widened in surprise, thinking that they wanted to say that he had already taken his advice into account. The hero swung his hand, and the warrior added that his confident movements and determined look spoke for themselves. He had thrown away all unnecessary thoughts. The hero struck at him. The man stopped his sword with one finger. Suddenly, the hero jumped sharply to the side. The protagonist touched the warrior's hand. The hero quickly flew up. Tyler looked at him. The hero approached the warrior. Swinging his sword, Chuck used the true technique of the shining star sword. Striking the ground, the protagonist activated the fifth formation of the falling meteorite sword. Looking at the broken splinter, the hero heard that it was correct. Holding the weapon with his fingers, Tyler said that this is how you need to hold the sword. The hero jumped up and thought in surprise that this was just absurd. Confusedly looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that this was the best formation that he could show, but he stopped it with 2 fingers. The hero fell to the ground, and the man said that he had prepared a good student. Tyler stood on the street and looked straight ahead. People began to approach, and he said that the blacksmith was missing. Looking ahead carefully, the man added that he should find out who was in charge here, to which he was told that it would be done. The guy, looking at him, turned around. Blood was flowing down the leader's hand, and the guy said so. Looking at his hand, Tyler said that he only thought to show the boy his place, but in fact he gave him a valuable lesson. He would turn this experience into an advantage, to which the guy asked that he encountered someone. Let him just say and he will kill anyone. Looking straight ahead, the guy heard that he should not worry about it, asked who, in his opinion, would win the tournament, to which Kevin replied that of course. Without turning around, the man asked what if he said that now everything is not so obvious, said that he is afraid he will have to try hard. Mark addressed the hero several times and then asked how he was, what happened here. Holding his head, Chuck asked that he woke up, how long ago, to which the guy answered that just now, and immediately rushed to bring him to his senses. Folding her arms, Laura said that he was not out for very long, about half an hour, to which the hero thought, that's how it is. Taking up the sword, the protagonist thought about the fact that given that Mark came to his senses, Tyler did not pursue the goal of harming him. The man grabbed the stick, and the hero thought what was it, the head of the Miram Alliance, the eternal supreme sword Tyler, why did he test it? The hero continued that if he remembered, he was then looking around in the forge, which means he also does not know what happened here. The hero's shadow appeared, and the protagonist thought that the blacksmith himself could not have disappeared. Tyler had nothing to do with it. The guy was holding onto the rack with swords, and the hero continued that then this was the work of someone else, and this someone obviously knew about the replicas of the Sword of Silence. The man was sitting on a barrel, and the hero thought that besides the blacksmith himself, him and the head of the Alliance, only one outsider had seen copies of the sword in the forge, Patrick, the second disciple of the 5th Star of Blood. The man with the scar looked straight ahead, and the hero added that if you really need the one who is behind all this. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that only something comes to mind, and Lena said that she sees something interesting happened here. The protagonist and Mark opened their eyes in surprise. Lena and Louise looked at them, and the protagonist thought that Lena, why is she here? An hour earlier in the restaurant Den Fen, an order for meat was heard. The girl stood behind a column and heard that it was accepted. Let her wait a little. Looking straight ahead, she thought that those guys were staring at her. The men frowned at her, and she thought, but why, she did not stand out from the crowd. Clutching her face, Louise added that her mask was fine too. Climbing the stairs, the girl thought that this was alarming. It would be better to continue waiting on the 2nd floor. Suddenly, she looked straight ahead in amazement. She saw a lot of security and thought that the restaurant was crowded, but for some reason it was very quiet up here. The second floor clearly had an unusual atmosphere. She saw a man sitting at a table. The girl was eating, and Louise thought that she was the same. Raising her hand, the girl said that it was not bad. Looking straight ahead, she turned to her. All the people pointed their swords at the girl, and she asked that one of the main character's subordinates. Yes. Looking straight ahead, Louise asked that she was a woman, wasn't she, Lena? Swinging his sword, the guy said that he was like her. Closing his eyes, the girl told him to lower the sword, to which he hesitated. Looking at him, Lena told him to lower the sword. The people bowed, and she asked why they had such an assumption, to which Louise replied that the scent coming from her was not at all like a man's. Putting her hand up to her nose, Lena asked what it was that she could smell so finely, to which she replied that she had a rather sensitive nose. Looking straight at her, the girl said that it was too subtle to be male, and through this thin trail a scent was breaking through that she would not confuse with anything, the scent of blood. Smiling, Lena said that yes, she had tried to interrupt it, but it was too strong. The girl took off her mask, to which Louise asked that she would reveal her disguise like that, to which she replied that there was no point in it anymore since she realized that it was her. She still had many of them anyway. Stretching her hands, Lena said that she knew, although she did not harbor any hostility towards men of her type. Suddenly, the girl sharply slapped her in the face. Looking straight at her, she said that she did not like her look and then was surprised. Louise held her hand and then she asked what she blocked. The girl asked with wide eyes what and what. No. Suddenly Lena jumped on her. She swung her hand at her. Louise kicked her, which the girl dodged. The girl spun in the air several times and landed. Lena put her hands forward and they caught fire. Louise blocked the girl's blows. The guy furiously asked about what and how dare she, to which the other said that he should stay back. Taking off her mask, the girl said that let them see, this bastard, it turns out. Louise held a handkerchief in her hand and heard that all this time he was dragging some bitch around with him. All the guys looked at them in confusion. Then they opened their eyes wide and thought that she was beautiful. Looking straight ahead, the girl asked what she knew. When you don't want to lose what's yours, it's better not to go far. She doesn't like it at all when something she's noticed for herself is tried to be taken away. Putting her hand to her face, Lena asked what to lose, said that she knows, she reasons the same way, and takes everything she considers hers. Throwing away the mask, she asked what but she seems to have 2 lives, since she dares to be so impudent, said that few were able to talk to her like that and then leave alive. Smiling broadly, the girl said, well, she will be one of those who succeeded, to which she replied that it is understandable, she is very confident in her skills, but are they really that good? Grabbing the sword, Louise replied that it is enough to make a fuss here, asked if she wants to try. Smiling, she said that it will be fun, but she thinks that if she wanted to fight, she would have attacked her seriously a long time ago. Lena pressed her lips together and said that she was small. Turning her head, the girl asked what she was and was interested in girls, to which she asked that who knows, to which Louise replied that she certainly wasn't. Grabbing the vase, Lena asked, so what did she want to say? She must have a reason to come to her like this, regardless of the risks. The girl drank and thought about what she thought. She was one of those who thoughtlessly did whatever she wanted, but there was still room for prudence in her. Looking to the side, she heard that the vice commander wanted to talk to her about something, to which she asked what Chuck. Smiling, Lena said that she heard that he wanted to tell her something. Looking straight ahead, the girl asked that he had really changed his mind about refusing her offer. The hero nodded and said no, that wasn't it, to which she asked what he wanted to talk about then. It was a pity, but it was unlikely that he had called her to take him to her place. Slightly lowering his head, Chuck said that he would get straight to the point, asked that they had heard that the sword had been taken from the Muram Alliance to the Wudang Mountains. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. She looked away, and the hero thought that although she was silent, it was clear from her reaction that she had. The general strategist appeared, and the hero continued that worthy of his title of the Muram Alliance, he had no doubt that he would use this opportunity to check everyone he considered suspicious. Looking straight ahead, the hero asked that she trusted this information, to which she replied that she trusted it 50-50. Raising her finger up, the girl said that now that she had heard it from him, she believed it only 10%. The hero grinned and thought that as expected of the granddaughter of the blood demon. He had not yet said a word that it was a trap, but as soon as she heard that he also knew, she immediately came to the conclusion that it was misinformation. Smiling, Lena asked that he wanted to tell her only this, to which he replied that in general, yes, they all, although they belong to rival factions, but still all of them are in the same boat. Turning to him, the girl said that he was right, that's why she liked him. Looking at the tracks, she thought. Standing in front of the main character, she asked what he had fought with here. It seemed like the hero was standing in front of the warrior and he answered that the Eternal Supreme Sword. Mark asked again in surprise. Louise opened her eyes wide and asked that it was personally the head of the Alliance Murama. The girl looked straight and asked that he had a chance to fight with him. Looking at her, the protagonist replied that yes and wondered if it was her suggestion. pressing herself against his back. She replied that he was lucky, she was even jealous. Looking at her in surprise, the hero wondered what he was jealous of and why. The girl looked at the mark of the blow, and the hero thought about the fact that his opponent was one of the 8 great masters, revered by all of Murim. Did this mean that she wanted to fight him? Looking to the side, the girl asked why he decided that she was to blame for this. An empty forge appeared, and the hero replied that it was because the local blacksmith had disappeared. Looking at the hero, Lena asked what and how this was connected with her. Was it really intuition that was telling him? To which he replied that it was not intuition, but a coincidence. The guy was lying on the floor, and the hero said that the person who saw the copies of the sword was her subordinate, a disciple of the 5th star of blood. He was sure that no one else knew except him and the hero that the local blacksmith was working on the order of the head of the alliance. With her mouth wide open, the girl said that he had revealed her, to which the hero asked that they could handle it. Leaving, she said that the head of the alliance had already begun searching for the blacksmith. He would not be able to search for him openly. He did not need to know more. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought about the fact that, well, he did not think that he would hear any details from her, but he still guessed something. The man held the blade, and the hero added that what he had spied in the memories of the swords, the ominous scarlet kai that destroyed them, could Lena be connected with this? Suddenly the hero heard that she also had something to tell him, to which he replied that he was listening. Pointing at the girl, Lena said that she liked her, so she would be happy to see her too. The hero looked at her in confusion. Louise asked menacingly what that meant, to which the girl replied that it meant that she liked her. Smiling widely, the girl said that she thought it would be nice to enjoy a night together as a threesome. Looking at her, the protagonist asked if her jokes were going too far, to which she clarified that it looked like she was joking. Louise opened her mouth in surprise and asked what someone said that she would agree to such a thing. Turning to her, Lena asked that she was just pretending to be innocent, right? To which she replied that she was not at all. Grinning, the girl said that it was boring, that she did not like innocent people, to which Louise replied that she was glad to hear it. Pointing her finger forward, Laura asked that she was just making fun of her. Yes, to which the hero thought that nevertheless she had to be stopped. They couldn't linger here. Putting his hand forward, the hero apologized for interrupting, and then asked that they didn't think it was dangerous to stay here any longer, to which the girl replied that she hadn't asked him yet. They both looked at the hero, and the girl asked what he thought of her idea. The hero's eyes widened and he thought about 2 + 1. Looking down, Chuck said that he thought that before the 3 of them died here, they should hurry up and get out of here, to which Laura was surprised, saying that his eyes were so dead. Looking at the hero, Lena asked that he was worried that they would get caught. He always thought only about how to get out of difficult situations, to which the protagonist replied that he still wanted to live. Looking at the bag, the hero heard that such an honest answer, okay, but this is his, and then he thought that this is the thing he asked the blacksmith about, so she really did steal it. Taking hold of her hat, the girl said that she would take care of the people following the blacksmith's trail. He shouldn't worry about that, but he should be more careful with the person who gave him information about the sword. Turning around, she added that if it were her, she would only become more suspicious of everyone if no one fell into the trap. Winking, the girl said that now she didn't owe him anything, and let him keep in mind that if they met again, she would not let him go so easily. The girl flew up, and the hero thought that his mission had really become more complicated. Portraits of people appeared, and the hero thought that the head of the alliance, Murim, the first general strategist, as if Lena alone was not enough for him. Looking up, Chuck wondered if he could get the sword in the midst of the chaos that had unfolded here. 2 people were running fast along the roof. Looking straight ahead, the man asked what had happened to their pursuers, to which he was told that he thought they had lost them. Suddenly, a man in a hat suddenly appeared in front of them. They were suddenly surrounded, and someone from the circle told them to forget about running. Looking straight ahead, the masked men heard that where the blacksmith they had kidnapped was. Kevin raised his hand and said okay. He didn't think they would answer them. He told them to knock them out. The guy's eyes widened when he heard that the unrivaled faction would never forget this insult, and then he asked again. Suddenly, the masked men attacked each other. Standing over their corpses, the men said that they slit each other's throats, the bastards. Putting his hand to his face, Kevin wondered what they had mentioned about the unrivaled faction and killed each other, but whether to believe their words. He turned around, hearing a sound. Looking at them, the guy asked if he had misheard, to which the other clarified that something about resentment, what was going on here, and the man in the hat said that it was faster. Then he heard the bodies being taken away. Picking his teeth, Mark said that this is what they were talking about last night. The whole city is already gossiping about it. Holding the blade in his hand, the protagonist asked why he suddenly took them to a crowded restaurant for breakfast for the sake of gossip, although they usually eat here, to which the guy replied that of course, where there are people, there is fresh information, but that he had this in his hands. The sword was shining, and the protagonist replied that the blacksmith had reforged the blade of his short sword, to which the sword said that she was finally whole. Laura grabbed her head and said that it wasn't exactly like it was, but let him see that blacksmith was really quite skilled. She was ready to cry with happiness. After 77 chapters it was finally fixed. It seemed like John was breaking the blade. Looking at the guy, Chuck thought that even without his order in the morning, he first thought about collecting information. Smart. Laura suddenly asked what it was in all her screen time. Looking straight, the hero thought that her methods, just think, and then said that the unrivaled faction will never forget this insult. Closing his eyes, the hero thought about the fact that he was wondering how she was going to get rid of the unnecessary attention of the Alliance, but he didn't think that it would be like this, and the avatar asked what she thought the Alliance would buy it. The general and people in masks appeared, and the hero continued that no, but that's not the goal, she wants to make them doubt. The people's eyes were shining, and the protagonist thought that to distract the attention of the people sent for the blacksmith to the third party of the conflict. Even if the Alliance did not believe it, a tiny chance that it was true would confuse them and require a thorough investigation. Wilson stood with his back turned, and the protagonist added that he was familiar with this technique. Spies often resorted to such tactics when they were threatened with exposure, and it worked well until there was any evidence. The Alliance could not know for sure who was behind the kidnapping of the blacksmith, and therefore they were forced to check any options. Putting his hand on his neck, the thought arose in the hero's head that but in order to throw this bait, she sacrificed the lives of her subordinates, uses her people as toys and breaks them without hesitation. What a scary woman. Laura asked about the fact that Clara was not the same, to which he replied that she was right, they were the same. It seemed like the girl was running away, and the hero thought that when escaping from the Valley of Six Bloods, she sacrificed the lives of people with the same ease to divert their pursuers from them. This is exactly what you expect from the Cult of Blood, no, from any unorthodox faction. Walking straight, the hero thought that he was not sure how he would feel in her place, but he understands that there may not be a choice. He would also have to sacrifice someone, and Mark asked where he was going, to which the protagonist replied that he was going to the first general strategist. The guy asked again in surprise. The protagonist approached the residence of the highest general strategist of the Muram Alliance and thought that, as Lena said, he needed to divert suspicion from himself. Looking to the side, the general said that there was very little time left before the tournament, and a lot needed to be done before it began. He was very busy with all this, and then asked what so that he could get straight to the point, to which the hero thought that he could see from his exhausted face that it was true. Looking at the man, the hero said that he remembered what he said the other day and thought about it, to which Wilson asked what he meant. Moving his brush across the canvas, the man heard that he asked them to help him find out if the Blood Cult members were participating in the tournament. Looking at the hero, he said that it was like that, and so what? And the protagonist thought that good. Now he finally looked up at him. Closing his eyes, the hero said that he was worried if he was even allowed to say such a thing, since he was not a member of the Muram Alliance, and then thought that now he should look unsure in them. The hero opened one eye, hearing that everything was fine now, let him speak and not be afraid, and then thought that his words would be received much more easily than if he had immediately gotten to the point, as he asked. Looking straight ahead, the general said that he was attentive to the opinion of the man who would become part of the future of the Orthodox faction. Looking at the man, the hero thanked him, and then asked that he had mentioned that they had come for the sword. The hero looked straight ahead nervously. Frowning, Wilson replied that yes, he had. Blue eyes appeared, and the hero thought that he had become wary, looking as if he could see right through him. What a dangerous situation. He was full of wisdom, tenacious and insightful, the slightest mistake in words, and he would immediately understand everything. Standing in front of the general, the hero said that he thought he had an idea on how to expose the spies, to which he asked what and how. The man looked straight ahead attentively, hearing that they would find someone suspicious and leak information about the sword to him, to which he asked again. Looking straight ahead, the hero replied that yes, for example, they would let them know where and when the sword would be delivered. The point was that the time and place would be false and would lead them into a trap. They would not risk the sword. The protagonist thought that he was sure. He had not expected this from him. Folding his arms, Chuck said that if the cult spies were told that the sword was being taken somewhere, they would definitely not be able to ignore it. They would send someone to check, and that would be how they would catch them. If they were lucky, they would catch them all at once. The man looked down, and the hero thought that everything he had said was his plan. The general smiled and laughed. Clapping his hands, Wilson said that what a wonderful idea. He never ceased to envy Master Harris. Rising up, the man said that he had the same idea, to which the hero apologized and said that he was so ashamed, he should have guessed that he had already thought of such a thing. The man said that everything was fine, the future of the Orthodox faction would be better than ever with people like him, to which the protagonist replied that he was too kind. Well, that was all, so he asked for his forgiveness. Going down the stairs, the hero thought that he thought it worked. Looking up, the protagonist thought that now he would not be able to confidently point to him as a spy, even though no one fell into his trap, to which Laura said that of course, he could not imagine that a sword could eavesdrop on a conversation. Wilson sat in a chair and thought. Folding his hands in front of his face, he said that they should rebuild the entire defense system of his residence. Closing his eyes, the general thought that the hero's plan exactly matched his. He did not believe in such coincidences, probably an information leak was to blame. Looking at him, the guy asked what he thought. It was one of them, to which he replied that it could not be ruled out. Wilson looked away and said that they should change all the staff except for the guards and the management. Looking straight ahead, he added that someone should also keep an eye on the unwavering blade of the Northern Star and his student and not take their eyes off them. Blaze and Will looked straight ahead, and the man thought that only a few knew about his plan, including these two. Blue particles flew around the hero, and he continued that there was a chance that one of them could tell the hero. Leaning on the table, he added that either he himself, and then said that they should assign someone to the main hero as well. The guy asked what doubted him, to which the general replied that he was worried that he was too naive. A memory of the hero surfaced, and Wilson thought that it was very unlikely, but if he himself had thought of it, and all this was a coincidence. The general looked away and said that if he was really on their side, then they would have to consider him as a candidate to succeed the leader of the alliance, and then thought that such a talent should not be wasted. Later, in the guest house, the protagonist heard that he had returned. His sister happily addressed him, to which Chuck asked why she was here. Folding her arms, she said that she barely managed to come, and this was his reaction. She just came to see her brother, he was not happy. The people were sitting at the table, and the hero said that well, what about her? He was pleasantly surprised, did not expect to see her, because the students of the Hang Mountain School are very busy now. Wants to have lunch, to which she replied that no, she still needs to go somewhere, they will go for a walk. If he is not busy, after all, he is one of the 3 favorites. Putting a finger to his face, the hero asked again. The grandson of the Flaming King of the Supreme Blade Zack, the student of the Unshakable Blade of the Northern Star Will, and the student of the Swordsman of the Southern Sky Chuck appear. And his sister asked what he did not know. He is one of the 3 most talked about contenders for victory in the tournament, to which he replied that people should mind their own business and not wag their tongues. Raising her finger up, Brittany said that for sure, she came to tell him something else. The rules of the second qualifying round have changed. Looking down, the protagonist thought that this did not happen in his past life, and then asked what exactly had changed. Putting her hand to her face, the sister said, well, this is a little absurd. The next morning, a lot of people gathered at the main arena of the Muram Alliance. Laura asked the hero about not looking bad. He is fine, to which he replied that his head hurts because of all these voices of swords. Sound waves appeared, and the hero added that, although, of course, he expected this, after all, 70% of the masters use a sword. After all, he is recognized as the king of battles, but he is the first time in such a crowd, he did not expect it to be so bad. Mark wished him luck, and Louise shouted that she believed in him, to which the hero thought that they were so excited. This is a mission, idiots. The hero turned to the guy, hearing that he came here to settle. Smiling, Bob said that he should watch and not disgrace himself by losing in the first round, to which the main hero replied that he would be better off focusing on himself. They are here on a mission. He opened his eyes in surprise and asked again. And then the hero added, let him look ahead, it begins. The second elder of the Muram Alliance, the white sword of the plum blossom of Mount Hua Adam bowed. Raising his head up, he shouted that he was announcing the beginning of the first qualifying round of the Rising Star Tournament. The crowd of people enthusiastically raised their hands up. The protagonist looked straight ahead and heard, let the Rising Star Tournament begin. A view of the mountains opened up, which tournament can be considered the most famous in Muram. Hundreds of years ago, when the line between the orthodox and unorthodox factions was not so sharp. In order to decide who was the strongest among them, martial artists gathered on Mount Hua and a clash of swords took place. This was the time when the sword as a weapon was considered the true symbol of the embodiment of martial arts. For this reason, the competitions of their ancestors were called a clash of swords, and martial arts directly implied the mastery of the sword. Martial arts in their days are not the same. They do not extol this or that weapon over others. Looking at the hero, Laura said that and therefore now it is just a martial arts tournament. How they worry about the details, to which the hero thought that well, such are the orthodox factions, and the tournament itself is not the same. From the sword it was heard that it is about how it is now used as a means of uniting the orthodox forces, to which the hero replied that this too, but he is talking about something else. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that this can no longer be called a tournament. Taking a step forward, he added that what kind of competition is this if the winner is predetermined in advance. The guy walked straight. It was heard that it was time to announce the beginning of the first qualifying round. The man stood in front of the stone. It was said that they would have to go up to the arena and hit the stone with all their kai, leaving a visible mark on it. They would judge them based on the depth and nature of the marks they made, so let them not hold back and show their full power. The guy swung his sword. It was heard that this year they had more than 4,000 participants, but only 500 would be able to go further. The man grabbed the weapon tightly. Then he turned around and began to leave. Looking at him, the man asked that it was all over. he still had time, he could try again. Turning around, he asked in surprise what the stone was cut in two. His name was Sean. Two men appeared, and the hero said that he was a candidate for the succession of two of the 8 great masters at once, the Emperor of the Sword, the head of the Wudang sect, and the Eternal Supreme Sword, the head of the Miram Alliance. The guy looked straight ahead, and he added that this tournament was supposed to be his grand debut and would make his name famous throughout Miram. The crowd of people cheered for him. Looking at the guy, the hero thought that it would not be an exaggeration to say that in terms of strength, he was at the peak of a great master. If he wanted to win the tournament, he would probably have to fight him. Suddenly, someone asked the hero from behind that he heard that he was lucky enough to become a disciple of a swordsman of the southern sky. Turning around, the hero thought about what was happening to him, not even trying to maintain decency, and then he heard that he was not ashamed to accept special treatment because of the merits of his teacher. The man folded his arms and asked why he was silent. He was good at insulting his friends from the Hanan Association, but when it came to him, Leon from the Great Clan, he immediately tucked his tail between his legs. Looking at them, the hero thought, what are they, again, how rotten are they, if they still try to bully him? A green glow appeared in the hero's eyes and he thought that in front of the crowd, he can't shut him up by force, and he knows it but. Rushing forward, Leon shouted for him to come here. The hero smiled. Hearing what the noise was about, Leon, he is disqualified, number 84, Chuck, let him come up to the arena. Brittany happily shouted that she believes in him. Looking at her, Louise asked why she was here, to which she replied that they were not very busy today, so she came to support him. Lowering her head, the sister said that she also wanted to ask her something, and the girl shouted that Chuck, first place, only this or nothing. Looking up, the hero heard that this is what you would expect from a famous clan, to which he thought someone had done a great job. Looking to the side, he wondered what this guy was. The stone split. It was heard that what a fine craftsmanship. He chopped the stone as if he wanted to carve a statue out of it. The guy folded the sword. It was heard that as expected from the eternal flowing sword. It was the clan representative at the tournament, Jack. He extended his hand to the main character. It was heard that this is theirs. He challenges the next participant. Nervously looking straight ahead, the hero heard that the competition is between two promising contenders for victory, and he thought of his name. A smiling guy appeared, and the hero continued that one of the two faces he saw before his death. Then he, laughing, betrayed his hopes and cut him in two. The hero fell to the ground. Jack held his hand out, and the hero thought about how the man who had once killed him now wanted to use his name to show off in front of the public. Chuck folded his arms and thought, well, he'll have a show. He heard a voice accepting the challenge. Raising her hand, Brittany told him to crush the bastard, to which Louise asked that she knew him. Closing her eyes, the sister said that of course, she often saw him at the Dragon Phoenix tournament. He always insulted and bullied her brother. Looking away, she heard that he should be drawn and quartered, to which she asked again. Putting her hand to her mouth, Louise shouted at the hero to show the bastard his place. The hero held the sword in his hand and thought that given the peculiarity of the second stage that Brittany had told him about, it was not advantageous to go all out in the first qualifier, and since he had the status of a Southern Sky Swordsman apprentice, he had no need to show off. People already had an idea of his strength level. The general waved his fan, and he continued that in order to gain more trust from the Miram Alliance and the Orthodox forces, he could not cheat and show only the bare minimum. Walking towards the stone, the hero thought that he was also not going to lose to this bastard under any circumstances. It was audible that he was holding the famous Southern Sky Sword. The hero put the sword to the stone. The host said that it was interesting to see what the stone would turn into after his attack, and suggested that they see who would emerge victorious from this confrontation. Looking away, the man asked what he was trying to say. Jack smiled and thought that it wasn't that hard to stick the sword into the stone. Even a low-ranking master could do it, and then said that it wasn't that special. A blue glow appeared around the hero. Suddenly, a devastating tornado appeared. A hole appeared in the stone. The host shouted that his attack had pierced the stone. This incredible tornado had left a huge hole in the stone. The girls happily shouted that they should keep it up. Looking to the side, the man asked what kind of strength the tournament favorites had, and another added that and where did so many strongmen come from this year. Looking at the hole, Paul asked if it was a sword dance, to which he replied that yes, the so-called nature of the sword, he was able to use the spinning sword without making any movements. The man swung the sword, and the hero thought that in the memories of swords he had already seen Tyler use his technique dozens of times, and having felt it all up close, in a real fight, he was finally able to learn it. Looking at the beams, the hero thought that he would not be able to use this in a real fight yet, but against a stationary target it was quite good. You couldn't think of a better technique to demonstrate his superiority. Peeking out from behind the hero, Laura said that in the end he only set the stage for him, to which he replied that he was sure. He clearly realized it. Looking at the guy, Chuck thought that they were on completely different levels, both in swordplay and in Kai control, not to mention martial arts. Jack looked at him angrily. Turning around, the hero thought about how he would like to take revenge properly, but now he needs to think about the task, and then he heard that another stone was cut in two. The stone fell apart, and the hero thought that he could see from the step on the cut that it was not completely, he was just a little short. Particles of the stone appeared. The guy was holding a weapon in his hands, and the protagonist continued that the sword got stuck at the end, and he had to make an effort to finish the movement. Nevertheless, he will be a strong opponent, of course, not like Sean, but he will almost keep up with him. Looking to the side, the man said that he did not know that there were still such talented people in the Wind sect, or have they been hiding them until now? To which the other replied that this year's tournament is just something. It turns out that he is another candidate for victory, just like Sean. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought that the Wind sect, he had never heard of such a thing. In his past life there was no such thing at the tournament, and this means. The guy turned his head, and the hero added that he was Lena's spy. Most likely he was the most skilled of her subordinates. Suddenly, the man behind the hero said that he should not turn around. Two of the crowd were watching him. Closing his eyes, he said that he had to say he had heard about him, and now he was convinced with his own eyes that he was completely suitable for the role of the mistress's husband. Gritting his teeth, Chuck thought about why he had even started talking about this. Damien drank from a cup and then asked that he had once managed to block her special technique. Pouring tea, Lena answered that yes, she thought he was hiding his true abilities, and his true strength was comparable to his, to which he replied that if they were on the same level, then he was pretty good. The hero pointed his sword at the man, and the guy thought that he had heard about him before. This was the fourth elder's disciple, the one who defeated both of the second elder's disciples. Looking straight ahead, he heard about when they get the sword back and unite the cult, to which he asked what then. The boy completed the drink, hearing that she will make him her husband and accept his seed. Looking away, the girl asked what was wrong. He did not like the tea, to which he replied that it was fine, he just choked. Looking closely, Damien thought that he was watching him closely to find out what made him special, that she chose him. The hero extended his hand forward, and the boy continued that if he was able to demonstrate the nature of the sword at such a young age, then it was expected that he would have a great future. The protagonist looked away, and the boy thought that if they met in the tournament, he would be a very annoying opponent. With wide eyes, Chuck heard an apology for introducing himself so late. He is the first elder's disciple, Damien, and the hero thought that he already knew that he was Lena's subordinate, but to be the first elder's disciple. The first elder is the Emperor of the Blood Sword, a man considered the strongest in the cult. Looking at the guy, the protagonist thought that his student's participation in this tournament once again proves the importance of returning the sword, to which he said that he would be straightforward. Gritting his teeth, Damien said that he should join them. The conflict in the cult will not lead to anything, and it would be better if his master went with him. Going down the stairs, the guy said that their faction will not be able to win, to which the hero replied that they are confident in themselves, and he said that they will get the sword, let them not doubt. Looking to the side, Damien heard that they will have the sword, to which he replied that he is stubborn. The hero opened his eyes in surprise, hearing that he would be disappointed if he convinced him with a few words. Leaving, the guy wished him good luck. Mark watched from the stands what was happening. It was heard that this beggar was good. Byron raised his hands. It was heard that these were the famous 18 palms that conquer the dragon. Everything is in the rumors. The guy smiled widely. Gritting his teeth, Mark said that the hell. Walking to the protagonist, he apologized for being late, to which Chuck asked that he found someone similar. Looking to the side, the guy answered that yes, as he said, there is one here, he will show, to which the hero replied that it was great. Suddenly the guy stumbled and made a sound. Catching it, the protagonist said that he was more careful, he does not look at his feet at all, to which he apologized. Mark opened his eyes in surprise, hearing that it was because of the guy. Looking at him, the protagonist said that now he should focus on the task. He promised that he would help him take revenge. Let him just wait, to which he responded approvingly. Louise, putting her hand to her face, thought that Mark was such a bastard. It seemed like the hero was hugging her and she thought that she could use the same method. What a wonderful idea. Putting her hands out to the sides, the girl said that she tripped over a stone, she was going to fall. The man caught her by the shoulder. Looking at her, Bob asked if she was okay. A fist flew into his face, and he said that she could hurt her cute face. The girl threw it up in an angry manner. Looking at the man near the stone, the hero thought that here he is. The guy with the bandage lowered his head down, and the hero thought that the tournament was held a little earlier than in his past life, so he was not sure. It's good that he decided to make sure. The protagonist thought it was Chester and heard a question about who it was. A huge flame appeared, and the protagonist reflected on the fact that during the Great War between the Orthodox and unorthodox factions, many clans and sects met their end, and the Common sect was one of them. The guy stood among the corpses. He was the last survivor, the heir to the fallen sect. Looking at the protagonist, Laura asked why they needed him, to which he replied that she would have found out if she had not interrupted. The guy stood in front of the warrior with a weapon, and the protagonist continued that, according to his memories, Chester participated in the tournament in order to declare himself and attract the forces of the Alliance to restore the Kunlun sect. Initially he was aimed at winning, so he did not reveal himself until the last, but he faced Sean in the quarterfinals and lost, to which Laura replied that yes, he is really unlucky. The guy had a scar on his face, and the hero added that that was not all, it was the beginning of the conflict. His mask was damaged in the fight, and people realized that he was hiding his identity. People stood near him, and the hero thought that what was even more suspicious was that he demonstrated the martial arts of the disappeared Kunlun sect. The pavilion appeared, and the hero added that as a result, they did not even listen to him, taking him for a spy of an unorthodox faction, who somehow got hold of the sect's arts. Because of this incident, the tournament was suspended for 3 days. Spreading his arms out to the sides, Chuck thought that such delays were unnecessary and would ruin all plans, and then said that he saw that he was doing well. Folding his arms, the hero said that they had not seen each other for a long time, to which Chester asked who he was. The guy widened his eyes, hearing that he did not expect that he would participate in the tournament, although he was already in his 30s, quite impressive. Chester. Hugging the hero, he said that how many years, how many winters. Frowning, he asked again who he was and what he knew. Flags appeared, and the hero answered that he knew that one was on the wall. People were highlighted in red. The hero added that 2 had sneaked in among the participants. The man was standing around the corner. Chuck said that there was another one behind them. Right now these 4 are not taking their eyes off them. Looking at the hero, the guy said what it is, to which the protagonist replied that he should act naturally. Chester was surprised to hear that he was being followed. He asked confusedly about why he was telling him about this. He had no reason to help him. Looking straight, Chuck apologized for introducing himself so late. He is a disciple of the Sword of the Southern Sky. The situation is not the best, so he will be brief. The boy's eyes widened when he heard that if he intended to restore Kunlun through the tournament, he advised him to reconsider his intentions, to which he asked how he knew. Looking at him, the protagonist said that he should not be so short-sighted, let him judge for himself, even he knows that he is the last survivor of the sect. Huge buildings appeared, and the hero added that he really thought that the leaders of the Alliance were not aware. Chester clenched his fist tightly and asked what he wanted to say, that they knew and did nothing. Gritting his teeth, he said that everyone knew that the unorthodox bastards had mercilessly slaughtered his entire family that night, and the Muram Alliance was silent, knowing about it. Chuck closed his eyes and said that he was ashamed to admit it, but yes. Leaning against the wall, the guy said that those bastards. Lowering his head, he added that the Kunlun had repeatedly helped the Orthodox factions and in every way supported the truth in the Orthodox Muram. What had they done to make the Muram Alliance decide to abandon them? Closing his eyes, the hero thought that probably because of their policy, they decided to remain neutral, and then said that this was just his assumption. Of course, he did not know what the Alliance's top brass was really guided by. Grabbing his sword, the hero added that something else was more important now. The weapon flew near the guy. Frowning, the hero said that he thought that right now they needed to deal with the surveillance, and then asked what was following him. The guy asked fearfully what he was talking about, to which Chuck replied that he should not pretend. Taking him by the shoulder, the protagonist said that he told him that he and 3 others seemed to be following him, and something told him that he was right. Looking straight ahead, the hero asked about what he was, a spy for the cult of blood. Moving away, the guy said that he should not accuse honest people so quickly. He is a master from the Alliance, to which the hero asked why he was so alarmed. Someone could really think that he was. Shutting the hero's mouth, the guy said that no. How did he even drag them here? To which Chuck asked why he was following him then, and how he would prove that he was actually from the Alliance. Leaving, the guy said that he was attacking innocent people for no reason. He was just passing by. The people on the wall began to leave and the hero said so. One of the spies among the participants disappeared. Turning around, the protagonist said that they had sorted it out. Smiling, he asked that he was now in his debt to him. Yes. After the protagonist swore by the name of the swordsman of the southern skies and assured him in every possible way, the man agreed to leave the tournament. Nora looked at Chuck attentively, saying that he was able to rid the cult of problems, do a good deed and get a new ace up his sleeve. In his past life, Brenton, having learned his true origin, promised to restore the Kunlun sect. As a result, the man joined the group and fought in the forefront against unorthodox factions and the blood cult. Later Brenton was called the Poisonous Eye of Kunlun. Chuck walked calmly, saying that he simply got ahead of the hero, being the first to offer his help. Nora calmly answered the guy that without the hero's intervention, Brenton would have retreated from his ideology of non-interference. The Avatar calmly told the protagonist that he always proceeds from his own benefit, but one cannot help but notice that he respects other people. Residents of the first general strategist. The man laughed loudly, and the guy standing next to him calmly said that he would find better people. Wilson calmly said that he was fine and did not think that they should continue to follow the hero who had played them. The man smiled sarcastically, saying that he really would not have done anything and had simply come with a report. Dustin looked away in surprise, asking if he realized that they were the ones who had set up surveillance. The hero looked at the floor, thinking that he was smart and brave. The guy spread his hands with interest, asking Wilson if he suspected him more than him. The man put his hand on the paper on the table, saying that they would see for themselves when the second qualifying round was held. The next morning, the second qualifying round, the heroes looked ahead in surprise, answering that all the rules had been changed. Everyone understood that the participants would be divided into 16 groups, in each of which everyone would fight each other, and the last one standing would begin to pass the platforms further. The first to occupy the platforms would be those who had shown the best results in the previous stage, which meant that the strongest would have to defend their position again and again, fighting against everyone else. Mark looked at the guy who asked what would happen if they teamed up, saying that the rules forbade forming teams of more than 2 people. The guy looked ahead, saying that this meant that it was still possible to team up in pairs and attack 2-on-1. Mark remembered the fight, saying that this limited the strong and gave a chance to the weak. Those who wanted to advance in the tournament, they had to show what they were capable of in order to remain in the best conditions, while small sects could use this chance to prove themselves in a duel and, perhaps, become famous. The hero looked at the guys, saying that this was all a pure attempt to hinder the strongest participants. Chuck looked at the planks, telling everyone who received them to stand up. The hero had some object in his hands. The guy understood that apparently now all the platforms were divided into 4 groups by the heavenly branches. Chuck understood that he was the 4th. The hero looked at the trinity that had passed him. The first place in the first stage was taken by the disciple and heir of 2 of the 8 great masters, Sean. The second place in the first stage was taken by the hero of the wind sect, Damien. The third place in the first stage was taken by the grandson of the flaming king of the supreme blade, Zack. Chuck held his head, understanding that no matter how hard he tried, he would not be able to avoid fatigue, and then he would have to defeat 30 warriors in a row. The man waved his hands, saying that the round would begin and the remaining participants would begin to go out onto the platforms in order of strength. The second elder looked at the people, telling them to stand on the platforms. The guy looked at Chuck, deciding to see how good he was. The participants looked at the hero with a smile on their faces. The main character looked at everyone out of the corner of his eye. Bob looked at Chuck with confusion, not understanding why he was with them. Chuck looked at the people on the platform. They were all spies. The protagonist looked away. The guy opened his mouth with a smile on his face. Damien looked away, saying that his group was full of spies. Chuck understood that someone had worked on these lists. The hero understood that only one person could have done this. The first general stood aside. Chuck understood that he was saying that if he was careless, then he would arouse suspicion towards someone from the group, and, moreover, in this situation nothing could be done at all, even if he had found out the spies and other personalities of the platform participants in advance. The hero understood that he was forced to personally throw out all the spies and other personalities from the tournament so that only 2 remained in the tournament. Chuck looked away, saying that this plan was beyond praise and he would gladly put all the spies against the hero, but the rules limited the number of groups. All participants took their positions. One of the participants looked away, saying that this would be a blow to the lady. The guy looked at Chuck, realizing that his goal was to eliminate the guy. Chuck looked ahead, realizing that he couldn't obviously try to kill him because the other participants would be wary. The guys began to prepare. The hero quickly ran at Chuck. The guys controlled their powers. Chuck and the hero had fire and water magic. The guy looked ahead in fear. Chuck skillfully controlled his power. Magic rushed across the entire territory. Bob watched this carefully. The hero thought in surprise that it would not be easy with someone like that. The guy looked ahead. His eyes looked ahead in fear, hearing Chuck answering for the next one to go. The main character looked at the guy, telling him not to stick his nose up because of one successful hit. Chuck pointed to look down. The guy somehow left the platform, which meant elimination. Chuck walked forward, realizing that he needed to defeat 30 more participants. The hero decided to finish everything as quickly as possible and not wait until another opponent came to the platform, since they could cause problems in a pair. The next participant was coming to the platform. Bob looked at the eliminated guy, saying that he should hold out against him for a while. The hero understood that Chuck did not plan to lose to him. The balcony of the tournament organizers. The captains thought that Chuck would save energy since he had to defeat 30 people, but the guy decided to fight with all his might from the very beginning. The man looked at this and said that those suspected of spying for the blood cult were assigned to Chuck on the platform, so the man wanted to see some leniency between them, but the main character treats his opponents cruelly, so it is difficult to imagine that they are on the same side. The general looked at the battle, saying that it was too early to say that his plan had borne fruit, since this was only the first duel out of 30. Chuck's opponent gritted his teeth, saying that they could be on the same side, either both clean or both spies. The man watched the fights. The hero looked ahead in fear, answering that he did not expect this. The man saw how all 4 favorites of the tournament gave it their all from the very first fight, not saving any energy. The guys one after another asked for the next one to go. The second participant shouted for someone new to come to him quickly. Zack gritted his teeth, asking about the fact that no one would look better than him. The man looked at this, saying that it was very difficult. The hero looked away angrily. The force quickly pushed all people away. The heroes fell aside. Chuck confidently used force. Nora, with a smile on her face, asked him why he used his force. Bob tiredly lay on the ground, saying that they could have treated him easier. One of the heroes slowly began to call Chuck. The main character frighteningly heard the guy talking about the explosives in this place. The guy showed in surprise that all the stands were strewn with gunpowder. The hero calmly watched the fight. At some point, the guy smelled something strange that shouldn't have been there. The hero searched, and then he noticed that some inconspicuous man was quietly sneaking around among the spectators and scattering threshold everywhere, while everyone was watching the arena. The hero followed him and then knocked him out. He was a henchman. The guy mentally asked Chuck what they should do, since the gunpowder could explode at any moment. Chuck was standing next to another participant. A smile appeared on his face. The participant looked at Chuck with bewilderment, who asked for forgiveness. The main character put away his sword. The participant was surprised, looking at this. Chuck calmly replied that he gave up. The guy quickly ran to the assistant. Chuck, frightened, asked the hero where the girl was. The hero, bewildered, heard Chuck order her to be found and brought. All the guys shouted at the hero to take his sword. Chuck ran away, saying that if he did nothing, everyone would think that the hero was in league with one man. One of the captains found out that the man had spilled gunpowder. The hero sniffed it, saying that he needed to see the first general strategist immediately. Chuck tried to get to the man, but they wouldn't let him in. The protagonist saw that the man also had gunpowder. The hero shouted to his assistants to let Chuck in. Chuck stood with the man, saying that his escort had found a suspicious person in the crowd. The man replied that someone was hiding gunpowder in a sheath. The man touched the hero's shoulder, saying that he was glad that he hadn't upset him. The hero looked away confidently. One of the captains realized that he needed to go back so that no one would notice his absence. Chuck looked at the man. The hero noticed something. Chuck thoughtfully began to understand that the strongest master was not near the sword now. The strategist looked at Chuck, asking if he could help. The hero asked the man what he could do. The strategist looked at the people, realizing that chaos would break out if they explained about the gunpowder and stopped the tournament, but that chaos would also break out when the gunpowder was detonated. Chuck looked away, saying that the people involved could take advantage of the confusion and escape. The protagonist listened to the man, who answered that he would gather all the masters to block the exits. Chuck had to help the elders and masters of the hall. The protagonist thoughtfully spoke about being asked to directly confront the people. The hero went down the stairs. The guy remembered the girl, saying that he understood her plan because the heroine had been betting on winning the tournament from the very beginning. And then she caused chaos and, under the cover of the noise, got to the secret storage with the sword. One of the heroes looked away. All the guys saw that the guy had something strange on his body. Chuck looked ahead in fear. The hero stood on the platform, holding the gunpowder that was on his belt. The guy quickly tore the gunpowder. All the heroes looked ahead in fear. The entire territory quickly exploded. The guys began to notice with incomprehension that there was also gunpowder in the stands. Hands were squeezing the rope with gunpowder. The territories were quickly set on fire. Secret storage. The girl stood near the door, saying that the time had come. Hands held the door, and the heroine said that she did not care about the tournament. Magic passed through the entire territory as the door opened. The heroine smiled, saying that taking everything herself would be much more reliable than fighting for the opportunity to receive it as a reward. The smoke in the room began to dissipate. Many corpses lay on the floor. Lena, folding her hands, raised her head and said that this was very interesting. She looked around the room. Then, she grabbed her sword and said that not only did they set traps along the way, they also prepared a bunch of fakes. Opening the sword, she added that this one was fake. Behind her, the man said that he thought the seals on the scabbard were to suppress the sinister aura of the real sword so that it would not stand out among the fakes. They did not have time to check each one. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes when Lena said that they really thought that this little trick would prevent her from recognizing the sword. He saw the girl emitting an ominous red aura. She swept across the room. He thought, now he understands. She used the art of the blood demon and spread scarlet kai throughout the entire hall so that the sword would respond to her with resonance. Lena looked menacingly in front of her. Then, she instantly grabbed the sword from the wall. Falling to the floor, she added that it was found. Turning around, she continued to say that she thought they were too late to escape anyway. She felt a silhouette approaching them, and then added that someone was rushing here straight from the arena. The man, looking menacingly in front of him, thought that he, too, must feel this kai and speed. An image of a stately man, the head of the Miram Alliance, appeared in his head. Suddenly, one of the warriors stood up and coughed, to which Lena told him not to worry, and she had an idea how to avoid meeting him. A second later, she trampled a wounded soldier into the ground. Looking at the defeated warriors and fake swords, she stopped, and then, smiling, said that all this can be used. We are transferred to the entrance to the secret storage. People scream in fear that this is poison. You can't let them close their mouths. The guy, hanging a bandage on his face, shouted that there was poison everywhere. They would not be able to enter. The man standing behind him replied that how was the situation. The leader of the alliance looked menacingly ahead, and the guy added that the enemies used poison. The elder went inside and was now neutralizing it. The Tang clan is the best in matters of poison, so they immediately turned to him. The elder looked menacingly ahead, stretching out his hand. The leader came closer, asking if they caught the intruders, to which the guy replied that the elders and hall masters went in pursuit and were doing everything possible. He imagined in his head how they flew over the city at great speed. Then he said that the enemies outwitted them. They came with a good plan. They were informed that dozens of people ran away from here in all directions. On their belts was a sword pasted with yellow seals. They rushed at full speed in all directions. Imagining a cart with corpses in his head, he added that moreover, these were not only the kidnappers, the defenders of the vault were also noticed among them. This was also a more complicated matter, but he did not think that they were in cahoots. They were probably forced to take swords and ordered to run from the vault without looking back. Clutching his face, he added that they probably said that for them this was a chance to save their lives. And they killed the dissenters. The head replied that catching them all was certainly difficult. How many were there? He replied that at least 40, and the head thought that their affairs were bad and the real violators must be among them. Lowering his head, he continued to think that all this happened during the tournament, if in front of all the important persons of the orthodox factions gathered for the tournament. An image of the tournament appeared in his head, and he thought that he would have to announce that the vaults had been opened and the symbol of victory had been stolen from under their noses. Then the reputation of the alliance would be trampled. It was necessary to return the sword at any cost. Suddenly, they looked towards the entrance. Something in the city caught fire, and the guy shouted that it was an explosion. The leader responded, looking at him so that he would immediately issue an emergency order. The guy said that if they did so, then their image. The leader, looking menacingly in his direction, continued to say that stealing the most important symbol of the great victory of the orthodox factions would definitely undermine the reputation of the alliance. But did they leave them a choice? Let him give the order to send all their people to the arena. The guy immediately jumped up, shouting that he understood. And the leader, turning away, thought, he said that now is not the time to chase after elusive military valor. We are transported to the northwest of the Miram Alliance, to the carts with corpses. An elder appears, looking at the cart. He says to take out the bodies of all those killed by poison from the storage, and also let them burn all the things that the poison touched. Suddenly, several balls fell to the floor. The successor of the Tang clan leader appears in front of us. He says to do it quickly. They still have a lot of things to do. Several people grab the corpses and throw them into the furnace, saying that this is not an easy task. His comrade replies that there is no time for this. Then he turns towards the corpses and says that he thought he heard someone cough. His comrade replies that he is sure that he heard right. Suddenly the corpse jumped up from his place. A guy came up to him and, holding out his hand, asked how he feels. A moment later, 2 daggers were aimed at him. The corpse looked menacingly ahead, smiling. He said that it was just like that, and then thought that he never wanted to use the turtle breathing technique again. He ran forward, but was met by guards with outstretched swords. The successor, looking ahead in fear, shouted that he pretended to be a corpse, and then thought that how is it possible? They checked all the bodies. Looking at his opponent, he continued to think that, judging by the voice, this woman is wearing a mask. Is she really taking it off herself? Lena took off her mask. Then a dagger appeared in the air. A moment later, she grabbed it. Her ally also stood up. The successor, stretching his sword towards her, shouted that the 2 of them were counting. It was a fake. They had already checked all the balls and were convinced. Suddenly, he turned pale, thinking that the talismans on these scabbards were still intact, but he had personally checked each sword. Someone who had cleaned up here was also a spy and had hidden this blade from him. Several warriors immediately headed towards the girl, shouting that they needed to take her and not let her draw her sword. A moment later, Lena cut through the bodies of her opponents at great speed. She looked menacingly in front of her, and then she raised her sword above her head. The successor raised his head and, laughing, shouted that he had seen the blade of the blood demon with his own eyes during the days of the Great War and remembered what it looked like. He would never confuse his sword with anything, whose blade was the scarlet color of blood. Blinking, he added that she was holding an ordinary sword in her hands. She thought she could trick him with it. Suddenly, Lena, standing calmly in place, replied that he didn't know something. Frowning, she continued to say that the demon's sword wasn't actually red. The successor looked ahead in fear, asking what she was talking about. An ominous aura appeared around the girl, and he thought that he couldn't believe it. Literally a moment later, a huge number of warriors were killed, their bodies were torn to shreds. A pillar of light rushed into the air. We are being transported to the city. The guy calmly walks forward, hearing screams that everyone here needs to be killed. A moment later, he looks ahead in fear. Beads of sweat drip from his face. He thinks that this is the voice of the sword, penetrating to a cold sweat. He understood as soon as he heard it. The sword, he continued to think that it was definitely him. After he pushed off the ground, he thought that it could only be the blood demon sword. He had to go towards that voice. He rushed forward at great speed, changing his mind that he had to take it away. We are transferred to the hostile pavilion of the Muram Alliance castle. Someone asks if this is for sure. The guy follows his leader and then says that it has already been confirmed that someone ran from here with a sword covered in seals. The leader replies that he should not think that they will be able to find out about this place. That was not part of his plans. Turning around, he raises his finger, adding that he should listen more carefully. He is down, and until whoever it is returns, do not let anyone in here, absolutely no one. Taking a step forward, he added that he should stay here and keep an eye out. His subordinate answered okay. The leader began to go down. He was prepared for the fact that someone might try to steal the sword, so with the permission of the senior in the alliance, he personally hid the real blade where no one would think to look for it. A secret room appears in front of us, which only he knew about. He walked slowly up the steps. This is just a misunderstanding here, and all the swords that the spies are now running with, taken from the storage, are fakes. But if somehow they manage to take the swords from here, the loss of the symbol of the great victory will be a shame for both the leader of the alliance and for him, the first general strategist. Entering the room, the general continued to think that the real sword of the blood demon, he must make sure that it is still here. He opened the chest, asking that nothing happened. Suddenly we are transferred back. Lena throws the sword on the floor and tells her comrade to take it. He, lowering his head, replies that he does not recognize his sword. The girl adds that he should just take it. The man stretches out his hand to him, thinking about taking the blood demon sword. He imagined a person in pain in his head, and then continued to think that he was one of the unique balls that had their own will. If someone who was not recognized by him took it in his hands, the sword would bring down its curse on him, the person would go crazy, and his body would be destroyed. He grabbed this sword. He looked in front of him in horror. Lena, stepping aside, replied that it was not him, it was just a very good imitation, a fake. Smiling, she imagined a guy in her head and added that it was probably the work of that blacksmith. The idea of the strategist general was interesting. She certainly could not have expected this. He deceived her. She imagined in her head how the guardians ran away, then thought that he did not have time to look for the real one. All the baits ran away and must have already been caught. The arena appeared in her mind, and she thought that the chaos in it had probably been suppressed and controlled by now. After all, the greatness of the Muram Alliance was too great to be shaken by a few small tricks. She closed her eyes and added that this was the end for her and for them. Looking away, she heard the man say that he could not agree with this. Extending his sword in front of him, he added that if this sword could withstand the great art of the heavenly blood, does it not mean that it is good enough to serve as a substitute for the original? Frowning, he added that sometimes even a fake can take the place of the real one. We are transported to the general. Looking into the chest, he wonders if the sword is here, then what kind of sword did they take out from the medical pavilion? Suddenly, blood splashed on the sword. A guy appeared behind him. He pierced him with his sword, saying that so this is where the real blood demon sword is. He smiled and added that it seemed he couldn't foresee that far. He then pushed him into the wall. Pulling out the sword from its sheath, he said that this sword had seals pasted on not only the sheath, but also the blades. He thought that was the difference between a fake and an original. He smiled and looked down, continuing to think that he had heard that a commoner couldn't even hold a sword. It seemed to be true. He felt like the sword had come to life. The wounded general sitting in the corner said that he was from the unrivaled faction. The guy replied that he thought so. The general, raising his eyes, added that if the blood cult knew that the sword was here, they wouldn't have needed the plan with gunpowder and everything else. He kicked the general and added that he really was good at thinking. Looking menacingly ahead and hitting his chest with his hand, he added that he should have taken better care of his loyal subordinates. Since he was so smart, he had been by his side for 20 years, and what he got in return, he always saw him as his escort and nothing more. He remembered how he brought him food, and then shouted that then some bastard he had known for 5 minutes shows up, and he says that he can become his heir. Looking at his teacher, he added that he only recognizes people from named families. He does not look at others. Putting his sword behind his back and heading for the exit, he said that as long as the Muram Alliance is ruled by people like him, its glory will inevitably fade. And so on, the Alliance will have to restore its reputation by fighting the blood cult again, but they should not hope for help from an unrivaled faction. Looking at his teacher, he added that then they would not care how they succeeded, and in the meantime he would get a cushy place in their ranks by presenting the sword. Enough of groveling before him. General, what did he learn at all in the 20 years he spent with him? Holding the wound in his chest, he continued to say that he thought the unrivaled faction would accept him into their ranks. A traitor like him, he really believed that people do not unite in the face of the cult of blood. And what was the point of telling him his plan? He decided to amuse his ego, because he was sure that he had cornered him. This is incredibly childish. Raising his head, he added that he himself was demonstrating the limit of his abilities to him, so she did not see him as anything more than a member of the escort. Turning around, the student raised his leg, shouting that the piece of shit just let him die like a dog. Suddenly, a bright white light appeared. The boy looked ahead in fear and asked what it was. The teacher stretched out his hand, splashed out the liquid, saying that it was a small trump card given to him by the clan there. He uses the power of gunpowder, shoots poison needles. Looking ahead, the general added that now they will see how much longer he can endure without an antidote. The student turned around and began to run out of the room. A few seconds later, he ran up the stairs. The general lowered his hand and said that if such a thing could shoot multiple times, they would have used it in their strategies long ago. Lowering his head, he thought that this was bad luck. The sword had hit his spine. He could not feel his legs at all. He needed to report the blood demon sword. Suddenly, he raised his head, hearing a strange sound. His disciple began to fall from the stairs to the ground. Someone entered the basement, and the general thought that the heavens were helping him. Smiling widely, he saw a warrior who entered the basement, after which he shouted that he had never disappointed him. Raising his head, he added that how did he know that he was here? Suddenly, he turned pale. Looking at the dark figure, he thought that there was only one reason why a person sent to catch spies could be here. He was also a spy. A moment later, a dagger was stuck in his mouth. His whole body trembled, and the guy apologized to him. He looked menacingly ahead and added that the general was standing in the way of their plans. He left the basement. The general, choking on blood, thought that this was amazing. Looking at the blade, he continued to think that this guy, whoever he was, his opponent, he was sure he would have fooled anyone, but not him. Looking around the room, he thought that for all the first, the strategist general and the warrior from his escort killed each other as a result of an internal conflict. Raising his head, he thought that this was the result of his belief that he was not a spy. Looking at the needles lying on the floor, he thought that 10% was too big a chance. They are transferred to the vicinity of the Muram Alliance. The protagonist takes out a sword. Louise, looking at it, asks what it is, a blood demon sword. Chuck, looking at it, says that this sword the strategist general tried to protect even at the cost of his life. It is definitely real. Then he thought, what else? Looking at its handle, he heard a voice that said that he will kill everyone and everyone. He wants blood, a lot of blood. The protagonist thought that what other sword would repeat like a wind-up machine about its thirst for murder. The spirit next to him added that he does not feel comfortable in the same sheath with this scary guy. How long will this last? Chuck thought that until they are safe, later he will polish it properly. The spirit grabbed the handle, and then added that he is really looking forward to it. Smiling, the protagonist answered that of course. Then, taking a step forward to his comrades, he said that they were now heading straight to the meeting place. The situation was unbeatable, but the master was always there in case of anything. When they met, let them hand over the swords to him. The mission was finally nearing completion. Suddenly, someone fell in front of them, causing a huge explosion. He began to rise, turning to Chuck. Looking at him, the protagonist thought about what was wrong with him. A man in a red kimono appeared in front of him. This was the former candidate for the 8 great masters of the Central Plains, the steadfast blade of the North Star. He, looking ahead, smiled, saying that it was incredibly strange what he was doing here. The protagonist turned to the sword and thought that it was necessary to run into the steadfast swordsman of the North Star. It would be better to settle everything without engaging in battle with him. The sword began to tremble with cries that it would kill everyone. Everyone. Chuck thought that behind the cries of the sword he could barely make out what it was saying. A spirit appeared, who said that he should reward himself for now from the voices of the swords. While the sword was in the sheath and the client with seals, he did not need to listen to it, and that was true. He needed to concentrate his internal energy in his head. And we are transferred to the sheath of 2, looking in front of him, thinking about his strange behavior. Looking at the sword, he hears how it screams that it is necessary to kill everyone. The spirit thinks that this voice is full of discontent and thirsts for blood, but it is really the spirit of the sword. Approaching it, he saw that the seals were on fire. This is bad. It is necessary to tell Chuck. Opening his mouth wide, he shouted that the seals were broken. Something must be done. But the protagonist did not hear this. He was looking at the master who suddenly appeared. Then he extended his hand, saying that at the request of the first strategist general, he was looking for suspects in the crowd to arrest them, and noticed something strange. The master, looking ahead, replied that he saw how he and his men tried to blend in with the crowd, and then hurried away somewhere. He would like to ask where and why. You comrade, standing behind with the ability, said that it meant that they ran into him for a reason. The protagonists, smiling, replied that he had been chasing them for a long time. The master slammed his sword on the ground, and the protagonist continued to think that he did not notice his presence at all. Although he sharpened all his senses to the limit, he was still on par with the swordsmen of the southern sky, and he was called a candidate for the 8 great warriors. Then the master extended his hand, saying that he was suspicious, but he still believed in him, so he could help him strengthen this faith. Looking at Chuck, he added that he should let him check the scabbard. Menacingly looking ahead, he added that perhaps it would sound strange, but it was simply wider and longer than the southern sky swordsman. It looked as if another sword could fit in them. The protagonist, looking ahead, thought that he was not speaking very confidently. Maybe he could still convince him. Then he said that this was quite a bold guess. He was trying to say that he had 2 swords in the right one. The master put his hand on the sword and then replied that this was not such a guess. His were designed the same way. Opening his scabbard, it was clear that there was enough room for a second sword. Frowning, he added that he would let him check his right once. Then he raised his hand and, chuckling, said that this was an incredible tragedy. Looking at the protagonist, who had his sword out in front of him, he added that the southern swordsman's heir had turned out to be a spy. Looking menacingly ahead, he added that he really wanted to resolve things peacefully. Several warriors appeared for him, and he said that it was still possible if he surrendered right now. The warriors, looking menacingly ahead, shouted that they knew he was a spy. Louise's eyes lit up. Then she and her comrade attacked those who had appeared behind the master. The same one, looking ahead, said that he could not turn a blind eye to those who went against the orthodox path. He raised his sword from its sheath, and then, looking menacingly ahead, he told him to start. As the eldest, he would allow him to strike first. The protagonist, dashing forward, thought that he would not refuse if a fight with him could not be avoided. He pulled his blade forward, thinking that he would only be able to leave here if he killed him. They entered into a fierce fight, striking each other with lightning speed. Menacingly looking ahead, Chuck thought that this was amazing. He knew that he remained strong even after the injury, but he also managed to maintain an amazing balance. The master, menacingly looking ahead, swung his blade, and the protagonist thought that as if the lack of an arm did not hinder him at all, perhaps, on the contrary, it even made him stronger. Lowering his gaze down, he continued to think about what he felt. Everything would be worse than then with the Pan clan. Suddenly, the master threw him back. He narrowed his eyes and shouted that this was a technique. Chuck stood up, thinking that this blow could have ended badly for him. If not for the metal transformation technique, his skull was already split into 2 parts. His face turned half red, and he thought that now it was clear why his blade had such an unusual shape. It allowed him to spin it with his foot. Looking at the master who was spinning his blade, he continued to think about how controlling 2 swords was difficult in itself, but doing it with his foot and hand, he saw such a technique for the first time. The master attacked him, and Chuck thought about how this greatly expanded his range of attack. When the sword in his hand was blocked, he would inevitably be overtaken by the blade on his leg. Suddenly, the master made a dash forward. Menacingly looking ahead, he asked why he did not return to the orthodox faction. The protagonist, looking ahead, thought about what he was talking about. The master continued to say that how he got involved with the blood cult, he will not ask. Stepping forward, he added that he did not think that a person like him would remain in their ranks without a reason. Confidently, he had a good reason for that. Looking ahead, he added that it was not too late. He could still abandon the unorthodox path. The protagonist widened his eyes, thinking that he was really in no hurry to turn away from him, even though he was exposed as a spy by him. He did not even question that he was a disciple of the Southern Sky Swordsman, and was willing to accept that there was an explanation for his actions. He recalled his past life, thinking that if he had revealed himself to him back then instead of them, he stretched out. If he had known then, he was definitely different from trash like any elders. Clutching his blade in his hand, he continued to think that truly adhering to the precepts of the orthodox path, he did not want to fight him and did not want to kill him. Imagining himself in his mind as his sister, he thought that if he remained alive, he would have to report him and be branded a traitor to the orthodox faction. And this would also reflect on his sister. The master, looking ahead, said that he swears on his honor to protect him and his friends if he goes with him. Whether he should trust him, the protagonist replied that he believed. However, frowning, he lowered his head, saying that they believed in others, all those who hide behind the name of the orthodox faction and in the name of peace use the same criminal methods as the evil factions they condemn. His experience tells him that the orthodox are pure only in words and too often twist the concepts of ethics and morality to suit their own interests. He imagined the elders in his mind, saying that he wanted to prove that there were many villains hiding in the orthodox factions, just as there were many good people in the unorthodox factions. So what was the difference then? Nothing, so he chose to stay where he was. The master picked up his blade from the ground, answering that he understood his reason for staying with the unorthodox faction. A lot of dust appeared around him, and he added that he really noticed. The world is not black and white, it is in shades of gray. That is true, but still, in Murim, people, no matter what they are judged by their faction of good and evil. Looking menacingly in front of him, he added that this is how their society is structured. Swinging his leg, he said that he should understand that he is also limited by these conditions. The protagonist extended his sword in front of him, surrounded by a blue aura, their blades closed at high speed. They continued to resist each other. Chuck thought that he had completely reflected the spinning sword. Stesnov, with his teeth, continued to think that this was the one who competed equally with the swordsman of the southern sky. The master, looking menacingly in front of him, swung his leg and asked if that was all. He began to deliver lightning-fast blows, which Chuck found difficult to dodge. At one point, he was almost cut into 2 parts. He turned around in fear, saw how the sword came out of its sheath. The master, seeing this, shouted that he still had it. Then he hit with his elbow and threw the protagonist aside, to the ground, grabbing it. After which he raised his head. The master said that that's it, let him surrender. Holding the sword of his hand, he added that he would no longer be able to get it, because he cannot allow the blood cult to take the blood demon sword. The man threw the sword out of his hand and thought. Looking at the hero, the man thought that the thread, he also has techniques for his left hand. Rushing forward, Blaze thought that it was incredible, but it was not the time to be delighted. The man touched the sword with his foot. The hero opened his eyes in surprise and thought, damn it. Swinging his hand, the man shouted that this was the blood demon's sword, let them grab it. Stretching his hand up, Leon shouted that no. Rushing for the weapon, Mark said that if they let go of it, it was all over. The protagonist shouted in fear that no, let him not touch it. The guy grabbed the sword tightly. Raising it up, Will said that he took it, grabbed it. Suddenly the guy closed his eyes. He held the weapon in his hand, and the hero thought that the talismans that were supposed to hold him back were gone. Will opened his eyes wide. Red smoke appeared around him and he screamed loudly. The veins on his hand jumped up. Chuck thought that no, the sword was not sealed, the madness that it carried in itself could not be reversed, and the man shouted that he should let him go, right now. Pointing at the guy, Leon asked if he was okay, and he wheezed. A red glow appeared around him. Reaching out with his hand, the man turned. Suddenly, he struck at them. Looking at this in fear, Mark asked what the protagonist, opening his eyes in surprise, thought that here was an unprepared person. The guy with red eyes smiled, and the protagonist added that he would take the blood demon sword in his hands. The spirit of the sword would suppress his mind, and the man would lose control of his body. Looking at the hero, Blaze said that he knew that he was in no position to ask for help. Looking away, he added that he was asking for help. Frowning, Chuck said that he himself wanted to offer it. The guy rushed towards the girl, and the hero shouted that he was coming at her. Louise raised her sword and thought that they just needed to get the sword back. Yes, she swung it and thought that she would just chop off his hand. Gritting her teeth, the girl thought that, well, or so she wanted, holding back the guy's blow, she added that he was too strong, and then croaked. The main character reached for her with his hand. Looking at her, the protagonist asked if she was okay, to which the girl replied that yes, but he was much stronger than he should be. A whirlwind flew at the guy, and she added that he was simply monstrously strong. How could they cope with it? Will stopped the weapon with his hand. Mark ran towards him, and then thought that he had just broken a blade with his bare hands, filled with the internal energy of a candidate for the 8 great masters. Grabbing his hand, the guy thought that he should take the sword from such a monster, die if nothing works, or die if he loses the fight, all or nothing. Swinging his hand at him, Mark thought that he would hit the acupuncture point so that his fist would unclench. Looking at his hand, the guy asked what, was he made of steel or something? Grabbing him, Blaze shouted that down, to which he exclaimed. Flying up, the guy thanked him. Will smiled broadly, and the man thought that he should forgive him. It was his fault that he was in such a state. Swinging his sword at him, he added that he should be patient for a little while. He brought this madness upon him, and he would save him from it. The man struck the guy. Pink and red beams collided. The guy looked straight and was asked what his dream was, to which he clarified why he was suddenly asking. Sitting on the chair, Blaze asked what he didn't have, to which he replied that he did, but it was a little embarrassing. The man turned his head to the side when he heard that he wanted to become one of the 8 great masters of the Central Plains, to which he replied that he had said that power and glory should not be his goals. Scratching his nose, Will replied that it was not so, that was not what drove him. How should I say, he was the best martial artist in Muram. The man gritted his teeth when he heard that he believed that at least his sword techniques were the best in Muram. He then smirked when he heard that that was why he wanted everyone who came to Xinjiang to know about them, to which he laughed. Looking straight ahead, the man said that, and also, he said that it was wrong to call a martial art weak or strong. What really matters is this, to which will continue that the skills of the one using it. He always repeated this. Birds appeared in the nest, and the man asked why he had just interrupted him. The guy's eyes glowed red. Blaze dropped the sword and thought, damn. Will rushed towards the man. He smiled widely, looking at him. Suddenly, blue beams appeared, and the guy flew away. Crouching, the protagonist asked that he was okay, to which the man turned to him. Looking away, the hero thought about the fact that for a second he forgot, at stake not only his life, but also the lives of these children. The sword flew down, and the man apologized for the fact that he was able to make a decision only now. Suddenly, a pink glow appeared around him. He hit the guy with a pink beam. The attack hit him and he flew away. Opening his mouth wide, Will screamed loudly. Louise excitedly said that it worked, to which Mark said that is expected from one of the strongest masters of Muram. The guy was lying on the ground, and Blaze said that he used the technique of penetrating palm. Looking straight ahead, he added that now his Kai circulation was broken, the sword would not be able to control this body as well as before for some time. And the hero thought that he could use the technique of penetrating palm through the weapon without touching it with his hand. He underestimated him again. He was much more skilled than him. The hero frowned, hearing that let them cut off his hand until he came to normal, to which he asked that they cut off his hand, but his life as a martial artist would be over. The guy slowly got up. It was heard that he had no hand, but he was able to continue his sword path and reached a high level of skill. His student, he is sure he can do it too. Turning his head, Blaze apologized and asked to help him again. Tearing, the man said that he was like a son to him, he wants him to at least survive. Looking at him, Chuck said no, they don't need to cut off the hand, they can do something else, to which he asked in surprise, what, another way? Smiling, Chuck said yes, he suggested trying his plan first, if it doesn't work, then they'll cut off the hand. He said he trusts him, then let him trust this time. Pursing his lips, the man thought about what he came up with in such a short time. Blaze frowned and said that it was fine, he would trust his plan. Looking at him, the protagonist replied that if everything worked out, he would be in his debt, to which he replied that of course. Chuck grinned and said that he would give him an opportunity, take it and subdue the guy. Mark and Louise made faces when they heard that the two would also be participating. The guy was emitting a red glow, and the protagonist thought that the flow of Kai energy in the guy's body had long since gone crazy, but the blood demon sword made him continue to move. The hero rushed forward and thought that at this rate his meridians would burst from the strain. He might not recover from this, but at least he would remain alive. The protagonist approached the guy. Blue rays collided with red ones. With his eyes wide open, the protagonist thought about what this was. Will smiled widely, and the hero added that his hands were going numb from every clash of swords. He could barely hold the sword. Suddenly, the guy swung sharply at the main character. Frowning, Blaze thought that Chuck was barely holding on. This was his maximum. What was he thinking? He would definitely succeed. The red beam rushed down. The hero reflected the attack with his sword. Suddenly, the ground under him began to collapse sharply. Bending down, the man thought that this was dangerous. He was late with the block. Looking in surprise, he added that the hero held the enemy's attack, and Blaze thought that the technique of the sword of the shining star held the enemy's sword. The main character clenched his teeth tightly. Swinging his hand, he used the sword of the reflective mollusk. The guy swung furiously, and the hero thought that he wanted to tear the sword out of his hands with this, but as expected, everything went wrong. But since he lost his footing, his position is unstable. The protagonist shouted loudly that now. Everyone grabbed the guy abruptly. Holding him, Mark said that they grabbed him, let him quickly take the sword and what? Then he flew back from the blow and asked that with his bare hands. Looking at him in fear, Louise asked that when will he calm down. Looking to the side, the guy wheezed. Suddenly he let go of the girl. A blue beam appeared in front of the protagonist. The man shouted that quickly, he will not last long. Grabbing the sword, the protagonist said that he knows. With wide eyes, the girl asked that he was in his right mind. And the man said that madness, and this is his plan. Holding the sword, the hero said that if he said this right away, they would be against it, or he is wrong. Frowning, the protagonist thought that now it was necessary for the blood demon sword to let go of this body. Thanks to its ability, he would be able to control the sword, so all this was not such a crazy plan as it looked from the outside. First, it was necessary to reach it. The sword emitted a glow, and the hero turned to it and asked that it hear him, let it go and talk to it. Laura said in fear that she already thought that she would go crazy, now it hears her, and Paul said that the hero should not touch the sword. Something lives in it besides the essence of the sword, to which the hero wondered how it was, not only the spirit of the sword, but also someone else. Looking straight, the avatar said that yes, it is precisely it that is obsessed with the thirst for murder. It cannot even be called the spirit of the sword, it can be absorbed by the ego living in this sword. Confusedly looking, the hero thought about what he meant and heard that he did not like this body anymore. The moon and the red sky appeared. Holding the sword in his hands, Chuck wondered what it was. It suddenly became quiet around, whether he managed to suppress the sword of the bloody demon. Looking at his hands, the hero added that great, it seems that he managed to do without bloodshed. The guy was lying on the ground, and Chuck was surprised. Looking at him in fear, the hero thought about his name. Passing by, the hero asked what was going on here, how did this happen? He lost consciousness at some point. What? Looking to the side, the protagonist asked what it was, why? Looking around, he screamed, what the hell? The man closed his eyes. Two guys were lying on the ground in blood. All the hero's allies were dead. Looking down, the hero thought that how could they all die? Could it be him? Then he suddenly looked up. The sword fell near his foot. The girl was sitting near a tree. Louise appeared with blood, and the hero thought that he expected something to go wrong. Yes, it was a dangerous plan, and he was ready to sacrifice something. Taking her by the shoulder, he added that but to let them die? No, not that. She should be alive. They all should be alive. Sitting next to her, the hero thought about how he could have allowed this, when he was wrong when he allowed them to accompany him or when he took them with him on a mission. Tears flowed from his eyes, and he added that no, it was not his fault. It was all the fault of the Murim Alliance. They killed them, and he would make them pay for it with their blood. Grabbing his sword, Chuck thought about how he would take revenge on all of Murim, kill everyone involved. The hero stood among the corpses of his allies. A picture of the real world appeared. Bending down in front of the guy, Blaze thanked the hero, said that he did not know how to thank, asked how he did it. Stretching his hands in front of the hero, Louise turned to him and then asked that he was okay. He had been standing motionless for quite a long time. Looking at the glow, she added that if he was not well, she could help. Suddenly, she flew away sharply to the side. Holding on to her, the man asked what, to which she replied that this was very strange. This did not at all resemble the behavior of an elder. Looking at him in surprise, the man spoke about the color of his hair. The hero's hair was red, and he said that it was wow. Looking at him, the man turned to him and said that if he could hear him, then let go of the sword. He was shocked. He had already seen this red hair and a sword filled with blood, and he had already heard this manner of speech, an appearance that he would not confuse with anyone else, a blood demon. Turning his head, Blaze heard him tell him to let go of the sword. Pointing his hand at himself, Chuck said, well, let him make him do it. The hero stood in their midst with the sword in his hands. The girl cleared her throat, and Mark asked that she had received an internal injury. Louise, opening her eyes in surprise, said that the elder's appearance had become like this, to which she heard that no, rather, she had just hit her head. The man rushed towards him sharply. Striking with the sword, the man spoke to the hero not to give in. The protagonist's eyes glowed red. Suddenly, he hit him, and Blaze flew to the side. The guy was blown away by the wind. Gripping the sword tightly, the guy thought about how difficult it was. He had blocked only one of his attacks, and his palm was almost torn apart. The hero brought the sword to the man's face. He deftly dodged his blow. Suddenly, he kicked the sword out of his hand. The man raised his leg up. The protagonist lowered his head down. The man kicked the sword away. A pink beam appeared and hit the ground. Bending over, Blaze thought that let the hero suffer a little, he would not spare his life to pull him out of the demon's sword. The protagonist hit the man in the neck. Blood poured out of his mouth. Gray smoke appeared in front of the hero, and he said that it was original. Holding the sword in 2 fingers, he asked that he lost his hand, but found a way to continue his journey. Yes. Suddenly Chuck looked away. The girl abruptly struck the hero. Smiling, the protagonist said that the girl did not wear the sword for beauty. Suddenly he pulled her towards him. The weapon flew out of her hand. Mark struck the protagonist. Grabbing his hand, the hero said that it was weak. The girl grabbed his hand. Gritting her teeth, she heard that she was trying to force him to let go of the sword, and she was funny. Looking at her, the protagonist said, okay, here, he can take it if he can. Having received a blow, the guy said yes, he let go, and then wheezed. The hero grabbed the girl by the throat, and she turned to him. Sitting on the ground, Blaze asked what was going on. He no longer holds the sword, so why? Lifting the girl, the hero said how stupid, even using all their strength, they could not stop him. They thought they could return the owner of the body if they separated him from the sword. It does not matter whether he holds the sword, this body is already his. Gritting her teeth, Louise asked who he was. With wide eyes, the hero said that someone once called him a ghost. The guy possessed by the sword was a puppet that manifested the killing intent emanating from the sword, but the hero's situation is different. The sword did not just take control of his body, like his, an alien personality was completely embodied in him. The hero looked at his hand. It was added that it was not possessed by a monster, but a monster that had appropriated the hero's appearance. The sword rested on the ground, and the hero asked about the pain he felt, told her not to rush, to enjoy the moment to the fullest, because she would soon die. The hero looked straight ahead and a question was heard. Looking at him with fear, the girl said that he should not talk nonsense. Grabbing the sword, Chuck said that he did not like her behavior. The man excitedly shouted that he did not. The hero brought the sword to the girl. The man grabbed her leg. A man appeared to the side. Looking to the side, Louise said something unintelligible. The master looked straight ahead menacingly, and someone shouted that Elder Richard. Looking at him, Blaze asked where he was coming from, and then thought that Chuck was really connected to him, to the 4th elder of the blood cult. The guys were lifting the warrior, and the man added that these children, apparently, were also spies, so his fears were confirmed. Looking at the master, the hero said that he looked quite useful. Grinning, he added that it seemed that his face was familiar to him, asked who he was. Crouching down, he said that he was Richard, the 4th elder of the blood cult, to which the hero replied that he meant elder, and then the man added that the girl he was strangling was also a member of the cult. A choking girl appeared. Gritting his teeth, the hero asked, "What? This child?" Then he abruptly threw her aside. Lowering his head, Richard heard that he wanted to say something else, to which he replied that the young man whose body he controlled was his student. The protagonist closed his eyes and said, "Well then, it's a great honor for him. His body is pretty good. He can be proud of raising such a disciple." The man clenched his teeth furiously and said to let him go, or he might be in danger soon. The Alliance village appeared, and he added, "Right now they are in the heart of the Miram Alliance. The enemies are already rushing here. There are tens of thousands of them." Putting his sword to the side, Chuck asked what tens of thousands, does he think it scares him? Smiling widely, the hero said that this is a good chance. He will make those who condemned him to 20 years of imprisonment pay for it with their blood. Looking straight ahead, he heard that a ghost is just a ghost, let him not be mistaken. Looking furiously at the master, the protagonist said that he will no longer forgive his insolence, asked that he really is going to go against him. A yellow glow appeared around the man and he said that he only obeyed the blood demon of their era. He was not going to listen to him. A ghost? Maybe he was a blood demon once, but now he did not even care about the well-being of his own people. Frowning, the master said that he was repeating, "Let him let his student go." Jumping up, Chuck replied, "Well, let him try to force him." The man blocked the blow with his hands. He looked up, covering himself with his hands. Suddenly, the ghost flew sharply to the side. The guy shouted that they would also help, to which he put out his hand and told them to stand and not interfere. The guys frowned, hearing that they should stand there and watch carefully. Taking a step forward, Richard said that the peak they should strive for, he will show them this, the highest form of the accelerated blood circulation technique. Rushing forward, the man used a full metal transformation, the body of a blood diamond. The man put the cup on the table and told him to drink. Looking at him, Richard asked how he could, to which he was told that they had often sat at the same table before. Scratching his head, the master heard that either he was really afraid of offending him, eccentric, to which he replied that well so. Holding the cup in his hand, Thomas heard that he was now the head of the cult, to which he asked since when such things bothered him. Shaking his head, the man added that today they were just old friends. Drinking, Richard said well so. Sitting in the gazebo, he asked that he was really going to fight him. Pouring a drink, the man asked that wasn't he always the loudest in favor of them not retreating, to which Richard replied that this was a different situation, now the unrivaled faction had entered the war. While drinking, Thomas said that the unrivaled faction yes, to which the man replied that he should have realized it when they defeated the Flying Moon Shadow sect like that. Looking straight ahead, Richard turned to the leader and told him to retreat. As long as he was alive, they could always unite the cult again. Looking down, Thomas said that those who hold power must take responsibility. He is the face and support of the blood cult. Standing up, he said that no matter how hopeless the battle was, if he puts his safety first, how will the cult members have to trust him after that? Looking straight ahead in surprise, Richard said that the leader is a sword. Does he really want to borrow its power? Looking at the weapon, the man said that his power has a price, and he knows it, but he must use everything he has. Leaning on the table, the man said that he was still a vengeful ghost, no matter how much blood he spilled for him, he did not. To which the leader said that but this is the spirit of his ancestor, if it is for the sake of the cult, and as payment he will take his life, so be it. Raising his finger up, the man said that he believed that this sacrifice will take the soul straight to heaven. The man stood with his head down, and someone said that how can they say that this is the soul of the first blood demon? That this is the soul of the first blood demon. When this creature is woven only from hatred and madness, the fate of the cult does not care at all. If he really was an ancestor, he would take the lives of his blood descendants. Swinging his hand, the ghost laughed, and the man added that what lives in this sword is not a blood demon, but just an evil ghost. Richard blocked the hero's blow. Red flashes from the blow appeared. Looking at them, the guy said that their strength was equal, to which Blaze replied that it seemed so from the outside, but it was not. Chuck slid along the ground. Wiping the blood, he said that he slightly touched him. Well done of course, but the man clenched his fist tightly, and he added that was it worth it? How would he fight with such a right hand? Swinging, Richard wheezed furiously. Raising his hand up, a whirlwind appeared. A huge tornado was heading towards the hero. Swinging his sword, Chuck said that his technique was worthy of praise. Suddenly, the hero flew up. Rushing towards the man, he said that there was still a weak spot. Looking at the sword, Richard thought that he had dodged all of his attacks. Suddenly, the man abruptly interrupted the attack. The hero looked at him furiously and said that the master abruptly hit the protagonist. He hit the ground several times, smoke appeared. Looking at the man, Richard told him not to interfere, to which Blaze asked if he could stop him on his own. Looking straight ahead, the man said that he should not be mistaken, he was not helping him, to which the master asked again. It showed how the hero saved the guy, and Blaze continued that he was indebted to his student and was going to repay this debt now. Smiling widely, the master said that it was funny. Looking away, he heard that good, then he would include him in his plan, to which Blaze replied that even if he let go of the sword, he would not be able to get rid of its control. Chuck was kneeling, and the man asked if there was any way to return him to his previous state. The ghost opened his eyes wide. Red beams appeared near him, and the man said that they would lure him into a trap. The sword appeared in front of the master's face. Suddenly, he grabbed the hero by the hand. Chuck smiled and asked why he still uses his severed hand in battle, how stupidly he exposed himself and asked to be killed. Flashes began to appear on the man's hand. The hero turned around in surprise at the sound. Looking straight ahead, Richard said that without a sword he was just a ghost. The hero said furiously that he seriously wanted to die. Blaze landed behind the hero and heard what was happening now. Smiling widely, the master said that he should not forget they should hit at the same time, and the hero said, in 2 important acupuncture points on the head. The man brought his hand to the hero's head and said, the point of heavenly blood. Both men touched the hero's head with their hands. Blaze folded 2 fingers and said the point of brain activity. Frowning, Richard said that given his strength, he would not let anyone hit him twice, but by attacking from both sides, they could hit both points at once. Looking straight ahead, the man heard him not to make a mistake. If he miscalculated the force applied to the points, Chuck would die. They pressed sharply on the hero's head. Chuck stuck out his tongue and wheezed. The hero lowered his head. Blaze asked what happened, to which Richard replied that he did not know. Their cult came up with this method to defeat those possessed by the power of the blood demon sword, but he was not sure it would work. Gritting his teeth furiously, Chuck said that how dare he will kill them all. Opening his mouth wide, the master said that hell, let them all go. The hero turned into red lightning. A huge explosion appeared. Red particles flew around the hero, and he said that he tried to hold back his powers until this body gets used to him, but he himself forced him. Lying on the ground, the guy wheezed. Sitting on her knees, Louise cleared her throat. Looking forward, she heard that it was good first. Swinging his sword, the protagonist said that he would kill her. The girl closed her eyes in fear. Then she opened them slightly. Looking at him, she turned. The protagonist was fighting a ghost. Looking at him in surprise, he asked what was going on, his body and his soul. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that no, it was his body, let it get out of his body. Being in the red space, the hero thought that he did not see anything in this sea of blood. What kind of place was this? How did he end up here? Looking down, he added that he did not remember anything at all. Light. A bright glow appeared from above. The outlines of people appeared, and the hero thought that something was approaching. Who were they? Swinging her hand, Laura said that he should come to his senses already. Having hit him, the avatar said that the guy who had once defeated death was now losing to some ghost. Putting his hand to his face, Chuck asked what the ghost was, to which she replied that he still had not come to his senses. Let him quickly regain control. The ghost smiled widely, and she added that he controlled his body and harmed others, to which the hero thought that returned the body, but how can he do this? Looking at the fragments, Chuck thought that no, he sees. Looking at the bright light, the protagonist thought that the ghost that had possessed him was huge. The resentment was controlling his body as it pleased. The ghost looked away, and the protagonist added that he felt how it moved his body with the power of its will, and this power was something other than internal or innate energy. The protagonist stretched out his hand and thought about whether this meant that everything depended on his will. Frowning, he continued that he would try. Couldn't he repeat what that damn ghost had done? This will was different from the internal energy from the lower energy core, and was not like the innate internal energy of the central core. It was closer to the power of thought, the power of reason. It was the energy of the upper Danshan, from the so-called area of consciousness awakening, thanks to the blows to the point of heavenly blood and the point of brain activity. Now he could clearly feel them, the streams of desire for Yem, the will of another that enveloped him. The protagonist looked through the blue light, which meant he could break them, interfere with the ghost's flow of desire. Gritting his teeth, the ghost said that it was stupid, his body was his now. Hands reached out to the hero and he thought he was confused, because he began to resist his desire. Hands touched his head, and he added that it was useless. Now he understood this power, it would not work on him anymore. A bright beam appeared. Even an overwhelming will can be overcome if the desire of his mind is stronger. The power of heaven was open. Looking straight ahead, Chuck shouted for him to get out. This is his body. Resisting the beams, the ghost asked how he was, told him to stop. Red and blue beams flew out of the hero's hand. 2 worlds collided, and the protagonist thought that this desire belonged to the demon of the blood of the past. Right. The hero looked at the master and the man. Turning around, Blaze said that he had stopped moving. If they attacked now, he thought they could, to which Richard stopped him. The hero froze. A question was heard, what ghost or Chuck? The master swung his hand, and Chuck thought that it looked like he was fighting with the readiness to die to save him. The state of his hand confirmed it. Smiling, the hero told the master that it was him. Running towards him, the man laughed and called him an idiot. Having hit him, he angrily said that when he came to, he should have immediately said something, and not stood like a pillar. Blaze stood next to the unconscious guy. He lowered his head and sighed. There were red particles inside the guy's body, and the man thought that, as expected, the meridians throughout his body were torn, could not withstand excessive stress. Sitting on his knees, the man wondered if after such wounds he would be able to even move, not to mention martial arts. Blaze said that the hero could leave, not to worry, he would do nothing. The hero looked at him, gritting his teeth. Approaching the man, the hero said that if they simply hid the meeting with them, he would not be able to avoid questions about the reasons for his condition. He could place all responsibility on his master. There were people lying on the ground in blood, and the hero added that he should not say that all these deaths happened because of the demon's possession of the sword. Let him say that the elder of the blood cult killed everyone. Looking at the head, the man said that the secret one day becomes clear, no matter how hard you try. Turning around, Blaze thanked the hero for saving the life of his student. Not to worry, he would take care of the rest. Lowering his head, he said that there was no reason to hide their meeting, because alone he still could not stop the elder. He would not even have to lie, he only regretted that the sword would be lost. The hero sat down next to him, and the man was surprised. Putting a tablet in his hand, Chuck told him to come over to his side. He said that he was ready to understand and accept his circumstances. He would tell him the same. The man opened his eyes in surprise and said that it was the same. Holding the tablet in his hand, Blaze heard that he should take it. He needed to heal his student, to which the man thought that it was a tablet of a divine healer. Looking at the hero, the man asked why he was helping him. Didn't he say that he was not on the same path as the Orthodox? To which he replied that that was how he understood his words. Grinning, the hero said that yes, he did not want to be part of the Orthodox path, but that did not mean that he would go the path of darkness. He wanted to go somewhere in between, to find a golden mean for himself. All the people lined up in a column. It was heard that the wrong path, and the path of one's own, no matter how absurd it may sound, they will call it the middle path. The man looked straight ahead in bewilderment and said that the middle way. Leaving, Chuck said that this was his choice and his invitation to him. Smiling broadly, the protagonist heard that he hoped there was no hidden meaning in his words. Looking away, the hero heard that the blood cult would not be able to help him with this. Hitting his chest, Blaze said that he was saying that he was going to go his own way. If the truth follows this middle way, he could count on his support in the future. With his arms folded, Richard asked what he thought. Was it worth giving him the tablet for this? Looking away, the hero said that this would be enough for now. The mountains appeared behind the forest. It was heard that good, they were coming. The entrance to the cave appeared. The hero and the others were meditating. Laura, looking at him, asked that he was okay, to which he thought that looking at the guy, he was afraid that his body would be in a deplorable state due to overexertion. The hero emitted red particles, and he added that, surprisingly, his physical condition became even better. Moreover, the reserve of innate internal energy of the central Danshin increased by almost a third. Looking down, Paul said that the power of desire was really amazing. Even his appearance changed, his eyes and hair turned red, to which the hero asked again, and then said that this happens when he masters the 5th level of the great art of the blood demon. Looking to the side, Chuck thought, wait, how does he know this? The demon behind the hero said that the fool did not even realize that he had absorbed the ghost of the blood demon. The demon was scared when he heard that this voice, he is the sword of the blood demon, to which he asked, what? He hears the voice of this body. Looking at him, the hero thought that calling himself in the third person was arrogant, and Laura said that he was so impudent, to which the demon replied that how dare he talk to this body like that. He wanted to die from a rupture of meridians. He would gladly arrange it. Smiling, the ghost said that today this body was in a good mood, so he would spare it. He freed this body from that annoying cloud of resentment and madness. And also, flying around the hero, he added that the man, it seems, was quite interesting. Even that ghost could not hear him, although they existed side by side with him. To which the hero replied that because he had the ability to hear the voices of swords, and the demon said that it was surprising for a man. Sebastian smiled broadly and said that it was decided. This body was a little obliged to him for getting rid of that spirit, and it was unlikely that there would be anyone else with such a skill. Pointing at himself, he said that he would make him his subordinate as an exception, and let him consider it an honor. The hero looked at him in bewilderment. Pointing at him, Laura asked who he was to impose his authority on the hero, on his subordinates, and he should show him all the honors, and let him address him as a master, at least, to which he asked who was squeaking there. Looking at her, Sebastian said that she, a short sword, how dare she interrupt her elder, to which she asked again. The hero watched them fight. It seemed like their struggle, and the hero thought that they quickly became friends. 3 days later, not far from the city of Hanho, people were riding horses. Looking back, Bob said that after 3 days and nights in the saddle, his ass was simply dead. Looking at him, the master asked again, to which he replied that nothing. The guy closed his eyes and thought that there was nothing he could do. No horse could support his weight. At least he was lucky that he could run no worse than a horse. Suddenly the man hit him on the head. The hero gritted his teeth, hearing that he knew what he was thinking. Maybe he should ride him, to which Chuck thought that he was always asking for trouble. Looking away, the hero thought that it was just right. Looking straight ahead, he asked the girl how she was, comfortable, to which she replied that yes, very comfortable. Peeking out from behind him, Louise said that it was surprising that he had not even said a word against her the whole time. Usually he would have immediately asked her to take her hands off. The girl was touched, hearing that well, he couldn't make himself look heartless, and then thought, damn. It seemed like the hero was crying, and he thought that it was all because she was shocked by her death and the obsession created by the spirit of the bloody demon. He became softer towards her, and he was increasingly worried about the girl's words and actions. Looking down, the hero thought that why did he even see such an illusion, and then said that she would not have been able to stay on the horse alone, her internal injuries had not yet healed. The hero added tensely that he couldn't help but offer to go with her, and of course she should hold on to him so as not to fall, and then turned to her. Smiling broadly, the girl said she wouldn't fall. Putting her hand to her face, Laura said that he should tell her honestly. He liked it too, he was enjoying the moment, to which the hero thought that she should disappear. A temple appeared, someone greeted him. Richard folded his arms and said that it was not worth it, and then asked if the ship was ready, to which the guy replied that he should forgive him. Not right now. By night the whole river was covered in thick fog and it was becoming dangerous to go ashore. Fog appeared over the water. It was heard that the river was unfriendly even during the day, and it was especially not worth sailing at night. He understood that he was in a hurry, but it would be much safer for him to wait until morning. Looking at the master, Bob said that there was no pursuit after them, asked why they didn't allow themselves a short rest. Looking up, the man thought that all this time they expected the Alliance or Lena's people to chase them, but so far they had not encountered anyone. If they were to make a halt, then now was the best time to do so. Clenching his fist, the guy heard that so be it. They would wait out the night here, and in the morning they would sail, to which he replied that it was excellent. The girl hugged the hero. It was heard that she would tell them when the fog cleared, and the answer that of course, elder, they were having dinner. Putting his hands on his hips, Richard replied that not yet, they had something to drink, to which the guy laughed. A huge table with food appeared. It was heard that maybe it would be different. The light in the building was on. It was heard that they would finally eat something other than dried beef. Maybe at another time such a simple table would not have touched him, but now it was a real feast. He offered the master to pour him some. All the people were happily sitting at the table. Empty plates appeared. Someone said that they ate well. He had stuffed his belly so hard that he was even tired of it. He felt exhausted. Richard looked away. Sitting at the table, he said for the hero to give him the sword, to which he responded. Taking hold of it, Chuck asked that he was sure. Stretching out his hand, the master said that he just wanted to make sure. The man grabbed the weapon tightly. Red particles began to appear around his hand. He dropped it abruptly on the table. Looking at the hero, he said that okay, now let him try to take it, to which Chuck replied that it was good. Taking hold of his face, Bob asked what the hell, why only he could touch it, to which the demon replied that it was because he was a subordinate of this body. And the hero thought that he should not babble all sorts of nonsense here. He was just picky. The hero looked ahead in confusion, hearing that he was hiding something from him, to which he asked what he was talking about. Frowning, the master told him not to be stupid. He was asking if he really came from me and Suo. The hero froze, wondering why he suddenly doubted his origin. Bob looked at the man and said that despite the fact that this guy was called a donkey in the family, to which the master replied that he should not interfere. Sitting in front of the hero, Richard said that the blood demon sword is a sacred relic of the blood cult. Everyone knows this. But does he know why they consider this sword special? It is one of the rare swords with a will of its own. Portraits of people surfaced, and the master said that no, it is not about that. The peculiarity is that the sword allows them to see only those in whose veins the blood of the descendant of the blood demon flows. Asked what he understands now, he will ask again. His mother really was an ordinary servant. The hero remembered his mother and thought that he thought it was just a misunderstanding. He may have found out that his mother was of high birth, but she was from the Flying Moon Shadow sect. How could she be related to the blood cult? A glow appeared near his hand, and he added that he calmly held the demon sword in his hands only because he absorbed the consciousness of the blood demon, only because the sword spirit accepted him as its subordinate and allowed him to touch. The hero sat on the ground with his head down. Raising his head, Sebastian laughed and asked what other misunderstanding. He thinks that this body would accept a random rogue. Smiling widely, the demon said that he was a funny person. He didn't even know his own blood. Surprised, looking to the side, the hero thought about how the hell to understand this, and the guy turned to the elder. Looking straight ahead, he said in fear that Danshin is internal energy. Lowering his gaze, the hero thought about internal energy. The guys looked down in confusion. The hero thought he wasn't going to, and the man said that it was a Kai dispersing poison. The guy looked at them, hearing that it was a trap. Damn, it seemed they relaxed too early. The girl looked ahead in confusion and asked if she was okay. Looking at her, the hero asked what was okay, what of this she hadn't eaten, to which she replied that she hadn't touched the drink, it smelled strange. Frowning, the man said that it meant the poison was in the alcohol, not the food, asked what anyone hadn't drunk yet. Hearing the silence, the master said that it couldn't get any worse. The hero heard sounds and said that they needed to get out of here first. People with red eyes appeared, and Chuck thought that the voices of swords, he could already hear about 20, but it seemed there were even more attackers. The girl said that it seemed too late. Looking away, Louise said that they were surrounded. A crowd of warriors stood in front of the building. Clenching his fists, Bob said that those damn bastards from the Muram Alliance, when did they start using poisons? To which the hero replied that it was not the Alliance that did it. Looking away, the guy heard that if they had such a chance, they would have poisoned them with the strongest poison, and he said that then. The man abruptly opened the doors. Looking at him, the master said that this is who is behind all this, and the man apologized and said that Lena ordered them to be brought to her. Smiling, the guy said that it was obvious that they would refuse, so he had to resort to such means. Tony, the commander of the detachment of the Mad Demon, greets the elder. Looking at him in surprise, the hero thought that the blade of the Mad Demon, and Laura asked that he knows him. Portraits of people appeared, and Chuck replied that he had heard, in a past life, in addition to elders and blood stars, many other masters had considerable fame in the cult. The man stood in the middle of the blood, and the hero added that Commander Tony was one of them. He got his nickname when in a battle against the Chonam sect he managed to defeat 20 swordsmen alone. It is safe to say that his abilities go far beyond the level of a commander. Looking straight, the man said that but. The student stood, and he asked which of them was Chuck. Frowning, the hero thought, what the hell, why him again? Grinning, the man said that it looks like they will never hear which of them is Chuck, then they will simply capture them all. Stretching his hand forward, he added that they should remember the lady ordered to deliver the youth safe, to which the warriors responded. Suddenly a table flew at the guy. While fighting the master, the guy asked what the hell, the poison didn't work on him, where did he get all this strength from? Grabbing them by the heads, Richard said that they should all run away. Louise, she was in charge, let her clear the way for everyone, he would hold them back. The girl asked in confusion about what he was suggesting that they leave him. Jumping on the girl, the people shouted for them to surrender. There was nowhere to run, they were surrounded. Swinging his hand, Bob said that he couldn't hold them all back alone, he was staying with him, to which Rudolph supported him. Turning around, the guy asked why they were still there, said to leave quickly. The hero looked at him, hearing that if they got to him, then that was the end. Finding himself behind the hero, Tony said that Chuck was him. He began to approach the hero. Turning around, the master shouted that this idiot. Then he opened his eyes in amazement. The man flew up from the whirlwind. Gritting his teeth tightly, he asked if he hadn't drunk the poison or was resisting it with some dark art. Holding his sword above his head, the protagonist thought that if, like everyone else, he had enjoyed drinking, he too couldn't use the lower energy core. Frowning, the protagonist added that it didn't mean he couldn't use the central one. The hero pulled out a short sword, and the man said that he. Smiling, Richard said that he always had some kind of ace up his sleeve. People began to fly out of the building. A glow appeared around the master and he asked that he could handle this, to which the hero asked again. Looking forward furiously, the man said that he would take care of the circulation and remove toxins from the body, but at this time he needed peace. Turning around, the hero said that he should leave it to them. The guys stood near the master, and Chuck shouted that the two of them were protecting the teacher, let no one get close to him. Looking at the girl, the main character said that they would not run away, they would fight them all together. If they wanted to successfully complete this mission, then this was the only choice, to which she responded. Standing in front of the hero, the man said that he was forcing them to shed blood, to which he replied that he said that he was forbidden to harm him. Gritting his teeth tightly, the man said that as long as he remained alive, everything was fine. He opened his eyes in surprise, hearing that, well, let him try not to kill him, but he could not answer him in kind, to which he asked again. The hero smiled, holding a sword in his hand. Looking straight ahead, Chuck said that he said he was going to kill him. A fog appeared over the river. The man poured a drink and said that he would allow him to add more. Then, he said that it was a great honor for him to come here in person. Holding the cup in his hand, the guy heard what exactly prompted him to come here, to which he replied that there was a name that he heard again after a long time, came to personally see its owner. Closing his eyes, the man said that if he had an interest in any of them, he was sure that he should not have gone with the others, and the enemy was still the fourth elder, it would be safer with him. Blue rays appeared near the house, and he replied that he should not worry, that even the elder would be powerless, having drunk the poison. Moreover, the man was bleeding from his mouth, and he added that the entire elite of the squad was there. Many corpses lay on the ground, and the guy said that the blade of the Mad Demon itself, and his subordinate warriors of high rank, not to mention dozens of warriors of middle rank. The man turned to the commander, saying that the blade of the Mad Demon was defeated, to which he asked again. Turning around, the commander asked that the plan failed. Did the elder not drink the poison? To which he was answered that no, his students, and he asked what about Chuck. Pushing him away, the man said that he was right away. Jim, looking at him, told him to stop. The commander smiled, hearing that they were walking together. Chuck and Louise were surrounded by warriors. Frowning, the hero thought that if we take each one separately, he is stronger than any of them, but there are too many of them. The master sat on the floor, and the protagonist added that he was also constrained by the need to protect the entrance, and they act freely asked the master to hurry. The crowd turned around, and the hero thought that everyone suddenly became worried about what was behind them. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in amazement. Holding the sword, the man said that this is really amazing. In less than 2 years he became the elder's apprentice and improved his skills so much. Looking straight ahead, Jim said that now it is clear why the lady needs him. Folding his arms, the hero said that he is not worthy of his praise, and then thought that it would be bad if he joined the besiegers, he would definitely not be able to resist. Approaching the commander, the guy said that he should leave the hero to him, let him take the rest and deal with the elder, to which he replied that it was good. And the hero thought that damn, even if he could hold out one-on-one against the Blood Star, if the rest broke through in the meantime, it would be the end. Frowning, the hero thought that the master still needed time. He urgently needed to figure out how to detain them all, and Sebastian said that it was getting even more interesting. Looking at him, the hero thought that right, there was still him, to which he asked again. Pulling the sword to the side, the hero asked to stop, said to look at this first. The guy asked in bewilderment what kind of childish tricks these were, thought he could do them with a fake sword, said that he probably didn't know yet, but the real blood demon sword was already in the mistress's hands. Looking at him, the hero shouted that it was a fake, to which he was told that he seriously thought that he would believe it if the sword in his hand was real. How could he hold it? Having given him the sword, the hero said that he should make sure of it, to which he asked in surprise why him. The guy opened his eyes wide and wheezed. Red particles appeared around his hand. The demon bit his clothes and asked how dare he call it a fake. He would show him a fake, and the hero thought that the Kai and his meridians had gone crazy. Having dropped the sword, the guy said that the hell, what kind of tricks are these? To which the hero replied that it was not a trick. He really dared to say such a thing when he was honored to hold the real blood demon sword in his hands. Looking away, Chuck said that he hoped they all understood what the fact that he was holding the blood demon sword completely freely meant. After all, that was the 4th star. Sebastian grabbed the hero by the face and told him to never give him to other people again. To which he replied that he had just said that he had fun, and the demon replied that it was different. Holding the sword, Jim said that it was interesting, he never ceases to amaze, and the commander turned to him. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that but it could still be explained by the action of some potion or other trick. He looked closely, hearing what he would say to this. A red glow appeared around the hero, and he thought that it could not be this Chuck. The hero looked straight ahead angrily, and Jim added that he inherited his blood. A voice shouted that his hair and eyes turned red. Someone added that like the mistress. Laura asked if he was okay, and that he did not give his body to the spirit again. Chuck thought that he was okay. Holding the sword, he continued to think that fortunately, the same thing happened when he mastered the blood demon sword, and that it was probably because he absorbed the blood demon's power. Looking at the people, the protagonist thought that everyone was surprised and confused, but whatever. The hero said that he could use the blood demon sword, the 4th blood star, and thought that he only cared about his reaction. John was silent, and Chuck continued to think that what mattered was how John looked now, the 4th blood star, who could control them all. The hero thought that his shaking gaze betrayed his excitement, and said that he knew what that meant. The man furiously shouted at them not to be influenced by him, and that the only ones who inherited his blood were their mistress and Mistress Clara. The hero thought, what a bastard. The protagonist looked at the guy and said how can he be sure that they were the only ones left, and he himself believed in what he was saying. Then he held out his sword and continued that, having seen this, he decided to ignore the laws of the cult. The most important law of the blood cult? The owner of the blood demon sword becomes the next leader of the cult and a blood demon. Sebastian laughed and said that this is good, it is nice that he is his subordinate. Chuck thought for him to shut up, and that it was all because of him. Then he narrowed his eyes and continued the thought that although these were his words, but what a lie it was, and that in some sense, for the followers of the cult he is a newbie. The voice said that he has a talent for surprising him every time they meet. The hero's eyes widened. John continued that he calls him another heir to his blood. Then he swung and asked to show him if he really made progress. The protagonist thought that he was trying to test him through a duel, and that in this case he would have to show him what he was capable of. Chuck looked at him and thought that he had long wanted to test him, but never thought that he would have to do it like this. The force responded in the upper energy core, the mastery of the blood demon sword. He had never studied it or used it. John flew at the protagonist. Energy formed around, and Chuck thought that the body was moving on its own. The hero raised his hand and thought that as if. He parried the blow and continued the thought that as if he had once used it a long time ago. John frowned and thought that he easily parried his sword. something flew into his face. A bright flash knocked the guy off his feet. Then he landed on his feet. The man said in shock that he had thrown away the fourth star. John looked away and thought that he had made no mistake. He parried another blow and continued the thought that although, obviously, he had stopped it in time. A spark flew past the boy and he thought that he had used a sword technique that allowed him to break through all this. Chuck said with a smile that the third formation of the Blood Demon sword mastery. He looked down at the sword and continued that a bloodless pinpoint strike. John swung and asked how he felt about it. He struck with the words that he would receive. The boy flew up. His eyes lit up. A rushing wave rushed towards the protagonist. People opened their mouths in shock and said that isn't this the consciousness of the sword of the fourth star? Sebastian laughed and said that this guy is also cool. Then he said to show him. Chuck bent down and Sebastian continued that the technique that came to his mind now. The protagonist used the mastery of the Blood Demon sword, the fifth formation. John looked up. A bloody rain fell on the guy, piercing tens of thousands. The man looked at the rushing wave. It was approaching him. Energy cut through the air. John stood surrounded by dust. His hair covered his eyes. Sebastian angrily said that this is not enough. Chuck thought he knew, since he himself did not hone this power, he had to imitate. Then he continued the thought that even so, and that now this will be enough. John closed his eyes, introduced himself and greeted the master. The protagonist thought it worked. The man shouted that it was the fourth star, and how could this be? John replied that he certainly owned the Blood Demon sword, and that meant that he was also his bloodstream. The man angrily replied that even if that were the case, hadn't they sworn allegiance to the mistress, and that they only had one task, to take the sword and hand it over to the mistress. The people were puzzled, saying that but if this was the real Blood Demon sword, then everything was different. The man asked why they were hesitating. They were obeying Mistress Lena. Chuck thought that they had split up, and that they needed to be shaken up even more. The hero said that they were going to break the law. The protagonist frowned and continued that he had the Blood Demon sword. He was now the sex Blood Demon. John pursed his lips. The man shouted to check the sword and that their only blood demon was the mistress. Something exploded behind him. Chuck looked up and thought how glad he was. Richard landed on the ground. Someone said that this crazy old man came to his senses. The man called the elder. The protagonist said to himself that the hard work was worth it. Richard replied, could they take care of everything else? Then he continued that he understood his intentions. The hero looked at him in confusion. The man raised his head up. Then he shouted furiously, who dared to raise his head, and that on his knees, this man. Standing next to the protagonist, Richard said that he was their blood demon. Chuck wondered what he meant. The man shouted angrily, do they at least realize what they did? And to kneel immediately, and what? Their legs withered away. John bowed and told the elder that he was glad to see him after so long. Richard replied that it had been a long time. Then he asked if the guy was going to kneel. John remained silent. Then he said that he hoped his judgment was correct, and it must be fate. The man asked what he was talking about. John turned to the commander and asked if he planned to serve him as a new blood demon. He called him the fourth star. Then he asked how they could betray Lady Lena. Someone cut off his head. Chuck and Richard looked at it in shock. John asked to give an order, looking at the protagonist. Then he continued that he would also eliminate any problems. People looked at what was happening. The hero thought that he was given power over their lives. Looking at the people around him, he continued the thought that it was even somehow awkward. One word from her has power over the lives of more than 40 people. Then he thought about what this look. The guy smiled and thought that this is how. Looking at John, the hero thought about the heavy, probing look that he had felt on himself more than once, and that he was trying to check if he had the qualities necessary to become the leader of the blood cult. Sebastian smiled and said he would pretend to be kind after having so much fun killing them with his own hands. Chuck thought he wasn't the type to enjoy killing. Then he went on to say it was done out of dire circumstances and necessity, not his own free will. Sebastian asked if it wasn't necessary now. They refused to be loyal to him. Chuck thought he should kill them all because they rejected him. Sebastian said yeah, and didn't he know the path of blood was bloody? Then he went on to say that to subdue by force, to instill fear and to gain loyalty, that's it. Chuck told him to shut up. The guy called the protagonist and said he had no other way. Paul told the blood demon sword that it was the hero's choice. It replied that of course it would be on his side. He frowned and said that the herd is driven by fear of the strongest, and that the history of past generations proves this, and that they are fools. Paul replied that his understanding of the world is limited. Then he continued, looking at the hero, that he is much more complex than he thinks. The protagonist said that their loyalty is impressive. The guy continued that he appreciates it. Looking at the guys, he said that this is why he wants to give them a chance. Chuck asked one of them that he is a follower of their cult, or he is a minion of Lady Lena. The guy answered that he is a follower of the cult, to which the protagonist asked why then does not follow its leader. Chuck looked at him and said that perhaps because he would like his current mistress to be the leader, and asked if he is right. The protagonist walked past him and continued what a blood demon is, and that according to the law, isn't he the core of the cult? Then he put his hand on his chest and told them to understand that the cult is him and that they now refuse to be a follower of the blood cult. Someone shouted that no. The hero thought that having been in high positions for a long time, he was proud to be considered a member of this cult. His whole life is serving the cult. Could he really reject all this for the sake of the mistress? And that the others thought the same. The voice asked that they were going to turn away from their master and die. The man was lying on the ground. The voice continued what would happen to the cult if all his followers began to complain and express their desires. Then Chuck asked if they were ready to lay down their heads to maintain their loyalty to the mistress, and that he would not want that. Looking at the people, the hero said that each of them was part of the cult and thought that they formed a blood cult. Then he said that he, like them, also started from the bottom, so he understands perfectly well. He closed his eyes and continued what it was like for them, and that it was a crushing feeling, that he was a bargaining chip and could die at any moment. A man slashed with a weapon before his eyes. Chuck looked down and said that he understood how hard it was to live with that. Then he said that he had been like that himself, and that they, like him, were a cult. When the protagonist's speech ended, most of the masked people knelt and swore an oath. Chuck gave the 7 people who had stood firm to the very end a chance to defend their honor, and he said that as a sign of respect for the loyalty of those who did not recognize him, their bodies would be buried with honors. And maybe that's why the eyes of those hidden under the mask softened. The blood demon is a cult, but the new blood demon claims that the cult is not only him, but them too. For those who are expendable and do not even have control over their own lives, a new time has come. Chuck said that this is his path, this is the answer to his question. John remained silent. Then he knelt down, introduced himself and said that according to the laws of the cult, he would serve him as a new blood demon. The protagonist passed by saying that if he really planned to serve him as a blood demon, he should not test his strength again. Someone called John and he answered the elder. A fist flew into his face. John fell to the ground. The guy grabbed his face and said that he was still punching, and that it was dangerous even for him if he was unprotected. Richard furiously shouted at him to shut up. He was his disciple before becoming a blood demon, and asked who asked him to test him. John replied that he apologized, however, if he became a blood demon, and shouldn't his qualities be tested. Then he continued, did he think that he didn't know that if he had ambitions as a blood demon, he would have declared it from the beginning? Richard asked what he learned. The guy replied that it was unexpected. He continued that he was trying to determine whether it was worth doing or not based on his answer, but he didn't think he could convince them at all. The man laughed and said that he had reached the top thanks to his knowledge and his gab. John thought that in fact, both mistresses in such a situation came to the same conclusion, and that the purge would resolve all internal discord. They would simply kill everyone who did not submit to them. Then he looked at the protagonist and continued the thought that Chuck chose a different approach. If he had spared any of them, he would have looked ridiculous. But he made those who could become a threat commit suicide. Thanks to this, he even won the favor of other cult members. In his thoughts, it was either accidental or intentional, and that perhaps a completely different kind of blood demon appeared, different from the previous ones. Louise smiled at the protagonist. John thought that the blood demon who has a soul. North of Yabe County, Hubei Province. The man entered and said that he did not know that the successor of the blood demon was alive. Looking at the girl, he continued that good abilities. He cannot believe that she has reached such heights at her age. Lena replied that he thinks, dodged one attack and can already pretend to be God knows what. Lena furiously shouted that she would kill him. The man dodged bright sparks. Lena widened her eyes and thought that he dodged all her attacks. The man struck. The guy was kneeling and calling for the mistress. Then he asked who he was and how he did it, to which he was told that it was none of his business. He put forward a drawing of Louise. Then he asked her to answer him if he knew this person. They say that life is not what goes according to plan. But isn't it all too hard? Now it's hard to predict what will happen next. With the help of the inner strength learned from the secret records of the Immortal Sword, he defeated the Invincible Man. And he solved the whole situation by declaring himself a blood demon. Chuck grabbed his head and said that he must have gone crazy, and thought that he would never have thought that his property would restrain him. Laura asked what to restrain and what he was thinking about. The protagonist thought that he initially had a plan to pass the blood demon sword to Clara, making her the next leader of the cult, thanks to his merits to strengthen the position and achieve the desired power. And when the time comes to leave the cult to become independent, he even received an indulgence for this, but it was all in vain. Thus, he incurred the wrath of not only Lena, but also Clara. Louise asked what he was thinking about. Chuck jumped away from her in bewilderment, to which she asked why he was so scared, as if he saw a ghost. Laura said angrily that he was just thinking about other girls, and what's wrong? Chuck mentally told her to shut up and replied that he was just thinking. Then he said that he seemed to be in a good mood. The girl answered with a smile that yes, there was a feeling that she suddenly began to possess what she had wanted for so long. The protagonist thought about possession. Laura said that he himself said that he was a blood demon, and that he thought she would immediately like him. Then she continued that she did not know, But it seemed that she wanted to charm him, that she herself would benefit from all this, and that their Chuck was in trouble, to which he thought that she should keep her head down. Louise said that he was nervous now. Chuck asked again and said that there was no thought. The girl looked into his eyes and answered that this was a lie, and that she heard herself swallowing, but she was not nervous. The guy replied that saliva is just physiology if there is a lot of saliva. The girl asked why he is full of saliva. Their hands were getting closer. Louise said that she is not food. Why does he drool when he looks at her, and put her hand on his? The girl said that she thinks her father lied to her, and that he said that anyone would fall in love with her if they were so close to him. Chuck thought that her father was right, he just missed something. Looking at her, he wondered if there was anyone who would show such courage, knowing her father, at least not him. Sebastian asked who her father was, that he was so scared. Laura answered that one of the four evil, to which the guy said that he was just a pathetic bastard, afraid of such a weakling and pushing away a girl who showed attention to him. Then he continued that if he wanted her to be his, he should just pull her by the neck and kiss her. Chuck mentally asked him to shut up. Louise put her hand on his shoulder and the guy asked what she was doing. A moment later, the girl kissed him. Then she asked if he was in love with her. Sebastian laughed and said that she was even better. Paul continued that active girls were also not bad. Even his previous owner would be jealous, that is, admired. The protagonist put his hand to his mouth. The girl sharply screamed that she did not hear anything. Chuck thought that apparently Louise also did it impulsively, and that, to be honest, he was also a little surprised. She looked at him and the hero continued the thought that he had never been kissed so unexpectedly. The protagonist said with a smile that she just did it, and now she was embarrassed, and thought that it was even cute. The girl opened her mouth wide. Then she yelled that it was unfair to smile like that. But that didn't mean she didn't like it, so let him continue. Laura asked him to be honest. Because he liked her, the guy thought he wouldn't deny it. The hero turned to the silhouette and asked how long it had been standing there, and thought that he had been so stunned that he hadn't noticed how close it had gotten. Bob was crying and saying that he kept all the good stuff for himself and that he was a selfish bastard. The hero asked what he was carrying and what he needed. Bob replied that the master wanted to talk to him alone, so he asked him to come to him. The protagonist thought that the master was looking for him. Chuck narrowed his eyes. He was watching the tea being poured. Richard told him to sit down with a smile. Chuck thought that it was so awkward because of how much respect he had for him. Then he said what he thought. He was very rude to him. Images from relationships appeared before his eyes and the hero thought that he didn't think that could be called rude. Laura exclaimed that it was true, suggested revenge, and to be hung on a rock, torn to pieces, and then asked to get them some medicine. The hero thought that revenge. He was still not sure if the blood of the blood demon flowed in him. Then he said that the master should treat him as usual. Richard asked how he could treat the blood demon so carelessly, and that he should not feel uncomfortable because of it. The hero closed his eyes and thought that it was very uncomfortable, very awkward, and answered that he could talk as before, at least when they were alone. Looking at the man, he thought that but it was worth insisting again, because he treated him like a teacher. Richard relaxed and answered that it was good. Chuck thought that he really accepted it without any hesitation. Richard then took a sip and said that he would not beat around the bush and would ask directly, and asked if either of his parents had any connection with the Flying Moon Shadow sect. Chuck thought that he assumed that he was going to talk to him about the blood demon, but for him to mention the sect and whether this sect was connected with the blood cult. Richard replied that judging by his reaction, he thought they were connected. The hero replied that he honestly did not know. The man asked again, to which he received the answer that when he returned to Yang with the Messiah, he received his mother's things from the head of the family. Then he continued that then he found out that the head of the family, whom he knew before, was not his blood father. Richard's eyes widened. The man looked at the thing in his hand and said that he had not seen it for a long time, the Flying Crane Shadow Medallion, and that it seemed that his mother hid a lot from him. Chuck asked about the Flying Crane Shadow Medallion and that he knew what it was. Richard asked how he could not know, and that even knowing the history of this medallion, which today's youth does not know. The protagonist was shocked to think that he even knew the history. Richard continued that the place where such a skillful medallion resembling the moon could be made, and that does not exist in Muram. This medallion was created as a gift from the Emperor. Chuck thought that the Emperor, and what is this, that even concerns the imperial family. The man continued that it has a long history, and that the Flying Moon Shadow sect is unique. The hero heard that the blood demon is the basis of their cult. The blood demon lineage is divided into two parts. In the sect only a few know about it. The first, Mason, and the second, Leo. Leo, the great blood demon. The hero asked if Mason was not the firstborn. The man replied that yes, usually the eldest son inherits this title. But Mason didn't want to be the next leader. He was good at science, passed the civil service exam, and was accepted. The Emperor was impressed by him and his level of education, and this medallion was given to Mason with the title of Flying Crane. Richard continued that his blood went to another clan, and that while he was in the position of an official, there were no special problems. But when the emperor changed, tragedy began. Chuck asked in shock that the emperor who declared war on Nurum. The man nodded and said that his persecution eventually fell on the shadow of the flying crane. The emperor tried to eliminate him. How could their cult watch others who came from the same family suffer, and that their sect did everything possible to help them escape the emperor's clutches? Chuck said that even then the shadow of the flying crane returned to the cult. The man replied that no, and how could they return to the cult? Chose another path. They joined the unrivaled faction. The man said that it was possible to go the way of neutrality. Laura said that it was strange. If they were of the same blood, then why did they leave and never join the cult? Chuck thought that their return would only increase competition. Laura asked again about competition, to which the protagonist thought that people who have the same roots have the right to inherit the title of the leader of the cult. He continued that if they returned, they would soon find themselves in the same situation as they are now, and they were probably trying to avoid this situation. The girl replied that yes, people have a difficult life. Thus, the ancestor of the Flying Moon Shadow sect. There was a flying crane serving in the imperial court, and he himself comes from their cult. Chuck thought that the Flying Moon Shadow sect came from the blood cult, so if his mother or biological father belonged to the Flying Moon Shadow sect, then he also belongs to the blood demon line. Sebastian indignantly asked, didn't he tell him about this? Richard said that thanks to him, his blood can be passed on, and that now he can meet the departed cult leader in that world without shame. The hero asked how he can check whether he is the heir or not. He looked at the man and continued that his mother was part of the Flying Moon Shadow sect. The man asked with a smile if he knows what he thinks about this, and that there is one idea. Then he continued that if that was the case, wouldn't it be a good idea to strengthen the blood tie by marrying one of the two young ladies? Chuck thought, what the hell? The hero exhaled and told the master that if he had demon blood in him, then he was a distant relative. Richard frowned and replied that what did that have to do with it? Since ancient times, marriages between distant relatives were considered a common occurrence. Then he continued that for the sake of strengthening the blood, the imperial family also practiced this. Marriages concluded for political purposes or strengthening power. Families merge, new clans are formed, and the blood is passed on. Richard asked why he was so serious about this. Chuck's eyes widened and replied that before talking about strengthening the blood, would they easily accept the fact that he wielded a blood demon sword? The man said that he thought the laws existed for no reason. The hero replied that they had different views, especially Lady Clara, and how could one be sure that everything would be fine? There is a high probability that he will be an enemy to the militant and unrivaled Lady Lena from the start because he has sworn allegiance to Lady Clara. She will be stabbed in the back by those she trusted, and she knows for sure that Clara will not stand aside. Richard asked if he thought he would have chosen him if he was not completely sure. Chuck asked again if he believed. The man answered that he declared that he would follow the path of the blood demon, and that he thinks he would leave it for the lady. Laura covered her mouth and said that the elder was increasingly surprising, and that it seemed that he really cared about him now. The protagonist always thought that the master in his actions prioritized the revival of the cult, but he, on the contrary, believed in the disciples. Then the guy thought that he was so sincere, it could not help but touch him. Looking at the man, he continued the thought that he wanted to live up to his expectations. Richard said that he started discussing the topic of his marriage not only to strengthen the bond between relatives. In their circle, there are forces that have served them for a long time, and despite the existing laws, everything can change. And that if this happens, they will be in the most disadvantageous position. Under the leadership of Miss Lena are the 1st, 5th, and 7th stars. Under the leadership of Miss Clara are the 3rd and 6th. With them is the 4th elder, that is, he and the 4th star and everyone. Chuck said that at this rate, they will lose all power, and since most of the power they have accumulated is on the side of Miss Clara, it means that they need to start by adjusting the power structure. Richard replied that he knows, and that in the current situation, the 3rd elder, the king of the blood snake, the 2nd star of blood. Then he frowned and Chuck replied that they should meet with them. The guy continued that since they said they would follow whoever wielded the blood demon sword, it was only a matter of time before they would join them, and that if they could hire them without any major changes, it seemed like everything would fall into place. Richard laughed and said that they would see later, but he didn't mean a three-way fight. He continued that it would be best if the cult united without bloodshed. The protagonist responded with confusion as to what that meant. The man responded that they should unite behind him. Only then would they be able to gain the upper hand. Richard said that if there was no better idea, how about surrendering? The man continued that he would marry Lady Clara. Chuck clutched his head and asked how it all came down to marriage again. Clara was the remaining blood relative of the former cult leader, the legitimate heir. The man said that in the current situation, that was the most favorable option for them. The hero asked what was so favorable about it. Richard answered with a smile that he thought he would not notice it. He closed his eyes and continued that it could be known just by looking at how she treated him and how she looked at him, and how he could be so ignorant of women's feelings. Chuck sadly asked why someone as smart and understanding of women's feelings as he was still single. He was told that if the lady refused him, he would not even say anything. The protagonist thought that the teacher was so stubborn that he did not think he would give in even more, and if the lady Clara agreed, he should marry without hesitation. Laura exclaimed, "What about Louise?" and that she liked her. Chuck thought that there was another way. The man asked if he accepted it, and for him to just say it, the hero answered the master that he wanted to say one more thing. Then he said that Louise liked him. Richard closed his eyes and asked if he meant her and that it didn't matter, he could take her as a concubine later. Then his eyes widened. He grabbed the protagonist and asked if he was in his right mind and that she was the daughter of one of the four evils, to which Chuck replied that he was too loud. The man looked away. He shook the protagonist and said that she was the daughter of one of the four evils. If he harmed her in any way, there would be big trouble and that he should stay away from her. Then he asked why she liked him, to which the protagonist asked how he would know. The man let him go and said that it was fine, they hadn't interacted in any way, and that he meant he shouldn't give her hope, and to remember that. Chuck told the master that they kissed and that he had feelings too. The guy thought that would be enough. It was a pity that he used her as protection, but he was not one to give up so easily. The man put his hand to his face and said, "What kind of guy?" The protagonist thought he was so shocked that he had aged so quickly. Someone apologized to the elder and he told him to come in. He asked the guy what was wrong. John replied that he thought they should talk later. 3 large ships were approaching. Richard replied that they were Surach, the masters of the Chang River, the 18th waterway of the Yangtze River, a martial arts organization and the most powerful in Sapa, along with Nakrim, expected them to meet them when they crossed the Yangtze River. The man stood on the deck and said that some of the fog had cleared, but it was still hard to see and that it was better to be prepared just in case. Chuck told everyone to arm themselves, beat the drums. John accepted the order. Laura said that Louise had also come out. She was standing next to Rudolph. Laura continued that she was so cute, she was embarrassed. The girl hid behind Rudolph and Chuck thought that she had kissed him herself. No wonder she had such a reaction. Then he thought that this was why he felt awkward and grabbed his neck. The man hit the drum. Laura asked why they were beating the drums. The protagonist mentally answered that they were warning them not to collide with the ships. If it was Surach, then instead of drums they would hear the sounds of a horn. Chuck looked at the approaching ships. John said that fortunately, it seemed that it was not Surach. The voice shouted to direct the ship to the right. His order was accepted. Richard chuckled and asked, "Well, what is there to be afraid of them?" Chuck thought that it was better to avoid unpleasant things. The man frowned. A moment later, he shouted to be ready to attack. Laura said in bewilderment that it was not Surach. Chuck thought that it was annoying. Something cut the air. People were flying at them from above. The man exclaimed what the hell, who was climbing onto their ship, and to get ready for battle. The man said that it was boring, and then the protagonist thought that there was really no other way out except to solve this problem by force. Someone appeared in front of the hero and called his name. Chuck opened his mouth in surprise. Mrs. Clara was standing in front of him. A little earlier, Clara's ship. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that she hoped they were not late, did not expect that all the subordinate sisters would gather on this route, to which Nora replied that there was no need to worry so much. Looking at her, the witch said that the young master had overcome all adversity with wisdom, and his teacher, the 4th elder, was with him, so everything would be fine, to which Clara replied that this did not mean that they were not in danger. They saw a ship ahead and someone shouted about it. The girl asked what was happening. They were not pirates, right? To which the witch replied that she should not worry, they were traveling on 2 or 3 ships. Several ships appeared, and the woman added that they were beating drums. Most likely it was a merchant ship. This was good. Suddenly, she looked to the side in surprise. On the ship were the master and his students, and Clara asked what it was, to which she replied that he should look. Leaning against the side, the girl shouted about the elder and the hero, and the witch said that yes, but there were too many of them, moreover. With her eyes wide open, the girl said what it was. Looking at the boy, she added that Jim, the 4th star. Clutching her face, Clara asked why her sister's subordinate was with them now, and the witch asked why the elite of the Muram Alliance were with them now. Looking away, Nora said that it was better to expect the worst. The girl froze, hearing that there was a possibility that the elder had defected to Lena's side. Extending her hand forward, Clara said that it was necessary to intercept this ship and bring the hero. Everyone prepare for battle. In the present, many people were standing on the ship. Looking straight ahead, the girl asked what the hell was going on. Could he explain why the 4th star was with them? Richard, standing in front of her, said that he apologized for not being able to live up to her expectations, to which she asked what made him change sides. Looking straight ahead, the boy heard what the hell he did, to which he said that it seemed that some misunderstanding had occurred because of him. The master held him with his hand, and Jim said to let him explain. The man spoke seriously about the blood demon now being their leader. Pointing his finger forward, William turned to the master and asked what the hell was going on. He would give up the loyalty he had sworn and side with Lena, and the girl thought that the blood demon wanted to say that he recognized her sister as a blood demon. Holding the sword, the protagonist said that they were simply following the laws of their sect, to which the second elder asked again. The man, widening his eyes in surprise, asked what. Nora and Clara widened their eyes in surprise, looking at the demon's sword. Pulling it forward, Chuck heard that it was a blood demon's sword. Pointing his finger at the hero, the elder said that he shouldn't be laughing. If it was a real blood demon's sword, then how could he hold it? Richard furiously shouted at him to shut up. It was rude, he was a real blood demon of their time. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard that he had forgotten the laws of their sect. The person who is chosen by this sword becomes a blood demon. Taking a step forward, the woman turned to the master and said that it seemed he was mistaken about something, to which he asked again. Turning her head, Nora said that this whole story only concerns the descendants who inherited his blood, and they had already heard about what happened in the Muram Alliance. Looking straight ahead, the witch added that this blood demon sword could be a fake, or she was wrong. Throwing her the sword, Chuck said that then let her check it herself. She grabbed it and said that he had become quite arrogant since their last meeting. Looking at the hero, Richard asked what he was doing, giving her the blood demon sword, and what if she steals it, to which he replied that it was okay, that would not happen. The witch dropped the sword and screamed. Holding his hand, she said that it couldn't be, and Clara turned to her. Looking to the side, Nora said that this was a real blood demon sword. The girl opened her eyes in surprise and asked again in her head. William and Richard stood opposite each other. The second elder said angrily that Clara should take the sword now. Stretching his hand forward, Chuck said that they should check it personally. He could try to take it. The girl took the sword, and Richard asked what he was doing, to which the main character replied that he had an idea. Let her trust him. The girl raised it up and screamed in surprise, and then thought that this was the blood demon sword she had been waiting for. Opening her eyes wide, she added that the day had come when she would hold it in her hands. Suddenly, she dropped the weapon and screamed. Sitting on the floor, she wondered why she couldn't hold it in her hand. She was a blood relative of the previous cult leader. Her hand glowed pink, and she added that it couldn't be, once again. The hero abruptly pulled the sword towards himself, and the girl asked what the hell. Confused, looking straight ahead, Clara heard that the sword didn't want her to be its owner, to which she asked again. Turning away, the hero said that the blood demon sword chooses its owner. Looking back, he added that he had chosen him too. Throwing his hands behind his head, Sebastian said that he liked her too, but he was better all because of his unique abilities, to which the hero replied that if he didn't have the ability to talk to the sword, he wouldn't be able to do anything like that. Standing in front of him, Nora said that it couldn't be, to which the hero asked that but why did the sword choose him? Yes. Holding the rune in his hand, the hero said that the head of the family is not his biological father, but his mother, when she was already pregnant with him, became a concubine in this family and gave him the blood of the shadow of the flying crane. The second elder said in surprise that the medallion of the shadow of the flying crane, is this not a medallion that the descendants of the shadow of the flying crane inherit? Then Chuck and the witch continued that part of the family tree by the blood of the founder of the cult. Smiling, Nora said that good, then let her ask him one question. Richard froze, hearing that does he know who exactly inherited the blood of the shadow of the flying crane, mother or father, to which he thought what kind of woman is going to ask questions about whether he is definitely the heir of the blood. Standing in front of the witch, the protagonist asked why the legitimacy of his blood is so important now. The sword chose him. There is something more important than this. The witch looked at the girl, hearing that Mrs. Clara inherited the blood of the previous sect leader, but could not hold the sword. Legitimacy is not an absolute value. Closing his eyes, the hero turned to the fourth star and asked if he knew about the legitimacy of the mistress's blood, to which he replied that he did, and the hero continued that then why did he decide to follow Mrs. Lena? Jim thought about the girl and said that because of the talent of the blood demon. That is why he then followed him. The hero's abilities are better than the mistress's. Looking at the hero, William said that this is impossible. He has not yet reached the peak of his abilities. Asked that how dare he compare him with Mrs. Lena, and the hero thought that he hid his skills, so he cannot know exactly how much his strength has grown. Smiling, the master said that it is true, the strongest of them should become a blood demon. If he cannot believe it, let him check it himself. The hero stood in front of the witch and said how about they compete with him themselves. Looking away, the witch said okay and Clara said she would do it. Looking straight ahead, Clara asked how she could let someone else fight for her place. Standing in front of the hero, she said she didn't want this to turn into a war between both sides, to which he replied that he didn't want that either. Lowering her head, the girl said that this fight would decide who would become the blood demon. If he won, then everyone including her would go over to his side. Nora and William looked straight ahead intently. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that if he lost, then everything would be the other way around. The hero's allies watched him, listening to how this method would not cause any harm to either side. Standing in front of the hero, Clara asked him if he agreed, to which he replied that he did. The man slightly bowed down. Looking at the hero, the girl told him to try his best. She raised her hand and added that it would be very different from when he fought without using internal force. Chuck stood in front of Frank and Clara. The guy pointed at his opponent and suggested to start. The girl jumped up. She spun, used her skill to defeat the guy. Chuck deftly parried all the attacks, defending himself from the energy. Clara noticed that he overcame the formation very easily. She knew that he had been hiding his skills all this time. The guy also prepared for the battle so as not to look detached. The girl saw him attack at the last moment. She endured a strong blow, not noticing Chuck approaching. Clara was amazed and outraged because this was the very technique she taught him. In her opinion, it was still too weak for her to destroy it. The girl spun a stream of energy around herself, trying to defend herself. Richard watched as the girl tried to interrupt his technique, but he, despite this, still attacked her. The man thought he hadn't seen anything like this for a long time, but in the end, this blade was made for destruction. Clara tried to control her body, but she couldn't. She thought it was a truly perfect technique. Chuck used the Blood Demon Sword with the Blood Demon Sword technique. Clara was released by the energy flow, and the girl fell to the ground. Chuck stood in a pose ready to fight. The guy instantly approached her to strike again. This time, the girl dodged and the energy flow flew in the other direction. It rammed a nearby column of the building. Clara looked at the guy while he held the sword near her head. She swallowed and closed her eyes, saying that she lost. The girl finally recognized Chuck as a blood demon, their leader of their cult. The guys watching the fight from the side rejoiced and cheered. The master grinned and was pleased with the guy. The cheering crowd began to shout to Chuck that he had finally become a blood demon. The girl approached the guy and said she wanted to ask him a question. She wanted to know how he had mastered this technique to perfection. Chuck replied that the blood demon sword had taught him. The guy had absorbed the blood demon's power and could now use it, but he thought it would be enough to explain it that way. The girl hesitated when she heard about the blood demon sword. She called out to the guy suspiciously. Clara wanted to talk to him when everything was settled to find out something. Finger watched the girl leave and realized that for some reason there was relief on her face. It was getting dark over the sea, and the ships were approaching the pier. The demon said that no matter how much the guy thought about it, it would still be strange. He thought that the girl still had energy. Chuck replied that he knew about it. The interlocutor replied that he could not understand how one could give up so easily. Paul assumed that the girl had helped him. The guy was surprised to hear these words. Paul replied that perhaps she had immediately realized that he was not her equal and that she seemed to have offered her hand so that he could be recognized. Chuck replied that this was the problem, because the second elder and the sixth star knew that they had not fought at full strength, so he doubted that he would be humbly accepted. A man approached Chuck from the side and called out to him. Richard was standing at the counter and insisted that he wanted to talk to the lady, but in his opinion it was difficult now. The man replied that she was in the cabin. Richard was a little angry because he did not understand why she was still offended. The man replied that he, in her place, would also not easily accept defeat. Even if all this is necessary for the revival of the cult and the laws, then, frankly speaking, it is still difficult for her to admit and accept it. According to him, the current blood demon is radically different from the two young ladies. There is not a drop of blood from the previous leader of the cult in him. William asked the man if he had not served the previous cult leader loyally. However, he said that recognizing the new blood demon through the law felt like a betrayal of the previous leader. He said that it was possible there was guilt for not protecting the previous leader, and it still lurked in his soul. William asked Richard if he felt the same in his chest. The man wanted to be honest and said that there was no one among them for whom he would not feel sorry. William replied that even if they dealt with this problem now, there would definitely be those who would think the same as he did. Richard wondered what difference it would make if they accepted him or not, because he was still essentially the new blood demon. William replied that trusting his disciples was good, but as the lady said, a blood demon could not be the descendant of the shadow of a flying crane. According to him, if the group used this as an argument, they would not back down, just like the lady. Richard asked the man if he would change his mind if he were told one way to ease his worries. The man did not understand what he was talking about. The man said that if the current blood demon was not a direct descendant, he could simply marry the lady. In his opinion, if the blood demon chosen by the sword and the lady, the legitimate heir, got married, it would strengthen the situation. William thought about it. He did not understand how his interlocutor even came up with such a plan, because it was simply brilliant. Richard asked if his interlocutor was now satisfied. William was happy and glowing with joy. He did not know that Richard was such an extraordinary person. The man once again plunged into thought and asked if such a decision was made, then did it matter at all whether he was a direct descendant or not? Richard did not understand what he was thinking about now. William replied that despite their common roots, their lineage had split hundreds of years ago. According to him, even if Chuck was a direct descendant of the shadow of a flying crane, there was no reason why he couldn't be the mistress. Richard was glad that they could marry them without any unnecessary questions or arguments. William also supported him. The men admired the genius of their own thoughts. Jim stood and watched from behind. The guy thought that this was a really good idea, but he didn't understand how difficult it would be to cement their union. Jim clearly knew that there was another obstacle that needed to be overcome for this. The sixth star had served the mistress since childhood, so she clearly wouldn't be against this union. The girl asked to speak directly. Chuck covered himself with his sword, but she pushed him away and asked him to marry the mistress. The guy didn't understand why the mistress hadn't arrived yet, and the sixth star of blood was already here, and why she was only talking about marriage. The woman replied that since ancient times, those who pose a threat to power, be they relatives or loyal subjects, will certainly be punished. In her opinion, this is precisely why a clear agreement was necessary. She asked the guy to promise to protect her mistress to the end and not abandon her, because if he cannot do this, then she will risk her life and send them both to heaven. The girl ran to meet them and did not understand what her subject was saying now. The sixth star replied that she could not trust him just like that. Clara was outraged that she decided to disgrace her simply out of mistrust. The woman replied that she would pay for this sin with her life and asked him to trust her in this matter. She once again insisted that Chuck take her as his wife. The guy did not understand whether it made sense at all to ask him to take her as his wife just to protect her. He said that even if he did nothing, everything would still be fine with her. Chuck couldn't understand how a woman could discuss the young mistress's marriage so freely. The guy extended his hand to Clara and said that if this was really going to help her, she should take it seriously. The sixth star replied that in that case it was not a problem for her. She stated that the girl liked the guy, to which he was surprised. Chuck didn't understand whether it was a joke or not. Clara was burning with shame. She asked him not to do it again and did not understand since when she was allowed to do this. The girl apologized to the guy and said that she did not want him to find out about this from anyone else but her. Richard was happy. He knew he was right. Chuck finally realized that it was indeed the truth, but he did not understand what he did for this. Louise left the building and said a firm no. Those present did not understand her motives, but the girl continued to say that it was rather reckless. She said that they did not dare to talk about marriage without her because the blood demon was already hers. She pulled off her mask and said that she liked him first. Laura watched what was happening and realized that there was only one problem and one problem. Chuck realized that he wanted to confess something. Two security guys were standing on the pier. The guy in the mask said that if his interlocutor did not want to fall asleep, then he should do everything to prevent it from happening. The guard said that he could not rest at all lately. He said that they were guarding this place even if the pirates appeared from the front or from behind. The guy saw something in the distance. Together they looked at the strange silhouette and realized with each passing second that it was not a stone. The guy rubbed his eyes and said that he saw a person there right now, to which his interlocutor replied that he was just sleepy. He could not believe what he was being told. The guys continued to watch as some silhouette began to approach. The guy in the mask said that they only had half an hour left before their shift, but his head flew off from the blow. The second guy looked back, not understanding who this person was. His friend's corpse went overboard and a strange stranger grabbed his face. He ordered the guy to answer honestly. He asked only one question: was the fourth elder in Chuck on this ship? Clara ordered the girl not to interfere in this and to return right now. Louise was outraged that her interlocutor was talking like that to a stranger. The girl said that she did not know what to expect from the sixth star towards the blood demon, whom she also did not respect. Laura noticed that Louise was in her element as usual. The woman asked how she could even say that. Clara asked her to be quiet. The girl insisted that her interlocutor put away the sword, because she understood what she was talking about and was going to take care of this situation. Louise insisted that the sixth star apologize to the blood demon first. Clara asked her interlocutor right then and there if she was laughing at her words. The girl insisted that she was defending the guy. Clara couldn't take it anymore and went on the attack. She stated that the girl was crossing the line of what was permissible. Louise planned to defend herself and drew her sword. The girls clashed in a direct duel. Clara decided to attack using internal energy. She almost injured the girl, but she dodged her attack for now. Louise put her sword to her head. The girl attacked with energy, and Clara was forced to retreat. She did not understand what was going on here and why, even when fighting her, her opponent did not retreat. The girl realized that Louise also seemed to have been hiding her skills all this time. The girl asked her to come to her senses and attack her. In her opinion, the sixth blood star should have been punished for her rudeness towards the blood demon. Clara screamed that it did not concern the girl. The interlocutor was very surprised. She asked not to speak like that again, because she obeyed only the blood demon and not her. Clara became very angry. The sixth star ran to attack, saying that her interlocutor had no right to speak like that to the blood heiress. They began to fight. Chuck stood up for his companion and put his sword in her path. The woman was outraged. She asked the guy not to use this against her, to which Chuck replied that he thought she was saying everything out of loyalty to the mistress. He said that it seemed to him that the woman really looked down on him. The sixth blood star replied that she really did not accept him as the new blood demon. Chuck said that if she backed off right now, he would pretend that none of this had happened. The woman did not understand what this meant. She thought that the guy refused to accept the mistress as his wife. The man demanded that she not talk about it anymore and asked her to step back. The sixth star said that she was not going to step back. The guy's eyes lit up red. The woman was very scared and covered herself with her hands. He did not intend to hit her, but simply kicked her so that she fell. Clara tried to join their squabble, to which the woman replied that her mistress had feelings for him. She asked why the guy did not want to marry her for the sake of mutual trust. The woman insisted that the guy would be able to strengthen his position as a blood demon with the help of this marriage. Louise stood up for the guy and said that she had no right to force him to marry. According to the girl, he does what he wants, and if it is a question of moral duty or trust, then he can just stick to it. The sixth blood star got angry again. She said that marriage is a matter of feelings between two people and no one else can interfere and tell them anything. Clara tried to stop the girl from doing something stupid. The woman said that the girl liked the blood demon and laughed at it. She finally remembered and understood what was going on. According to her, Louise was very impudent. The woman said that if she really thought so, then it was funny because someone like her could not become the spouse of a blood demon. The silhouette of a strange man from behind asked what was funny. Chuck immediately recognized him. Clara was also shocked. Louise recognized this man as her father. The woman did not understand when he appeared there and decided to attack. A second later, her arm was torn from her body. She fell to the floor and screamed in terrible pain. Richard came out of the cabin and asked him how he dared to come here. William asked the sixth blood star what had happened here. The man replied that it was indeed strange. He stated that it seemed to have come at the right place and time. The men prepared to attack. William asked his interlocutor if he was who he thought he was, to which Richard replied that he was absolutely right. It was Louise Sama's father. Behind him, Clara and the woman were trying to rehabilitate themselves. The man turned around and asked who gave Clara permission to carry the girl away. The girl said that she did not know why Anthony did this to them, but she asked him to have mercy. Chuck blocked all the magic balls flying towards the girl. The guy said that he had something to be afraid of because he had a strong, sharp sword. Laura did not understand why he came out at all. The guy replied that Anthony despised cowards and lower-class people. Since he was now a blood demon, so that he would not think badly of him, he had to act. Chuck crossed his arms and greeted the great mentor Anthony. He said that he was the leader of the blood cult, and if he needed anything, he should tell him. The man approached him and asked if he was definitely the new blood demon. The guy replied that he was. Anthony said that he had heard something completely different about him. The couple did not understand what he was saying. The man stated that Chuck not only seduced his daughter, but also decided to marry another girl. The guy tried to rehabilitate himself and retract his previous words. Anthony demanded that he stop making excuses and threw a magic ball in his direction. Another man took the blow. Richard's hand grabbed the energy ball and stopped it. The man said that he simply could not let him get away with such rudeness towards the blood demon. Louise asked her father to stop. The girl was shocked that she approached him herself. Louise asked if he left because of her. Anthony replied that he was going to return the runaway girl. She replied that he wouldn't let her out of the house, so she ran away. She also stole her father's sword. The main character was told not to go out. The girl decided to keep it for herself and she would try to convince her father. She wanted to introduce him to someone. She introduced Chuck, who had helped her when she first started practicing martial arts. Her father replied that there was no need to introduce her to those who would soon die. Louise asked again. Then she started screaming that she would die with him. He hit her. The girl fell into her arms. Her father said that the blood cult would soon fall. Clara looked at him with disdain. The boys were nervous. Chuck was confused. Her father had a good opinion of himself, saying that there was no one in the world he couldn't kill. Richard took action. He struck with the balls. The boys were shocked because they were like cannonballs, so they needed to take care of their heads. Anthony said that the man had a strong metal transformation technique, and apparently these rumors are not lying. Then he asked if he could withstand his sword. Chuck was perplexed because the art of moving at a distance was the first time he saw. Richard told him to run. He would do everything possible to buy him time. He asked him to jump from the ship. Chuck interrupted him and asked which student would abandon his teacher. And whatever happens, they must go through this together. He will not run away even if he has to die. Then he smiled and asked to be more respectful. The man also smiled. The father replied that he knew how to properly show the image of a blood demon. The two guys decided to strike him. William said that they had no choice but to sacrifice their lives. The guy replied that they had no choice. Chuck said the name of the mentor. Then he said that he could not just die. After all, he would make sure that the followers went against them. Anthony replied that this was impudent. A blow came from his side. Richard laughed. Then he decided to strike him too. The father pulled out a knife. The blows went through him. Anthony decided to kill him from the start. Richard was serious. William parried Louise's father's blow because it was presumptuous. Then he decided to strike himself. Both attacked. There was blood on the floor. William's mouth started bleeding. He didn't understand what level he was. Jim decided to strike from behind. He was completely confident. He ran towards him. His father was standing. Suddenly he turned back. He struck. Even the boards flew. Jim didn't understand where he had gone, but he was behind him. It was very fast. The guy started to get nervous. Anthony struck. He was very powerful. William and Richard decided to make a joint attack on the enemy. Louise's father was burning with white flames. His eyes were purple. Richard started to get nervous. His father struck him. Clara was shocked because the three masters were defeated. The man with the red body flew away from the attack. William also flew away. Jim was lying on the floor. Anthony was impressed. Chuck decided not to run, but to attack him from above. There was no chance that the attack would work, but he decided to use all the power of the 10 stars. He made a strike of the true technique of the shining star in the 5th formation, as well as a sword of the falling meteor. Anthony stopped his strike with his finger and threw him away. Chuck's side hurt, his eyes were red. The blow was of great force. Laura asked him to run because he was not his opponent. The protagonist understood that he needed his life. He didn't understand how it all happened because he got a second life after the traitors he trusted returned. In this life, he decided not to tie anyone to anyone and was not going to trust. But looking back, he realized that it was a ridiculous decision. After all, many people entered his inner circle. These were the people who believed in him, followed him, protected him even at the cost of their own lives. And also Louise. Chuck asked him what was the need to be careful at the moment. He was dying anyway. In this life, he wanted to act the way he wanted. He also asked if Louise's father would mind if he said the words before he died. He said that he liked his daughter. Anthony was shocked. He kicked. Apparently, he had no thoughts of marrying off his daughter. Chuck realized that there was nowhere to retreat. Louise's father began to strike. He made a powerful blow towards the protagonist. Chuck was angry. He defended himself with a sword. He withstood the attack. Anthony was initially silent. Then he could not understand him. After all, if he wants to die, then he will fulfill his wish. Chuck understood that he would definitely die. There was a feeling that death was flying towards him. He did not want to die. He could not die. The guy was serious. Chuck decided to use the sword of the Great Blood Demon and the 7 formation. On his head was the Wilson sword. But the guy did not give up and decided to use the bloody sword of conquest. The blow was very powerful. Rags, swords flew. Anthony wondered if this was his limit of strength or if he had achieved enlightenment before his death. He decided to strike too. He also understood that the guy had unique abilities. Louise's father watched Chuck's blow. A good blow was visible from the ship. Sebastian did not understand what it was because the strength was comparable to the power of the blood demon. Then he asked how he did it. The power of the blood demon dissipated. It was because it was beyond his capabilities. The protagonist understood that this was true because he used the technique that came to his mind and all the energy instantly disappeared. This power was awakened due to a strong unwillingness to die. Anthony held the swords in his hands while the protagonist barely stood on his feet. The man wondered if he was wrong about him. After all, he thought that the members of the blood cult were just sectarians who did not hesitate to use dirty methods. But they fought only with him, not touching his daughter, who was unconscious. He wanted to hear the story from their side. Richard laughed and said that now he had more reasons to leave him alive. He began to run towards the man. Anthony used the technique. Richard irritated him very much. The man was able to remove the obstacle of Louise's father's technique. Anthony wondered how he broke through his defense so quickly. Richard decided to strike. Louise's father made an obstacle for him. The man was not in the know-how. Anthony looked at him, and he understood that it was impossible to deal with him yet. After all, in front of him was like a wall. He began to defend himself with his sword while Richard struck. The ship broke. The boys screamed for help. Nora told the lady that it was dangerous and they needed to get on the boat. But Clara was thinking about the blood demon. Her eyes widened because Louise was falling into the water. Chuck jumped in after her to save her. Together they fell into the water. Logs were floating on the water. He clung to one along with the girl. He asked her to come to her senses. The girl coughed up water. He was glad that it happened. After all, he almost lost her. The boy began to drown. Someone took him by the hand. It was Anthony, who pulled him out of the water. Then he looked at Louise and asked Chuck what to do with him. 17 days passed. Richard screamed because he was told to give up in search of the blood demon. Nora said that she was not talking about that, because in this way they could all be in danger. After all, they had been searching the Crescent Valley for a long time, but they hadn't found any traces. And if they expanded the search area to the entire Central Plain, they risked running into the Muram Alliance. Richard said that he would find it himself then. William asked him to calm down. Then he said that if it became known that the blood demon had disappeared, then the advantage would only be on the girl's side. Therefore, it was better to hide the fact that the blood demon had disappeared until they found it. The most important thing for Clara was to change the third elder and the second star to her side. Then she said that until they found the blood demon, she was not going to change anything. After all, she was doing what she had to do in the first place. Richard agreed. Mentally, he asked for him to live, and if he died, he would not forgive. There was a dungeon with a waterfall. Chuck did not understand what kind of place it was. Laura only knew the province. Anthony came up and said that he initially wanted to kill him, but he knew what it was to be grateful. After all, he risked his life to save his daughter, so he will give him a chance to be with her. Chuck was shocked. Anthony followed the tracks to the canyon where the Muram Alliance attacked, and his tracks led somewhere. There was a house in the middle of winter. It looked beautiful. There were houses, but the code was simpler than expected. A man who was also unusually smart as well as good at martial arts. It was one of the four evils. He said that if they were going to hide the girl further, then they left him no choice. The man was shocked. Then he took the girl by the throat. He asked to find her so that their mistress would remain alive. And it was better to hurry. He had little patience. The man said that he did not know who it was and saw her for the first time. He wanted to find her and punish her. Then he thought that he went to the Valley of Six Bloods, which means that she is not from their side. The man tried to explain that there was a misunderstanding, and their cult was divided after the war, and if he found traces in the Valley of Six Bloods, then they were not on their side. He could not lie to him because the life of the lady depended on it. Anthony threw the girl on the floor and asked where they were. The man replied that they captured everyone who was useful to them. He was talking about Richard and Clara. It was simple. In life, he told the guy that while he was lying down, he carefully examined his daughter and there were no scars or brainwashing. In the past, Chuck was rational and resourceful. Anthony understood that the guy did this because of his feelings. Perhaps because of this he is one of the four evils. Out loud, he gave him two choices. Chuck asked what he meant by freedom. He gave him a choice to surrender or take a chance. However, if he surrenders, his daughter will never see him. After all, he must swear on his life. Chuck had no energy. Paul explained to him that while he was lying down, many needles were stuck into his veins. Because of this, his energy did not awaken. In addition, his body was rigid. Anthony asked if he would accept the chance, or would he refuse. Chuck accepted. Louise was shocked. Her father looked at him. They were on the bridge, and looked down at the water. The father asked if he knew what kind of place this was. The protagonist answered negatively. Anthony began to tell, despite the fact that now this place was abandoned. Once it was called sacred for those who practiced martial arts, and the government was also interested in this place. It was a prison, and it was called the Valley of Ponrim. The name meant the Valley of the Sealed Forest, but it also contained the word Muram. In other words, it is a prison for those who practice martial arts. At that time, many martial artists were imprisoned in this place. According to rumors, none of the masters got out of here alive. Prisoners have never been released from this prison. Anthony said that he saw how he mastered a special energy circulation technique, but he could not believe that a guy like him was trained. He felt it. After all, someone who has innate energy is not able to cope with it properly, and in such an unbalanced state, he could not overcome his limits. He decided to do something to Chuck. He had needles in his hands, asked him not to move, otherwise he would become disabled. The protagonist understood that his body had become lighter, but he could not use his energy. Louise's father removed 8 needles out of 36, and he said that he would not be able to use his energy to the fullest extent, and in this state he would spend a month in prison. This was the test he gave. Chuck was shocked because he would have to survive without energy for a whole month. Louise began to scream because this was too much. The father asked not to complain because she asked to give him a chance. The girl screamed that she asked to give a chance and not to drive her into a deadly dangerous place. Anthony replied, let him give up then, because he would not be able to recognize someone who is not able to last a month in this place. She asked him to use his inner energy. Father said let him give up then, and if he lasted a month, then he wouldn't care if they were dating. Chuck hoped that he would keep his word, and he gladly accepted the chance he was given. Louise asked him to give it up. The protagonist replied that everything was fine, and that she should wait for him. He jumped. The girl screamed at him not to do it. Anthony replied that she should stay put, because he resisted throwing it away empty-handed. After all, he had 2 daggers. The guy jumped off the bridge. Laura asked if it would be better to wait until she appeased him. Chuck answered that this option was better. After all, if he planned to kill him, he would not have done it this way. Sebastian did not like it. After all, while the guy was unconscious, he picked him up. Anthony looked at him then. Sebastian wanted to tear him apart. He took the veins and pulled them. Then the vein hit his leg and it hurt. Anthony thought about what this sword could do to him. Chuck said that it was cool. The man said that if the spirit of the sword is very strong, then it is a bad sword. Sebastian screamed with anger because how can he evaluate it? The main character was glad that he had them. Paul said that they would soon reach the bottom. The guy could not see anything and he could not improve his vision with energy. Paul would give him a signal. There was water at the bottom. In some places it was raging. In others it was quiet. Chuck got to the surface. Sebastian said that of all the demons, he was the luckiest. Chuck knew that he had nothing to regret. People were shouting that there was a newcomer here. The protagonist paid attention. The people were scary, some with sledgehammers. One of them said that if he did not want to die, he should put down his clothes and weapons. They had a stone spear and an axe. He understood why Anthony gave him weapons. But Louise's father had missed something, because no matter how reckless he was, he would not have rushed here with only swords. He said out loud that he would rather die than undress in such cold. The torch was burning. Corpses were lying on the ground, and Chuck was warming himself by the fire. Suddenly, he was dumbfounded. He asked Laura what he looked like. The girl answered that he looked like a wet puppy. His hair was no longer red. Sebastian asked whether a weak person could use the sword of a bloody demon. After all, energy develops the strength that suits the body. In other words, this is all the power he can have right now. It needs to be used carefully. Chuck agreed. He needs to save this power because in his current state it is the only way to protect himself. After all, he needs to hold out for exactly a month. OK told one of the guys to freeze and put down the sword. Then he asked him to get up. After all, he had a lot of questions. The man in rags resigned himself to the situation and obediently answered Chuck's questions. Everyone locked in this place was divided into two categories. Most were forcibly evicted from the province, others got there by Anthony's will. All in all, about 44 people were locked. Many died when the current was knocked down. The survivors tried to find food at any cost, tree roots, bugs, mice. The protagonist asked if there was anything else to eat. The guy answered that there was. There was a place where you could catch fish. He decided to show him the way. The taste of the local fish was amazing. The protagonist looked through the crack. He was shocked. After all, there was a small river. He asked the guy to go first. Then he asked what was wrong. The guy said that everything was fine. There were just a lot of poisonous insects there and if they bit him, there would be big trouble. The guy put the sword next to him and asked if he was able to listen if there was no sword. He climbed into a small crack. It was wider inside than he thought. The guy asked him to come to him because there was a fish there. Laura saw the fish and showed it to him. Chuck understood that if he could catch it and fry it, there would be no problems living for a month. The problems with food and water were solved. When suddenly he saw the object, he calmed down. After all, it was a human jaw. The guy started to run away. The main character understood that he had taken advantage of the opportunity and escaped from him. When suddenly he was dumbfounded. You couldn't see anything. Paul told him to use force. After all, there was a monster behind him. The man asked if he had thrown the newbie to the snake as food. The guy answered in the affirmative, and maybe she already ate him and he won't be back anytime soon. They hadn't eaten fish in months because of the monster. The guy asked if they remembered the promise of 3 bunches of roots. The men remembered. They decided to look through the crack. They were happy that there would be normal food. One of them thought his friend would like it, when suddenly a young guy was killed from behind. He started screaming that the man had lied to them. The guy denied it. The man decided to run and asked to detain her. The guy set him up and he fell. Chuck didn't think they would meet so soon. There was a monster next to him. He asked if he wanted to be eaten by the monster. A little earlier, Paul asked to wait because the monster had fallen to the floor. Chuck didn't understand what he was talking about. He began to get used to the darkness. Paul knew that she probably didn't want to die from someone who killed someone like her. Chuck touched her nose and began to stroke her. The snake opened its mouth. The protagonist asked to close it. The monster closed its mouth. Chuck understood that she was listening to him. The guy asked him to spare her, and in return he would tell her everything and treat her like a master. The protagonist replied that there was someone else hungry besides him. He ordered the monster to eat. She ate one of the guys. Chuck asked the second guy to calm down because it was not his turn to die. The snake was still hungry, because of which the protagonist hoped for cooperation. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.